Chapter 801 complete in one go. After taking a look at the civilian area, Chu Sheng saw that all the doors of the houses were open, and he ran directly to the factory between the lower city and the container area. There are two large warehouses producing high-quality materials here. If the enemy bandits are not here, they must be in the lower city and container area opposite. Russell, the captain of Gold, heard the approaching footsteps, which became clearer and clearer, and he could even hear that the sound was just outside the warehouse, separated by a layer of iron sheets. His breathing became rapid, and he quickly explained the aftermath to his three teammates. He is on my side. The three of you should gather together now. Don't expose yourself. Don't expose yourself. G-Port is also in the safe zone. He doesn't believe Chu Sheng will search house by house. If he can't find the enemy, he will definitely leave on his own. Suddenly, the footsteps outside the warehouse disappeared. Captain Gold's pupil suddenly shrank, and the whole person was under great pressure. Stuck in the corner of the box in the middle, he kept patrolling the front and back doors, fearing that Chu Sheng would suddenly appear. In the director's shot, Chu Sheng was stuck at the door of the warehouse, and suddenly stopped after quietly taking his place. There is no such thing as a stuck perspective in the first person. Chu Sheng had a hunch that there was someone inside, parking the car and coming all the way over. A trajectory map of the other party's search was generated in his mind, and everything seemed to be reproduced in the original scene. There is a high probability that there are people in the warehouse. But Chu Sheng is not in a hurry at all. This is what Chu Sheng learned from the Gold team. For today's revenge, Chu Sheng specially studied the videos of the previous 2 days last night, focusing on the Gen.G team. After watching it, Chu Sheng had only one thought: these Koreans are too wretched. Their tactics are very simple, and in Chu Sheng's eyes, there is no difference between 1 plus 1. As long as he knows the opponent's landing point, Chu Sheng can even simulate the search route of the 4 opponents. Chu Sheng solved the black team and drove directly to kill, and the total time was about 3.5 minutes. According to the opponent's search time, it was almost exactly at the warehouse, and it couldn't be farther. This is Chu Sheng's confidence, a conclusion based on powerful computing power. Unless the other party is a fool, he will not search these 2 warehouses and directly cross the road to the lower city. Chu Sheng knew that the enemy was more anxious than him at this moment, and every minute and every second was mental pressure and torture. Just when the commentator and the audience thought that the stalemate would continue, Chu Sheng suddenly appeared in a flash, and after jumping up, the muzzle of the gun appeared directly in the corner where the enemy was. As if he knew it in advance, everyone took a breath of cold air in an instant, and there was only one thought in their minds: how did Chu Sheng know that people were here? But their thoughts were not over yet, and the enemy guarding the corner had fallen to the ground. Chu Sheng didn't even open the scope, and directly shot the enemy to death with a hip shot. This series of incredible operations not only frightened the audience and commentators, but also the enemies squatting in the corner of the box. Obviously, he was the defender. So why did the opponent take the lead? Chu Sheng, this guy, must have used the perspective plugin. After enduring for 5 seconds, he clicked on the death replay and found that Chu Sheng had been waiting outside the warehouse for a long time, as if he had already expected his position, especially when he saw Chu Sheng flash and appear. The muzzle of the gun was not biased, and even locked this position first. If he reacted quickly, it would be fine. But this was obviously the result of pre-aiming. But how did Chu Sheng know that he was in the corner? This is too weird. But it was useless for him to complain now. The referee had not accepted his request for a pause, which made him depressed to the point of vomiting blood. According to the referee, Chu Sheng had been audited many times before, and his machine had not been changed, so it was impossible for any illegal program to run. Moreover, Chu Sheng's strength and skills had been certified by the audience and professional players, and the game would not be suspended every time there was a little doubt. The captain of the Gold team was so angry that he vomited blood. Has the official issued a golden medal of immunity from death to Chu Sheng now? He can't even file a complaint or question. Developer, you are a company in H country. You can't forget your roots? It's a pity that the captain of the Gold team called out, just like a shrew complaining at the gate of the government in the snowy February. The referee behind him was the yeoman runner at the gate of the government, just watching coldly and letting her perform. Chu Sheng's kill made everyone sigh woo. It was clean and tidy, without any drag. This is the strength of the strongest player. This is no longer a reaction. It is a direct prediction. His mastery of the firearm is as good as his arm. After knocking him down, Chu Sheng did not use his rifle to finish him off. He simply put away his gun and ran up in 3 or 2 steps, took out his fists and squatted down, punching this guy in the buttocks one by one. Each punch was powerful, and there was a white fist wind and dust flying. The last punch hit the buttocks, and the player was unwilling to jump flat on the spot, and then fell down and turned into a box. Hey, this Korean is quite dramatic. He still wants to attract attention after his death. Koreans are all like this, talking nonsense. The commentators saw the comments from the audience and tried to hold back their smiles. Today's revelations made all the audience united and pointed their guns at the inferior Koreans. Now, even when the characters jump a little when they die, they think it is unforgivable. This audience is too strict, the male commentator whispered, causing the 3 women to cover their mouths and laugh. After licking the box and supplementing it, Chu Sheng directly crossed the road without any cover and killed directly to the lower city. This Chu Sheng is too arrogant. Isn't he? Isn't he afraid of being beaten? The audience was all dumbfounded, and it can be described as unscrupulous. I think Chu Sheng is eager for the other side to shoot, so that he can know where the enemy is. Chu Sheng's idea is indeed so. Looking for someone is a waste of time. In addition to the Gen.G team, there is a long list on his revenge list, such as the Pittsburgh Knights, HBN, Refund. His time is very precious, and he can save a little bit. It's a pity that Chu Sheng's wish was not fulfilled. During the time he was wandering in the warehouse, the remaining 3 players had already gathered together and hid in a sea view room shivering. Chu Sheng glanced at the houses in the lower city. Most of the doors and windows were open, and only a few of the houses had their doors closed. But Chu Sheng did not push open the closed door, but ran directly to the sea view room. This posture made even the audience wonder. Could Chu Sheng really have turned on the perspective? Otherwise, how could he know the location of the Gen.G team so clearly? Chu Sheng smiled coldly. If he couldn't see such a simple trick, then the vision of the 10 gun gods was really wasted. Unless the Gen.G team was trying to cover up something. There were not many closed rooms, and they were hiding in them. Wouldn't it be easy to be caught? But there are many open rooms. Every search will reduce people's attention and vigilance. When they really find a room with people, the other party can take the lead. Chapter 802 I Can Do It Too. The reason why Chu Sheng chose the Sea View house is because he completely saw through Gen.G's tactical thinking. They thought they were smart in every move. But in Chu Sheng's eyes, it was as ridiculous as a first-grade kid showing off to a doctoral student that he learned 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Chu Sheng started searching from the Sea View house. The 6 Sea View houses were divided into 2 rows and 3 columns. The remaining 3 people huddled in the Sea View house in the corner of the apartment. According to the direction of Chu Sheng's search, the 4th house would come to this place. The 3 people hiding in the room even heard faint footsteps in the distance. Here they come! Here they come! The 3 players' defense was also impregnable. One was stuck at the entrance of the stairs. One was at the window of the living room, and the other was at the window of the utility room inside. When Chu Sheng finished searching the 3rd Sea View room and ran over, it was time for them to attack. The players in the left and right windows shot at the same time. Chu Sheng couldn't dodge anyway. Right? Gen.G's idea was also very stable. The 2 windows were 5 or 6 meters apart. Even if they knocked down one person, they would not have time to pull the gun, because the Sea View room had an open door. Chu Sheng searched quickly. After finding that there was no one, he broke the window and jumped out directly. It was extremely bold. It didn't seem like a contest at all. It was more like one person occupied the entire G port and was lawless. This guy is too arrogant. He knew we were in port G, but he dared to break the window directly, totally ignoring us. The 3 remaining members of the Gene team were afraid of Chu Sheng. But Chu Sheng was so arrogant that he was just shitting on their heads. Although they were afraid, they were also more resentful. This plan was also approved by the captain. What they had to do now was to listen carefully to the footsteps. And then when Chu Sheng ran over, they would give a fatal blow. The 3 houses were quickly searched, and no trace of the enemy was found. Chu Sheng squatted in the corner and thought for a while, forcing himself to substitute the shameless and vulgar Korean thinking, and analyze what they would do next according to their ideas. After just a moment of meditation, Chu Sheng opened his eyes and gasped, thinking, this Korean is still too despicable. and it is impossible to substitute such shameless thinking. Chu Sheng tried to substitute his most shameless thoughts. And finally, he could only roughly calculate that the enemy is likely to be in the house opposite. 3 searches are enough to make any professional player take it lightly. But Chu Sheng is different. He can't fail here. If a head is given to the Koreans, these guys will probably be so proud. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng came out of the house and walked quietly in the open space between the 2 apartment buildings. There was no shelter in the open space, so Chu Sheng made very little noise as he advanced quietly. He aimed his gun directly at the window on the 2nd floor and fired immediately if he heard any movement. Why is there no sound outside? They should come over after the search? The 3 of them didn't dare to show their heads, fearing that they would be discovered by Chu Sheng if they accidentally showed their heads, and their work would fail. But the longer they waited, the more impatient they became. There was always an idea in their mind that was bothering them like crazy. Captain, stick your head out and take a look. Just one look. The captain of the gold team was dead. And at this moment, he was obeying his teammates. And he was also extremely anxious in his heart, not knowing whether Chu Sheng would leave or continue to stay on the opposite side. Chu Sheng almost moved forward by rubbing his feet, so that the sound of his silent steps could be minimized. The 3 players plus an OB captain felt as if they were being scratched by a cat. After a while, the captain of the gold team gritted his teeth and said, "Look out!" Without any nonsense. The player immediately popped his head out. But the moment he stood up, he could see the situation outside through the window. But the player reacted very quickly. After standing up and seeing the situation outside, he immediately wanted to squat down. The captain saw Chu Sheng standing outside through the OB perspective. But when he reacted, Chu Sheng had already fired, and 3 consecutive bullets all hit the same point, directly knocking the player who looked out to the ground, without giving him a chance to regret. If it were a third-person game, Chu Sheng would definitely try to get around from the other side. But in the first-person mode, sorry, everyone has the same field of view, which is a completely invincible advantage for Chu Sheng. Now that one person has fallen, the other players wanted to raise their heads and fight back, but were stopped by the captain. Don't stick your head out. You will definitely die if you stick your head out. Wait for Chu Sheng to come in and outflank him. The gold team is at least one of the top 3 teams in the Asian Invitational, and they are still strong. If they stick their heads out now, they will only die. The position on the 2nd floor is not impregnable. Now they have to wait for Chu Sheng to rush into the door and up the stairs, then push open the balcony door and jump down, and attack the players guarding the stairs from both sides. But now there is still a problem. Should we save the knockdown teammate or not? Chu Sheng's footsteps were unobstructed, and he ran directly to the door downstairs. But Chu Sheng did not rush to push the door open, but stood at the door of the room as if waiting for something. If Chu Sheng's perspective is fixed, it is naturally unclear why he did not rush up in one go and completely trample the gold team under his feet. But in the director's perspective, the audience saw that the 2 members of the gold team were struggling with whether to rescue their companions. If a team member was pulled out to rescue, then there would be only one person guarding the door. Chu Sheng took advantage of this time to kill up, and the plan would be ruined. But if he didn't save them, a teammate would die in vain, and the hope of fighting against Chu Sheng would be even smaller. The fallen player struggled to crawl to the balcony door, and Chu Sheng could hear the sound of his body dragging on the floor clearly at the door on the 1st floor. You save him at the balcony door. If you hear the door open, jump down from the balcony immediately to surround him. Team Jean thought about it, and only thought of this as the safest way. Although Chu Sheng was outside the door, everything that happened inside was under his control. After counting down 3 seconds, Chu Sheng opened the door directly, scaring the players upstairs to let go of their teammates, and jump down from the balcony directly. As a result, just after climbing out of the window, Chu Sheng knocked him to the ground while he was still in the air. Just opening the door, he immediately lost a player. Ha ha ha. This Korean is stupid. He jumped down in shock when Chu Sheng opened the door. Can you be a professional player at this level? Then I can do it too. People like this want to play professional games and become famous. Dream on. Chu Sheng didn't know the mood of the audience at the moment, but he knew that under his high pressure, Jen Da-ji were all suppressed and in a state of nervous tension. No one took an expensive plane ticket to Cologne to be slaughtered and brush up their data. But the more anxious and concerned you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Chu Sheng just opened the door, and by the time the player reacted, He had already flipped over the guardrail. And it was too late to stop. He easily eliminated one person. And now there is only one person standing in the entire Gen.G team. This is no longer challenging. And the player doesn't even have time to use the thunder. And Chu Sheng directly rushed up the stairs. Chapter 803 Those who follow me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. The last player fired and struggled for a moment. Then fell under Chu Sheng's gun. At this point, both Gen.G teams were eliminated. Ranking the last and second to last. Chu Sheng made some supplies and changed into the standard 7.62 series suit. Just as he was about to go out and drive to meet his teammates, he found that the plane that just roared past had dropped an airdrop next to his motorcycle. This airdrop was quietly placed next to the motorcycle, constantly emitting thick red smoke. Chu Sheng was stunned. This could be said to be a federal airdrop, delivered to the door. The audience was also completely stunned. This operation was a bit too much. The airdrop was placed directly next to Chu Sheng's motorcycle. He didn't even have to run much. He could get it by just waving his finger. This was totally a plus gift package. The audience's mouths curled up slightly. Although this situation happened to Chu Sheng, it was extremely unpleasant. But everyone liked it. Level 3 helmet, AWM, 8x scope, and an adrenaline. This airdrop can be said to be close to full marks. Hey, AWM is really a piece of shit. So few bullets, Chu Sheng complained. But he didn't slow down and put the AWM in his pocket. But this time, he didn't replace the 98K he picked up, but threw the AKM away directly. With two snipers in hand, Chu Sheng was obviously ready to do something big. Xiaoying couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard Chu Sheng's words. She felt that Chu Sheng was too arrogant, and it was time to remind him. Chu Sheng, do you still remember the signal tower in Jingcheng on the desert map? Chu Sheng's confident expression instantly tightened, and his face darkened. Let's not talk about this. We are still good friends. Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi were laughing on the side. If it were them, they would never dare to say this, for fear that the captain would arrange them one by one. Now that Xiao En is in the team, there is finally someone who dares to tell the truth. He jumped like this with an AWM. You know, Shujua and the others have been patient for a long time. Chu Sheng drove a motorcycle to G-Town to meet up with his teammates. At this time, the first poison circle had shrunk by more than half. After half an hour of bad luck, Chu Sheng now only had good luck. The next safe zone will also be centered on G-Town. Now all they have to do is to occupy a good position and block all the enemies who want to enter the circle. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, maybe Chu Sheng would agree with this plan. But today he came to take revenge and cause trouble. If he just sits here and waits for something to happen, what's the point? You stay around G-Town and find a better position. If someone approaches, just shoot directly. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, the three knew what he was going to do. With a roar of a motorcycle, it drove away directly. Hey, I don't know who will suffer this time. Shujua couldn't help but sigh. The captain rarely gets really angry. But obviously he looked calm yesterday. Not that he was not angry, but that he was extremely angry. After hearing Shijua's words, Xiosher's eyes lit up, and he suddenly reached out and took out a small note from his pocket. Captain, do you remember who you are looking for revenge? Xiosher's voice was honest. Shujua stretched his head and took a look. There were many team names densely written on the note, such as Pittsburgh Knights, Refund, Gen.G. Damn, Little Lion. You actually wrote it down on a piece of paper. That's a bit too much. Shujua was stunned. Is this guy so vindictive that he even wrote it down on paper? Don't let him get any handle in the future. But I like it. Before, I was afraid that there would be fish that slipped through the net. But now no one can escape. Xiaoan opened her mouth wide, shocked and unable to say a word. Professional players are like this? In the past, when watching professional games, I thought they were discussing tactics while playing. But now they just started chatting. The majestic figure of professional players and her mind collapsed instantly. Chu Sheng didn't expect that Little Lion, who usually looks like a normal person, would be so reserved. I was just saying it casually, brother. But since you prepared it, I can't let you write it for nothing. Right? Just start revenge according to the list. The referee behind him saw Little Lion taking something out of his pocket and subconsciously came over to take a look. The referee's duty is to maintain the fairness and order of the game. But when he got closer and saw the content on the note, He shuddered all over. He muttered in his heart, "Don't mess with this group of ruthless people from the Douyu team." Not only did they take revenge, they even wrote the list for fear of missing it. For the players of these teams, the 2 days of competition are definitely nightmare memories. With 2 snipers in hand and a high-power scope, Chu Sheng could do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to get close at all, and he just fired a test shot with the AWM from a distance of 300 or 400 meters. Of course, others fired shots to intimidate, but Chu Sheng fired a test shot, and that was to knock someone down. Chu Sheng first went to S City, where there was no one at the shooting range. He fired a shot at S City at the entrance of the air raid shelter halfway up the mountain. If this was a refund, Chu Sheng would have just rushed in and killed everyone, leaving no one alive. As a result, when the AWM was fired, Chu Sheng was stunned when he saw the knockout message on the screen. Douyu Chushin used the AWM sniper rifle to knock down 4M Jiang with a headshot. Black question mark face. When did 4M come to S City? Chu Sheng found something wrong. Immediately put away his gun, rode on his motorcycle, and rushed to another place. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mutter, "Excuse me. Excuse me." Wei Jian was happily searching the warehouse room, and was shot down for no reason. He was still showing off the level 3 helmet he just picked up to his teammates. But in the blink of an eye, the level 3 helmet became a damaged product. Looking at the ID again, Wei Jian was so angry that his lungs hurt. Why didn't Chu Sheng go find a place to fight? Why did he beat him for no reason? Captain, bear with it. After all, we are in S City now, not the airport. Chu Sheng must have regarded us as a refund, aka comforted Wei Chan. What else could he say? But, my brand new level 3 helmet. Wei Chan's voice was full of resentment. He knew that even if he went to Chu Sheng to argue, this guy would definitely look innocent and say that he was just here for a refund and didn't expect you to be here. A dumb person can't say anything about his suffering. Seeing Chu Sheng slip away without saying a word, the audience burst out laughing on the spot. This was too real. However, with the performance of the previous 3 days, all the audience knew that Chu Sheng was definitely not letting him go. This guy is looking for revenge again. The episode ended, and Chu Sheng crossed the bridge directly. But this time, he didn't kill his way into Y City. The Liquid Club is still somewhat cultured. Liquid, Fizz, C9, HU and Navi, as well as the other 2 teams from China, 4M and IF, did not participate in this incident. Almost all the remaining club leaders have appeared. Chu Sheng is also a very disciplined person. He will not offend others if they do not offend me. Chu Sheng will never cause trouble for these teams, but he will not let any of the remaining teams go. Of course, Chu Sheng will not let Jin.G, the instigator, go so easily. Beat them in the game, and settle the grudges in reality. Chapter 804 Hide. Keep hiding. Nursing home. Horseshoe Mountain Prison. L City. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle wildly, killing wherever he went. Others who picked up the AWM used bullets carefully. Only Chu Sheng. This AWM killed anyone who didn't use a frying pan to protect his head. Chu Sheng's purpose was very clear. After seeing who he was, he would shoot him first. If he was an enemy, he would kill him without saying anything. If he was a friendly army, he would say sorry and turn around and leave. Being a good person who did good things without leaving a name. According to the list provided by the little lion, Chu Sheng ran around with blood debts on his body. In order to avoid Chu Sheng, some teams saw their teammates being knocked down and ran away without saying a word. They absolutely abandoned their teammates. The appearance of Chu Sheng's ID was a terrifying existence for them. Can you escape from a palm-sized map just by wanting to? Especially the Pittsburgh Knights. After being discovered by Chu Sheng in the lumberyard, they didn't even have the courage to fight. They were chased by Chu Sheng all the way and died all the way. The only one left even fled all the way from the lumberyard to the airport. Chu Sheng also chased him all the way to the airport and killed him under the elevated platform of Youtiao. This chase made everyone scalp numb. Oh my god. How much hatred and resentment is this? I guess the Pittsburgh Cavaliers are already numb all over. They chased them for several kilometers in the poison circle and wiped out the entire team. It's great. It's so refreshing. The audience was naturally very satisfied and relieved. And Chu Sheng himself felt very comfortable. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you want to run? Run for me. I will kill you even if I chase you through the entire map. The entire Pittsburgh Cavaliers team was destroyed. And 4 people sat in front of the computer with pale faces, bloodless faces, and empty eyes. It's just a game. What's the big deal? The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers no longer had the faint pretense of a wealthy team on his face. And there were only trembling lips and fear. Is this guy a mad dog? I'll be chased to death even if I flee to the airport? The last player had tears in his eyes. This was no longer a normal game. This was pure revenge. It's not that they didn't expect Chu Sheng to come to them, but they also had a fluke mentality. After all, it was Jin Da-ji who did this. Right? If they want to find someone who participated in this incident, they should find the Koreans. What does it have to do with them? Even if they want to seek revenge on those who participated in this incident. So many club leaders have gone there. And almost 10 of the 16 teams have gone. How can Chu Sheng be so busy? It is with this fluke mentality that the Pittsburgh Knights are at ease. However, their ideas were shattered by Chu Sheng's revenge until his death. The 4 people looked at each other and saw the throbbing in their teammates' eyes. At the same time, they also realized that this revenge was probably just the beginning, not the end. After killing people, Chu Sheng did not rush to the safe zone. Instead, he searched the airport for a long time and finally found a barrel of gasoline. He fed a barrel of gasoline to his beloved horse that had fought for many years under his crotch, and then drove into the safe zone in a leisurely manner. In G-Town and V-shaped ditch, the other 3 members of the Doyu team also fought well, even under the cover of Shujua and Zayashizi. Shioen, a non-professional player who came on as a substitute, got a kill. The girl was so excited that she said it 3 times in a row in the voice chat. For professional players, this is nothing. Anyone can be killed. But for ordinary players like Xiao En, killing a professional player in a professional arena is a dream. The director is also very good. Everyone knows that Xiao En is a member of a girl group. He came to the rescue as a substitute player, but he didn't expect to get a kill. It was a beautiful 4-fold assault rifle single point. The wonderful killing scene plus Xiaoen's happy shouts in the camera made all the audience feel a different kind of charm of esports. My god. How bad is this player? He was killed by a girl group singer? Being tortured to death by Chu Sheng was fine. But now even the jumping girl group was riding on their heads. These professional players felt humiliated. But they could do nothing. The enemy's firepower was too strong. And they couldn't rush in at all. Chu Sheng drove from the airport and didn't rush into the center of the safe zone to join his teammates. Following the coastal highway into the circle, Chu Sheng's AWM bullets were exhausted. And it was very difficult to shoot again to identify people. But just as Chu Sheng's motorcycle was speeding, he saw a wisp of red smoke rising from the road not far away. Huh? Why is it airdropped outside the poisonous circle? Chu Sheng immediately reacted. It must have been dropped in the first 2 safe zones. Looking at the posture on the roadside, it is very likely that someone has taken it. The motorcycle flew past the airdrop without stopping. The audience and the commentator were all sweating. They thought Chu Sheng would stop and take a look. Although the airdrop was outside the safe zone, no one came to pick it up because it was in the circle. More importantly, there was an AWM in the airdrop box. Seeing Chu Sheng pass by the airdrop box without even a glance, everyone was confused by this breathtaking operation. This time, Chu Sheng's operation impressed everyone, including himself. But just after passing the airdrop box, Chu Sheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. When he passed the airdrop box just now, he didn't seem to see any replaced weapons or accessories on the ground. Just when everyone was sighing and lamenting that Chu Sheng missed a perfect airdrop, Chu Sheng suddenly stopped the car. Did Chu Sheng finally react? He realized that there was nothing next to the airdrop, and he had to go back to pick it up. Sure enough, the inside of the Master is amazing. He could realize something was wrong when the motorcycle was driving at high speed and passed by. The male commentator was praising it wildly. And he didn't have to pay taxes anyway. Just when everyone thought that Chu Sheng had repented and was going back to pick up the airdrop, Chu Sheng stopped the car on the spot, took out an adrenaline from his backpack, and shot it directly. The damage of the poison circle is still a little painful. After entering the circle, you have to kill a lot. If you don't have the opportunity to use things like adrenaline, you might as well use it now. And it can slowly recover blood, saving a lot of time after entering the circle. The male commentator and many spectators were in a mess in the wind. Chu Sheng's operation did not give him any chance to survive. Suffocation. Chu Sheng, why don't you go back and pick up the airdrop? This fake move successfully fooled everyone. 2333 I want to know now. How can the male commentator make up for this? Su Xiaomu, Xiaobai and Xiaoyu also covered their mouths and laughed softly. This flattery hit the horse's leg. The sharp and slender hard object suddenly pierced through the extremely thin layer. And then a powerful force was injected into it, making people feel comfortable as if they were about to scream. Don't think about it. I'm talking about injecting adrenaline. Chapter 805 Sad Weichan. With his energy fully charged, Chu Sheng drove back to the airdrop box. Chu Sheng's decision made everyone feel relieved, and the barrage was filled with the words relaxed. If Chu Sheng didn't pick up this airdrop, no one would have been able to sleep tonight. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw what was in the airdrop box. He had used up all his magnum bullets, but on the way to the safe zone, he actually picked up an airdrop, which contained the magnum bullets he urgently needed. It's really amazing to have no bad luck. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is just like a pillow being delivered to you when you are sleepy. Whatever you want comes to you. Chu Sheng picked up a set of level 3 armor and put it on, took the ammunition and set off again. My bad luck is terrible enough. Is there a guy who is lucky and plays this game? Chu Sheng just thought to himself. After all, you still have the right to YY. Chu Sheng feels comfortable that he occasionally has such good luck. It feels like everything comes to you. If someone has a lucky system, then you can win the game by standing still? Chu Sheng was outside the safe zone and heard dense gunfire coming from the edge of the safe zone. The 3 members of the Douyu team occupied the best position in the center of the safe zone. The other teams were blocking each other, and no team could rush into the center and keep pace with the Douyu team. Chu Sheng followed the sound of gunfire and saw several teams in sight. The sound of the motorcycle also attracted the enemy. When he turned around and prepared to attack, Chu Sheng jumped out of the car with a beautiful blocking position, hid behind the tree, and the motorcycle went straight to the car that was shot into a sieve. There was a deafening explosion, and the car and the motorcycle collided, causing a big explosion. The player hiding behind the car was directly blown up by the walking nuclear bomb, although the explosion was not directly caused by the motorcycle. Before the explosion, the motorcycle pushed the car a little, and the 2 people lying behind the car were hit and fell to the ground. But this was a bit embarrassing. Chu Sheng saw that the information bar in the upper right corner showed the C9 team. C9 team is kind and righteous. They did not participate in yesterday's forcing the palace. Chu Sheng's collision was like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family didn't recognize each other. Only one person was left in the C9 team, hiding behind the tree, too scared to come out. It was their own vehicle that hit them, and no information about the other party was displayed. But who else could have played all kinds of fancy performances right from the start except Chu Sheng? Many professional players now have reached the point where they can tell a person by his or her actions. Others may not be able to tell, but Chu Sheng is the only one who can do such wild and showy actions. If it were anyone else, the one who jumped off the car just now would definitely fall and die. Chu Sheng has already covered his face and slipped away, leaving a seat for C9. With AWM in hand, Chu Sheng cleared along the edge of the safe zone. Chu Sheng was originally strong, and now he has the most lethal sniper rifle in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, making him even more unscrupulous. Headshots are as easy for Chu Sheng as drinking water and eating. As long as the sound of AWM is heard, a player will fall. Why does this guy have so many bullets? Some players even calculated it by heart, and kept a record of every knockdown or kill by AWM. Now they have already exceeded the limit of airdrop bullets. This guy must be cheating. Why does he still have bullets? Other teams were so scared when they heard the sound of AWM that they hid far away, fearing that they would be the next one. If they could hide, the 4 Pittsburgh Knights would not have been chased by Chu Sheng all the way from the lumberyard to the airport. The audience did not understand at first why some teams retreated after Chu Sheng fired a shot, while others fought to the death. As the battle progressed, the number of survivors also decreased sharply. The entire information bar in the upper right corner had no other information, and the word Douyu Chu Sheng kept appearing all the time. How many has Chu Sheng killed? 21. Is this guy going to break his own record? Everyone was stunned. Chu Sheng showed no sign of holding back, and was obviously determined to continue the massacre. Xiaoan couldn't bear to watch it. Why did she feel that these professional players were so bad, when she and Chu Sheng were matched online? If she wanted to kill so many people, she had to consider the right time, place, and people. Xiaoan could have said that she could do it too, and she did. And she did kill people. Wei Jiang and his teammates hid in the corner of the safe zone. And they also did not dare to cross the line. Seeing Chu Sheng was completely bloodthirsty, Wei Jiang hurriedly said, "Let's stay away. Chu Sheng is completely bloodthirsty. I'm afraid he doesn't recognize his relatives." The remaining 3 people also nodded repeatedly. Chu Sheng was really desperate. The teams that offended Chu Sheng yesterday were all wiped out by him. The sound of AWM's gunfire was getting closer and closer. Wei Jiang thought about it and prepared to make a plan. "Let's get in a car and go to the woods at the foot of the mountain. This position is too dangerous now. We will have a face-to-face encounter with Chu Sheng in less than half a minute. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the 4 people got into the car at the same time and prepared to move to the north. In the hail of bullets, Chu Sheng keenly caught the sound of the car engine starting. While following the sound, the AWM scope had been unfolded and quickly locked onto the vehicle that had just started moving. "Since you're here, stay." The crosshairs of the scope locked onto the driver's seat of the Jeep. And Chu Sheng fired without hesitation. Chu Sheng didn't even consider the possibility of missing, and directly crossed the bunker to find a new angle for shooting. Just as Chu Sheng put away the scope and prepared to move, his face suddenly changed and became embarrassed in an instant. The player that Chu Sheng knocked down was none other than 4M's captain Wei Jiang. Wei Jiang was knocked off the car. And Ziguo, who was in the passenger seat, switched to the driving seat without saying a word, stepped on the accelerator, and the Jeep drifted more than 10 meters away. It was too real. After seeing that it was Chu Sheng who shot him in the head, Ziguo didn't even have the desire to save him. What's the point of not abandoning or giving up? If they stopped the car, they would all be dead here. Wei Jiang's eyes were already flashing with tears, and the fat man was now crying like a little girl. "Chu Sheng, your uncle." Wei Jiang fell to the ground. His level 3 helmet had been blown off by Chu Sheng before, and now he was hit by a magnum bullet, and it was directly broken into slag. Chu Sheng himself was muttering in his heart, "There are more than 20 people here. How can it be so easy to trip a mine?" Shaolin saw a person lying on the ground in the distance, and without saying a word, he opened the scope and carefully fired 3 shots with his rifle. It was not until Shaolin killed a person that he realized that the person he killed was actually Wei Jiang. "Hey, why is it Wei Jiang?" Shaolin was a little confused. She just saw someone fall down and wanted to grab a head by the way. This time Wei Jiang's face was even darker. It was okay to be knocked down by Chu Sheng's headshot, but now he was killed by Shaolin, an idol star. Why was this game so bumpy? Chapter 806, The King of the Sai. Chu Sheng covered his face and fled again. Shaolin was confused. But Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi were the only ones who were laughing and watching the show. They also held their breath in this match. Facing the firepower of countless teams, they defended the center of the safe zone and kept everyone out. The captain was not the only one who had resentment. They also had it. The captain was killing people outside, and they had to hold their ground and keep the villains and dogs out. Now the AWM had enough bullets. In the first-person mode, Chu Sheng's reaction speed and accuracy were unmatched as long as he was facing a gun. More importantly, all the teams were under the pressure of Chu Sheng. When they found out that the opponent was Chu Sheng, their confidence immediately collapsed, and they couldn't even display their usual strength. This is the terrifying part of Chu Sheng. He is strong in himself and can also exert a pressure aura on his opponent, causing a weakening effect. Chu Sheng quickly put the matter of knocking down Wei Jiang behind him, locked on other targets, and continued to kill. Ziguo, aka and PPT were all comforting the captain. "Captain, it's okay. Chu Sheng just knocked you down, and we still escaped. As long as we are not wiped out, there is still hope. There are not many players left on the field now, and the strength of 3 people can be retained. 4M has a great hope of getting a top ranking in this round. They didn't even have to do anything. Just wait for Chu Sheng to slaughter and completely eliminate the other teams." The only remaining spark of C9 was now lying in the wheat field and slowly crawling. In order not to expose their position, they even threw away their secondary guns. In the third person, they could still see what they looked like in the wheat field. But in the first person, they could only see the wheat field in front of them. Feeling uneasy, they were always afraid that they thought they were hiding well. But in the end, they were very clear in the eyes of the enemy. Chu Sheng didn't kill them all. "You must hide well. Our ranking will definitely be strong this time." The captain of C9 and other teammates were cheering for the last seedling. After today's game, we have to thank the person in charge when we go back. If the boss had gone there yesterday, we would have been crushed by Chu Sheng today. The voice in the C9 team was not concealed, if it wasn't obvious at the beginning. But now there are only more than 20 players left on the field. As Chu Sheng keeps killing the enemies, everyone can see Chu Sheng's purpose. All the clubs that forced the palace yesterday don't think of escaping today. Up to now, only C9, Liquid, Fizz, HU and the domestic 4M, and if teams are relatively intact. The remaining teams were either wiped out by Chu Sheng or on the way to being wiped out. As he was talking, all the members of HBN fell under Chu Sheng's unreasonable gun. The player was happy at first, but then he felt the pressure. He was the only one left, and if he died, it would be the end. The leaders of the teams who were watching the game in the backstage were livid, and Chu Sheng was slapping them in the face. The leaders of the teams who didn't go had bright smiles on their faces. No matter what, their team survived to the end, and what ranking they could get next would depend on their strength. Hey, Chu Sheng was targeted so badly yesterday. It shouldn't be just a simple revenge. Right? The leaders of these teams had no sympathy in their hearts, and even hoped that Chu Sheng's revenge would be more severe. If they had to set a limit, they hoped it would be 2 days. Chu Sheng eliminated all the enemies he could see, and the rest of the people hid in the bunkers, waiting for the next safe zone to refresh. You stay inside. I'll patrol the edge of the safe zone. With the help of the inside and the outside, the players caught in the middle could say that life was worse than death. After a long battle, the Doyu team finally won the first game without losing a single person. After the first game, the camera swept across the players' faces. All of them were gloomy. After the game was over, the club players who had offended Chu Sheng realized that this game was not the end, but the beginning. In the next 2 days, there were 7 more similar games to be played. If Chu Sheng humiliated them in every game, they would be beaten by Chu Sheng to the point of being unable to take care of themselves, and their mentality would collapse. As usual, there will be a 10-minute break after the game. The last time the two hosts came to interview Chu Sheng, they didn't feel anything. Chu Sheng has proved his strength with his performance these days, even a kind of dominance above the gods. Before the invitational tournament, Liquid, Fizz, and the Pittsburgh Cavaliers were all favorites to win the championship, and even the betting industry opened up. Before the game, the Doyu team was not noticeable at all, and everyone even regarded it as a laughing stock. But it was such a temporary team that beat many favorites to win the championship and professional teams to pieces. Without a human form, it was like knocking dignity and face directly to the ground, then trampling it into pieces with feet, and finally spitting on it. First of all, congratulations to the Doyu team for getting off to a good start in the main competition. This time, both hosts had sparkling eyes. Foreigners admire individual heroism in their bones. But this is a team game. The appearance of Chu Sheng broke this balance and definition. His personal strength is so strong that he can tear apart an entire team. Chu Sheng is the player that people can worship crazily, even among foreign audiences. Many people have become Chu Sheng's fans, and they are fanatical fans. Too strong. Chu Sheng shooting is too strong. It is completely an art. For other professional players, the headshot rate can reach 50%, which is already a very abnormal and strong number. What is Chu Sheng's headshot rate? It's 86%. Even with the headlock plugin, it can't be so high after killing so many people. And in just the first game of the FPV mode, Chu Sheng ranked first in the kill list with 28 kills, far ahead of others. The second and third players are Shujua and Zayashizi. The top 3 in the kill list are directly monopolized by the Doyu team. In addition to domineering, everyone can't think of other words to describe the strength of the Doyu team. Even as long as the Doyu team appears, the remaining teams can safely compete for the second and third places. Excuse me. When Chu Sheng first faced the Gen.G Black team, facing the 4 unarmed people, why did he choose to use fists and crossbows instead of assault rifles to solve them directly? This is the question everyone wants to know. The referee team also has some controversy on this point. It stands to reason that Chu Sheng could shoot 4 people with a rifle and give them a quick death. But Chu Sheng killed 4 people in a very childish way. And some referees in the referee team thought that Chu Sheng was suspected of killing. Of course, in the end, the chief referee and Green suppressed the matter and prepared to test the host first. If it is really because of killing, Then points should be deducted according to the rules, and severe punishment should be imposed. But for the Doyu team, this point now seems to be useless. The first place has 500 points. The team has killed 35 people in total. 525 points. A total of 1,025 points. Hearing the host's question, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. His chance has come. Chapter 807 The Shame of the Reckless World. Chu Sheng had a faint smile on his face. And he was not in a hurry to answer the question. He glanced at the two Jin.G teams, and happened to meet the eyes of the players of the two teams. The Jin.G team was completely scared by Chu Sheng. The last crushing defeat directly made them take the last place. During the break just now, the two teams of a club discussed the plan again. G-Town and G-Port can no longer go. If they go again, Chu Sheng will still catch them and crush them on the spot. They have to find another place. After all, during training, the team has a second set of plans and other landing options. Chu Sheng now looked at them with a smile, which made them feel like they were screwed. This guy's smile looked very strange. Chills ran down their spines, and a bad premonition came to their hearts. The reason for using fists and crossbows is that there are not many bullets, and we don't want to waste precious bullets on them. Chu Sheng looked at the four people provocatively after saying this. At the same time, the cameraman also smelled a hint of gunpowder and immediately gave a shot to the Jin.G black team, capturing the expressions of the four people with bloodshot eyes. It sounds like what Chu Sheng said makes sense. After all, the four people have no guns and are unarmed. Saving bullets at the beginning of the game and using crossbows and fists to solve the problem is indeed a way to minimize losses. But this statement cannot be investigated in depth. 66. Chu Sheng's answer is interesting. There is nothing wrong with this answer. There are few bullets at the beginning, so it is reasonable to use a crossbow. I would do the same if it were me. Can someone explain what this means? Why do you all look like you understand? It is time for me, the famous Detective Cozy, to appear. Chu Sheng's statement seems to be reasonable. But if I put it another way, you will understand. The four losers of the black team are not worth my bullets. Some viewers who did not seek to understand the answer suddenly realized the meaning of Chu Sheng's words after reading Cozy's answer. Others are fake leather. But Chu Sheng is real. He always beats around the bush to discuss Jin.G during the interview. No problem. The revenge is still going on. How can the dirty talk stop? The audience appreciated Chu Sheng's performance. This method should be used to deal with such a shameless Korean. The audience even thought it was too light. Revenge on the court is the court. Rabbit's hand was injured by these guys, so he has to take revenge offline. It's just that this is a bit difficult. The audience is so sensible that they naturally won't make things difficult for Chu Sheng. Do they really want him to go into the hotel with a knife, find the room of Jin.G club, and kill him 7 times? The players of the Jin.G team obviously understood Chu Sheng's implication, and were furious, but helpless, and almost suffered internal injuries. Let him be proud for a while, and we will go to other places in the next game to see how you find him. The captain of the black team gritted his teeth, but it had no effect except making his gums bleed. I wonder if Chu Sheng, as the number 1 in the kill list, has 28 kills in one game. Do you have anything to say? Before the female host's interview, the official also explained that the interview cannot only talk about victory speeches, but also have explosive points. Explosive points. The female host 36E is well prepared, and there is no worry about not having explosive points in the interview with Chu Sheng. Others may need some guidance, but Chu Sheng started to act on his own as soon as he spoke. We all know that the FPP mode is the fairest competitive mode for the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But after the last game, I found that many teams are not worthy of their positions. With their strength, they should not appear on the stage of the International Invitational. Chu Sheng's words directly ignited the whole audience. This is a complete group ridicule mode. The audience smiled, and even the commentators in the broadcast room smiled and said nothing. Chu Sheng started to fight back, one wave after another. As soon as this was said, many team leaders in the backstage were on pins and needles. This guy really dared to say anything. The female host's eyes lit up, grasped the key point, and asked quickly, I don't know which teams you are talking about. Chu Sheng? Chu Sheng smiled and said, I won't say anything that offends people. You will know which ones they are when you look at the scoreboard. Puff. Chu Sheng might as well say it directly. Manager Jean, who led the Jin.G team this time, was drinking water and spit it out. Chu Xing's words were like shrimps and pig hearts. The last few teams, whether the leaders or the players, all looked ugly and gnashed their teeth. Is this implying that their real strength is not good? Hateful. It's okay to just talk. But Chu Xing is really working hard. Even the Pittsburgh Cavaliers, the favorite before the game, only got 15 points in the last game under Chu Xing's targeting, ranking 4th from the bottom. The refund team and the black and gold team of Jin.G under the Pittsburgh Knights were all shaved bald. And the huge 0 points are still on the standings. As the interview ended, some teams were secretly happy, and some teams were uncomfortable. The result of the last game was quite real. All the teams that did not embarrass Chu Xing took the top places. All the teams that participated in the Force Palace incident yesterday were beaten up by Chu Xing. So now they hope that Chu Xing's anger will be stronger, and he will beat them a few more times to stabilize their points. The teams that were hurt by Chu Xing's indirect criticism all bowed their heads and thought carefully about the tactics for the next game. They must not let Chu Xing clean up in advance and sweep the whole team out. The person in charge of the backstage looked pale. If Chu Xing kept suppressing them in this invitational tournament, which affected morale and results, how would the team manager explain to the boss? Otherwise, let's go to Chu Xing to apologize. The person in charge of the refund team couldn't help but think of this. As long as the results were not the last, and they were targeted, refund still had a lot of room to go. As the halftime break ended, the 64 players entered the custom room again and started a new game. Many players were wearing headphones and whispering, "New map! New map! New map!" The reason they were so eager for the new map was that the new map was vast, and it would be more difficult for Chu Xing to chase across the map. That's all. When the loading screen ended, what appeared in front of everyone was still the distant view of the sea and the sky, and the crashed plane that was broken into 2 pieces. Just like everyone's heart, Chu Xing's complaints continued to grow, and there was no sign of stopping. The team that was beaten by him was now begging to be beaten in their hearts. The requests of these teams were presented to Chu Xing in a completely negative way. As an excellent successor of GCism, Chu Xing naturally responded to these not too excessive requests, and he got what he wanted. As the plane took off, the positions of most teams changed this time. The 5th team, which always called itself the Reckless Group, actually landed directly in K-Town, the upper right corner of the map at the beginning of the flight. Chapter 808. Do you know what it means to never give up? Seeing the landing point of Team Fizz, European and American audiences couldn't help but cover their faces and sigh. The Reckless men have started to play operations, which is a complete shame for the Reckless world. Team Fizz also fought hard to compete for the top few places. Now everyone has figured out the rules of the game. These teams that have not offended Chu Xing can develop well, as long as they can safely survive the early stage and wait for Chu Xing to solve their enemies one by one. They can enter the circle and play the finals. In the face of absolute power, any tricks are futile. Even Team Liquid has abandoned its base camp, City Y, to find a new paradise. Almost all the teams used the second plan, and the game pattern changed instantly and became more interesting. Chu Xing also parachuted at the first opportunity, but his target was not K-Town or the Holy Mountain. He flew along the coastal highway, trying to find a vehicle. This time Chu Xing was not alone, but brought Xiaoan with him. The two of them acted together. As for Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi, they still followed the established plan and headed towards the seaside farm. Chu Xing's negative emotions have accumulated more than 100 points. It's impossible. This group of professional players is so enthusiastic. They greeted Chu Xing with all kinds of sincere greetings at the beginning, and Chu Xing was almost moved to tears. This group of people never thought that their complaints and malice would become a butcher knife for Chu Xing to kill them. After Chu Xing jumped, he saw the landing point of everyone and knew that they had all changed their plans. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Did these people think that they would not be able to find them if they changed their plans? Especially the team that chose to float high above his head. Chu Xing dared to be sure that it was the Jin.G Black team. Their first plan was G-Town, and the second plan was the shooting range. The route of this flight took off from K-Town in the upper right corner and flew to the direction of the airport. There was no way to go directly to the shooting range, so it could only land from this place. Everything is under Chu Xing's control. Even if it is completely disrupted, it will have no effect. Anyone who is targeted by Chu Xing can just wash his neck and wait for death, and never struggle. Because in the end, you will find that any struggle is futile. Chu Sheng followed the 4 people closely, and Xiao En followed Chu Sheng's buttocks. The 4 members of the black team felt creepy when they saw 2 people following behind them. "Captain, there are 2 people following us. What should we do?" The captain of the black team took a look and saw that the 2 people were following behind them, pressing step by step. Immediately, he made a decision that these 2 people could not be the Douyu team. The people of the Douyu team will definitely go to G Town or G Port. This must be a team that wants to develop in S City. The captain suddenly had an idea. If they could get rid of them, wouldn't S City be theirs? One shooting range was not enough for 4 people to develop. If they killed these 2 people, the remaining enemies would not dare to come to S City, which would be a good opportunity for them to develop. 4 against 2. No need to be afraid. There happened to be a housing area below the 4 people's parachute, and there was even a car parked at the door of the housing area. The Gen.G team had a large number of people and arranged sufficient manpower. 2 people grabbed the car, and 2 people went into the house to find guns. Chu Sheng was much more straightforward. He returned the parachute and rushed into the roadside toilet with Xiaoen. Seeing the 2 people hiding in the toilet, the players who grabbed the car immediately became excited. "Quick! Let's drive over and block the door so they can't get out. Block them first. Wait until the teammates pick up the gun, and then kill them all." 2 kills. 30 points. For the black team at the bottom of the score. It is undoubtedly a timely help. The jeep started buzzing and rushed directly to the roadside toilet. At this time, Chu Sheng ran out of the roadside toilet, wearing a level 3 suit, carrying an AKM assault rifle, and was ready to shoot. Fuck. This guy came out of the toilet. Why does he have such equipment? The sudden change stunned the 2 players. They couldn't figure out how a small toilet could search out so many high-level supplies. This is cheating. But the next moment, Xiaoen also came out of the toilet. This time he didn't have a level 3 suit, but he was holding a 98K in his hand. And he was very flustered. 2 members of Gen.G. Not only the 2 players, but also the director, commentator and audience were all dumbfounded. This is not a toilet. It is clearly a treasure. When Chu Sheng opened the door and entered the toilet, everyone was stunned by the supplies on the ground. This toilet is simply a VIP toilet. Chu Sheng must have asked the developer to open a Xinhua membership. At this time, it is basically difficult for the jeep to turn around. But you still have to try hard. Maybe you will survive? With a graceful emergency brake, the jeep lived up to expectations, flipped over. It rolled 3 times. And before Chu Sheng could shoot, the 2 people in the car were shaken out of blood and fell directly from the car. Chu Sheng and Xiaoen were both stunned. How can this be so cruel? I haven't even fired yet, and he's already fighting himself. Xiaoen, do you believe this? These 2 are the players of Gen.G Black. Before Chu Sheng took action, he asked Xiaoen. Xiaoen was surprised and asked, "How did you know?" Although Chu Sheng was known to be very powerful, he could tell the identity of the other party by just picking a team of people. Was Chu Sheng cheating? Ha! Do you think I'm talented, resourceful, and almost as smart as a demon? Chu Sheng laughed proudly. He was ready to receive Xiaoen's admiration and praise. Xiaoen, don't believe the captain. Look at the upper right corner. Xiaoju couldn't stand Chu Sheng's pretense, so he chose to straighten his back and directly expose the captain's shameless behavior. Xiaoen looked up and saw the message in the upper right corner, and his face suddenly darkened. She is not a rookie. She just has never played a professional game, and she was too excited to forget about it. That's it. Chu Sheng's face darkened too. Xiaoju, this kid, is arrogant. Without further explanation, Chu Sheng simply pretended that this had never happened. Chu Sheng ran in 2 steps and ran to the 2 enemies lying on the ground, and arranged his iron fist. I'll let you pretend in front of me. I'll let you talk too much. Chu Sheng's fist hit the Gen.G players. Xiaoju, who was far away at the seaside farm, looked bitter. Why did this sound like a warning to him? The 2 enemies who were searching for guns in the house saw their teammates flipped over and were being beaten with bare hands. So they immediately jumped out of the broken window on the 2nd floor. As he landed, Chu Sheng also killed the first player, and a kill message popped up, scaring the 2 enemies to turn around and run without saying a word. My duck. Why is it Chu Sheng again? This guy is a devil. He bumps into each other wherever he goes. Chu Sheng also noticed the 2 people who ran away, and hurriedly dropped the things at hand and told Xiaoen, The remaining person is left to you. Remember to kill him with your fists. After that, he ran after the two people. For the Gen.G team, Chu Sheng has always maintained a spirit of never abandoning and never giving up. Chapter 809, accompany you to the ends of the earth. The jeep was directly overturned by two bastards. If Chu Sheng had this car, he would have rushed over and crushed the remaining two guys. Now we can only walk. The housing area on the side of the road is just a few steps away from the beach. This time, the two Gen.G guys learned their lesson. When they ran, they directly spread a large area of smoke on the road to cut off the possibility of Chu Sheng finding their traces. If they were hit by Chu Sheng in this way, it would really be unacceptable. Captain, look! There is a boat on the shore. When the two saw the speedboat, their eyes lit up immediately. This vehicle is their hope of escape. But Captain, there is a motorboat in the distance. Should we go with it? The player immediately saw that there was a small yellow boat 50 meters away, quietly parked on the sea. It's too late. By the time we get to the motorboat, Chu Sheng will have caught up. Besides, the speed of the motorboat is not as high as the speedboat. It is impossible for him to catch up with us. The captain of the black team has strict logic and well-reasoned analysis. He can be called a logical genius. Chu Sheng fired a few shots through the smoke bomb and found that it had no effect. So he simply put away the gun and continued to chase. Hearing the gunshot, Chu Sheng was already close. The two swam 2 or 3 meters along the coast and boarded the speedboat at the same time. And their faces turned pale. This speedboat has less than a quarter of its fuel left. Can anyone tell me why a speedboat that is almost out of fuel appeared on the beach? The two Gen.G players looked as if they had eaten shit. If they tried to switch to a motorboat at this time, they would definitely be killed by Chu Sheng, who was catching up from behind. There was no doubt about it. Go. Go. Go! This is not the time to hesitate. Hesitating for one more second will bring them closer to death. They can still struggle. If Chu Sheng really dares to catch up, then they will fight back. After all, there are two of them. One person is driving, and the other can turn around and shoot to interfere. Maybe they can also shoot Chu Sheng off the boat. But Captain, I have a pistol in my hand. The co-pilot player wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could a pistol shoot down the opponent? He was not Chu Sheng. Then we will quickly switch seats later, and you will drive the boat. The captain also reacted very quickly. If the pistol didn't work, then he would do it. Unexpectedly, the co-pilot player shivered all over. With a horrified look on his face, Captain, don't be impulsive. You are holding a shotgun. Captain, team member. OB team member times 2. Oh, then I'll drive the boat. Everything depends on you. The will of our Gen.G team must not be broken. Come on. Chu Sheng had heard the sound of the speedboat in the fog. When the fog broke, Chu Sheng saw that the other party had already driven away in a speedboat. Chu Sheng first saw the motorboat on the coastline not far away, and he had a plan in mind. So he squatted down and opened the scope. The seashore was treacherous, and the waves were fluctuating. Even a strong man like Chu Sheng needed to squat down to stabilize the muzzle. Any slight error would affect the final result. Captain, it's bad. Chu Sheng started aiming. The team member in the co-pilot seat was panicked. Being aimed at by Chu Sheng was definitely not a good news. The two felt cold on their backs, and they all felt that they were being targeted. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The co-pilot's face was pale. There is nothing more terrible than being targeted by Chu Sheng. Don't worry. The captain in the driving seat immediately turned right sharply, and the entire speedboat tilted up. Bang! Chu Sheng fired several shots, all hitting the inclined surface and bottom of the speedboat. This tail swing was really wonderful, using the bottom and side of the speedboat to face Chu Sheng, and covering the two people on the vehicle through the perspective. Oh my god! This is a show! Chu Sheng was stunned, and simply put away his gun and ran towards the motorboat. I took aim with my gun, but this guy actually showed off. Don't I? Chu Sheng, have any face? The two players of Gen.G also took a deep breath. The boat almost flipped upside down in the sharp turn, but it finally stabilized, and the sound of bullets was heard. Oh my god! We are not dead. We are not dead. The two players cried with joy. Tears in the sea breeze, escaping from Chu Sheng's hands. The feeling is no less than winning a 5 million jackpot. Go. Speed up now. Chu Sheng ran to drive the boat. We have a chance to escape. The co-pilot looked back. because the first-person driving position can only drive the boat, and can't observe the situation behind him. At this time, the co-pilot plays the role of visual observation. Although the speedboat was running low on fuel, they could only speed up without thinking if they wanted to survive. The captain made a plan in an instant. They must not go to the land. If they went to S City, they would still be hunted down by Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng now had a rifle in his hand, and they still needed to search for weapons to get to S City. So the time and distance they had spent on the boat would all be in vain. Go to the sea. Whether they had equipment or not was secondary. This time, the safe zone was also in S City, and most of the safe zones were on the sea. They ran to the sea at the edge of the map. Chu Sheng would not delay the pursuit for so long. Right? You know, vehicles also have fuel. The farther Chu Sheng chased, the less likely he would be able to go back later. This is a one-way trip to the deep sea. The captain of Jin.G is just gambling, betting that Chu Sheng wants to survive, and will not throw all his chips on them. Indeed, maybe you Chu Sheng can kill us in the end, but you can't go back to land. The two wanted to use this method to force Chu Sheng back. Just as the two were speeding up the boat, Chu Sheng, who ran to the motorboat, suddenly squatted down and shot. The co-pilot team member was celebrating that he had saved his life, when he noticed that Chu Sheng squatted down and shot again. It was too late to remind the captain. Bang! With the sound of the gun. This time, there was no cover to stop the bullet. Two roaring bullets stirred up a cloud of blood mist on the sea surface, and the two shots hit the enemy's neck and body respectively. Even with a bulletproof vest, these two bullets are extremely deadly. The person who fell into the water could not be rescued, and the system directly determined that he was dead, leaving only a wooden box on the sea surface, stubbornly indicating the trace of his existence. The player in the co-pilot position was like thunder, and hurriedly switched to the driving seat, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and headed towards the depths of the sea. The enemy's dying struggle posture was quite funny in Chu Sheng's eyes, and he sneered, "Do you think I will let you go if you run to the deep sea?" He tried to fire a few more shots, but all the bullets fell on the speedboat. The side of the AKM was too weak, and Chu Sheng could no longer accurately lock onto the enemy. He had to put away his gun in disappointment, ride on the motorboat, and chase after it. No matter where they are, they will wipe out the Jin.G players first. Xiao En. Search in the wild, and then go to S City quickly. Find a place to hide, and don't come out. The safe zone is in the north, and these uninhabited areas will soon become hot territories that everyone will scramble for. Chapter 810 Swimming General. You can hit this. Is there any justice in the world? The captain who was knocked off the boat was cursing at this moment. If there were no rules, he would have stood up and smashed his keyboard in half. You must survive. If you run out of gas, jump into the water and swim. You can't let Chu Sheng harvest you. As the last seat of the black team, you must do everything you can to survive. The motorcycle started to accelerate directly, speeding in the wind and waves. When Chu Sheng started, the speedboat was already a small dot on the sea. It even got farther and farther away during the pursuit. No. Come back quickly. The fuel of this vehicle doesn't seem to be enough to accelerate a round trip. Chu Sheng was so focused on the Jin.G players that he didn't even look at the fuel of the motorboat. The audience found that the motorboat only had 1/3 of the fuel. If it accelerated to catch up, it would probably not come back. The director was also very smart. He cut the camera and patrolled the coastline, from the wild area where Xiaoan was, to the coastline around S City. There was no third water vehicle. Only the players present didn't know that there were no vehicles on the coast. As Chu Sheng chased farther and farther, it meant that it would be difficult for him to come back later. If the opponent is Jin.G, I think Chu Sheng will chase them anyway. The audience was quite worried. It didn't matter if Chu Sheng went there. If he died, he died. It was a bit unfair to leave Shui Lingling alone in S City. Do you know what will happen to such a virgin girl? Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi are at the farm by the sea, out of reach. If Chu Sheng knew what the audience thought, he would definitely be full of questions. What do you mean he will die? Isn't he the hope of the whole village? The speedboat in front has almost lost its trace, but Chu Sheng still insists on chasing. If they are not seen anywhere else in the field of vision, it means that the other party is continuing to move forward into the deep sea. Just catch up with them. Chu Sheng only noticed the fuel level of the vehicle at this time, seeing that it has been reduced to 1/4 of the fuel level. His heart sank. Now he is half a grid away from the coast. That is, 500 meters. At the current speed, I am afraid that if I rush to the edge of the map, I will have no fuel to return. However, Chu Sheng never thought of giving up. Not winning the game is a small matter. Killing the Gen.G club is their top priority. Besides, even if they don't win this game, it doesn't matter. Their points are already the best among the crowd. Even if a first place is released, no team can surpass their points. Chasing all the way. The fuel of the speedboat in front has run out, and the contestant jumped off the speedboat directly, hiding behind the speedboat with a fixed perspective. The first-person perspective is very inconvenient, and the contestant just hopes that Chu Sheng will not catch up. The waves on the sea surface are layered one after another, and the contestant even sees the map at the edge of the map. Now all he can do is wait. Chu Sheng has not pressed the acceleration key since he noticed the fuel. The opponent is a speedboat that consumes more fuel than him, although the speed of the motorboat is not fast. As long as the acceleration is not pressed, the fuel consumption is very small. After moving forward another 100 meters, Chu Sheng saw an isolated speedboat floating on the sea in the distance, which was the one he was chasing before. Oh, you're not running anymore? Out of gas? With a target. The advance was smoother, and soon Chu Sheng drove the motorboat close to the speedboat. No one knew where the man had gone, and the motorboat only had a very small amount of gas left, giving people the illusion that it would immediately stall if they increased the speed. If he wasn't on the boat, he must be in the water. Chu Sheng looked around, especially at the place under his feet. But after observing for a long time, he didn't find the enemy. Chu Sheng was not afraid of him climbing onto the motorboat. You know, in the back seat of the motorboat, you can't aim at the driver, and the muzzle will automatically adjust to the left and right to bypass the driver. Chu Sheng slowly started the motorboat and went around the other side of the speedboat. But he didn't find any trace of the enemy. Where did this guy go? After looking around, Chu Sheng still didn't find the enemy. There was no vehicle, and there was no drowning prompt in the upper right corner. The man must be here. There was no floating head in the sea in the distance. So Chu Sheng took out his gun and waited for the enemy. Although he didn't see the enemy, Chu Sheng made a careful analysis and determined that the guy who abandoned the ship didn't run far away. It is very likely that he is a water ghost in the water nearby. There is a time limit for holding your breath underwater, and Chu Sheng doesn't believe that this guy can stay in the water for his whole life. He moved the motorcycle a little bit and drove it to the side of the speedboat. Chu Sheng jumped into the water and prepared to switch to the speedboat. As soon as he fell into the water, he saw the enemy hiding under the speedboat, and the two of them stared at each other. Chu Sheng immediately got on the boat and cut out his assault rifle. The audience laughed so hard when they saw this scene. It is estimated that the players underwater did not expect Chu Sheng to jump down suddenly. The last seedling of Gen.G underwater, at this moment, was helpless. What good would it be if Chu Sheng found it? Even if I suffocate to death, don't let Chu Sheng get his head. Since Chu Sheng found it, Gen.G had no choice but to wait for death. At this moment, a crisp sound seemed to be heard. Then Chu Sheng jumped into the water from the other side, dived into the water, and started to stare at each other again. Wait, was there a sound just now? Boom! Before the player could finish speaking, the grenade exploded directly in the water, instantly crushing the last member of the black team to ashes, and scattering the ashes in the sea. At the same time, the speedboat was also blown over, and the motorboat was detonated. No one in the Gen.G team thought that Chu Sheng actually had a bomb on him. How much stuff did this guy pick up from a toilet? The captain of the black team wanted to cry. How the hell should he play when he met such a player? He came out of the toilet and was directly equipped with a godlike outfit. What the hell should I do? The black team was declared annihilated. Looking at the expressions on the faces of the four people, although they are angry, they seem to have gotten used to it. Don't panic. At least this wave has delayed Chu Sheng's opportunity. If he wants to swim back from here, he needs at least one circle. You know, it takes more than 1.5 minutes to cross the strait at the airport. Don't ask me how I know. And Chu Sheng is now about 1 kilometer away from the coastline. If he wants to swim back, even if he takes 5 minutes, he will be considered a poor swimmer. They can delay Chu Sheng for 5 or 6 minutes. They are even more awesome than the Pittsburgh Cavaliers. In the last game, they fled from the lumberyard to the airport, and only delayed Chu Sheng for 3 minutes. This time they delayed Chu Sheng for 5 minutes. And it seemed that they could brag about being the best in the universe again. just when Chu Sheng was swimming a kilometer freestyle. The sound of a plane buzzing came from the sky behind him. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and a smile rose on the corner of his mouth. The equipment delivery is here. Chapter 811. I'm already wearing a magical outfit before I even get ashore. Chu Sheng swam hard, and the plane delivering equipment flew over his head, dropping an airdrop directly at the edge of the safe zone. The airdrop was less than 100 meters away from Chu Sheng. And what was even more fatal was that according to Chu Sheng's current swimming speed, he just happened to swim over when the airdrop fell. All the audience felt suffocated. This luck was too good. Right? Did Chu Sheng eat a koi when he was having dinner yesterday? Chu Sheng, there's an airdrop over your head. Xiaoyan just ran along the road to S City and saw the plane on the sea dropping a big airdrop and leaving in style. Chu Sheng was delighted to know that the airdrop was right above his head, and he threw the bad luck transfer effect on Gen.G's gold team. Xiaoyan had a strong desire to survive, so he ran to the long house on the other side of the road and hid directly in the kitchen attached to the bedroom door. Xiaoyan didn't know about this room before, but when he was playing games with Chu Sheng reminded him that there was actually a door in the house and a small kitchen inside. Nothing in the house moved. Xiaoyan hid in the kitchen waiting for Chu Sheng's arrival. Chu Sheng swam for a while, and the airdrop box slowly fell in front of him. Exactly. Level 3 bag. Medical kit. M24. 15x scope. The audience was silent. This airdrop was really good. In the past, such airdrops could only get 70 points. After all, there was no level 3 helmet. But in Chu Sheng's eyes, this airdrop could definitely get full marks. Even the commentator was stunned. Although he had seen this kind of scene before, he still couldn't help but sigh. This guy is so lucky. Put on equipment and continue to swim hard. When Xiaoyan came over, he had already looked along the coastline, and there were no water vehicles. The two people at the seaside farm also quickly finished their search and prepared to rush to a city to meet up with the two people. According to Xiao Ju, Chu Sheng was too ungentlemanly to leave the young lady in the city alone. Chu Sheng was speechless, but he still comforted Xiaoyan. Hide in the house. If someone comes later, you must not make any noise, and wait for me to come ashore. Xiaoyan glanced at the map and couldn't help saying, by the time you swim back, the game will probably be over. Chu Sheng was speechless, and could only swim hard. There was no gunfire in S City, and no one went here when parachuting. So this place attracted the attention of many people. The location in the center of the safe zone would definitely be beneficial if it could be occupied in advance. Xiaoyan hid in the house trembling. There was a window in the kitchen, so Xiaoyan didn't dare to stay near the door, for fear of being exposed. He hid in the innermost part of the house away from the window, with the muzzle of the gun pointed towards the door. It wasn't long before Xiaoyan heard the sound of a speeding car and a horn. Very arrogant. The first thing he did after entering the city was to honk the horn. Then he found that no one was there, and parked the car directly beside the low wall, and killed 4 people from the car. 4 players from HPN are coming, and Xiaoyan is the only one in the city. I don't know if she will be caught. The director adjusted the screen to the big map again. Chu Sheng was still wandering in the vast sea, still a long distance away from the land. You can't even find any changes in Chu Sheng's position between the last time the director opened the map and this time. A kilometer of swimming is so far that it makes people despair. The 4 HBN members got out of the car and saw a red color rising from the sea in the distance. Captain, there is an airdrop on the sea. The sharp-eyed team member immediately pointed to the far north of the sea. The team responded immediately. 3 people searched in the city, and 1 person went to the beach to find a vehicle to take down the airdrop. Then Xiaoyan heard a vehicle passing by the window, and immediately passed the news to Chu Sheng. Someone is coming from the city, and another one is driving to the beach. Chu Sheng, be careful. Chu Sheng dived into the water when he heard the sound, and also warned Xiaoyan not to make any sound and wait for him to come. There are no vehicles on the beach, so this guy will never swim to pick up the airdrop. Seeing this distance, he should be discouraged. If he can't pick up the airdrop, then this guy will definitely turn around and search in the city. The long house where Xiaoyan is likely to be the first target of the enemy's search. It is in danger. Don't make any sound. I will come to rescue you after I get ashore. Chu Sheng is very clear about Xiaoyan's strength. He has no power to fight against professional players. HBN players came to the beach and found that there was no ship on the entire coastline. The airdrop was so far away that even the misty red smoke was a little hazy. After thinking for a while, He chose to give up picking up the airdrop. If it was swimming, it would take several minutes to go back and forth, which was totally unnecessary. He turned around and prepared to search the room area. His teammates went to the church and the restaurant to search, so he would search the other side of the road. Xiaoan hid in the room and heard the rustling footsteps approaching. His limbs were numb, and he couldn't use any strength. Here they come. They are coming. Chu Sheng. What should I do? Xiaoan panicked. In the last game, she had killed Wei Jiang heroically, because she had Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi as bodyguards. This time, she was alone, and Chu Sheng, the only one who was close to her, could only comfort her verbally, but couldn't give her any substantial help. Chu Sheng opened the map while swimming. Where are you in the long room now? Chu Sheng could only roughly see Xiaoan in the long room on the map, but could not see the actual room. It's the room you told me before. Chu Sheng immediately understood, and after a while he said, the room has two parts. You hide behind the stove inside, with your whole body against the wall, and don't move even if you hear the door open. Pick up everything on the floor in the kitchen. Xiaoan immediately did as he was told, picked up the bandages on the floor, and hid behind the stove inside. The reason for choosing this place is that there is a wall next to the stove. It's more like a partition than a wall. Chu Sheng remembered that the partition was 1 meter wide, just enough for one person to hide, provided that the front was close to the wall. If it was a third-person perspective, then this method would be absolutely stupid. Now in the first-person perspective, if the enemy just opened the door and took a look, he really couldn't find Xiaoan, unless the other party walked in and the field of vision expanded. He would notice that there was a person hiding in the corner. This is exactly why Chu Sheng asked Xiaoan to pick up all the things. Just as Xiaoan finished doing this, the door creaked. The enemy came in. The enemy has come in. Xiaoan was very nervous, and his hand holding the mouse was shaking slightly. Then came the sound of footsteps, and the sound of the door being opened. Less than 10 meters. Xiaoan remembered that there was a head armor in the bedroom outside the door, but she didn't move any of it. Chu Sheng told her not to move. Even if there was a level 3 head armor in front of her, she wouldn't move at all. This is not an online match. Chu Sheng is there to support her. This is a professional match. Any mistake may cause variables. Don't worry. It will be fine. Chu Sheng was also quite nervous, but he could only comfort Xiaoan in this way. Chapter 812. The airdrop fell again. Xiaoan took a deep breath and felt very uncertain at the moment. Hiding in the corner in the first person, there was only a wall in front of him and nothing else. Xiaoan always had a wrong association, thinking that he might reveal half of his body, or a gun, and that in the eyes of the enemy, there was a guy trying to cover up his crime. Uneasy. But Xiaoan trusted Chu Sheng's decision 100%. Squeak! With a sharp sound of pushing the door, Xiaoan's heart was in his throat, and he kept muttering, "Don't see me! Don't see me!" Shujia and Xia Shizi drove to the air raid shelter. They didn't even search the villa area. They just rushed over to protect our goddess. As the number 1 Douyu team, it would be too embarrassing if they couldn't even protect the substitute girl. Even if they won the game, they lost the whole world. Chu Sheng was still swimming hard. He didn't feel far away when he was chasing. It was really hard for him to swim. The HBN player opened the door, glanced at it, and found that there was nothing inside. So he turned around and went out to continue searching. Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief. And the three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Xiaoan's health bar was normal. It seemed that Xiaoan had not been discovered. The footsteps were still on the first floor, rustling and rustling. After a while, Xiaoan heard the sound of someone coming upstairs. And then the footsteps appeared above her head. He's on the second floor rooftop. Chu Sheng gave Xiaoan some more instructions, telling her not to move and not to let the enemy find out. The contestant picked up all the things on the rooftop and wanted to jump down directly. But when he thought of the airdrop on the sea, he felt infinitely worried and looked back at the sea. It didn't matter if he looked at it. He squinted his eyes and searched for a long time, but he didn't find the airdrop. But he found that there seemed to be a person swimming on the sea. The contestant was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had seen it wrong. He took out his red dot rifle, held his breath, and used it as a 2x scope to take a closer look. He really saw something moving at a high speed, with a shallow white trail behind it. The audience was shocked. Chu Sheng was discovered. Chu Sheng did not realize the seriousness of the matter and continued to wander in the ocean of knowledge. When he found that Xiaoan was silent, Chu Sheng asked casually. Xiaoan, is that guy gone? Xiaoan listened to the footsteps on the rooftop. The guy seemed to be standing above his head. He is still on the rooftop, just above my head, and has not left. After Xiaoan finished speaking, Chu Sheng was frightened and trembled, and immediately dived into the water. The things on the rooftop can be picked up in less than 5 seconds. There is only one possibility for this guy to stay there. Bai Lian suddenly disappeared on the sea, and the signal was obvious. He immediately called his companions. There is someone on the sea. When he finished speaking, he immediately realized that this person might have gone to pick up the airdrop. And when he returned, he might have swam all the way back, because he had no fuel. Everything was explained. Why there is no boat on the coastline is because someone drove it away to pick up the airdrop. This airdrop is very far away, and after picking it up, it was abandoned halfway due to lack of fuel, and then swam back hard. The 4 of them quickly communicated in the voice chat, and the 3 team members continued to search, leaving the first player to continue monitoring on the 2nd floor rooftop. Xiaoan, has the person left? Chu Sheng was holding his breath and swimming in the water. He had already covered half of the distance. He would be able to swim to the shore in 2 minutes. It seems that he hasn't left yet. Do you want me to attract his attention? Xiaoan was not stupid. Chu Sheng asked again and again. The guy above him didn't leave again. It was obvious that he was targeting Chu Sheng. So he asked this question. Make some noise to divert the attention of the contestants upstairs. But if that happened, Xiaoan might not be able to save himself. Don't do anything stupid. He can't kill me with his breath. When the breath holding time was up, Chu Sheng surfaced from underwater and continued to swim towards the beach. Bai Lian appeared on the sea again, and the player was overjoyed. Don't worry. Wait until you get closer. He only had a red dot assault rifle in his hand. If he fired now and disturbed the enemy, he might swim to other places and let a big fish go in vain. Wait until he reaches the beach and has no cover before shooting, and steadily take the head and the courier together. The HBN player was very excited. Before, he looked at the airdrop in the distance inside, and now someone helped them get it back. Isn't it wonderful? Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi originally planned to cross the bridge outside Y City, but they heard fierce gunfire before they got close. So they had to choose to go around from the east side of Y City, now that he knew someone was aiming at him. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, and was in a dilemma. He had a high-power scope and a sniper rifle, but there was no cover after landing. And even when he approached the beach, the enemy's bullets poured over him. He was only 200 meters away from the coast, plus the distance from the long house to the beach, a total of 400 meters. When he approached the shore, he would definitely be treated by a storm. If there was no other way, he could only find a way to force a breakthrough. Of course, this was the worst way. The 3 players of HBN were still searching, and their teammates were watching them on the front line. What they had to do now was to arm themselves as soon as possible. They had already regarded the enemies on the sea as something in their pockets. They were concerned about other enemies. City S was in the center of the safe zone, and other enemies would definitely come to kill them at the first opportunity. That would be the time for a real battle. When Chu Sheng swam to 100 meters from the shore, the first poison circle shrank, and a new safe zone continued to refresh in City S. HBN, who was hiding in the city, was grinning. Their luck was the son of destiny. It would be unreasonable if they didn't win this game. The sound of a plane roared again in the sky, and even the flight route was exactly the same as the last one. Green, the creative director in the background, asked with a trembling tone, Data, is there anything abnormal? The developer's technician shook his head, with a bitter look on his face. Such weird data has never appeared before. And this time, the World Invitational has encountered all of them. The data is quite bizarre. But there is no problem. The technicians have also heard a lot of rumors outside. But they really didn't do anything. It's just that now, the yellow mud is falling off the crotch. And it's not shit. Just as Chu Sheng was swimming and thinking hard about the strategy to get ashore, a fresh airdrop was thrown down from the sky. But Chu Sheng didn't dare to stop and look up. And he moved in AZ shape in the water, for fear that he would be shot by the opponent if he stopped. Does anyone know if there is a high-power scope on the other side? Chu Sheng. The person above me moved, and it seems that he jumped down. Xiaoan heard the sound of footsteps on the roof, followed by the sound of jumping down from the building, and it seemed to be heading towards the coast. After all, Xiaoan is not a professional player, so he could only hear so much. Chu Sheng was stunned. This guy was running towards him. At this moment, a huge airdrop suddenly appeared in front of him and landed on the beach. A huge umbrella also fell and disappeared immediately. Where did this airdrop come from? Chu Xing immediately reacted. This person saw the airdrop, so he came to take it and got rid of himself by the way. At the same time, a string of sand suddenly stirred up on the beach to the left of Chu Xing. This was splashed by bullets hitting the ground. Chapter 8:13 Professional Players Who Can't Even Beat the Girl Group. Not only the people watching on the roof of the long house, but also several others hurried here. HBN had bright smiles on their faces, which were only seen during the holidays. This was God's help to them. A lone player who picked up an airdrop, and a brand new airdrop. Both airdrops were firmly controlled by HBN, and they occupied the center of the safe zone. They had everything: time, place, and people. What else could stop them from taking the first place? Xiao En, if you come out to the main entrance of the long house now, you can see an enemy running towards the beach. Shoot to attract attention. Chu Xing still had 20 meters to swim to the shore, and the enemy was already rushing towards him. Bullets splashed on the beach and the water. But Chu Xing's swimming position was very cool, and the opponent had only one person standing high to shoot, which gave Chu Xing space and possibility to move. Chu Xing's figure blocked the rushing player on the one hand, and as his feet touched the beach, half of his body was soaked in water. But it did not affect his shooting. The M24 with a 15x scope opened the scope and shot in one go. Chu Xing did not even need aim. The guy on the roof of the supermarket on the right fired more than a dozen shots at him. Chu Xing had a clear position, and even if he closed his eyes, Chu Xing thought it would not be much different. While Chu Xing was targeting the rooftop player, Xiaolin also ran from the house to the door and saw the enemy running towards Chu Xing at a glance. Her 98K did not have a scope, but fortunately the 98K's machine sight was the friendliest of all guns, and even Xiaolin could barely master it. Aiming at the running enemy, Xiaolin saw that the guy suddenly put away his gun, took something off his waist, and held it in his hand. Chu Xing, this guy is going to throw a grenade, Xiaolin said, aiming at the enemy. But the opponent's head jumped up and down as he ran, making it difficult to lock. Chu Xing knocked down a man and was pulling the bolt to change the bullet. When he heard Xiaolin's words, he immediately turned around and hid in the water. The instantaneous explosion of the bomb at this distance is no joke. Even Chu Xing can't dodge it. Xiaolin was extremely anxious. She couldn't lock the opponent's position in 3 seconds. Similarly, the enemy's grenade was also held in his hand for 3 seconds. No matter. It will be too late if we don't shoot now. Xiaolin made up her mind, aimed and moved the crosshairs forward, and then a gunshot exploded. Then a line of knockdown information appeared on Xiaolin's screen. She knocked down the HBN player with a headshot with a 98K. The player was about to throw a grenade, but after being knocked down, he lay on the ground, and the grenade fell out of his hand and rolled in front of him. A second later, a black mushroom cloud appeared on the beach, accompanied by an unwilling human life. How could there be someone in the house behind? This was something he could not figure out no matter what. He had searched all the rooms in the long house one by one. At the moment when the player on the roof fell to the ground, HBN saw Chu Xing's ID and was already scared to death. The two simply abandoned their teammates and drove away without looking back. Xiaolin heard the sound of the car and immediately spoke out. Don't worry. They can't escape. Xiao Ju and Xiao Shizi's voices suddenly sounded. And then a car suddenly rushed down from the hillside of the warehouse in the distance like a god, rushing towards the fleeing enemy head-on. Little Lion stuck his head out from the passenger seat, holding a DP-28 and firing directly. The muzzle flash and sound flew together, and the driver was shot down in a single encounter. The car lost control and crashed directly into the toilet door on the side of the road. Before he could get out of the car, he was killed directly by Shujua, who switched seats and fired. The 4 people of HBN were completely wiped out, and each member of the Douyu team had a head. Xiaolin didn't expect that she could actually headshot with one shot, and she smiled when she reacted. This time she killed the professional player alone without the help of others. The 4 people of HBN were beaten into autism, especially the player who was headshot by Xiaolin's 98K. After watching the death replay, his face turned green. The opponent stood at the door, aiming with the machine-sighted 98K for 4 or 5 seconds, and looking at the crude movements. It was a shame to be knocked down by such an amateur player with a headshot. and the opponent was hiding in the inconspicuous kitchen of the longhouse. I can only blame myself for being blind and not taking a few steps in, leading such a hidden danger. Being played by an amateur player, a female player, or a girl group idol. The player's mentality collapsed directly. Captain, can you please not let me play in the next game? The HBN player said that he needed to rest, heal his wounds, and comfort him now. Are you sure you can't play anymore? The captain of HBN frowned. They did have substitute players, but the willpower of a player is the most important. If he went off the court to rest, it is likely to leave a shadow for a lifetime, and his original strength will drop sharply, and more mistakes will occur. The player nodded firmly. If he continued to play in the next game, he would probably collapse. He just wanted to be quiet now. The Douyu team regained control of S City. Chu Sheng took advantage of the time when Xiu Jua and Xiao Shi came out of nowhere to lick the airdrop box clean. This time, the airdrop box produced an AWM, which came with a sniper rifle fast expansion magazine and an 8-fold scope. Xiao En, here is something good for you. Xiao En heard Chu Sheng's call and ran over happily. I didn't expect that Chu Sheng would leave an airdrop for him in such a competition. It was really touching. Xiao En ran up quickly, still trying to take credit. I'm awesome. I killed you with a headshot with a machine-aimed 98K and saved your life. Yes. Yes. The female hero is a great shooter. So this is just borrowing flowers to pay tribute to Buddha. Chu Sheng made way. Xiao En ran to the airdrop box and took a look, and his face was immediately full of black lines. So you repay me with an assault rifle? Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi covered their mouths and laughed. Chu Sheng would kill himself sooner or later. Chu Sheng said calmly, that's wrong. You already have a 98K. And this assault rifle also uses 7.62mm bullets. Xiao En. It complements each other. Fuck. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about black airdrops being trashed so righteously. He really deserves to be the captain. Xiao Ju had a dull look on his face. He couldn't catch up with this move even if he flattered his horse. But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ju heard the sound of an AWM, accompanied by a burst of murderous aura. Xiao En thought about it, and it seemed that what Chu Sheng said made sense. Only then did she see Chu Sheng carrying an M24 and an AWM. She couldn't use double snipers, so AKM was pretty good. Now there was no need to search. Just lick the boxes of 4 people, and all the resources of the entire S city were in hand. Such weapons and equipment. Such a safe zone. In the eyes of all the audience. All the time. Place and people were occupied. And this chicken dinner was a foregone conclusion. But lying in the safe zone to eat chicken. Is this Chu Sheng's style? Taking advantage of the 3 people occupying the high ground. Xian Gawara Sheng directly stole the car and left S City in a flash. Chapter 814, if the game is not for showing off, it will be meaningless. Chu Sheng was secretly happy. Now he can even steal his teammates' cars without being noticed. He is so elusive. After Chu Sheng left, Xiao Ju smiled and whispered to the other 2. Captain thought no one knew about the plan. But he didn't know that I had already filled the car with gas when I parked. Okay. Now I know. The snicker on his face, just now, was instantly restrained, and replaced with a serious expression. Now it was the turn of the 3 teammates to laugh. Xiao Ju felt relieved after this slap in the face. Chu Sheng rushed out of the north with awe. As soon as he crossed the bridge, he heard gunshots one after another, coming from the farmland inside and outside the city. Chu Sheng drove straight into the farmland without saying anything and parked the car next to a toilet. He was at the periphery of the battle, some distance away from the center of the intense battle. Chu Sheng lay on the ground and listened to the sound for a while, and analyzed that at least 4 forces were fighting. There were 2 teams in the farmland, and 2 teams in the city. The farmland was already outside the safe zone, and the edge of the safe zone was inside Y City. Now the 2 teams in the city also had a tacit understanding. Resist foreign aggression, and then the 2 teams in the city will argue. After analyzing the current battle situation, Chu Sheng was instantly angry. Are the teams outside the safe zone not human beings? They have to be bullied like this for nothing. The teams in the city are illegally forming a team. Chu Sheng is the one who hates bullying the weak. Now that he has such an opportunity, he will naturally step in to uphold justice. Chu Sheng took out the M24 with a 15x scope and quickly aimed at one of them. The roaring bullet shot out from the barrel, even causing ripples in the surrounding wheat fields. Then a player fell to the ground. Chu Sheng's idea appeared again, and immediately made the players in the battle restrained a little. Both teams in the city retreated and dared not fight on the front line. Although the player who was knocked down by Chu Sheng just now was wearing a level 3 helmet, his health bar was not full in the poison circle, and he was still knocked to the ground by a shot. Go without worry. Since I killed you, I will take your karma and help you solve your enemies. Otherwise, I will not be able to sleep or eat. Chu Sheng was pretending to be powerful here. If someone could hear him, they would be surprised at a person's shamelessness. It turned out that Chu Sheng's upholding justice meant that he killed the enemies in the wheat field by himself and left no points for the enemies. This is really a benevolent act. Chu Sheng is a genius in logic because he did not solve the problem but solved the person who raised the problem first. The sound of the M24 gun was extremely violent. Like the roar of thunder, the enemy found an angle to hide, and Chu Sheng got on the car and kept changing positions along the farm. In less than a minute, the two teams hiding in the wheat field were cleared by Chu Sheng alone. Okay, now you don't have to worry about being attacked by enemies in Y City. Chu Sheng replenished some medical supplies from the box pile and drove directly into the city. Don't be afraid. I have a level 3 helmet. I will show a flaw later. His M24 can't blow up the level 3 helmet with one shot. Then it depends on you to fight back. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights hiding in the city was calm. He thought this was the only way to fight against Chu Sheng, and the only chance to break Chu Sheng's slaughter. Withstand Chu Sheng's M24, and two teammates attack at the same time. Chu Sheng must be restrained. Captain, I think there is a lot of hope this time. Maybe we can really kill Chu Sheng. The players of the Pittsburgh Knights also felt that this was a good opportunity for God to give them to break Chu Sheng's invincible myth. In the case of equal vision in the first person, there is a bait, and the other two people can shoot and step on Chu Sheng as long as they hit. This time, all the credit goes to this level 3 head. Chu Sheng drove directly into the city. After analyzing the gunshots, he could roughly determine the positions of the two teams in the city. He entered the city with force, and his cool driving skills did not cause him much damage, and all the bullets missed. At this moment, the two teams in the city felt that a beast had rushed in, and they felt that they would be in trouble if they were alone. It's a pity that the countless sniping attacks from both teams failed to stop Chu Sheng, and he still allowed this guy to successfully enter Y City. Damn. Why is this guy driving so flexibly? I'm impressed. There is still a routine of a car sticking to the wall in a professional competition. Before Chu Sheng fired a shot, the fighting spirit of the two teams began to fade, and their mentality was completely broken by Chu Sheng's cool driving skills. Why can this guy suddenly stick to the wall and move vertically on a flat road? The car is completely sticking to the wall. This can only be performed by a stuntman. Right? Walking against the wall not only stunned the players of the two teams, but also surprised the audience at Chu Sheng's driving skills. Chu Sheng's motorcycle is already extraordinary, and I didn't expect his driving skills to be so amazing. I guess the enemy didn't expect that there is such a way to get out of sight. Avoiding the enemy's sight, Chu Sheng parked the car directly at the door of the building in the rich area, and jumped out of the car to face the door directly. This building has an excellent location. One team of enemies is in the C-shaped building, and the other team is in the building next to the rich area. The point chosen by Chu Sheng directly hits the throat of the two teams, goes straight up the stairs, and directly to the roof. The Pittsburgh Knights had already brewed the previous plan. As soon as Chu Sheng rushed to the top of the building, a huge level 3 helmet appeared on the opposite side. Seeing this, Chu Sheng took out his AWM without saying a word and shot the opponent down. At the same time, two other players appeared on the left and right sides. Chu Sheng was still shot when he lowered his head. Although the damage was not high, the durability of the level 3 helmet was reduced. Fuck. Why does this guy still have an AWM? The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers, who fell to the ground, was stunned. This guy actually had 2 airdrop sniper rifles. How could he be so lucky? Could it be that the developer did something behind the scenes? Chu Sheng had already prepared the energy when he went upstairs. These details made it unnecessary to waste any opportunity in this situation. Seeing the name of the Pittsburgh Knights, Chu Sheng was instantly happy. Didn't he just want to find them and gen dodgy gold? And they came to him directly. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights fell for the first time, and fearing that Chu Sheng would throw a grenade at him, he struggled to crawl towards the rooftop stairs. It was safest to help people in the stairs, and there was no need to worry about throwing objects. But Chu Sheng seemed to have expected it. He took out a Molotov cocktail and held it in his hand, aiming at the stairs, not where the opponent fell before. This guy's grasp of the battle situation and understanding of the enemy is really amazing. Shroud has watched so many games for days, and today's FPP mode is considered the main game. Originally, he, like everyone else, thought that Chusheng played too much in TPP mode, and that FPP mode might have some disadvantages or unfamiliarity. Unexpectedly, like the audience, he was slapped in the face. This guy's strength has reached an impeccable level. Chapter 815 Chusheng's Precision Brain. Hexagonal Warrior is really not just talk. Shroud was initially amazed at Chusheng's shooting skills, because this guy's headshot rate is really too high. He is a player who is good at headshots. The habit from his career has been retained until now. When facing the enemy, he subconsciously locks the crosshairs on the headshot line, so that he can headshot in the first place. If the enemy is not killed by a headshot, he knows that there will be a kind of obsessive-compulsive regret, and he will keep thinking about it in his mind and improve. But even so, Chusheng's headshot rate is still far ahead, reaching a terrifying 86%. What a terrifying number this is. I'm afraid no one except Shroud can really understand it. In the eyes of others, this is just a probability of nearly 100% explosion rate. For Shroud, this is no longer something that can be achieved at a purely technical level. So he watched more carefully, remembering every choice and every move of Chusheng, seeing the big picture from the small, jumping out of the simple gunmanship technique. Shroud truly saw the horror of Chusheng. Deja vu. 3 words often mentioned in competitive games. The map of CS GO is not large, so you only need to focus on tactics. But the 8x8 map is so vast. In addition to tactics, the mastery of the entire game process, the mastery of the enemy, and even every poison circle, every bridge, and every stronghold may become the winning hand that turns the game around. This is where Chusheng is great. Every decision seems to be made impulsively, but in fact every time is the best solution. If I have to describe it in one sentence, Chusheng's brain is a computer. After analyzing thousands of routes, he chooses the one with the highest success rate. Many changes caused by choices are favorable to him. For example, this choice, inserted between the two teams, is quite correct. At the same time, it blocked the possibility of the two teams escaping. If other positions were chosen during the fight, the other team would most likely take the opportunity to slip away. This position now eliminated this possibility. Chusheng could even open a station with both sides at the same time. Of course, this is only a theoretical possibility. Chusheng should not be so rampant as to challenge the Pittsburgh Knights and Gen.G Gold at the same time. That's right. The other team is Chusheng's #1 enemy, Gen.G Gold team. Sometimes life is so coincidental. The two teams have a tacit understanding and want to punish Chusheng through tacit cooperation. Yes, Chusheng is really good. You have wiped out all kinds of engines and fought 1 against 4. But now it's 1 against 8. Are you afraid? If Chusheng can answer, the answer is naturally I am afraid. But I am afraid of you. The situation of 1 against 8 will not happen, because Chusheng has thrown the Molotov cocktail in his hand. The sound of the Molotov cocktail is extremely subtle, without the crisp sound of the grenade pulling the fuse, and it is hard to defend against. The distance between the two buildings is less than 10 meters. When the Pittsburgh Knights player saw the Molotov cocktail, it was too late to shoot. Chusheng's eyes seemed to have X-ray vision, penetrating all the low walls and guardrails, and accurately threw it to the stairs of the rooftop. As the bottle cracked, the fire started immediately. The players who were trying to save others were also on fire, so they immediately stood up and avoided the dot area on the ground. However, the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights, who fell down, was burned to death at the entrance of the stairs. Damn! I forgot about the Molotov cocktail. In the official competition, many professional players subconsciously forgot to throw objects, not just grenades and smoke bombs. The Molotov cocktails were very effective, and the Pittsburgh team was immediately injured and disabled. When the opponent showed his head and shot, Chusheng had already observed that the other players were all wearing level 2 helmets when he shot the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights. Chusheng pulled the bolt of the AWM to reload, and jumped up and fired a shot, pinning the player, who was running with fire all over his body, to the ground. There were only 2 people left in the Pittsburgh team, and Chusheng did not hesitate any longer, because another team of enemies in the distance saw the situation here, and reacted to fish in troubled waters. Chu Sheng regretted why he didn't have an assault rifle on him. He took a look at the M24 in his hand and saw the crowds on the roof of the C-shaped building not far away. Chu Sheng said to himself, in fact, M24 is also okay. He took a few steps back, stepped on the slender guardrail with an accelerated jump, and used the force to jump again, jumping directly to the roof of the opposite building. The remaining two players of the Pittsburgh team were like rootless duckweed on the water, completely panicked at the moment. The commentators were still thinking for Chu Sheng, and the team next to him was also ready to move, recovering from the panic and wanting to attack Chu Sheng. Just as everyone was preparing to analyze a wave, Chu Sheng jumped directly between the buildings with a gun. This unexpected move caught everyone off guard. Even Shroud, who was watching the live broadcast of the main game, was shocked and kept saying, "What the hell?" He didn't understand the meaning of Chu Sheng's statement. If it was an assault rifle, he would have the same reaction as Chu Sheng, jumping over and killing. But now Chu Sheng was holding two sniper rifles, and the other AWM hadn't even been reloaded. How could he kill two people with only one bullet? Chu Sheng shot directly with his M24 from the hip while in midair. The audience didn't have time to speak, but at this moment everyone had a sentence in their mind. The hip-shooting monster is coming. Bang! As Chu Sheng landed, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a ball of blood mist burst out from the head of a contestant standing behind, and he fell to the ground without any struggle. The contestant standing in front of the guardrail was only 2 meters away from Chu Sheng at this moment, holding a fierce AKM assault rifle in his hand. As long as he reacted, he could beat Chu Sheng into a hornet's nest in an instant. It's over. Chu Sheng made a mistake in shooting. He should have shot the man in front of him. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were immediately disappointed. At this distance, even if it was given to an ordinary player, he could kill Chu Sheng instantly without even opening the scope. If Chu Sheng had shot the closer player in the head first, he might have been able to rely on his extraordinary body skills to deal with a distant enemy for a while, and wait for the next opportunity to fire the sniper rifle. Sure enough, even Chu Sheng can make mistakes in calculations. Shroud couldn't tell what kind of emotion he felt in his heart. There was regret, and there was also relief. As the saying goes, no gold is pure, and no man is perfect. The strength and state that Chu Sheng showed in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is that of a perfect man. The current situation shows that Chu Sheng can't predict all situations, and he will make mistakes in operation. Instead, Shroud feels a sense of normality and wants to challenge Chu Sheng's courage. Chu Sheng is not invincible, but at this moment, Chu Sheng stepped on the guardrail and jumped again. At the same time, he stretched his arm behind him and took out a cold and shining sickle. The damage of the second-level helmet is reduced by 40%. The basic damage of the sickle is 60 points. The headshot damage of the sickle is 2.5 times 60 is equal to 150 points. 150 times 0.6 is equal to 90 points, which means that the sickle will cause 90 points of damage on the second-level helmet, and it takes 2 knives to kill the opponent. Chapter 8:16 What a fast knife! Chu Sheng started to calculate when he jumped, and had already thought of a solution while in the air. The last remaining player of the Pittsburgh Knights also reacted at this time, and Chu Sheng was right in front of him. The earphones were full of the voices of his teammates, all shouting for him to shoot and kill Chu Sheng. At this time, he also reacted, and his heart was suddenly ecstatic. Chu Sheng had a small sickle in his hand, and he had an AKM assault rifle in his hand. Anyone can tell who will win when they meet on a narrow road. A wave of close-range single kills made Chu Sheng a stepping stone for him to become famous. At this moment, what the Pittsburgh player saw in his eyes was not a ferocious enemy, but a pile of money, fame and fortune, and the peak of life. The muzzle of the AKM gun flashed with fire. Because Chu Sheng was almost close to him, there was no need to aim. He shot directly from the hip. Just like Chu Sheng's action in the air, the enemy on the roof of the C-shaped building not far away saw Chu Sheng jumping over the building, and his eyes were full of shock. He shot in a hurry, but all his shots were in vain. They never thought that Chu Sheng would choose to jump over directly. He was carrying 2 bolt-action sniper rifles. Not only the two teams, but also the audience and the commentator were worried after Chu Sheng's leap just now. How could this guy choose such a reckless way? Doesn't Chu Sheng have the least respect for the bolt-action rifle? You still have to have off for the game. The enemy's AKM has opened fire, and everyone has foreseen Chu Sheng's fate, being swept to death by the AKM. The player did not retreat, but stood still and output. Chu Xing's first knife successfully cut the guy's head. And then a surprising scene appeared. Chu Xing's body was still bearing the enemy's firepower output, but his feet did not touch the ground, and his whole body came out in a straight line. The second sickle was swung, and the player fell directly to the ground and turned into a box. Good. Such a fast knife. Until his death, the player did not react to why Chu Xing's flying body turned into a straight line, and could swing 2 knives in such a short time. Then Chu Xing lay directly on the ground in a fish-like posture, also avoiding the attack of the enemy in the C-shaped building. What kind of operation is this? I surrender. The Grim Reaper's sickle is not in vain. I was completely blinded. This operation was too suffocating. Chu Xing jumped over and used the sickle, and actually killed the opponent, who was using the assault rifle. Chu Xing's health was also suppressed to 4 or 5 points. With only a thin layer of blood left, he took a deep breath. He was determined to fight to the death this time. Fortunately, he had a level 3 armor. If he had a level 2 armor, he would have been on the funny list. Chu Xing lay on the ground and began to take medicine to recover blood. Then he stood up and collected some supplies, and began to target the players in Building C. Before everyone could recover from Chu Xing's operation, the acceleration and 2-stage jump to the flying building just now had already made people stunned. There were very few normal players who could do this, and even professional players would have the probability of making mistakes. Chu Xing used this trick when there were still 2 people on the opposite side. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was dancing on the edge of a knife. But Chu Xing succeeded. How can we reason with this? With less than 10 HP, the time of 1 bullet, the interval of 0.08 seconds determines the outcome. If there is any mistake, the person lying on the ground now will only be Chu Xing. Unbelievable. This guy can't be judged by common sense. Shroud in front of the computer shook his head frantically. Such a wild and dangerous behavior would definitely not be done by him. He, Shroud, also has many unexpected actions, such as walking on the road without cover to seduce the enemy. He is confident that his gun pulling and shooting skills are more accurate than the enemy, so he took this approach. But Chu Xing was just gambling. Fortunately, he won the bet. At the same time, Shroud also found something different. Chu Xing's action of straightening his body in the air just now seemed to have some tricks. After the kill, he did not land on his feet, but laid down on the ground, avoiding the momentary stiffness after his feet landed. This fish-in-one action, if used well, can be very effective. Not only can it avoid damage, but it can also have miraculous effects. The audience watched the excitement, while masters like Shroud watched the tricks. Chu Xing, this guy, is a treasure. You can learn a lot of unique skills just by watching the video. The Pittsburgh Knights' faces were livid. Chu Xing had already outperformed them. Of course, this could not be blamed on the last teammate. If everyone had been in his place, they would not have performed better. Well, you have tried your best. We may not have performed better if we were in our place. The player was still watching the death replay over and over again. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched. Just a little bit. Chu Xing only had a little bit of health left. If he could fire 1 more bullet, all the wins and losses would be turned upside down. It was all because of that 0.08 seconds. In the past, if someone said that a player with an AKM could be killed with a sickle in the face, these professional players would never believe it. But now, they believed it. Chu Xing's sickle kills appeared in the information bar in the upper right corner, which once again caused a sensation among the players on the field. Even the foreign commentators praised, Chu Xing is really proficient in all kinds of martial arts. These strange weapons have never appeared in professional competitions. Since Chu Xing came on the field, there have been so many incredible kills. Counting vehicle kills, fists, sickles, revolvers, Win-94, grenades, and even metaphysical fire. He is really proficient in all kinds of martial arts. When everyone was amazed again, Chu Xing had recovered his condition and replaced the bullets of both bolt sniper rifles. Chu Xing threw the M24 on the ground and replaced it with the AKM assault rifle in the box. Hee. Assault rifles are still more useful. Bolt-pulling snipers are too thrilling. Building C is about 100 meters away from the rich area, so Chu Xing can't play One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest this time. However, a distance of 100 meters is still a distance that professional players can accurately hit with a red dot scope. Chu Xing threw his high durability level 3 helmet directly on the ground and replaced it with the previous Pittsburgh team captain's level 3 helmet with a lower durability. His careful calculation showed people another side of Chu Sheng. I don't know if the Pittsburgh team will be mad to death if they see it. I don't know if they are mad to death. But I am so happy. Just do it. Don't show mercy to the Koreans. Chu Sheng. Hack them. For anti-Korean. Chu Sheng and all the audience have the same mood. Hack them. Bang. Chapter 817. The four of you are surrounded. The shooting never misses. Whenever there is a gunshot, one person will fall. Immediately, Chu Sheng saw the kill information at the bottom of the screen. Gen.G Team Gold. Chu Sheng had no other expression except a smile. It was no coincidence that Team Gold appeared here. After all, Chu Sheng had transferred his bad luck to Team Gold. It was fate that the other party could appear here. After knocking down one person, the other three dared not raise their heads. Chu Sheng suppressed the arrogant Team Gold with one shot. It was impossible to kill the whole team by shooting across the street. Chu Sheng had to run to Building C and kill 4 people. It was just that he needed an assault rifle. But he didn't want to kill someone and then run up to get the M24. Chu Sheng retreated and began to constantly change his main firearms. AKM and M24 appeared alternately on the ground. And Chu Sheng dragged the 2 guns directly to the door of the first floor. The commentator and the audience were all stunned. Chu Sheng could use such a trick, which was really difficult for him. None of the 4 members of the gold team on the roof of the C building dared to look up. At this time, they missed the third-person mode very much. At least in the third-person mode, they could still see the movements of the opposite side, and they would not become deaf and blind like now. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of footsteps downstairs, which immediately aroused the vigilance of the 4 people. Are there footsteps downstairs? The captain of the Gene team asked with his heart beating faster. It seems yes. The other 3 players heard it. But they were afraid. If it was really Chu Sheng's footsteps, wouldn't it mean that this guy ran over to surround and kill them? Sigh. Why use the word surround and kill? You. Look up and stand up. The captain of the Gene team designated a team member. But the team member shook his head frantically. No. I won't go out. The player refused very straightforwardly. Going out meant being shot in the head by Chu Sheng. Being knocked down is not a big deal. But no one wants to experience that helpless feeling again. In the face of absolute strength, this kind of despair can shatter a person's psychological defenses. Then you go. The captain of the gold team designated another teammate, shaking his head like a rattle. Before the third person spoke, he had already shirked his responsibility in advance. Captain, you go. Anyway, you have been knocked down once, and it's no big deal to fall down again. The player's words were impeccable, and the captain opened his mouth for a long time without knowing what to say. Okay, I'll go. The captain of the gold team was also a little angry, and he stood up and said, I will use my actions to prove to you that Chu Sheng is not so terrible. Even if I stand up and take a look. Bang! Before he finished speaking, he stood up and looked downstairs. It was at this glance that he saw Chu Sheng, who had been holding up the AWM and jumping back and forth. Chu Sheng attracted the enemy with the sound of his jumping footsteps. He waited for a few seconds and found that no one was looking out. Chu Sheng was a little surprised when Captain Jean became so timid and cautious. Could it be that he was so scared by him that he didn't even dare to test or scout? In the end, Captain Jean was very respectful, and the captain took the lead and took Chu Sheng's shot. Captain Jean fell to the ground. His eyes were dull, and his face was lifeless. Chu Sheng's slap in the face came too fast like a tornado. His face and dignity were all swept into the eye of the storm and torn to pieces. Seeing the captain fall to the ground, his helmet broke off. The remaining 3 wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They were shaking while trying to hold back their laughter. See, they said something would definitely happen. But the stubborn captain didn't believe it, and even set a flag. Now the stubborn captain is really gone. The captain of the Gene team felt humiliated and didn't say a word. After being rescued by his teammates, he just squatted there silently and sprayed medicine. The other 3 teammates restrained their smiles. And it was obvious that the captain was autistic. The footsteps outside gradually disappeared, and the 4 people felt a sense of fear and urgency in their hearts. Chu Sheng had already gone upstairs, and they became lambs to be slaughtered. Captain, what should we do? The 3 asked the most reluctant question. Now the captain has been stunned and probably can't make any useful decisions. The awakened captain shuddered and immediately realized that danger was approaching. How could they stand still? We will guard both sides of the rooftop and see who he will attack first when he comes in. Guarding the corridor. Sorry. Team Jean didn't dare. They only had 4 people acting at the same time, especially stretching the battle line, so that Chu Sheng couldn't kill directly at once. 2 people on each side lined up, as if the school leaders came to guide, and the students stood on both sides of the gate to welcome them. Chu Sheng is not a supernatural being. As long as he comes up the stairs, he will face the strongest firepower network of the Golden Team. No matter what method he uses, he can only attack one end and cannot escape death. The captain of the Golden Team is confident in his plan. Such a defense line is invincible. But in the eyes of the director and the audience, this behavior can only be described as childish. Even the audience knows what to do. Chu Sheng has something like a stun bomb on him. Any random one can teach the Golden Team a lesson. In the eyes of the audience, the Golden Team has become a useless team, and they are useless snacks that the audience can kill. With the current reaction and level of the Jean team, they were restrained under Chu Sheng's high pressure and had long lost the composure and calmness of professional players. The sound of footsteps hit the tense nerves of the 4 people. Captain, why do I feel that this method doesn't seem to work? Another team member raised doubts. But as soon as the voice fell, the captain forced him back with a look. Each country respects the elders and the young. Today, the 3 players repeatedly defeated the superiors. The captain remembered all of them in his heart and prepared to teach them a lesson after the game. But the momentum and dignity of the captain had been shattered by Chu Sheng, and the other 3 players did not agree with the captain's decision in their hearts. Chu Sheng quickly went upstairs. When he reached the stairs, he saw the door open wide, as if tempting him to rush in. Chu Sheng didn't think twice, and threw a stun grenade to test the way. Then, he heard panicked footsteps. Needless to say, all these idiots were fooled. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed like a pig. Are all Jin Dodgy Gold useless? They hit on both sides to welcome him, but were blinded by his stun grenade. Oh! It seems that it can't be called dog eyes, which is too insulting to dogs. They were delivered to the door. So how could Chu Sheng refuse? He rushed up with an assault rifle. The 4 people were blinded and ran around and fired. The bullets either hit the wall or shot directly into the sky. Chu Sheng fired one by one, and finally calmed the 4 people down, turning them into 4 quiet boxes. It was simple, and Chu Sheng even thought about showing off his power later. But he didn't expect that the Gen Dodgy Gold team was cruel to others, and even crueler to themselves. In order to prevent Chu Sheng from showing off, they would rather be blinded by a stun bomb than let Chu Sheng show off. What a spirit of self-sacrifice. They would rather be scolded by thousands of people than give Chu Sheng any chance to show off. Chapter 818 Shrimp and Pig Heart. After killing 4 people, Chu Sheng was too lazy to lick the box. Just kept shaking his head, indicating that it was boring. Picking up the M24 again. Driving his beloved car, Chu Sheng once again embarked on a journey of making trouble. Chu Sheng was really bored by Gen Dodgy Gold. Originally, he was thinking that the other party would resist more fiercely. The more fiercely they resisted, the more excited Chu Sheng would be. But the Gen Dodgy Gold team played a welcoming game right from the start. I'm afraid there is a traitor in the team. It's really shocking that they chose such a wise tactic. Chu Sheng's interest was all disturbed by these 4 guys, and he had been gloomy since he came out of Wise City. The camera also keenly captured Chu Sheng's expression and gave a close-up shot. After strangling the Pittsburgh team and the Gold team, why is Chu Sheng still gloomy? At this time, he should be happy. After the male commentator finished speaking, everyone's eyes unconsciously cast on Xiaobai, and only she could answer this question. Xiaobai pondered for a while, and felt that this special guest commentator was wrong. How did it become your tacit understanding with your partner column in disguise? However, since the question has been raised, the audience also looked puzzled and wanted to know the truth. Maybe Chu Sheng felt that it was too easy to defeat Gen Dodgy Gold, and the opponent's resistance was as fragile as paper. So he was unhappy. After hearing the explanation, everyone was even more confused. You are so upset when the enemy slackens their resistance? Shouldn't you be happy? In response to the subsequent commentary and the audience's questions, Xiaobai smiled but said nothing. Could it be that Chu Sheng is a sadist? After targeting the enemy, the harder they struggle, the happier Chu Sheng is. Jin Dodgy Gold makes Chu Sheng unhappy. Well, Chu Sheng, will make everyone unhappy. After leaving Y City, Chu Sheng ran to the place where there was gunfire. Wherever he went, there were corpses everywhere, and no grass grew. The gunmanship is simple and violent, and he can do whatever he wants without using his brain. There were several times when Chu Sheng was in danger, but he used his skills and awareness to make up for it, and turned the disadvantage into an advantage. As a result, many teams were unhappy, although there was no Xiaobai to explain for the foreign audience. As long as they were not blind, they could see that Chu Sheng's expression was not very good after he defeated Jin Daji Gold. Obviously, the blame should be put on the Koreans. For the players present, the rest of the game was boring. Anyway, they were all killed by Chu Sheng's headshot. The only difference was whether they would be killed by M24 or AWM. The audience was enjoying the game, and every shot Chu Sheng made was enough to cause amazement. If there were no spectators in the main competition, I'm afraid every time Chu Sheng fired a shot, the audience would be excited. The game ended quickly and boring, and the two Gen Da-Ji teams were still shaved bald. Looking at the 8 people, seeing their faces were livid, Chu Sheng finally welcomed a smile on his face. Audience, comfortable. The 3 teammates also breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Sheng looked ugly, and they were also worried, fearing that he did not do well and won the captain's lottery. After the game, the host interviewed as usual. Seeing the host with a smile like a flower, Chu Sheng also smiled. The female host asked very sharp questions, and Chu Sheng's answers were also very sharp. The two smiled at each other and felt a tacit understanding. Well, seeing that you are smiling so happily, I guess you are ready to answer questions again, right? Faced with the female host's question, Chu Sheng shrugged and said jokingly, I have even thought of the answer, and I just need a tacit question from you. Then I won't say more to you. I'll ask directly. The audience wanted to know why your face suddenly became gloomy after killing Jen Daji Gold in the last game? It should have been something to be happy about. Chu Sheng smiled, stretched out his hand and interacted with the female host, then took the microphone and began to answer. It seems that we really have a tacit understanding. The answer I thought of in advance just corresponds to your question. The faces of several people from the Jen Da-Ji team in the distance were obviously not good. They had to cue them in the post-match interview, and everyone suddenly had a bad feeling. Chu Sheng's thoughtful answer was probably related to them. I was in a good mood at first. After all, I picked up 2 airdrop guns, and the next game went smoothly. Unfortunately, when attacking Jen Daji Gold, I thought they had prepared defenses, and I needed to go through 1,000 difficulties and 9981 difficulties to kill 4 people. But I never thought that the 4 of them were just lazily standing on both sides to welcome them. And a stun bomb solved it. Chu Sheng suddenly looked up and looked at the female host sincerely. Do you understand that feeling? Jen Daji Gold is a very strong team in Asia. I have been prepared to challenge such a strong team alone. Unfortunately, the fighting spirit and technical and tactical level they showed made me feel that they did not value me, and even dealt with me carelessly. So after killing 4 people, I was very unhappy for a while, because I felt that I was despised. Chu Sheng's words were heartbreaking. The 4 players of Jen Daji Gold were scared to death at the time, and made this choice under the order of the captain. Now that the game is over, Chu Sheng bit back, making them want to vomit blood. How could Chu Sheng slander someone for no reason? Now the players of Jen Daji Gold really want to grab the microphone and shout. They are really bad. Not acting badly. But do you think people will believe this? When answering the question, Chu Sheng praised the other party, and said that Jen Daji is one of the best teams in Asia. With this premise, who would think that this team is really bad? Yes, I said Gold Team, which was originally the 2nd place in the Asian Invitational. Why did they perform so badly just now? Even if I go up, I can kill 4 people. So they were playing passively. It turns out that Koreans have no sportsmanship. Both domestic and foreign audiences expressed doubts about Jen Da-Ji at this moment. Passive attitude is related to sportsmanship. Besides, Jen Da-Ji is not weak. It is a strong team in Asia. It is impossible for them to make such a simple mistake. Jen Da-Ji had a hard time speaking. Only the winners were qualified to speak in the interview between the games. Being dragged into the issue of competitive spirit, the impact caused by this matter was very bad. As the interview ended, the female host led people to leave directly. Jen Da-Ji looked eagerly, but unfortunately could not say a word. Looking at other teams, The look in their eyes when looking at Jin.Ji was a little strange. Even if it was difficult for them to beat Chusheng, they did not give up and fought Chusheng head-on. Looking at these Koreans, they were actually passive and lazy at this moment. What a loser! The players began to move freely, and the team members were all praising Chusheng for his hidden thorns. What he said just now would definitely have a significant impact on Jin.Ji. At this time, Chusheng suddenly saw the captain of the gold team. His face flushed, and he went to the toilet in a sullen manner. What made Chusheng's eyes light up was that he was the only one who went to the toilet. Chapter 819 Single Killing the Enemy's Lone Player. He stood up calmly, saying I'm going to the bathroom, and left his seat. The three were still immersed in Chusheng's previous speech with the female host, which was really heartbreaking. Even if Jin.Ji performs well next, it will inevitably be hunted down by Chusheng's revenge. You know, Jin.Ji is really bad, not deliberately letting them win. But the audience certainly doesn't think so. After all, it was the second-place team in the last Asian Invitational, the famous Jin.Ji team. And even Chusheng praised it. How could such a team be really bad? Jin.Ji is having a hard time. But they can't prove it. What to prove? They are really bad, not deliberately letting the opponent win. How to prove this? The more you explain, the worse it gets. But even if they put all their efforts into fighting, they still can't beat Chusheng. And they can only be beaten. A feeling of powerlessness surged in everyone's heart at the Jin.Ji team seat. On the way to the bathroom, Chusheng carelessly glanced at the positions of the two Jin.Ji teams, and found that everyone's faces were full of annoyance and frustration. And many people were dejected by Chusheng's words. You have to know that the Korean people are the stupidest and most ignorant. They will attack public figures without thinking for some trivial matters. With Chusheng's words, they will surely be warmly received by the people when they return home. You know, these idiots can do anything. Even on the website of the National Blue House, they called for the execution of XXX. And the signatures could reach 300,000. And XXX is just a comedian. No one followed. Chusheng had already made a plan in his heart. The captain of the Jin team seemed to have not realized that someone was following him, and walked into the bathroom with his head down. Chusheng followed closely behind, found a urinal next to Park Ji-hyo, and started to flush. Don't think too much. Chusheng just wanted to go to the toilet, that's all. Play well in the next games. Otherwise when you return home, the public will think that you let the game go, and your future will be in jeopardy. Chusheng's words were like a sharp dagger, stabbing into the heart of Park Ji-hyo, the captain of the Jin team. He looked up and was shocked to find that the person who was peeing next to him was actually Chusheng, who hated him so much. If Chusheng humiliated them, they would not mind. But Chusheng held Jin.Ji and belittled their behavior to nothing. When he said that in the interview between the games, Park Ji-hyo could already imagine the uproar in the country. This guy wanted to stab them to death. Now the culprit came to the bathroom. Park Ji-hyo subconsciously looked back and found that no one else came in, and immediately showed a sinister face. The same trick was used again. Park Ji-hyo sneered and said in unstandard Chinese, I wonder if the Doyu team can find another substitute player? Hearing the threatening words, Chusheng's face suddenly changed, and he looked terrified. You? What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Park Ji-hyo tied his belt, looked back again, and lowered his voice. It's obvious to tell you that we did the last rabbit thing. But so what? There is no surveillance in the bathroom. No one can prove anything. So, it turned out that you really did it. Chusheng was furious, but helpless. There are only two of us this time, so it's even harder to explain. I don't need to provoke you to start the fight first, Park Ji-hyo said, clenching his fists and making a crackling sound. Chusheng's face was panicked at first, and Park Ji-hyo felt extremely happy when he saw Chusheng's fearful and cowardly look. Chusheng on the court was a god who had the power of life and death. Whoever he wanted to die must die, and he couldn't escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. But in reality, he was also cowardly, and the fear in his eyes was the best stimulant for Park Ji-hyo. His emotions, anger, sorrow, and expression could all make Chusheng feel scared. Here, he is the god who controls life and death. But Chusheng burst out laughing. He laughed very smartly, which made Park Ji-hyo feel dazed, as if the fear Chusheng showed before did not exist at all. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I forgot that there are only two of us here, and no one else will know what happened. let alone explain it clearly, Chu Sheng said, holding up his cannon, sinking his chi into his dantian and exerting force, and urinated directly. The water flow containing internal strength sprayed directly on Park Ji-hyo's face. As Park Ji-hyo reacted in a daze, he shouted loudly, and some of it went directly into his mouth. Even Chu Sheng himself frowned and felt a little sick when he saw the scene. Ah! Chu Sheng, I'm going to kill you! Park Ji-hyo felt nauseous and immediately raised his fist to swing at Chu Sheng. During this time, he was hit in the face again. Chu Sheng looked relaxed, and every move of Park Ji-hyo was clearly seen in his eyes. When the fist was swung, Chu Sheng even trembled and pulled up his pants. Park Ji-hyo's face was covered with urine stains, and his angry eyes seemed to swallow Chu Sheng directly. This punch did not satisfy his hatred. Chu Sheng suddenly dodged and stretched out his leg to block the opponent's right leg that was not exerting force. He pulled it slightly, because his center of gravity was unstable when he exerted force, and his body flew forward directly. Chu Sheng half-crouched and fastened his belt. Park Ji-hyo passed by him like a gust of wind, accompanied by a cracking sound. There was a scream of pain. Even the contestants at the main venue heard this howl of resentment and pain. Everyone who heard it shuddered. The staff reacted quickly and immediately rushed over following the sound. Chu Sheng's eyes flashed with cunning, holding up his pants with both hands, and saw Park Ji-hyo covering his hands in pain, secretly happy. Hooked by Chu Sheng's leg, this guy was caught off guard and punched the wall directly. What does it feel like to hit the wall with all your strength without reservation? Chu Sheng had never experienced this before, but he knew it was not light just by hearing the snapping sound and looking at the blood stains from Park Ji-hyo's fingers. In less than a minute, a staff member rushed in. Seeing the chaotic situation, Chu Sheng was distracted and immediately shouted, Park Ji-hyo hit someone in the bathroom, and I dodged and punched him on the wall. The staff who came and looked at the current situation, Chu Sheng holding up his pants with both hands, Park Ji-hyo covering his bloody hands, and the wall of the bathroom also had cracks. So they naturally accepted Chu Sheng's words. Park Ji-hyo, who fell to the ground, almost vomited blood, but the pain made him unable to speak a complete sentence. Slander. This is all filth. 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 Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, Hack you. You are a little train. Whining non-stop. Chapter 820. Have you ever seen someone hit someone after letting them win? The staff believed Chu Sheng's words. This guy from Jin.G must be retaliating because Chu Sheng killed him several times in the game. The staff even imagined Park Ji-hyo's motive. Chu Sheng tried hard to hold back his smile and really wanted to give the staff a big heart. They were really wise and brave. Park Ji-hyo heard everything and said in despair, No. 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 Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and thought to himself, No. Sister, do you think it's a balloon that has been blown away? Why is it so endless? As the two staff members explained the situation on the intercom, more and more people came in. Even Jin.G club manager Jean and the developer's creative director, Green, the person in charge of this event, came over. Manager Jean pushed the staff away when he came in, and saw Park Ji-hyo lying on the ground groaning in pain, and his eyes were full of stars. It must be Chu Sheng that you have set up Park Ji-hyo. Quick! He hit someone. Catch him! Manager Jin's eyes were bloodshot. His face was flushed. His neck, which was originally difficult to notice, simply disappeared, and the flesh on his face was shaking. And Jing, Manager Jean, we will handle this matter ourselves. Green frowned slightly. He had a bad impression of Manager Jean. Send the injured Park Ji-hyo to the hospital first. Remember to go out the back door. Don't tell the media about it. Got it? If the news leaks out and I know who did it, the staff will be fired and the club will be disqualified forever. Green said at the end. His eyes stayed on Manager Jean, looking directly into his eyes. Manager Jean was so angry. Do you think he was worried about Park Ji-hyo? The idiot? In his eyes, a player like Park Ji-hyo, who was submissive, was no different from a dog. What he was worried about was that the black and gold teams were competing together this time, and there were no extra substitutes. Now that Park Ji-hyo was injured, the gold team was missing one player. Wouldn't the whole team be implicated, lose the qualification to compete, and be expelled from the field? This was what made him the most angry. Park Ji-hyo. This idiot. Couldn't he have called one more person to do this kind of thing? Manager Jean agreed with Park Ji-hyo's approach. But for this idiot choosing one person to deal with Chu Sheng. He really wanted to kick this guy in the face and spit on him for being more trouble than help. He was originally planning to create public opinion again, discredit Chu Sheng, and let the power of public opinion influence the developer's final decision. It was just his little plan. But Green saw through it at a glance and ordered that the matter was strictly prohibited from being leaked. And Green's eyes told Manager Jean that what he said was true. The consequences were serious, and he should think it over before speaking. Manager Jin's thoughts were suppressed at once, and he looked at Chu Sheng, wishing to eat him alive. Park Ji-hyo was carried out on a stretcher, and the medical staff temporarily disinfected and treated the wound, and identified it as a fracture. Chu Sheng was delighted to hear the result of the identification. The fracture was really refreshing. However, all this was Park Ji-hyo's own fault. If he had chosen to save some strength and hit it lightly, it would have been just a soft tissue contusion like the rabbit. This guy had evil intentions, and he deserved it. Even if the fracture is recovered, his career is probably completely ruined. Repaying revenge. In just one day, Chu Sheng avenged the rabbit's injury, and used the same method to make Jin Da-ji sick. Of course, this kind of revenge is far from enough for Chu Sheng. After Green listened to the staff, he took another look at the scene and had an idea in mind. Manager Jean was still insisting that the developer should give Jin Da-ji a clean name and Park Ji-hyo a clean name. Chu Sheng sneered and said, "Manager Jean keeps saying he is clean. So if you take the initiative to hit someone, would you not even pull up your pants? How can you hit someone without even pulling up your pants?" Manager Jean was stunned for a moment and was choked by Chu Sheng's words. With a red face, he held it in for a long time. "Maybe you can hit someone without pulling up your pants. Go and see Park Ji-hyo. I was clearly using the toilet here, and this guy suddenly attacked me when he saw me. And I didn't even have time to pull up my pants before I reacted. And even peed on him. How can I take the initiative in this situation? This. Manager Jean couldn't make up any more stories. He hated Park Ji-hyo so much. When Green and the staff heard this, the truth was clear. No one could fight without wearing pants. Isn't this courting death? Chu Sheng was unfortunate. Park Ji-hyo seized the opportunity. But Chu Sheng was also lucky. At the last moment, this guy slipped and punched the wall. Well, it was the Jin Da-ji players who provoked first. There were no signs of tearing or beating on the two. This was one-sided violence. Green's face was cold. The developer company was also from H country. As a foreigner, he had seen a lot of the shamelessness of the Koreans. But they actually tampered with the International Invitational. This will ruin the reputation of the developer. Jin Da-ji Gold will withdraw from the competition. I wonder if Manager Jean has any opinion. Green said he would withdraw directly from the competition as an explanation for this incident. If it gets out, the bullying incident in the International Invitational will be a loss for both the developer and the club. Manager Jean is still trying hard to think of a countermeasure. But he is still hesitant when he sees Green's face gradually getting colder. Manager Jean, don't make a mistake. This is already the best way. Are you really going to force me to make the truth of the matter public? Green's words made Manager Kim abandon all his fantasies. In the previous interview, Chu Sheng had already put the Jin Da-ji team on the spot. If a bullying scandal was reported at this time, the club would be finished. Okay, then let's say that Park Ji-hyo was accidentally injured in the middle of the game, which caused the Jin Da-ji Gold team to withdraw from the competition due to lack of personnel. The Koreans were still shameless this time. Originally, the Jin Da-ji club arranged a team, but because of public relations, the main players and substitutes in the club were divided into two teams, the gold team and the black team. So the probability of winning the prize was greatly increased. But I didn't expect that Chu Sheng, this guy, used a little trick to directly dismantle the main gold team. Now both Jin Da-ji teams will definitely miss the top spot. Mr. Chu, what do you think of this? Green was a little humble. After all, this was too biased towards the Jin Da-ji team. Green thought that Chu would definitely refuse righteously, and then negotiate the terms. Unexpectedly, Chu nodded in agreement after hearing it. No problem. But I also need to speak after the announcement. If Chu was allowed to speak, he didn't know what murderous words he would say, so he was ready to refuse without saying anything. Don't worry. I will never say bad things. Chu smiled and looked well behaved. Chapter 821 The Touching Esports Spirit. Chu Sheng was disgusted by this internal transaction that disregarded the spirit of competition. looking at their faces full of trade-offs. Chu Sheng felt sick. After leaving the bathroom safely, Chu Sheng washed his hands at the sink to adjust his mood. Now that the gold team had been dragged into the water by his own method, he only needed to get rid of the black team. Chu Sheng could not use the trick of expelling them from the court. After all, with this precedent, the security department would definitely pay attention to it. Chu Sheng had heard Green's instructions that after each game, special security personnel would be arranged at the door of the bathroom, and they would be able to intervene at the first time if there was any disturbance. But Chu Sheng wanted to use the same method to eliminate the black team. If the black team was also eliminated, who would take the last place? Chu Sheng is not the kind of unreasonable person. What belongs to you is definitely yours, and you can't escape it. After drying his hands and taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed in the bathroom. It's not an exaggeration to say that he looked radiant. Chu Sheng returned to his seat with a smile on his lips, which made the three people amazed. Going to the bathroom can actually make the captain change his face instantly. There is something. Captain, there was a sound of slaughtering pigs just now. Could it be you who did it? Xiaoju guessed something keenly, and Xiaoan and Xiaoxizi also had hope in their eyes. Chu Sheng smiled slightly and pretended to be deep. You will know in a while. TSK? It's already this time. And they are still keeping us in suspense. It's really annoying. Less than a minute after Chu Sheng finished speaking, a team of staff came to the seat of Jin.G Gold and whispered to the three of them. Because staff usually don't enter the players' seats during the break, this attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was following the development of the situation. Judging from the expressions of several staff members, it seemed that the situation was very serious. The expressions of the three players of the gold team betrayed them. One of them stood up directly with a look of shock on his face. It seems like something happened. The gold members and staff seemed to be arguing fiercely. Everyone from the other teams was whispering. The argument continued. After a while, the three players, led by the staff, packed up their peripherals and left the main venue. What's going on? Could it be that the gold team was found to be using cheats and all of them were taken away? If the whole team leaves, will they not play the game later? All the other teams were talking in low voices. The incident seemed to have gone too far. The three members of the Douyu team looked at Chu Sheng with admiration and asked one after another, Captain, how did you do it? If Chu Sheng was told that this matter had nothing to do with him, no one would believe it. As soon as the captain came out of the restroom, the gold team was taken away by the staff. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I don't know what happened. Chu Sheng looked innocent. He just went to the restroom. How could he know what happened? TSK? All three of them stared at Chu Sheng with contempt. He didn't even tell them about this matter. This person is really heartless. The other black team of Jin.G Gemini was terrified when they saw that all their teammates were taken away from the field. They didn't know what happened yet, and they just looked at each other at this moment without any solution. After being taken away, the developer's creative director Green walked to the center of the venue and began to explain. There is a very regrettable thing to inform everyone here. Because Jin.G Gold's captain Park Ji-hyo had an accident on the way to the bathroom during the break. Because of slipping and falling, his wrist was fractured, and he could not continue the next game. Therefore, according to the competition regulations, because there is no effective substitute player, the gold team will miss the next game. I deeply regret this. Bathroom accident? Many team players have solemn expressions. Yesterday, there was also an accident in the bathroom, which caused Douyu team's rabbit to suffer a soft tissue contusion in his hand. Today, Park Ji-hyo broke her wrist again. Everyone felt a chill in their crotch. It seems that the bathroom in the main stadium has an ominous sign. When the black team heard this explanation, they were stunned for a moment. Isn't this the routine designed for the Douyu team yesterday? How come it was used on them in the blink of an eye? There must be something fishy here. It was Chu Sheng from the Douyu team who first found Park Ji-hyo in the bathroom. Here, we asked Chu Sheng to tell us what happened. After Green said this, he handed the microphone to Chu Sheng. The remaining three players of the gold team in the backstage had their heads exploded when they heard that it was Chu Sheng. No matter what, he never thought it was Chu Sheng. He immediately reacted and shouted to the staff around him, "It must be Chu Sheng's doing. There must be a conspiracy." The staff rolled their eyes. Sure enough, Chu Sheng was right. These Koreans are shameless. It was obviously your Park Ji-hyo who attacked in the bathroom, but failed and hurt himself. Chu Sheng is a big man who doesn't remember the villain's mistakes and doesn't care about you. Now he is still slandering here. He is really shameless, and has no bottom line. The black team at the venue was trembling all over. Chu Sheng. It was Chu Sheng who did it. It was just a revenge yesterday. I didn't expect that less than 24 hours later. Chu Sheng personally got back at the scene. And used the same method as the Jin Da-ji team. It's terrible. The 4 members of the black team felt cold behind their backs. The gold team was eliminated. And they would be the worst off. Chu Sheng would pour all his anger on them. I really want to withdraw from the competition like the gold team. They are all professional players. Although they can withstand the pressure mentally, they will be abused in various ways in every game. As long as they are normal people, they will collapse mentally. The 4 members of the black team really want to go home. Chu Sheng took the microphone, coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and brooded for a while. Chu Sheng would not say nonsense, and all his words were explosive. As long as he took the microphone, other players would instinctively feel a sense of fear. In this fear, there are some complex emotions. And I want to listen. I was the first to find Park Ji-hyo in the bathroom. I didn't expect that someone would fall down and break a bone while using the bathroom. At that time, Park Ji-hyo endured the pain and wanted to go back to continue playing. What a touching esports spirit. This is the spirit that our esports players should have. Never give up. Here, I feel sorry for Park Ji-hyo and the gold team. They didn't make it to the end. But I hope that I can still meet them on the field in the next official game. They are an admirable team. It's a pity. Chu Sheng shook his head when he said this. And an indescribable expression appeared on his face. What a pity! What a pity! Chu Sheng stopped talking halfway, which aroused everyone's interest. Chu Sheng pretended to struggle, hesitated for a moment, and said, Esports is purely esports. Nothing else. After Chu Sheng said this, Manager Jin's face in the backstage turned green. He stood up suddenly and fell into the chair again. His eyes were dull. It's over. It's all over now. Chapter 822. We agreed to just say a few words casually. He shouldn't have believed Chu Sheng's lies. Manager Jin's face was pale, as if his soul had been taken away, like a walking corpse. Chu Sheng's words sounded fine, but the last sentence was the icing on the cake. Combined with the interview during the last game, the 2 paragraphs directly portrayed the Jin Da-ji Gold team as a team that played a fake game under pressure from the club. This Park Ji-hyo is the captain of the gold team. Could it be that he broke his hand because he didn't listen to the club? Is the Jin Da-ji club so rampant? The darkness of esports. As expected, there are always promoters in every competition. I just checked the odds. Gold team is the 2nd place in the H Country Invitational Tournament. So they are highly expected this time. And the odds are good. As expected, the case is solved. The audience has their own logic. Now, after this move, the reputation of Jin Da-ji Gold players has improved. But Jin Da-ji Club has been suspected by all parties. In fact, the 4 players of Gold Team are the worst. It seems that they have gained fame and are not afraid of power and are upright. But in fact, in the environment of H Country, if the club's reputation is damaged, the players will definitely be the first to be punished. If Park Ji-hyo hadn't intentionally injured someone, there would have been no follow-up. They don't want to be heroes. They just want to get paid to eat. They are really bad. They didn't play a fake match. Unfortunately, these explanations can no longer stir up any waves in the public's flood. Hey, I really misunderstood Park Appa. How could Appa be a match fixer? He said before that he would bring back another trophy. They are all unscrupulous clubs who choose to play a fake match for the sake of profit. Let's go to Chonghua Tai to jointly execute Manager Kim and the owner of the Jin Da-ji Club. Wait a minute. Sister, just execute Manager Kim. The behind-the-scenes boss of Jin Da-ji is Samsung. There are 3 things that Koreans cannot escape in their lives: taxes, death, and Samsung. Public opinion quickly fermented in H Country, first among game enthusiasts, and then quickly spread to ordinary people. You should know that Koreans have a morbid sense of national honor. What? We support you to play games abroad because we want you to win glory for the great cold nether country, not to make money by playing fake games. I spent 100,000 won betting on Jin Da-ji's top 3. Give me back my hard-earned money. Although we don't like Chu Sheng. Now even the enemy can't stand it. Which shows how much anger the Jin Da-ji Club has caused this time. And the players are so miserable to swallow their anger. Manager Jean thought that Chu Sheng's words would have a great impact in China. But he never thought that his compatriots' abnormal and brainless ideas would cause an uproar. It can be said that no matter what the results are this time, the Gen.G club will inevitably be unanimously spurned by the people after returning to China. Manager Jean can never atone for his sins. The players seem innocent. But if the public opinion closes the PlayerUnknown's battleground section of the Gen.G club, the players of the two teams will become displaced and jobless social idlers in a blink of an eye. Although Chu Sheng's move only lasted less than a minute, it directly cut off the source of income, making it impossible for you to even make a living. Yes, there are other clubs in each country, but the top leaders all know the truth. Which club would dare to take over a player that even Samsung doesn't dare to take? Samsung, which accounts for 1/10 of the national tax revenue, is like the emperor of this country. I dare not say more. Anyway, everyone understands. The players of other teams shuddered after hearing Chu Sheng's speech. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Yesterday, the rabbit of Douyu team injured his hand and was almost kicked out. Today, the captain of Gold team broke his bone and was directly out. Chu Sheng was the first to discover it. Some of the relationships between them are self-evident. After the rest of the game, you are not allowed to go to the bathroom. Hold it in. The Pittsburgh team panicked. After all, Gen.G was the instigator, and they were the most excited. Chu Sheng's revengeful personality would never let them feel comfortable. The Pittsburgh Knights players turned pale when they heard this. He almost trembled and asked, "Captain, I'll go there right now." But before the captain agreed, the halftime break ended, and all the players needed to enter the custom room to start a new game. The faces of several people changed, and they all covered their stomachs. Oh no! We can't go down now. On the Douyu team seat, Chu Sheng's face exuded a brilliant and glorious look. He had helped to avenge Rabbit. The opponent's injuries were more severe, and the consequences were more serious. But this was not the end. Chu Sheng only helped Rabbit to regain his ground. Next, he should help Xiao Ju, Xiao Shizi, Xiao Bai, Su Xiaomu, Xiao En, Xiao Yu, Sun Hao, the cameraman and the Douyu staff fighting on the front line to avenge. The 4 members of the black team were trembling at this moment. Before, the gold team helped them share the pressure, and now they had to take Chu Sheng's anger. As everyone entered the game, the 4 members of the black team were ecstatic. Desert map. This time it's a desert map. The 4 were so ecstatic because the desert map had a large land area, and it was extremely difficult for Chu Sheng to find them. In this way, they could survive and not be the first to be eliminated. The gold team was eliminated, and they became the last team. But the next game was not as Gen.G Black thought, thinking that they could survive longer in the vast desert map. After landing, Chu Sheng only had a Thompson submachine gun and drove a motorcycle among many teams, and found the black team at a glance. The 4 people's faces were livid after they died. Why did they die before the first poison circle shrank? How could Chu Sheng clearly find their location on such a large map? This guy is definitely cheating. The 4 of them were immediately discouraged. They have 0 points now. I am afraid that if they call for a timeout, the referee will definitely mock them. It's so uncomfortable. Before, the professional players were still hoping that maybe they would feel better if the map was changed. At least they could live a few more rounds and not die so early. But when the desert map really appeared, Chu Sheng proved with his actions what it meant to say I. Chu Sheng will tell you to die at 3 o'clock and will never let you live until 5 o'clock. Black team. Pittsburgh Knights. These teams at the top of the blacklist were eliminated by Chu Sheng early, without any resistance at all. Even these European and American teams began to miss the third-person mode. At least, Chu Sheng is not so arrogant. It really makes me cry. Another game ended, and when the scoreboard appeared, the audience shouted, "It's too real." Chapter 823. Are you a prophet? On the standings, the teams at the top are those that have never offended Chu Sheng. Even 4M has surpassed C9 to take the 3rd place, with Fizz in 2nd place, C9 in 4th place, Liquid in 5th place, and If and HU in 6th and 7th place. The audience didn't see the clues at first, but some players reacted. Now the top of the list are clearly those clubs that have never offended Chu Sheng. This standings is too real. Chu Sheng is manipulating the game. I believe that many bookmakers are bleeding now. They use money to fake games, and Chu Sheng uses his fists to manipulate the standings. The players sitting in their seats had different mentalities. Some were glad that they didn't have an enemy with Chu Sheng. They didn't expect to get the first place, but they could still fight for the second and third place. Some teams were suppressed at the bottom because they participated in driving Chusheng away. Their points were pitifully few. Even Green, the creative director of the developer, felt embarrassed. Except for the team in front. The points were scattered. From the 8th place onwards, the points of the subsequent teams were only a pitiful few dozen points. After that, there were 4 teams with 0 points. This score was too real. Green couldn't help asking, "Do you think that was such a score? Will the audience think that the level of this invitational tournament is very low? After all, there are many 0-point teams, which makes people think that their level is low and their level cannot be raised." The technician's face was a little stiff, and he thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be. But this time Chusheng will definitely be famous. How many professional teams and top clubs have he stepped on to get to the top? How many years will it take for such a legend to appear?" The influence of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is still very large. Chusheng not only led the Douyu team to the top, but also ranked among the top with several friendly teams, really relying on personal strength, surpassing team cooperation. After this invitational tournament, Chusheng and his Douyu team will definitely be praised to the top by the media. There is also a god in the League of Legends circle. Others play 4 to protect 1, but he plays 1 to protect 4, leading 4 teammates to the pinnacle several times. After this PUBG Invitational, Chusheng may also be revered as a god. Green was excited and disappointed. He was excited that the PUBG official finally had a player who could be pushed to the top. And he was disappointed that the Douyu team was just a temporary team composed of 4 anchors. No. Now it should be said that it was a temporary team composed of 4 anchors and a female idol. Debut is the peak. The peak is the end. After this invitational, this temporary team will definitely be disbanded. And at that time, there will only be a legend left in the arena. That's all. No. We have to find a way to let Chusheng play professionally. Green is also very smart. Only by establishing an undefeated enemy in a game can other professional players compete to challenge. This is the charm of esports. The passion and impulse that burst out between offense and defense. Everyone follows the ups and downs of emotions. Will still be remembered and savored after several years. Because this is the unique taste of youth. In this post-match interview, the female host asked a question that all professional players care about. "Chusheng, why can you quickly lock the position of the team you want to kill in such a vast map?" The female host had already said it very implicitly. She didn't say Chusheng was targeting them on purpose, but rather the team they wanted to kill. Jin.G Black was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chusheng was targeting them nakedly. Why did it change its meaning when it came to everyone's mouth? Chusheng paused, and 0.01 seconds after the host asked the question, Chusheng decided to show off, which was also an explanation to everyone. "Because I know." Chusheng said something that made everyone ambiguous with an awkward but polite smile. "Can you elaborate on it? I don't quite understand what Chusheng meant by that." The female host was also very dedicated. She didn't just nod and end the talk without thinking. She was determined to get to the bottom of it. Chusheng paused for a moment and said, "I have studied all the video materials of all the teams present. I have a complete understanding of their main tactics, backup tactics, technical and tactical systems and styles. If I can understand their psychology a little bit, I can know where they will end up. Even if the first choice is incorrect, then it must be the backup tactics." After Chusheng finished speaking, all the professional teams present were shocked. How much video materials and data analysis does it take for one person to thoroughly understand the tactics and styles of the remaining 15 teams? Many people couldn't help but think that this guy is bragging. The captain of the Pittsburgh Cavaliers shook his head and said to his teammates, "Just listen to this kind of words. Don't take it seriously. Chusheng is attacking the mind, trying to create an illusion of invincibility through words, so that we feel powerless and frustrated." The team members listened to the captain's words and felt that it made sense. Many analysts and tacticians in the background jumped up from the bench when they heard Chusheng's words, puffing their beards and glaring, and almost rushed to the main venue with a stool and smashed it. This guy really speaks casually and brags without thinking. They have so many analysts, and they have tried their best to analyze only some of the team's tactics and points before the game. Chusheng is a temporary team, and the training camp has only been 1 month. He can analyze all the teams by himself. Isn't it funny? It sounds very cool to outsiders. But to these insiders, Chusheng's words are a complete joke. Even Shroud in front of the computer shook his head frequently. And then laughed suddenly. Chu Xing's mouth attack is very powerful. Don't believe what he says. Otherwise you will have psychological barriers. For example, the Big Beard, in the previous battle in the US server, was beaten by Chu Xing to have psychological barriers. Of course, this fight doesn't mean a gunfight in the game, but a cross-sea trolling on social networking sites. Chu Xing's mouth is sharp and poisonous. Even the big troll, Big Beard, is directly autistic. Chu Xing saw the disdain in the eyes of the Gen.G Black Team players. Although they acknowledge Chu Xing's strength, it does not mean that they have to acknowledge Chu Xing's nonsense. This guy must be looking for an opportunity to brag and flatter himself. It must be like this. I see that the Black Team seems to have different opinions. In the last desert map, you jumped to the North Railway Station at the north end of the map, and I caught you red-handed. If this is still a desert map, you will definitely not choose the North Railway Station, but go to the trailer camping site in the upper left corner of the map. Am I right? As soon as Chu Xing finished speaking, the faces of the 4 members of the Black Team froze, and their hearts were even more turbulent, because Chu Xing was right. They were discussing during the break just now that if this is still a desert map, they will go to the trailer camping site. Chapter 824 Analysis Genius. No! You are talking nonsense. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. The 4 members of Team Black stood up to protest. The analysts and tacticians of Team Gen.G covered their heads and explained to their colleagues, "We are just employed by Team Gen.G. We don't have any private contact with them." The analysts and tacticians of Team Gen.G are ashamed to be associated with these 4 people. Are these 4 people idiots? Anyone with normal IQ can realize that Chu Xing is telling the truth. There was a burst of laughter in the backstage. The analysts and tacticians of other teams were comforting the two. After all, no one would want to be with these 4 guys. Who doesn't want the tactics they have formulated to be executed by the best team? But the reality is cruel. The tactics they have are so powerful, but they are executed by 2 useless people, Black and Gold. If they lose, it's the tactics. And if they win, it's the player's personal operation. This is too real. But soon, the other analysts and tacticians in the backstage couldn't laugh anymore. The other team saw Black's performance and realized that what Chu Xing said was true. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Don't panic. Gen.G and Chu Xing have a grudge. So Chu Xing must have stepped up his research. Otherwise, how could he target them in every game? The Pittsburgh Knights captain's words convinced the players. And it was indeed true. The Pittsburgh Knights captain put his hands on his chest, with a mocking smile on his face, as if he was watching a monkey show. Chu Xing's eyes happened to meet his, and his eyes lit up immediately. It seems that the Pittsburgh team still has objections? You landed at the substation in the last game, right? Or did you start from the 2 large warehouses, and then went to the factory next to the meteorite crater above the new mountain city? Am I right? The 4 of them turned pale, as if they had seen a devil. Chu Xing was right, as if he was right beside the Pittsburgh team at the time. Is this guy a man or a ghost? Captain, what should we do now? With just a few words, Chu Xing had completely defeated the Pittsburgh Knights front line. The team members panicked and began to look for the backbone captain. But the captain himself was already broken in his heart. Chu Xing was not just talking casually. At this moment, the captain's throat was dry, but he couldn't say a word. What are you talking about? What you say now is wrong. Even breathing is wrong. The Pittsburgh Knights analyst and tactician, who were originally standing by with a smile on their faces to comfort them, turned pale when they heard Chu Xing's words, and both fell into their seats, as if paralyzed. Although there will be wonderful replays during the intermission, the Pittsburgh Knights only serve as a background for Chu Xing's kills. Where is the wonderful performance? If you force yourself to say that there is a wonderful performance, then the handsome posture after being knocked down can barely be counted as one. Chu Xing has a clear grasp of the Pittsburgh Knights' trajectory throughout the whole process, and finally killed 4 people in the factory under the circular mountain range above Xinshan City. Originally, the analyst thought that Chu Xing just happened to find someone here when he passed by Xinshan City, so he stopped to kill. Unexpectedly, Chu Xing simply went straight here and had already expected their location. What does this mean? This means that Chu Xing has fully understood the Pittsburgh Knights' tactical intentions and thinking methods. It also means that all the plans that I, as an analyst and tactician, had previously designated for the team have become a pile of waste paper. The remaining analysts and tacticians of the team are now solemn and even panicked. No one wants to be the next one to be named, which is the biggest negation of their work. The tactics and ideas that they are proud of are completely broken by others. Then the analyst and tactician have no value at all. After countless days and nights of hard thinking, the tactics that were finally formed after countless polishing were easily broken by Chu Sheng's mouth. And anyone would collapse. The players on the field all read the eyes. The 4 members of the previously arrogant Pittsburgh Cavaliers suddenly changed their faces, and were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. The other team players also felt a little nervous. Could it be that Chu Sheng was not just bragging, but really understood their tactical thinking? If that was true, it would be too scary. That is to say, all their actions were within Chu Sheng's expectations. Everyone's mentality collapsed. If this goes on, they can only act according to circumstances, and cannot go to the place where they trained before. Chu Sheng did not continue to speak, for he was afraid that if he continued to speak, all the teams would collapse and shut themselves up. As a peace-loving player, Chu Sheng was kind-hearted and did not like to cause trouble. The halftime interview ended here, during the last 3 minutes of rest. Except for the Douyu team, all the other teams were shut down by Chu Sheng's words, and they lowered their heads and wondered if they had been thoroughly studied by Chu Sheng. The remaining teams that did not oppose Chu Sheng were in a complicated mood. To be honest, they got their current ranking because Chu Sheng rewarded them. If they were targeted, their fate would not be much better than these teams. At this moment, they were also thinking about the same question in their minds: whether Chu Sheng had already known all their tactical arrangements. The mood in the main venue was extremely depressed, and there was not even a sound. If you didn't know the situation, you would think it was a collective silence. As the new game started, everyone loaded into the game, and this time it was still the desert map. Hurry up. Cheer up. This is still a new map. We can't jump to the place where we have trained again. Almost at the same moment, countless teams made the same decision. They no longer jumped to the AB plan points during the previous training. This time, they were all led by the captains, and jumped to those points that had never been visited before. If Chu Sheng can find it even in this way, then the end of this game is the time for me to retire. The captain of the Pittsburgh team looked ferocious, and tried to make a last-ditch effort. The captains of other teams also let go at this moment, and broke the jar. Anyway, Chu Sheng already knew their plan, so he might as well play more freely and choose more confusing points, so that Chu Sheng could not guess their specific location. When the plane started to drop the players, they were wailing all over the backstage. Almost all analysts and tacticians covered their heads, and the scene seemed like the end of the world. What are they doing? What kind of landing spots are these? It's over now. Something will happen when they land. Then, all the players who jumped off the plane were dumbfounded, because everyone thought so. No one jumped to the popular places, and many teams gathered in small places. For example, there were 4 teams landing in the mansion. Picato's boxing gym had 2 teams landing, not including those who jumped from high-rise buildings and casinos. For Chu Sheng, it didn't matter what position on this map, as long as he was given win 94 at the beginning. As a result, before Chu Sheng could go out to find someone, these teams started fighting each other. Before Chu Sheng could pick up win 94 when he landed, all members of the black team had been eliminated. Chapter 825 Fateful Duel. As if it was a pre-arranged meeting, the black team, and then the Pittsburgh Knights showed a worrying level in the landing battle, and fell directly on the road to snatching competition. Chu Sheng and his 3 teammates were still searching in P-Port. The number of survivors in the upper right corner began to drop sharply from the landing, and the players who were killed were all teams recorded in this small notebook. This cannot be blamed on these team players. It was really Chu Sheng's words before the game that scared them. It can be said that they were seeing snakes in the cup when they saw someone competing with them for a place. Their first reaction was Chu Sheng, so that when they exchanged fire with the opponent, their operation was deformed and the psychological burden increased, and they did not even play their normal strength. What's wrong with this group of people? They just started killing as soon as they landed. They are too desperate. Only Douyu team landed in P-Port, and they were the only team there. Originally, Chu Sheng picked up a gun and prepared to start his Red Dead Redemption journey on a motorcycle. But before he could drive, the primary targets, Black Team and Pittsburgh Knights, were all wiped out. Looking at the teams that took action, one was Liquid, and the other was a team led by the eldest brother. Chu Sheng was a little speechless. Liquid did not add insult to injury when he was at his lowest point. And if team was a brother team, neither of these two teams could take action. Chu Sheng was a little depressed. If he had known, he would not have said those words to show off during the break. It was so cool when I said it at that time. But now after entering the game, no one complained. And even the team that I regarded as a thorn in my side was directly eliminated by others. This is very uncomfortable. The time when I can't pretend always passes so quickly. And Chu Sheng finished the game in a daze. After knowing that the Douyu team was firmly in the center of the safe zone, the last two teams simply fought outside the circle, and did not choose to fight in the circle after the battle. The momentum of the professional team had been annihilated by Chu Sheng's words before the game. Even tomorrow's game has lost its meaning, because the analysts and tacticians in the background are like mangy dogs in summer at this moment, lying on the chairs with dull eyes. Their confidence was also destroyed by Chu Sheng's few words, and they couldn't come up with any strategy to turn the tables tonight. If they lack strength, they can make up for it with tactics. But even the tactics that made them famous have been thoroughly understood by others, leaving them with nothing left. How can they fight this battle? They are inferior to others in both strength and tactics, so they can only give warmth. So the most embarrassing game in history appeared. The Douyu team, which won the first place, only got 2 heads in a game. Both heads were obtained in the third circle. After learning that it was the Douyu team, the other team simply broke the jar and grabbed the nearby teams to start fighting. Anyway, the ranking is not determined by time, but by when the previous team was eliminated. 2 kills. In the past, Douyu team guaranteed 10 kills in one game. Sometimes, Chu Sheng alone could get more than 20 kills. But this time the whole team only got 2 kills. Among them, Chu Sheng had 0 income, and the kills were taken by Shujia and Xia Shizi. Even the interview with the female host during the halftime break was boring. The mood on the faces of other teams finally improved, although Douyu team won this game. Seeing that their team only had 2 kills and Chu Sheng didn't get a single kill, these players actually felt a little relieved. Now the first place Douyu team is more than 1,000 points behind the second place. Douyu team can even hang up for 2 games without affecting the team's ranking. Since we can't stop Douyu team from winning the game, we can only sanction them from other aspects. The 2 kills are the best proof. Seeing Chu Sheng lose and earning 0 in a game, these professional players felt a morbid pleasure. Perhaps this is a good way to sanction Chu Sheng. We can't beat you, Chu Sheng, and we can't win the game, but we can choose not to give you kills and give you the opportunity to show off. The 4th game begins, this time on the island map. Chu Sheng came back to his senses. As the plane entered the route, Chu Sheng paid close attention to the number of parachutes. When the plane passed G-port, the number of parachutes reached the highest, because the Gen.G Gold team was cleared out of the field. G-port became a no-man's land, and everyone wanted to come and share a piece of the pie. The densely packed players all jumped to G-port. After discovering a large number of players, no one retreated, but became more fierce. This is going to be interesting. No one retreated in G-port. Everyone wanted to occupy this piece of fertile land. You can imagine how fierce the battle will be after landing. The commentator saw the intensity of this game, so you can imagine how intense it was. The audience was also eager to try. Although this grand scene was not as good as Chu Sheng's previous 80 people landing in G-port, it was also quite extraordinary. Even the commentator couldn't count how many people were left behind. The Douyu team was mixed in the crowd. Shaolin had never seen such a scene before, and his voice was trembling slightly. Where are we going to land? Shaolin took a glance and saw that almost every place was occupied, just like sesame seeds sprinkled on a pie. And it was necessary to be comprehensive. I marked the 3 warehouses. No matter how many people are grabbing here, we must grab this place. The 3 warehouses marked by Chu Sheng are an important hub of G-port. The location is between the civilian area and the container, and it is adjacent to the hospital, which can radiate the entire downtown area. So many professional players scrambled for the same place, and the audience was also eye-opening. This scene is comparable to a mid-lane melee. The audience's attention is all focused on the Douyu team, or more precisely, on Chu Sheng. With so many heads, if Chu Sheng gets the gun, wouldn't the entire G-port estuary be in bloodshed? Next, let's look forward to Chu Sheng's wonderful performance. The director's camera also switched directly to Chu Sheng's head after landing. The warehouse chosen by the Douyu team was also chosen by another team, and they landed at almost the same time. The 2 ran into the same warehouse from both ends at the same time. Perhaps it was fate that Chu Sheng saw a frying pan as soon as he entered the warehouse. Chu Sheng found the frying pan very eye-catching. A frying pan at the beginning. Bad luck. This was not said by the audience, but by Chu Sheng himself. As soon as he saw the frying pan, Chu Sheng thought of his tragic history. Chu Sheng heard footsteps on the other side of the warehouse separated by wooden boxes. Chu Sheng did not turn around and leave because of his suicidal thoughts. Instead, he wanted to rush over to see what equipment the other party had. He gave up after taking a look. He rushed over with the frying pan in his hand. As soon as they met, both of them were stunned. The audience, who were still entangled in Chu Sheng's fighting power with the frying pan, were also stunned. As if reincarnation, a fateful duel also appeared in the professional arena. Chapter 826, an incredible scene. Chu Sheng. Run. You can't beat him. Shock. Tragedy reappears. The fatal weakness of Chu Sheng, the top player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, turns out to be the one above. Report to my UC Shock department on Monday. I'll double the money on QQ. Report to my QQ browser. Chu Sheng and the enemy looked at each other, and at this time Chu Sheng had already wanted to retreat. Although he and the opponent both had a frying pan, Chu Sheng was not good at fighting with a frying pan. Last time in the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng had already played the role of Duke Xiang of Song. This time, there was absolutely no way he could make excuses again, especially in the International Invitational. It's fine if my fans just laugh at it, but if I get killed in the International Invitational, it will be a lot of fun. The opponent was also panicked for a while. Both of them had frying pans in their hands and looked at each other for more than 3 seconds. Are they looking at each other affectionately? At this moment, the fierce gunshots from the warehouse next to them broke the tranquility and tacit understanding. Shaolin picked up the gun and fired directly. Although there were a lot of bullets, he finally knocked the man down. And then the ID of the Douyu team was displayed. Run. They are the Douyu team. The teammate who fell to the ground was killed as soon as he shouted this sentence. The remaining 3 people were scalped. They didn't expect that the people who competed with them for the hub warehouse were actually the Douyu team. Chu Sheng also saw the ID of this team, and couldn't help but say, what a coincidence. The player Xiaoyan killed was the worst player of Jin.G Black. In the game a few days ago, he was abused by Chu Sheng in various ways. I didn't expect that he would be abused by a girl group idol this time. I'm afraid no team will accept him as a professional player after returning to China. If he knew that this time in Cologne would be like this, he would never come to Cologne. The remaining 3 people of the black team reacted very quickly. If Chu Sheng were to judge them, Chu Sheng would be sure that this speed was not much slower than when he was at his peak. Before Chu Sheng could react, the opponent had already turned around and ran first. By the time Chu Sheng reacted, the other party had already rushed out of the warehouse. He ran so fast. Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air. This was the first time he lost to the enemy in terms of reaction. Sure enough, as long as you practice more, you can become proficient in anything. Of course, the unique skill of escaping also requires some talent. At least Chu Sheng thought it was impossible to escape, and he would never escape in his life. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyan is great. You got a good start in the last game of today. Xiaoyan got the first head, and now there are only 59 people left on the field. Chu Sheng thought that Xiaoyan's shooting skills were still good. Just now, from the sound, he should have fired 13 bullets, and used 5 bullets to replenish people. 13 bullets can knock down a person, which is already very strong. If it were Dai Mei, and she was given an M249, I'm afraid that even a burst of bullets would not be able to kill the opponent. Hearing Chu Sheng's encouragement and praise, Xiaoyan smiled like a flower. Being able to take down a more meaningful first head is definitely a very meaningful thing for her, as a temporary worker and substitute player. Especially when the opponent is the biggest enemy in her life. Just as Chu Sheng was sighing, he suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps coming from outside. Chu Sheng didn't look at the map, and subconsciously thought that his teammates had come, and asked, "Have you all found guns?" The player who rushed in did have a small pistol in his hand. But what made Chu Sheng unbelievable was that there was no colorful teammate logo on his head. Something is wrong. Bang, bang, bang. When Chu Sheng reacted, the opponent also opened fire immediately. The first shot hit Chu Sheng hard, knocking off 1/3 of his blood. Chu Sheng was so scared that he immediately ran away. He had just said that he would never run away in his life. Less than 10 seconds after he set the flag, Reality taught Chu Sheng not to be so absolute in his words. He turned around and ran away. There were gunshots behind him. Bullets fell on wooden boxes and stirred up sawdust, or fell on iron sheets and splashed sparks. The 3 players of the black team were going to escape. But when they ran out of the warehouse, one of them picked up a small pistol on the wooden sentry tower outside the 3rd warehouse and decided to kill it again. 2 teammates had already escaped, and he came back with the determination to kill Chu Sheng. If Chu Sheng could be killed, all the negative pressure he had carried before would be released. This was a fleeting opportunity, and there was no room for any consideration. The rest of the team heard the gunshots and Chu Sheng's screams, and all rushed over, killing the assassin 35/2. Hoo. That was close. Chu Sheng was shot twice while escaping, and if he was shot again, he would really be knocked down. Fortunately, his teammates arrived in time. Otherwise Chu Sheng would have died in the warehouse today. After picking up a few bandages from the box and barely getting his blood back, Chu Sheng's face suddenly turned pale as soon as he looked up. His 3 teammates stood beside Chu Sheng, as if looking at a monkey. Of course, Chu Sheng was a broad-minded person and would definitely not care about these trivial matters. He saw other things, such as, "Why do you 3 have guns? But I am the only one with a frying pan?" Xiao Ju picked his nose and reached under the chair. The little lion hummed a little tune, looking around but not looking at Chu Sheng. Xiaolin still had a silly smile on his face, and he kept muttering, "I killed someone. I killed someone." Although the 3 people were in different states and behaved differently, they actually expressed the same meaning. "Do you have a gun yourself? Don't you know your AC?" After a long time, Xiao Ju saw that the atmosphere was too sad, and couldn't help but say, "Maybe. This time God wants you to be the logistics of our team. Chu Sheng can stage a story of the cooking class here at Sansong. Didn't you notice? So many people have fallen in Port G. But there is no gunfire at this time?" Xiaolin came back to his senses from the joy of taking the lead and raised a key point. "That's right. So many people jumped. Why is there no gunfire at all? This doesn't make sense." When Chu Sheng walked out of Sansong with a frying pan in his hand and escorted by 3 teammates, he saw the most incredible scene. All the doors and windows in the lower city were wide open. And then? No one. Just now, a swarm of parachutes formed a dense picture over Port G. How come everyone disappeared in the blink of an eye? It's like you were celebrating the new year in the square, and you washed your hands in the bathroom and found that the square with tens of thousands of people was empty, with only you left. Could they all hide? Little Lion said uncertainly. From the director's perspective, the audience was led to experience the most spectacular escape in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The moment the Douyu team shot down the information, all the other teams in Port G knew that the Douyu team was here. At this moment, no one was greedy for the objects on the ground, and even a 98K was close at hand and decisively turned around and ran away. Everyone rushed out of the room at the same time and fled to the sea and the mountain. Chapter 827, A Strange Game. The 4 of them went hand in hand and searched many houses by force. As a result, they found that everything in the house was there, but the people disappeared inexplicably. "Is it a game bug? All the other players are offline?" Chu Sheng asked while squeezing everyone aside and picking up the 98K on the ground carelessly. Even the referee standing behind him walked forward and looked at the screens of the 4 people. Then he walked to a farther place and reported to the podium using the intercom to confirm the situation. The few people were still unwilling to give up. They searched the civilian area and found that the things in some houses had been moved, and the supplies in some houses with open doors were neatly placed on the ground, with no signs of being moved at all. There was still no sound of gunfire. The entire G-port instantly changed from a downtown area to an uninhabited area. Although there was no fog, it always gave people a feeling of the terrifying Silent Hill. The few people were really afraid that a large number of enemies would suddenly emerge from somewhere, and they would be shot to death in a daze. This would be too embarrassing. However, from the perspective of the audience and the director, the 4 people's caution was completely unnecessary. It was as if a gunshot was heard in the forest, and all the small animals fled in all directions. This was the scene just now. Now in the entire G-port, there is only one team, the Douyu team. Others ran directly to the sea, and some ran directly from the upper city to the mountains, and ran from the back of the hospital to G-town. Even in an online match, if there is a cheat, other players will not react like this. But Shaoan's gunshot was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the players fled like ripples. It seems there is really no one. The four people searched the lower city area. Chu Sheng stood on the hill and looked at the container, but did not see any trace of people. This is really strange. Dozens of people jumped down and disappeared in an instant. Referee. Is this a bug? I can't see the enemy on my screen. Xiao Ju couldn't help but turn back to ask the referee for help. The referee was so excited that he almost rolled his eyes. He thought it was a bug. But after communicating with the referee, he found that after the other teams learned that Douyu had also jumped to Port G, none of them chose to stay here, abandoned their equipment and materials, and fled in all directions. The referee was almost speechless after learning the truth, just because they saw a kill by Douyu. This group of people didn't even want the spirit and dignity of professional players, and fled directly. I'm afraid that online competitions would not be so real. After listening to the explanation, the referee of Douyu team didn't react for a long time. The invitational tournament has become like this now, and I don't know how it will end. The reaction of these professional players is too real. Now Shuju raised his hand to signal. The most uncomfortable thing is that as a referee, he cannot directly reveal the information about the game. He can only watch this group of people fall into the pretense. This situation is quite uncomfortable. I know the truth, but cannot tell it. This group of people pretended to be so great in front of all the audiences. And now they all have an expression of it's none of my business. I don't know anything. The referee said that he was very tired. I have communicated with the referee seat. There is nothing abnormal in the game. You can continue without worry. The referee has a lot of truth in his heart, but he can't reveal a word to them. Knowing that there was no problem with the game, the four people, including Chu Sheng, all frowned. If there was no problem with the game, then it was their problem? Could it be that the mushroom soup we drank last night was problematic? I told you not to eat French food. The three words poisonous mushrooms came to everyone's mind. But we did kill two Gen.G players just now. It couldn't be an illusion. Shaoan's kill was real. Definitely not an illusion. The referee heard the conversation between the four people in the back. His face turned black, and he really wanted to shout. Can you stop pretending? Chu Sheng and the other four did not take it lightly, and continued to concentrate on their actions. This scene was too weird, and no one could guarantee that no one was watching them in the dark. The first save zone was refreshed at Port L on the other side of the map, which was far away. However, the Douyu team was not worried at all. After turning Port G upside down and confirming that there were no enemies, everyone drove all the way to the center of the save zone with abundant supplies. As for the players who fled in disarray, they were all developing in the corner at this moment, and then began to search for supplies. This is so strange. No players have died so far. The only 2 kills were from Shaoan. The crowd did not find any enemies in Port L, and they replenished some supplies, and began to wait patiently for the poison circle to shrink. In the end, the first safe zone was completely shrunk, and everyone drove to the new safe zone center, Horseshoe Mountain Prison. At this time, there was not even a new head. This is really weird. Are we not in the same plane as the other players? Xiaoju started to talk nonsense again. But this time the others did not laugh, because this one was really weird. Chu Sheng turned his eyes to signal the referee, and the referee just nodded, indicating that everything was normal. You say, is there really something wrong? And the other players know that our referee was bribed and didn't tell us. Chu Sheng's idea was even more bizarre, and it could even be written into a plot novel of no less than 10,000 words. The referee's face suddenly fell. Hey, I said, I can hear your conversation. Okay? Please restrain yourself a little. 4 players. Huh? Did we say anything just now? Why would the referee take the initiative to speak and disturb the player's game? Chu Sheng looked curious, and the referee behind him was holding the stool with veins popping out, and he wanted to throw the stool up. Just as the 4 were defending, a message suddenly appeared in the upper right corner. Then, there was a series of screen refreshes, and the 4 people all took a breath after seeing it. Players began to die, which was definitely good news for the 4 people. And it was also a fact that broke the rumor. It was just the cause of death of these players that made the Douyu team gasp again. It was not a kill. The information in the upper right corner of many players showed that they died outside the poison circle, which means they were poisoned to death. Can anyone tell me how this happened? Why did so many people die outside the poison circle? Unfortunately, No one could answer their question. All the viewers watching the live broadcast were amazed. This game was really too weird. The players who fled searched everywhere and armed themselves with combat resources. But in the end, they didn't find any medical supplies. Not even a string of bandages. Fuck. This is too weird. Right? Where are the medical supplies? At the same time, on the airport island, the 4M team, who did not go to G-Port to join in the fun, couldn't help but complain at this moment. What the hell is this? Why is there no gun in such a big airport? Chapter 828. Time flies by so fast when you can't show off. There are no accessories in the airport. Open any door at random, and you will see energy pills and first aid kits inside. Please, no more medical supplies. Even the silent Zigua was about to cry at this moment. There are already 4 medical boxes in the level 3 bag, and more than a dozen bottles of energy recovery supplies, which can be drunk directly until the end of the game. The players who fled from the vicinity of G-Port have weapons, but no medicine. And the 4M side of the airport has medicine, but no weapons. Both sides are extremely tortured. Only the Doyu team in the center of the safe zone, the Horseshoe Mountain prison, sat on the ground with a confused look on their faces and ate melons. Hands. Louds. The random distribution of 2,333 developers is toxic. One invitational tournament has ruined their reputation. The developer said, I am innocent too. How could I know that there would be so many low probability events in one invitational tournament? I am afraid that the lowest probability event of this invitational tournament is Chu Sheng's participation. The audience agreed with this statement. It took Chu Sheng only a little over a month from his first live broadcast to participating in the developers invitational tournament. Originally, all teams did not regard Doyu team as an opponent. They just thought that the developer had a relationship with the sponsor to force them in order to hold this event. Naturally, they sneered at the attitude of the Doyu team. But it was such a temporary anchor team that beat these professional teams with strong self-confidence to pieces. Some people even had their mentality completely destroyed and played the game with an indifferent attitude. Many professional players died outside the safe zone with hatred because they had no medical supplies and finally had top-grade equipment. The 4M team was confused. How could they enter the safe zone without weapons? Wouldn't it be a gift to go in? Instead of giving points to the enemy, it would be safer to concentrate all the medical supplies. Use medicine in the poison circle, and get a good ranking. The 4 of them gathered all the medical supplies on the rooftop of Building C, filling up half of the rooftop, which looked spectacular. Lying on the ground, the whole person could be covered by medical supplies. My God, there are too many medical supplies. Wei Jiang couldn't help but sigh when he saw so many medical supplies. I know why so many people died outside the safe zone. It's probably because they don't have medicine, aka said as he looked at the supplies on the ground. In a PUBG game, the total number of all supplies is fixed. Right now, 4M is full of medical supplies. You can imagine what the miserable situation would be like outside the island. Several people were fighting with all their bandages, and there was no pressure. These medical supplies were enough for them to use until the 4th or 5th safe zone. As for the remaining ones, one person would continue to hold on. Actually, we are lucky. We still have medical supplies here, and we can hold on for a few more safe zones. Those players outside are miserable. They were wearing godly equipment, but they were poisoned to death. We are in pain and happy. At least we can hold on for a while. Those players outside who were poisoned to death felt that life was worse than death. The 4 of them simply lay on the ground and started chatting. Without equipment, bringing supplies into the circle would be a boon to the enemy. The 4 of them also saw it clearly, and they just needed to keep their ranking. When they first jumped, 4M saw many people landed at Port G, but they didn't expect that they were so crowded that they didn't fight in the end. It was really unexpected. The players who searched around Port G also found combat supplies, but the whole team couldn't find even a string of bandages, which made the players with luxurious equipment feel desperate. Before they died, the sound of gunfire was their most angry sound. On the Doyu team side, the 4 people were lying on the cliffs behind the Horseshoe Mountain prison. The large-scale deaths of players outside the safe zone seemed to be some kind of conspiracy. What's going on? Don't these people have medicine? It's just a second-level poison circle. Now there are large-scale deaths. Do you think they are fighting passively? Little Lion put forward his own point of view. As time went by, more and more players were poisoned outside the safe zone, and the whole game took a weird route. Even Green, The developer's creative director, who was watching in the background, couldn't help but shrug and laugh. There were so many highlights in this invitational game. I'm afraid that there will be no such classic event in the future PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Many low-probability events, the style battles inside and outside the field, and the rise of superstars are all gimmicks. Even Green can imagine that in a few years, maybe the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will no longer be popular. But everyone still remembers everything that happened in the Cologne Invitational in Germany in a certain summer. At the end of the game, many teams failed to enter the safe zone and all died outside. Some teams that were close to the safe zone rushed into the safe zone and found medical supplies in the house, which was like a treasure. Before they could use them, they were encountered by Chu Sheng, who was patrolling around and was bored. And they were all killed one by one. Frustrated and angry emotions spread among the players. Is this refresh mechanism poisonous? There are so many places, and I can't even find a roll of bandage? I'm really impressed. How the hell do you play this? It's okay to die in a fight with others, but you were poisoned to death. Before you die, you can only be so angry that you shoot into the air. So in the end, a weird scene appeared. Only the Douyu team was left in the entire safe zone. The other players were either killed by Chu Shinshin or simply died quietly outside the poison circle. Only the 4M team at the airport had the last laugh. After caring for poison circles, there was still a lot of medical supplies on the roof of the C-shaped building. Only 8 people survived. And the battle situation was clear. Wei Jiang was so happy. He had never touched a gun and only relied on taking medicine to get second place. What's the difference between this and winning by lying? Of course, the most confused team was the Douyu team. They had already made plans for a bloody fight in G-Port. But all the enemies disappeared strangely, and then died strangely. They actually made it to the finals in a state of confusion. Chu Sheng remembered the information of all the teams. Now there are 8 people alive. And only the 4M team has not appeared. Okay. Now we can face Wei Jiang head-on again. Chu Sheng thought that the 4M team was hiding. And they must come out to compete in the finals. Wei Jiang, after telling Zigua, jumped down the building with PPT and AK. And stopped using medicine. It would be useless to waste it anymore. So it would be better to leave the remaining medicine to one person, so that he can live longer. As for why Wei Jiang did this, when he was already in second place, they couldn't stop Chu Sheng from winning the game. But they couldn't let this guy win the game easily. So they had to play a trick on him. Chapter 829 Conspiracy. Chu Sheng patrolled the safe zone for a long time, but still couldn't find the 4M team. Oh! Wei Jiang is really good at hiding this time. I can't even find their location. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. It seems that after this competition, Wei Jiang is no longer the same Wei Jiang as before. He is now a fatter Wei Jiang. Chu Sheng did not give up and circled around again. The audience all had smirks on their faces when they saw this. Even if Chu Sheng turned the safe zone upside down, he couldn't find the 4M team because they were not in the safe zone at all. Wei finally got his chance back and played Chu Sheng around. No matter how hard Chu Sheng thought, he would never have thought that the 4M team was still at the airport, relying on drugs to survive. I guess Wei was secretly happy this time. He was firmly in second place, and he could play a trick on Chu Sheng. This was even more exciting than getting first place. After a while, the 4M team's information bar in the upper right corner of the game came. And Wei, PPT and AK all died outside the poison circle. Are these 4 still outside the poison circle? Seeing the information of the death outside the poison circle, the 4 members of the Douyu team were all surprised. You know, this is the 4th poison circle now, and the damage is already a bit painful. These guys have been outside the poison circle all the time. How many medical supplies do they have? Only the last 5 people survived on the field. The commentator in the broadcast room said that sentence in advance. Let us congratulate the Douyu team and the 4M team for their good results in this game. As long as the Douyu team doesn't commit suicide by throwing grenades, they will definitely win this game. Seeing that 4M has become 1M, and the information that the 4 people are still outside the safe zone, Chu Sheng also understood their strategy of struggling, leaving all the remaining supplies to one person, so that they can hold on for a while longer. You said? They are already in second place. Why do they still insist on resisting? Xiaojue didn't understand this. The second place was already in hand, and resisting would not add any points. It would be better to end it early and start the next game. This is Wei Jiang showing me his presence. Chu Sheng saw through Wei Jiang's intention at a glance. Since they chose to resist stubbornly in the poison circle, Chu Sheng wanted to see how long they could hold on. Chu Sheng simply came to the Horseshoe Mountain prison and began to practice suppressing the gun in the iron sheet of the warehouse. This game was full of weirdness. 30 or 40 people landed in Port G, but no one could be found after a while. In the finals, the opponent was not in the safe zone, but was still wandering outside the poison circle. What do you think is going on? Chu Sheng held the AKM red dot and opened the scope to suppress the gun. The violent beast that is known as the most difficult to tame among assault rifles seemed like a well-behaved cat in Chu Sheng's hands. All the bullets from 20 meters away fell accurately on the same point, and even the red dot did not tremble at all. Only a bullet hole slightly smaller than a fist was left on the wall. All the bullets condensed into a black mass, and no bullet jumped out. Hiss! Isn't this kind of gun control a bit too scary? No wonder I can't do the same effect as Chu Sheng. It turns out that the gun is different. The other 3 members of the Douyu team were bored, and they also came over to stand in the same position and shoot at the warehouse iron sheet, which seemed to be quite competitive. Shujua was the first to shoot, and he also controlled it very steadily. But the density of the bullets was slightly looser than Chu Sheng's. Secondly, some bullets were obviously not controlled and exploded outside. Shujua and the captain Chu Sheng had played against each other before, and knew how terrible this guy's shooting skills were. But just by comparing them, there was nothing to see. Xiaoshu was eager to try, and walked to Shijua's side and started shooting. As expected of an active professional player, his basic skills are quite solid. A burst of bullets was fired, slightly more concentrated than Shijua, but there was no comparison with the bullet marks condensed into a punch by Chu Sheng. My god, how did you practice your shooting skills, Captain? Xiaoshu thought he had worked very hard. The OMG team had a set training task every day, and Xiaoshu often took extra classes and practiced. He thought his shooting skills were very stable, but such a straightforward comparison made him realize that he still had a long way to go before he could become the captain. Maybe this is talent. Chu Sheng scratched his head, his tone quite vicissitudes. I want to try it too. Xiaoyan was very proud now. She felt that even if she didn't join a girl group, she could still make a living in a professional PUBG team. Fortunately, she only thought about it in her heart. If she had said it out loud, Chu Sheng would have been the first to rush up and persuade her to calm down. Xiaoyan stood next to the little lion. Just as the red dot sight was turned on, the screen suddenly darkened and a big message "Good luck. Chicken dinner tonight" popped up. No matter how Xiaoyan clicked the mouse, the screen did not respond. Ziguo resisted for a long time, but in the end, all the medical supplies were consumed. After all, 4 or 5 first aid kits were consumed in 1 minute in the later stage. Even if more resources were accumulated, they would be consumed. Xiaoyan was not happy about winning, but was determined not to shoot. He kept muttering until the end of the game, "Why can't the technical staff take a while to end the game? So many viewers are still waiting for me to suppress the gun. I let them down." Chu Sheng was speechless, thinking who would expect Xiaoyan to suppress the gun. If they expected it, they should expect Dai Mei to do some acrobatics. Let Xiao Ju stand in the corner, and Dai Mei will automatically shoot to make a seamless outline of the human body. That was absolutely amazing, and it was definitely the best shot of this invitational tournament. After the game, Chu Sheng looked at the 4M seat and saw Wei Zhang's cunning smile. He didn't have many eyes to begin with, but now he couldn't see them at all, and could only see the big frame. The 4 games on the first day of the first-person mode officially ended. Half of the teams in the main venue looked gloomy, because their points were really unbearable. 4 teams still have 0 points, and 3 teams have less than 100 points, still struggling in double digits. Looking at the first page again, Douyu team is far ahead, with a difference of 1,400 points. 4M ranked second because of the last game, and Liquid ranked third. Captain, tomorrow's game is stable now. I can even feel that the trophy will beckon us tomorrow. Shujua has always said what he thinks, and never pretends in front of Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng smiled and shook his head. Tomorrow is the real battle between dragons and tigers. You are careless, and you may suffer a great loss. Chu Sheng understood the principle of burning the boats and crossing the river. Today's game was too sudden. The Douyu team showed more strength than the third person. In addition, the random situation on the field was changeable. Many teams were directly beaten and did not react. When we go back to make a summary today, Many teams will find that if they don't fight hard tomorrow, they will only be fought hard by the fans when they go back. Chapter 830. Stand up for the enemy. The Doyu team has almost established an overwhelming position. Even if they miss 3 games tomorrow, they can still win the first place. Under the control of the Doyu team, almost all teams that have no enemies are in the forefront. As for which place they can get, it all depends on their ability. It was not until the wonderful review of this game that Chusheng understood why G-Port was so crowded and no one could be seen after leaving the warehouse. It turned out that Shaolin's gunshots and kills scared the other teams. The moment the information popped up, the first reaction of the other teams was to escape. Just like migration. Everyone put down their work at a certain moment, turned around and ran out of the house, and ran directly to the sea and the mountains. After Chusheng recovered and came out of Sansong, everyone was like ripples in the water, all running to the outermost layer. The 4 members of the Doyu team stared at the big screen, their mouths all opened, looking at the scene in disbelief. These professional players are too real. Thinking of the 4 people who were as timid as mice, curled up together and searched for G-Port bit by bit. Chusheng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Or a fever. Shaolin was very excited, and kept saying to the 3 people, "See, I scared them away with the gun." The gunshot and the killing were quite like Zhang Fei's roar at Changbampo, scaring away Chao Jun's thousands of troops. The most exciting scene was the 4M team. This group of local tyrants filled the roof of the C-shaped building with medical supplies. The players who died tragically outside the poison circle because they had no medical supplies were all gritting their teeth. It turned out that they had no medicine, and the culprit was the 4M team. These guys relied on medicine to withstand 4 poison circles. The last player, Ziguo, also withstood a poison circle, and then gave up because there was no first aid kit. Facing the anger of the crowd, the 4M team was also helpless. You have no medicine, and we don't have weapons. Who can we go to for justice? Even the host finally stood up to smooth things over, and said that this might be the reason why PUBG attracts players. Every game has new experiences, and you can never guess what will happen in the next game. Only a few teams came out of the main venue with smiles on their faces. The most proud person today was Sun Hao. This guy came out from the backstage, and he looked like he was 7 months pregnant. He couldn't even walk straight, and he leaned back with style. After seeing the 4 people from the Doyu team, Sun Hao said with a bright face, "You don't know how ugly the faces of those guys backstage were when they saw me today." This time it was really a relief. Pulled back from the edge of being persuaded to quit, and strongly suppressed all the teams. The performance of the Doyu team today was extremely wonderful, and Sun Hao felt proud when he spoke in the backstage. Looking at those sad-looking leaders, who have to explain to their bosses and fans when they go back. Their sad faces are the source of Sun Hao's happiness. Tonight, call the 4M and if teams. I'll treat you. Sun Hao waved his hand, which was quite generous. Wei Jiang treated them twice before, and as a big capitalist, he had to show his appreciation. Sun Hao called this meal an early celebration banquet. It was not only to celebrate the Doyu team, but also to celebrate the 4M and if teams. According to the current points, as long as the performance of the 4M and if teams is not a problem tomorrow, the rankings will basically be in the forefront. This is the first-person mode, a real competitive mode. To be able to achieve such a result in an invitational tournament with so many strong players is definitely a shot in the arm for CN PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Such a result may also be beneficial to the promotion of the game in China. As long as the domestic agent is not a fool, they will know to take advantage of this championship and go with the flow. Other teams saw the bright smiles on the faces of the 3 teams from Country C, and they gritted their teeth but couldn't say anything. The worst was the Jin.G club led by manager Jean. One team was eliminated, and the other team was ranked last. Manager Jean had already read the news in China, and was afraid that he would be beaten to death when he returned to China. In just 1 hour, the signature of the Blue House tie had attracted tens of thousands of people's support. Although it is impossible to execute manager Jean with 300,000 signatures, this is the surging public opinion. There is only one black team left. Whether it can reverse the momentum tomorrow depends on this trump card in hand. What are you looking at? Come back with me. Manager Jin's face was livid, and he severely rebuked the black team behind him. Chusheng naturally did not want to miss this good opportunity. Shaolin acted as an interpreter beside him. Chusheng immediately reached out to stop him. Manager Jean. Don't go too far. The severe rebuke was even more than 10 times louder than Manager Jin's voice. The scattered teens at the door were all frightened by Chu Sheng's roaring when seeing injustice. And their eyes were all cast towards Manager Jean and Chu Sheng. Manager Jean was also startled. And the team members beside him bent over to translate Chu Sheng's words for him. Get lost. Don't I understand what he is saying? Manager Jean slapped the captain of the black team in the face. Just by hearing the sound, you could almost imagine how painful it is to be hit by the hand. The captain of the black team was full of grievances. He was kind enough to help the manager translate, but he was slapped in the face. He was aggrieved like a little wife. However, the respect for the elders and the young in H country made several people not realize that this was an excessive thing, and they were used to it. Professional players are also people, not tools for you as a manager to vent your anger. You don't even respect his most basic personality. How can you be a team manager? Other teams who were watching the fun also frowned when they saw the team manager scolding and slapping the players. Previously, when they were staying in the hotel, they saw the manager corporal punishment of the players when they passed by, which made these foreign players feel very uncomfortable. After all, these were professional players like them. At this moment, they were treated like inhumans. Perhaps it was empathy that made them feel that they should not have such an experience. Although we are opponents on the field, I have a common identity with these people. Contestants, I can't watch you insult professional players like this. Chu Sheng's words were unanimously praised by the foreign players. They stood up to applaud Chu Sheng and pointed fingers at Manager Jean. This guy was bossing people around, obviously thinking of himself as an emperor. The 4 guys on the black team didn't know whether to cry or laugh when they heard Chu Sheng's words. Chu Sheng was the culprit who caused them so much trouble. But now he stood up for them. The 4 people had complicated feelings. Manager Jean was still arrogant and forced to explain, I teach my own team a lesson. What's your business? But this is Germany. If you punish me like this, I can call the police at any time and report you for violating human rights. Chu Sheng shouted. And this sentence really scared Manager Jean. His face changed several times. And finally he left in anger. There was applause and praise all around. And Chu Sheng standing up was really a relief. But the friends behind Chu Sheng were all confused. When did Chu Sheng start to stand up for the Koreans? Only Sun Hao lowered his head and remained silent, as if thinking about something. Chapter 831 Dinner. The 4 members of the Gen.G black team also left inexplicably, with complex emotions in their eyes. It was Chu Sheng who hurt them, but it was Chu Sheng who stood up to help them. Chu Sheng stood up for the Gen.G club players, which made many players from other professional teams feel sympathetic and look up to Chu Sheng. This guy who is annoying on the court won people's favor in real life. Today he can stand up for the professional players of H country, so he can also stand up for others in the future. After everyone dispersed, Sun Hao couldn't help but look at Chu Sheng a few more times and sighed, you are so good at this. I'm afraid that Kim Sang-jae will become a rat crossing the street when he returns. Originally, because of Chu Sheng's words today, the news that H country played a fake match against Gen.G was rampant. Whether it is true or not, someone will have to take the blame in the end. It will definitely not be Samsung, the behind-the-scenes boss of Gen.G. In the end, they can only use Kim Sang-jae as a scapegoat to attract public hatred. As the behind-the-scenes commander of the whole thing, Chu Sheng can be said to be directly stepping on Kim Sang-jae to death. Sun Hao looked at the background walking away and couldn't help but sneer. Jin Xiangzai, who was furious, must not have reacted yet. When he reacted, he should think about the aftermath. The players of the 2 Gen.G teams will definitely have a hard time in the future. The captain of gold has a broken hand. In the future, let alone playing in professional games, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to perform even in amateur online games. The black team still has 1 day of competition, but it is really 0 points. It will inevitably be expelled when it returns to Seoul. Everyone didn't react at first, and then Sun Hao explained it, and everyone looked at Chu Sheng with a different look. This layer of foreshadowing is too cruel. Not only did they play the entire Gen.G in their hands, but they even manipulated South Korean public opinion in disguise, making these netizens who have no independent thinking ability become tools for Chu Sheng's revenge. Well done. Su Xiaomu supported Chu Sheng very much. After all, she still remembered the ugly face of Jin Xiangzai yesterday. Such punishment was just the retribution that the bad guys deserved. When everyone came to the restaurant, Shujua couldn't control his mouth and told Rabbit all the good news today. Rabbit had thought about revenge before, but he thought that the captain would definitely teach them a lesson in the game and beat them to lose all confidence. Unexpectedly, the captain used the same method to punish the captain of the gold team, Park Jae-hyo, and directly broke the guy's hand. The gold team was cleared out of the main arena. Outside the arena, he added fuel to the fire and made Jin Xiangzai's bad situation worse. Xiaoan took out his phone and flipped through it. And then, he showed a shocked expression. South Korean netizens actually posted a public opinion poll on the official website of the Blue House, requesting the execution of Kim Sang-jae. Now the number of votes has reached 50,000. Also, Chu Sheng's scolding of Kim Sang-jae outside the stadium was filmed and posted online. Now the whole of South Korea is in an uproar. Xiaoan told the latest news from South Korea, and everyone was in shock. After a long time, they exchanged glances. Now everyone realized that Kim Sang-jae was dead. The great revenge was avenged. And the 3C country teams all played brilliantly. And everyone's faces were filled with the most sincere and brilliant smiles. Coming back from the wind. Surviving in desperate situations. Perhaps this is the charm of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Before the final decision was made, everyone just ate and drank some champagne, and did not indulge in drinking. Chu Sheng also mocked Wei Jiang at the dinner table, saying that he played such a trick at the end, making him look for it for a long time, and finally found it outside the safe zone. Wei Jiang laughed helplessly. I can't do anything. So many people went to Port G. I thought I could develop slowly at the airport. I didn't expect that there was no gun at the airport. Not even weapon accessories. Only medical supplies. I was also desperate. If there were guns, 4M would have rushed out of the airport directly, without any weapons to protect themselves. They went out to deliver resources to others. Wei Jiang saw the medical supplies that made people's scalps numb, and made an extremely correct decision. But it's really bizarre. There is not a single gun in the airport. This is really weird. I have played or trained for more than 1,000 hours, and I have never seen such a situation. This time, I went abroad to play the invitational tournament, and I really came out to see the world, Wei Jiang said, but his eyes kept drifting on Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng put down the chopsticks in his hand, took a breath and said, Wei Jiang, why do I feel that you are hinting at something? Is there? Wei Jiang tried to open her eyes wide, trying to convey an innocent look to Chu Sheng, but it seemed that her eyes were too small to see the charming look, and Chu Sheng did not get the autumn spinach that Wei Jiang quietly sent. This joke caused everyone present to laugh, and the big brother next to her took the opportunity to ask, what are your plans after you go back? You can be regarded as winning glory for the country this time. Chu Sheng understood what the big brother meant. After all, this was just a temporary group, and it would be disbanded when they returned. Chu Sheng wanted to play professionally in the future, or continue to be a streamer. If he was a streamer, it is estimated that no one in the entire PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds project would be more popular than Chu Sheng. Shujia, Xiaosher and Rabbit lowered their heads with regret. They knew that the first-person mode championship tomorrow was certain. With such a huge score difference, the second-place 4M would have to win 3 chickens in a row to catch up with the points of the Doyu team. This was still the most ideal situation. You should know that the points difference in the second, third, fourth and fifth places was not very large, and it could be said that it was a fight between dragons and tigers. If the Doyu team did not appear tomorrow, the teams behind would not necessarily be able to exceed this terrifying score. TPP and FPB double champions. This honor belongs to the Doyu team alone. It will also leave a strong mark in the career of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chu Sheng put down his chopsticks and pondered for a while. Everyone was waiting for Chu Sheng to sort out his thoughts. After all, Chu Sheng's decision would affect the height and pattern of the next PUBG game. I have also thought about forming a club myself, but the game has not been finished yet, and I know nothing about it. I plan to go back and see. Chu Sheng was outspoken. He really didn't have any experience in forming a club. When you win the double championship this time, you will definitely be chased by sponsors, holding checks for you to fill out at will. Wei Jiang had a smile on his face. After he retired from the Lao Gondai LOL division and became popular in the PUBG game, especially after winning the last Asian Invitational, he was surrounded by sponsors and investors. The feeling of being able to look at the stars and fill out checks at will is really refreshing. Besides, you don't know anything at all. Xiaobai has participated in the establishment of the club, so she has a say. And in the future, the equipment in your club can be debugged by the master himself. I envy you. Chapter 832 One Person's Carnival. Three Dogs' Sorrow. Not only Wei Jiang, but also the elder brother, and the others are envious. In the esports circle, which club is not proud of having equipment adjusted by Xiao by himself? Now Chu Sheng is preparing to set up his own club. But the equipment he has adjusted is something that other clubs can only envy. This time, I have to thank someone in particular. That is Xiaoan. She gave up her job and played 2 more days with us in Germany, so that the Douyu team was not eliminated by conspiracy. Here I suggest that everyone raise a toast to thank her for her contribution to the Douyu team and CN PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Sun Hao stood up and took the lead in picking up the wine glass. Everyone stood up. Xiaoan was flattered by such a grand occasion. She was so confident on the stage. But now she was a little embarrassed. It was also a coincidence that I came to Cologne and found that the teammate who had been playing games online was actually the famous Chu Sheng. It is also a unique experience in my life to be able to enter the professional arena with you all. As expected of an idol, he speaks without leaking a single word. But Chu Sheng was unwilling to do so. What do you mean you will know only when you meet? His red war god suit is so handsome, but he can't recognize it when it is in front of him. Can he be blamed? But you can contact me if you have any trouble when you go back this time. Douyu also has many female anchors. As a director, Sun Hao knows some of the rules of this circle. They were very moved and loyal to see Xiaoan come to their aid. But in South Korea, when people found out that it was this girl from Country C who saved the Douyu team, they severely humiliated their proud team on the field. They also found out that this girl is the host of an 18th tier girl group in South Korea. Will the resentment be transferred to Xiaoan at that time? You have to know that the brainless netizens in South Korea can do anything. Today, the vote to execute Kim Sang-jae on the front page of Chong Watai ranked first, which is almost becoming an international joke. Xiaoan nodded carefully. You can't be polite about this kind of thing. When she decided to become a temporary substitute for the Douyu team, Xiaoan thought that she might be boycotted or even dissed by the angry South Korean people when she returned. But since she has made the decision, she will bear the consequences no matter what. At most, her dream-chasing journey in South Korea will end, and she will be kicked out of the girl group by the company. And the migrant workers in South Korea will return to their country in poverty to seek a livelihood. It is impossible to have a worse situation than this. Xiaoan made the decision after careful consideration, not by staying in a whim. The development of the girl group in H country has not caused any waves. It has not been famous for 4 years. The team members are struggling to persist, but still can't see hope for the future. As they get older, when they chat together, they usually discuss future development and fate. Not to mention the company, which can't even raise money for the album, and needs to rely on crowdfunding from a few fans, and is on the verge of bankruptcy at any time. Sun Hao's promise means that Xiaoan's future job is settled. At worst, being a female anchor on Douyu is also possible. After all, compared with other female anchors, Xiaoan's professional ability can be said to be professional and amateur, and her appearance can easily be ranked in the top few in the entire appearance area. After eating and drinking, everyone went out with a smile on their faces. In this international invitational tournament for developers, the CN team may become the biggest winner. The celebration lasted from noon to night. It was too far to return to the manor, so Sun Hao simply waved his hand and booked a presidential suite at the hotel, under the pretext of letting the heroes of the Douyu team have a good rest. You should know that the presidential suite here is not cheap. But Sun Hao didn't even blink an eye. Just this time, how much attention and advertising effect did Douyu get from winning the championship? In the past, when Douyu was mentioned, everyone would jokingly say Hanbi kicks Wei. But now no one is using this joke anymore. And it's all about the Douyu team winning the championship. In the evening, the other 3 were all ready to rest after the excitement. Captain, are you still not asleep? Shujua finished washing up and wrapped himself in a bathrobe to watch the night view of Cologne. I have to say that this German is very good at urban planning. You may not see anything during the day, but at night in the presidential suite on the top floor, you can see the night view of the whole city and feel the power of the craftsman spirit. You go to sleep first. I'll watch the video again. Chu Sheng took off his headphones and said. Shujua came closer and found that Chu Sheng was watching the 4 games today, and he was full of admiration. It was already evening, And the captain still insisted on watching the videos of the 4 games today, analyzing the data of each team, and preparing for tomorrow's game. Then, Captain, you should rest early after watching. Xiao Ju patted Chu Sheng's shoulder and went into the room to rest. Today's 4 games can be said to be particularly chaotic, based on the video recordings released after the game. Chu Sheng reversed the thinking of each team through the choices made by each team. Although the chaotic choices are irregular, Chu Sheng knows that the decisions made beyond rationality are also subconscious decisions of people, which are their most instinctive choices. Chu Sheng tried to find some rules to follow from these chaotic and willful choices. Only rules can be summarized. Just when Chu Sheng was analyzing in depth, his cell phone suddenly rang, and Chu Sheng was so scared that he quickly answered it, not wanting the ringing of the phone to disturb the rest of his 3 teammates. I'm leaving after the game tomorrow. I can't sleep right now. How about you come out and chat with me? Chu Sheng originally thought it was Xiao Bai, but after answering the call, he found that it was Xiao En who called. In the middle of the night, Xiao En asked him to go out and chat. Chu Sheng thought for a while and said, "It's late at night. Will it disturb others? I'm on the rooftop of the hotel now. The scenery below is beautiful." Chu Sheng got angry in an instant and got up quickly. As he went out, he comforted him. "Don't do anything stupid. I'll come up right away." Chu Sheng took his coat and went out directly. Xiao Ju, who was sleeping lightly in the room, heard the noise and came out of the bedroom to take a look. There was no sign of the captain. The rabbit and the little lion on the other side were also awakened by the sound of the door closing, and each came out of the bedroom. "Captain, did you run out after answering the phone just now?" The rabbit was sleepy and obviously not awake yet. Shujua looked angry. "Captain lied to me before that he would watch videos and study for a while at night. But I didn't expect that he would sneak out alone to have fun in the blink of an eye. And even answer the phone. It must be a woman. Hey, 1 person's carnival, 3 dogs' sorrow. Let's go to bed." The little lion yawned and turned back to the house first. On the other side, Chu Sheng found the escalator passage and rushed directly to the rooftop. At a glance, he saw Xiao En standing on the edge of the roof in white pajamas. Chu Sheng's head exploded directly. "No!" Immediately rushed up and pulled Xiao En down. Chapter 833 Big Big Hoof. Xiao En fell backwards with a cry of awe and was hugged by Chu Sheng. "What are you doing?" Xiao En reacted and looked up at Chu Sheng. She was standing here quietly, but this guy rushed over and pulled her down, which scared her. "Why are you still talking about me? Why are you so upset?" Chu Sheng's scolding was very fierce. Just now, when he saw Xiao En standing on the rooftop in pajamas, his whole mind suddenly exploded and went blank. "Why are you yelling so loudly? And you pulled me down from the rooftop. Is it dangerous?" Chu was so angry that he laughed. "Is this guy sick? It's not dangerous for him to stand on the edge of the rooftop." But he blamed him for pulling it down? "Why are you so upset that you want to commit suicide?" "Wait, you said jump off the building?" Xiao En was stunned. She had never thought of committing suicide. She was just standing on the platform to enjoy the scenery. Xiao En thought about what she had said on the phone before, and then realized that Chu Sheng thought she was depressed and wanted to commit suicide. So she acted so abnormally. Seeing Chu Sheng's nervous face, Xiao En actually laughed. "Who told you I want to commit suicide?" This question made Chu Sheng speechless. Chu Sheng looked at Xiao En's smiling face and seemed to have no intention of committing suicide. "You lied to me?" Xiao En rolled her eyes in anger at Chu Sheng's words, and there was an indescribable charm between her eyebrows, like a coquettish expression. Chu Sheng was not the fool he was before. Seeing Xiao En's eyes, he did not understand that he had misunderstood. However, the misunderstanding seemed to be not only about jumping off the building to commit suicide. Xiao En was held in Chu Sheng's arms, holding her waist. A thin layer of red silk pajamas seemed unable to resist the transfer of heat between the skin. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere instantly changed from funny to charming. "Aren't you going to let go?" Xiao En's face was slightly red, as if she was slightly drunk from drinking half a glass of red wine. Chu Sheng reacted, and the whole person seemed to be electrocuted. He hurriedly helped Xiao En up and let go. "Look here. Am I going to commit suicide?" Xiao En walked up the stairs again and stood on the rooftop. Chu Sheng's heart was twitching with fear, and he hurriedly followed up, and found that under the rooftop, there was actually an open-air high-rise glass transparent swimming pool. At night, the moonlight and stars in the sky rippled on the water surface, and the city night view reflected in the glass was mixed. Countless gorgeous colors all merged into a pool of water, which was very beautiful. Beautiful. Chu Xing's cheeks were flushed. But this matter could not be blamed entirely on him. Right? Who made him not explain it clearly on the phone? When he saw this situation on the rooftop, it was scary. Who could tell it at the first time? Chu Xing did not expect that there was actually a glass transparent swimming pool on the rooftop. Why did the hotel build this thing on the top floor for no reason? Xiaoyan smiled. Chu Xing's words beautiful obviously did not refer to the scenery or the people. The smart girl understood it as an apology. The two leaned on the rooftop, looking at the night view and feeling the wind. What do you want to say? Chu Xing didn't want to come out so late, but he thought that Xiaoyan had helped them a lot this time. Even sacrificing his own idol career in the girl group, he would have to rush back to the company overnight after the competition tomorrow. Coupled with that shocking sentence, Chu Xing rushed out without hesitation. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and I asked you to come out and chat. But you are not happy? Xiaoyan angrily patted Chu Xing's shoulder. After all, I am also a hero of the Douyu team. Right? Who would treat a hero of the team like this? You are a hero. You have the final say. What can Chu Xing do? He can only nod and greet him nicely. Chu Xing and Xiaoyan talked a lot, and in the end, only Xiaoyan was left talking about the suffering she had endured in South Korea over the years, and that it was not easy to be in a girl group and to pursue her dreams. Chu Xing could nod and agree at first, but later he was so sleepy that he fell asleep with his arms as a cushion. Xiaoyan talked a lot, and found that Chu Xing was silent. He looked at him and saw that he had fallen asleep. I have to say that he is a very charming person, especially when playing games with him. Xiaoyan actually felt a sense of regret in her heart. Why she didn't meet him earlier. Li Xiaoyan's heart was beating wildly, and she came up with an extremely bold idea. Anyway, Chu Xing was already asleep, and he would never find out. Just consider it as a reward for helping the Douyu team this time. Quietly approaching Chu Xing, she could even feel his hot breath. Li Xiaoyan slowly closed her eyes. Chu Xing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he calmed down immediately. Li Xiaoyan put her hands on her hot cheeks, and she never thought that she would actually do such a thing. A sense of guilt surged in her heart, and there was even a feeling of wanting more. Xiaoyan seemed to be somewhat craving for this feeling. He took a deep breath to calm down, fanned his cheeks fiercely, and when his cheeks were not so hot, Xiaoyan put his hand on Chu Xing's shoulder. Wake up! Wake up! Xiaoyan's voice was trembling uncontrollably. As the lead singer of the Xingchen Girls group and an ace player who made no mistakes during performances, he couldn't even suppress his own voice at this moment. Chu Xing opened his eyes in a daze. Well, you're right. Xiaoyan was furious. Isn't this guy too perfunctory? Thinking of the things he had to deal with the Douyu team these days, and the fact that he had to concentrate on the game on the field. The softness in his heart was touched, and the little arrogance in his heart broke out. He thought to himself, let him go this time. I'm annoying. Right? I made you fall asleep. No. I've been busy these past 2 days, and I'm too tired after the competition. Sorry. Okay. I get it. I said everything I want to say anyway. Go back and rest. Xiaoyan pushed Chu Xing with both hands, and the two walked downstairs. Watching Xiaoyan enter the room, Chu Xing returned to the door of his room and touched his lips. He knew nothing and remembered nothing. The moment he opened the door, 3 faces suddenly came up, and Chu Xing took several steps back in fear. Are you crazy? What are you doing hiding at the door at night? Chu Xing was really scared. This guy is so shameless. He sneaked out late at night without sleeping, and even called us crazy. Captain, I am so disappointed in you. Did you go outside to review the video as promised? Chu Xing was unmoved. His face did not change. I was tired of watching, so I went to the rooftop to get some fresh air, and I felt more energetic. Let me tell you, there is a transparent swimming pool on the roof of this hotel, and the view is great. Ah, there is a transparent swimming pool? I will go up to take a look when I come back from the celebration tomorrow. Then I have to prepare swimming trunks tomorrow. After the game tomorrow, go buy swimming trunks. There should be enough time. The 3 people's attention immediately shifted to the transparent swimming pool, and they had long forgotten about questioning Chu Xing. Chapter 834 System Upgrade Again. Chu Xing had already gone to bed, and the 3 of them were still discussing tomorrow's pool party in the living room. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Chu Sheng was suddenly awakened by the voice in his mind. System upgrade. System upgrade. What a strange word. The previous two upgrades were both in Chu Sheng's dreams. And this time Chu Sheng finally got to see it. Before, Chu Sheng had been thinking about the evidence of the system upgrade. The 2 times could be attributed to coincidence. And 3 times was the limit. Now it was the 3rd time. And Chu Sheng was almost certain that every time he kissed someone of the opposite sex, the system would upgrade once. Oh my god. This system is causing trouble. Chu Sheng couldn't help but think back. The first time was when he accidentally ran into Su Xiaomu. The second time was in the community garden with Xiao Bai. And the 3rd time is now. The systems in other people's novels are all getting stronger and upgraded. But why is it that when it comes to his system, it is causing trouble? And it actually requires kissing to upgrade. However, Chu Sheng is also looking forward to what kind of changes this system upgrade can bring. Entropy reversal and bad luck transfer are already very strong. What new changes can the system bring this time? There was no conversation all night. And when Chu Sheng woke up the next day, he found that the system seemed to have not been upgraded yet. After washing up, I opened the door and found that all 3 teammates had big dark circles under their eyes. It's obvious that they must have been too excited to sleep all night yesterday. It's just a glass swimming pool. Look how excited you are. Have you ever thought that there's no one in the rooftop swimming pool tonight? Who are you going to have fun with? Besides, do you speak German or English? Chu Sheng's questions confused the 3 of them. This thing, they really don't know any foreign language. The beautiful things that I thought about all night are going to go down the drain. Captain, why didn't you say this yesterday? It ruined our beautiful dreams all night. The 3 wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just like a lake of mirror flowers and water moon. A stone was thrown into it, and all disappeared. If I had said it yesterday, with your gossipy personality, would you have let me sleep? Chu Sheng's answer left the 3 speechless. And they were determined. Sun Hao had arranged the bus to the venue in the hotel lobby early. Sun Hao would not give up such a good opportunity to show off. And showed his face in front of the group of leaders again, wandering in front of everyone, with an expression that said, "You are not worthy of being my enemy." And seeing the other people's gnashing eyes of hatred, Sun Hao was so happy. The 4 came out of the presidential suite, and the girls happened to come out of the room. Chu Sheng and Xiaolin's eyes met, but neither of them showed any emotion. It's the last day. Play well and prepare to celebrate. No one thought that the Douyu team would lose. Only those online gamblers, who closed their bets 3 days ago, were crying and even ready to run away. After all, no one really thought that a temporary anchor team would become the first in this invitational tournament with overwhelming strength. In the TPP mode, the final result has made everyone lose everything. And only the dealer laughed. Almost no one guessed correctly. And all the money went to the dealer. When meeting other teams in the hotel lobby, Chu Sheng keenly discovered that there were several extremely fierce eyes today, as if they wanted to eat Chu Sheng alive. Needless to say, one of them came from Jin Xiangzai. Chu Sheng's words yesterday were once again on the hot search in South Korea. As for Jin Xiangzai, he received a cross-ocean call from the Gen.G club yesterday afternoon, telling him that the game was over and he would go to the personnel department to handle the resignation procedures immediately after returning. His eyes were particularly resentful, but Chu Sheng was unmoved. If this guy messes up again, he doesn't mind having some backup. Everyone got on the bus. The 3 CN teams all performed well. Today's last 4 Dingjinshan battles were related to the glory of CN's PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Everyone was full of confidence. Chu Sheng sat in the back with 3 teammates and a wounded player. When he thought of the eyes in the hall today, Chu Sheng had a bad feeling. Be careful in today's game. I don't think they will give up. The 4 of them knew who Chu Sheng was talking about them. After all, the notebook was still there. And they had to make 4 square root s later today. No way. Their mentality was broken. And they could still turn the world upside down and do something weird today. Shijua's words were not groundless. If he were in the position of these people, he would probably not play today. No matter what. In this state, still thinking about revenge. Isn't this nonsense? Be careful. I met them in the hall today. I felt the atmosphere was not right. Chu Sheng's feeling has always been correct. This matter was exposed. Everyone became a little more cautious. Arriving at the main venue. Today's layout is different from yesterday. Developers always like to tinker with these visible places. Today's venue is circular. with a large stage in the center. It can be guessed that this venue is the podium for the final award ceremony. As long as you become the first, you can get on the final podium. The 4 people took their seats. And Rabbit simply became a special guest today and appeared in the commentary seat. The commentary booth, which was not very professional originally, suddenly became professional. Chu Sheng's system still did not respond, and it seemed that it was still being upgraded. However, Chu Sheng had long since stopped worrying about gains and losses. He was already clear about his own strength and knew his real treasure. The system was constantly upgrading, but its influence on him was greatly reduced. The first game started very quickly, because everyone had to wait for the machine to be debugged at the birth point. The first map today was still the island map. We should remain unchanged in the face of change. And the first game is still the seaside farm. Chu Sheng had no problem with his strength. The only question now was, during the strike upgrade of the system, would the bad luck disappear with it? Or would it always be with him? After 10 minutes of debugging, everyone was ready, and the cooling countdown finally started. Everyone boarded the plane, and Shaolin's mind was still on the rooftop yesterday, biting his lips gently. His mood was extremely complicated. What are you daydreaming about? Let's jump. Chu Sheng's voice interrupted Shaolin's wild thoughts. Seeing his teammates jump, he was about to fly to the airport island, so he jumped off the plane in a hurry. Chu Sheng keenly noticed something was wrong. There were more players landing around, which was not a good signal. Leo, Xiaoju, don't go to the seaside farm and apartment building. Just land in the Zodiac. Chu Sheng also reacted quickly. Seeing something was wrong, he immediately began to shrink the battle line. It was not that Chu Sheng could not deal with this group of people, but Chu Sheng had to deal with the enemy while minimizing the losses. As expected, when Shujia and Xiaoxizi fell towards the Zodiac, some players immediately occupied the seaside farm and apartment building. Chapter 835, Encirclement. Even Xiaoan could see that the other teams were very aggressive today and did not retreat in fear. Today, the teams that were behind were very tough. They chose to approach the Douyu team. On the other hand, the Douyu team began to shrink and gave up the original landing point, the seaside farm, and the apartment direction. Even the unprofessional commentators in the commentary booth found that the team played particularly tough today. This morning, the captain warned the players before getting on the bus that other teams might have new tactics today, so the players were all on guard. Tuzi's words shocked the commentators present, including the audience in front of the computer, who were worried about the Douyu team. They didn't expect Chu Sheng to have anticipated it before the game. What is the basis for Chu Sheng's judgment? The captain said that the professional players of other teams looked at us with hostility in the morning, and felt that today's game must be unusual. The audience watching the live broadcast were also shocked. Chu Sheng was able to determine that these professional players had a trick up their sleeves based on such a small point. If so, Chu Sheng must have thought of a solution to deal with it. All 3 of them shrank together and dropped their parachutes in the direction of the Zodiac. Looking around, players had dropped down wherever there were houses, even a small toilet on the side of the road. Chu Sheng was calm, and there was no surprise on his face. Everything was within his expectations. Several teams with 0 points would definitely be defeated by Chu Sheng 1 by 1 if they still play the game of hiding from each other today. It is better to stand up and die than to kneel down in cowardice. This is the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. All kinds of old shady people hide and lurk patiently, and the audience does not buy it at all. It is better not to win the game, but to show your bloodiness and momentum. Only by showing the courage of a tiger can you avoid being treated as a soft persimmon by other teams. Anyway, it is already 0 points. How miserable can it be? It is better to fight. Maybe it can turn life and death. This is the mentality of the last few teams. They want to fight. But Chu Sheng had already understood their thoughts. Even if he hadn't seen the looks of these players today, Chu Sheng would have expected that they would make other moves. A tree that doesn't move dies, but a person who moves lives. Only change can bring about new changes in the situation. When the 3 landed, only Xiaoan was still floating in the sky, and began to report to her teammates that she saw the enemy in her field of vision. The 3 of them entered a room respectively. Chu Sheng saw a shotgun at first sight, and then picked up a P-18C fully automatic pistol. Okay. It seems that the system upgrade period is not a bad thing. Being able to pick up weapons means that his luck is normal. Then the next thing is much simpler. Relying on the layout of the Zodiac, they can deal with enemies from all directions. Shuju and Zayashizi also picked up their own weapons, including rifles, submachine guns, and throwing objects. Fortunately, the Zodiac is easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is a cliff behind, so there is no need to worry about enemies coming up. Just guard the east and west sides to easily suppress the enemy. Be careful. The players from the seaside farm and the gas station are coming. Xion was reporting the battle situation at the last height, and his expression and response were quite in place. Xion was immediately greeted with respect from professional players. Several shots were fired in succession, and one shot successfully hit Xion, which scared her so much that she quickly let go of the parachute before she reached the height and fell from the sky. Fortunately, he didn't fall to his death, and saved some face. Shuju and Zayashizi guarded the west, and Chushin guarded the eastern gas station alone. As the first batch of enemies launched an attack, gunshots rang out. Xion came late, but the three still left a room for her. With a short sword and 10 bandages, Xion ran to Chusheng to start support. The eye support was in place, squatting in the corner of the room, bandaging himself to recover blood. Watching Chusheng holding a P-18C pistol at a single point, Chusheng's shooting skills were still sharp, and there was almost no flaw in his operation and reaction. When Chusheng had a fight with Park Ji-hyo in the bathroom yesterday, he had already discovered that his reaction ability had become even stronger after high-intensity training. The nerve reaction and body are extremely coordinated, and Chusheng's P-18C single-point speed is even comparable to full automatic. When the audience saw this gun, they thought of Dai Mei's face-to-face tracing. No matter how accurate your P-18C is, can you quickly and seamlessly trace the human body? Hey, when it comes to P-18C, even Chusheng is not Dai Mei's opponent. The audience joked wildly, and Dai Mei was also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the audience's ridicule, he was so embarrassed that he couldn't even raise his head. After knocking down one person, he squatted down to change bullets. Seeing the dagger in Xion's hand, his eyes lit up. Xion, come and guard this window. After Xion finished the bandage, her blood was only half restored. In addition, this dagger had no scope, so it was almost useless in her hand. I can't defend it. This gun has no scope. Then you can give me the gun and let me help you guard the window. Xion thought about it and realized that it was indeed the truth. She hurriedly handed the dagger and bullets to Chusheng and waited in the corner. The enemy attacked wave after wave, and the knockdown enemies retreated, and then were helped up by teammates to continue the battle. Although they can save people infinitely, they only searched one place, so they can't have too many medical supplies. And some people don't even have medical supplies. As long as they knock down, there is no need to worry. The player not far from Chusheng has been knocked down twice in a row, and now he doesn't even have a bandage. Even the Death Warriors can't absorb damage. Chusheng is frugal and uses single-point mode if he wants to play a full automatic effect. It all depends on hand speed. Xiao Shizi and Xiao Ju also deliberately save bullets because they know that there are more than one team of enemies around them, and a more difficult battle is waiting for them. The first wave of enemy attacks quickly failed, and the heads were taken away by the second wave of enemies, leaving Douyu team no chance to gain points. This move is equivalent to self-production and self-sales, cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. The Douyu team worked hard for a long time, wasted bullets, but did not get any points. Chusheng sneered and saw through this tactic. It's quite cruel. They actually united to mess with us. Chusheng saw through the enemy's strategy at a glance. If these clubs hadn't sat together yesterday to discuss, he would have written the word Chusheng backwards. The purpose of the first wave of suicidal charge was to consume their bullets. When the first wave was exhausted and could no longer create value, the second wave of players in the back came forward and made up for the heads in front, not giving the Douyu team any points. In other words, after spending half a day, the Douyu team gained nothing except hindering the enemy's attack and wasting bullets. The second wave of players can take away all the remaining supplies of the first wave of players, strengthen themselves, and then start a new wave of consumption. This tactic is quite cruel, and it evades the supervision of the developer's illegal team formation. After all, they really kill people when they see them, and there is no illegal team formation. If one wave doesn't work, then 2 waves, and if 2 waves don't work, then 3 waves. For people are stationed in the 12 constellations. The resources are limited and will always run out. At that time, it will be the climax of the enemy's counterattack. Chapter 836. A Trap Beast Still Fights. This plan is very rigorous. It bypasses the illegal team formation and can completely trap the Doyu team here. To complete such a delicate cooperation, each team needs to communicate in advance and work out a plan and rules. Otherwise, if they all rush over, if they don't shoot each other, it will obviously be defined as an illegal team formation. Chu Sheng saw at a glance that this was a plan made by several club teams. They were no longer going to act and completely put aside their face to start a joint effort, with the goal of killing the Doyu team. Not to mention Chu Sheng. The rabbit in the commentary seat saw through the enemy's plan at a glance, because he had a more detailed view with the director's camera. These professional teams are really shameless. Damn it. These professional teams actually formed an illegal team. Rabbit had no scruples at all. The broadcast of Doyu TV was originally for domestic audiences. Now that the enemy has used such a despicable method, why can't we say anything? If it is an illegal team, then the official referee will definitely deal with it. Right? The male commentator asked in confusion. Rabbit began to analyze and disassemble for the audience and other commentators. Look! There are people jumping around in this game, which clearly shows that they are playing to harm the Doyu team. Perhaps everyone thinks that these teams have grievances with the Doyu team, so they all come together to take revenge. But in fact, they had discussed it all, and every wave of excitement was definitely rehearsed and communicated beforehand. Look at the first HBN that rushed up. The places they searched were all some small houses, gas stations, etc., which obviously could not produce any high-level resources. After getting the equipment, they rushed over without saying a word. If it were us playing the game, when we knew there was an enemy behind us, would we directly attack the enemy in front of us? As long as the players are sane and have not cheated, they will not rush out rashly and be trapped by the enemies in front and behind. Of course, this evidence is not enough. Look at their actions carefully. When the 4 players of HBN ran out of ammunition and food, the players hiding behind them immediately appeared and killed 4 people. Look at the refund team in the distance. They took over the position of WTSG and began to wait at the second line of defense. What are you waiting for? Just wait for WTSG to go up and consume them until they run out of ammunition and food. Kill WTSG and don't give Doyu team any advantage. It goes without saying that the outermost Gen.G black team is ready. When Doyu team runs out of ammunition and food, it is time for them to launch the charge. Tuzi's analysis is like peeling an onion, peeling off layer by layer, allowing the audience and others to see the tactical thinking under the surface. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that this group of professional players had united without any shame. After bypassing the suspicion of illegal team formation, they launched an extermination-style siege on the Doyu team. At the beginning, the Doyu team was trapped in a place the size of the Zodiac. The resources here are limited, but facing many enemies and unable to resupply, they will always run out of resources. When the enemy rushes up like a hungry wolf, even if Chu Sheng is there, it will be difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. And there is no way. This is a completely vicious plan to wipe out the family, relying on the lives of the players to erode the resources of the Doyu team bit by bit. Trade your life for resources, and then completely exhaust you. After Rabbit finished his analysis, the audience is not stupid. You said that such a plan can be done just by eyesight and feeling, and the grasp of the changes in the battlefield situation. Sorry. Shuifeng, am the first one who doesn't believe it. Sorry. My lover doesn't believe it either. Sorry. Wrong Changswu. Don't believe it even more. Little bag, oh my god. These professional teams are too shameless. Right? They actually united to deal with Doyu team. Can't they see that they are bullying us? The Doyu team is in trouble now. There are 4 other teams around, just like a piece of fat meat targeted by wolves. The audience was clamoring for Rabbit to tell them about the solution. But Rabbit just kept shaking his head. The captain's thinking is hard for most people to guess. I was able to analyze it because I learned it from the captain. The captain often doesn't speak directly about tactics, so we analyze it ourselves and wait until the end to confirm it. This situation was collectively discussed by countless analysts and tacticians, and it is obvious that there is no solution to the current situation. Rabbit couldn't answer this question either. He couldn't tell the audience that the Doyu team could only wait to die now. It would be too demoralizing to say that. But Rabbit also believed in the captain, although he couldn't see through the situation and thought it was a dead end. Maybe the captain had a way. He has always been the one who created miracles. Chu Sheng knew the enemy's strategy, but there was no good solution for the time being. Chu Sheng knew that this was a quagmire. If he couldn't find a way to solve it quickly, he would only get deeper and deeper, and finally unable to extricate himself. When there were no bullets, it would not be up to them whether the enemy pressed forward or not. This move was really ruthless, the result of the collective wisdom of many analysts and tacticians. In addition, there were only 4 people including Chu Sheng, fighting against 5 well-trained and well-coordinated teams of 20 people. The terrain outside the Zodiac was open, and there was no cover, so Chu Sheng had no way to press forward. There was a cliff behind him, and it was not the kind that could fall into the water by accelerating the jump. If you jump down the rugged cliff, you may be stabbed to death by the bulge below. It is too difficult to jump into the sea to escape. Even if you can jump into the sea, you still can't escape the fate of being shot by people on the shore. The only good news is that the safe zone has been refreshed, and the first generation of the Zodiac on the seashore, where everyone is located, is also within the safe zone. Chu Sheng actually hopes not to be in the safe zone, so that he can rely on the poison circle to pull and consume, shorten the attack cycle, and save bullets in disguise. WTSG was also killed, and Chu Sheng didn't even need the dagger this time, and continued to pick up the P-18C single point. Little Lion and Little Duke also ran out of ammunition, and the two began to shoot alternately. Refund came up and made up for the WTSG that had fallen before, not letting DouYu team get a single point. The analysts and tacticians watching the game backstage were ecstatic. Yesterday, all 3 CN teams went to celebrate, and the scene was quite grand. I heard that they spent more than 100,000 yuan on food alone. The analysts and tacticians of several teams gathered together and began to make plans to solve the big problem of DouYu team. They avoided the rule of illegal team formation and had such a perfect plan. They were waiting to break the myth of DouYu team today. Now it seems that they succeeded. Slow death. When the DouYu team runs out of ammunition, that's when they die. Although the DouYu team is fierce now, it's just a trap beast fighting hard, exerting its last bit of ferocity. They have analyzed the big data and the resources produced in the Zodiac. Even at the highest level, can't withstand the bombardment of the 5 teams. Chapter 837 Airdrop is coming. Refund is so cool now. We can pin the DouYu team to the Zodiac and vent our anger. When I thought that the DouYu team would be exhausted to death because of lack of resources, I felt an extremely strong pleasure in my heart. Just when Chu Sheng was thinking about how to break the deadlock, there was a sound of an airplane in the sky. The plane came from the airport island and passed directly in the direction of the Zodiac. When the besieging team saw the plane, they felt a shudder in their hearts and suddenly had a terrifying thought. Could this airdrop land directly in the Zodiac? The 2nd and 3rd reserve teams in the distance also saw the plane approaching from a distance, and they all silently said in their hearts, "Don't drop the airdrop." The faces of the analysts and tacticians in the background changed so much in an instant, which was more advanced than many face-changing masters. When they were analyzing and arranging tactics, they forgot the most important variables, the safe zone and the airdrop. These uncontrollable variables will never appear in the tactical arrangement, because no one knows how the safe zone will refresh and how the airdrop will be dropped. If this airdrop is dropped in the Zodiac, then God wants them to die. Everyone is paying attention to this airdrop, which is the key to breaking the game. Everyone in the broadcast room was paying attention to the airdrop, including the DouYu team of the Zodiac. Chu Sheng asked the unarmed Xiao In to go to the door to observe whether the plane dropped the airdrop. As long as there was an airdrop gun, no matter what kind of gun it was, it could wipe out all the remaining teams. The focus of the entire arena was on the ownership of this airdrop. The plane flew straight over the Zodiac, and just when it reached the top of the head, a huge parachute suddenly appeared in the air, and a blue and red box of the film industry slowly descended. The team besieging the DouYu team all turned green. Isn't this a joke? Xiaolin stood at the door and saw the airdrop falling vertically above his head, and shouted excitedly, "It's falling! It's right above our heads!" Hearing this news, Chu Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had just thought of a way, but it was more risky. If the airdrop didn't fall, then he would just fight out with his personal ability. The worst case scenario might be that Chu Sheng would die here, and the other 3 teammates would leave smoothly. Now that the airdrop fell with face, Chu Sheng didn't have to take risks. In the director's camera, the weapons in the airdrop box were also seen. An M249 killer plus 200 bullets. For the DouYu team in their current situation, it is simply a killer. If this M249 falls into Chu Sheng's hands, 200 bullets are enough to slaughter the players on the entire map. Not to mention these teams? The audience was also very excited. This time, even justice was on the side of the Douyu team. The system couldn't stand it, and wanted to break the joint encirclement of several teams. This method of finding loopholes in the rules was disgusting, and had no esports spirit. But this group of people did it without hesitation in order to retaliate against Chu Sheng and the Douyu team. Even Rabbit was laughing. This time, even God was really helping the Douyu team. Before they did anything, they had already broken the opponent's painstaking killing array. In the backcourt lounge, the analysts and tacticians were pale, and they sat on the chairs weakly, limp as mud. Even luck was on the side of the Douyu team. A small airdrop completely ruined their plan. Any sniper rifle would be fine. They hoped that the airdrop would be an AWM with the least bullets, so that they could continue to consume. But through the director's camera, they saw it clearly. In the airdrop box was an M249 with 200 rounds of ammunition. A real killer. These ammunitions were more than enough to kill everyone on the map. Not to mention the 3 encirclement teams. If Chu Sheng got the M249, it would not be the encirclement of the 3 teams, but Chu Sheng's counter-encirclement. Unfortunately, they were in the backstage at the moment, and could not make the remaining 3 teams retreat. The players in the game only knew that the airdrop box had fallen, but they knew nothing about the killer weapon in the airdrop box. You cannot talk on the public channel in the game, and the remaining 3 teams cannot communicate. At this moment, they have different opinions on advance and retreat. Refund, who was on the front line, wanted to retreat, but the team at the gas station behind him wanted to rush forward together. The black team, which was the farthest away, did not think about running. Anyway, they had already scored 0 points. So why run? Refund saw that the team behind him had no intention of retreating at all. As if there were checkpoints on both sides, and they were in a dilemma. Damn it. What should we do now? Refund still has some points. In this situation, they are doomed to die. But the teammates behind are too into the game. They have no intention of retreating. If they retreat now, they will inevitably have to fight when they encounter each other. This is not worth it. How come Refund is going to die anyway? But he didn't die on the way to charge, but was killed by his teammates in vain? Forget it. Since we are going to die anyway, let's just rush forward now, and consume the opponent before they get the airdrop. I hope the 2 teams behind can understand what we mean. Captain Refund gritted his teeth. He was not worried about the Pittsburgh Knights behind him. He was most worried about the Jin.G Black who was at the bottom. Don't let them and the Pittsburgh Knights rush up, and the last black team run away. That would be too bad. Refund launched the final charge. This time, the 4 people did not split into 2 lines, and all killed from Chu Sheng's side. The only correct choice was to consume Chu Sheng's bullets. The 4 people were like zombies. They all ran out and suppressed the window directly with firepower, not giving Chu Sheng any chance to show his head. What are these guys doing? The window was suppressed by firepower, and there was a sound of bullets embedding into the wood. Chu Sheng crouched down and walked around the window, quickly came to the door, and started to shoot back. The 4 people were scattered in order to increase the difficulty for Chu Sheng to pull the gun line. However, in the first-person mode, when everyone has the same vision, Chu Sheng's backflow body movement is immediately revealed. Just a flash to lock the enemy. The bullets quickly fell on the head and body. The dagger's bullet speed was very fast, and it was almost a second to stick out. The Pittsburgh Knights behind saw that all the members of Refund launched a suicidal charge, and immediately reacted and understood their ideas. Quickly follow Refund's pace, and try to suppress the enemy with firepower before Chu Sheng gets the airdrop. Chu Sheng's backflow body movement, dodging and sticking out his head, is like a needle on a printer, flashing quickly, and the enemies fall to the ground one by one. The airdrop is still 20 meters high. Shaolin is watching eagerly, hoping to fall 1 second earlier. Chu Sheng's dagger bullets have been used up, and there is no time to reload. So he directly takes out the P-18C to meet the enemy. Chapter 838 Excellent Geometry. Shuju and Xia Shizi wanted to come over to support, but Chu Sheng persuaded them to stop. You guys hold the east side. Beware of someone coming from the side. Chu Sheng refused their support. He could still hold on here. He calculated the ammunition on his body and his mind. As long as a group of people didn't rush out, he could delay for a while. If Shujia and Xia Shizi came over to support, the other side's front line would be empty, and the enemy's direct advance would cause a devastating blow to them. A smoke bomb was thrown over, blocking Chusheng and the enemy's vision. The Pittsburgh Knights quickly killed the 3 fallen Refund players, and the last player, who was lying on the ground with low health, also stood up and tacitly gave away a head. This time, Refund killed WTSG and earned 45 points. The Pittsburgh Cavaliers also killed Refund and earned 45 points, leaving no point for the Yujia team. Chusheng also took advantage of the smoke bomb to reload the bullets in both guns. The airdrop in the sky was only 10 meters away from falling. Xiaoan looked up and stared at the airdrop. But as it fell, he always felt that the position was a little wrong. This airdrop did not seem to fall at the feet, but went directly to the roof. Xiaoan was a little panicked and quickly told Chusheng about this discovery. Chusheng, this airdrop seems to fall on the roof. The shadow of the parachute covered the 2 people, and Chusheng was waiting for the bang of the airdrop landing. But this sound seemed to appear above his head. He quickly looked up and saw that the airdrop really landed on the roof. Fuck. This is also true? Is Extreme Joy sad? The audience was all shocked. This scene was too bloody. It is true that the airdrop landed in the Zodiac, but now the box fell directly on the roof and could not be taken at all. What is the difference between this and the airdrop not landing here? Fuck. There are too many airdrop scenes. It will be troublesome if the enemy sees it when the smoke clears. The audience was even more nervous than Chusheng. It can be said that they were worried about the Douyu team. Several people in the commentary booth were so nervous that they couldn't say anything. Chusheng glanced at the location of the airdrop box and frowned slightly. He naturally didn't expect that the airdrop box would set such a trap for him. But time is running out now. If the enemy sees the airdrop box on the roof, they will definitely rush up like a hungry tiger, and it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. Moreover, Chusheng didn't know how many teams participated in this encirclement and suppression. The battle line of Little Lion and Little Duke must not be moved if it can be kept. You have to know the short board effect of the wooden barrel. Little Lion and Little Duke can't be missing. Chusheng pulled Xiaoan and began to retreat, hiding behind another house. As soon as he left, a grenade was thrown over and exploded on the spot. These guys actually found a grenade in the house. Chusheng also had a grenade, but only one. The dagger in his hand only had 1 round of bullets left, and the P-18C only had 10 rounds left. There were enough bullets for the spray gun, 15 rounds, but the spray guns at this distance were seriously scattered, so it was difficult to produce an instant kill effect. In a flash, Chusheng switched to a grenade, holding it in his hand and preparing to pull out the pin. Everyone was startled. Was Chusheng trying to use the grenade to achieve a miracle? The last team, Jin.G Black, also rushed over. After all the members of the Pittsburgh Knights disappeared into the smoke, they rushed out from the back slope and avoided perfectly. Chusheng pulled out the pin and started the countdown. But the position he aimed at was not in the smoke, but the airdrop box on the roof that was smoking. Chusheng was ready to use a grenade to blow down the airdrop box. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights rushed out of the smoke at the same time, avoiding becoming suicide squads one by one. Chusheng could never solve such a battle line at once, and he would inevitably face enemy fire suppression. At this moment, Chusheng's grenade flew out from the back of the house and flew to the roof in front of everyone's eyes. The 4 players of the Pittsburgh Knights were stunned for a moment, caught off guard by Chusheng's action. Immediately, there was an explosion, and the airdrop on the roof was blown away by the strong air wave. The huge airdrop box fell directly from the roof towards the position of the 4 people. The airdrop rolled twice on the ground, and the 4 people of the Pittsburgh Knights were like bowling pins, and were smashed into pieces by the airdrop box. Only one person was pushed away slightly, but his health was only a layer of blood. The remaining 3 people were all knocked down by the airdrop box and lay on the ground. Chusheng saw the information in the upper right corner, and showed his head without hesitation, and knocked the last player, who was still in shock, to the ground. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights fell down together, and they were still confused when they died. The audience gasped, applauding Chusheng's wild and unrestrained ideas. This move of passing the parcel was really beautiful. He used the airdrop box at a high point, blew it down with a grenade, and then crushed the 4 people. Excellent geometry. I was really stunned. If it were me, I would at most throw the grenade into the smoke bomb, especially when the grenade flew to the roof. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights were unable to react for a while. If the grenade flew towards their heads, it could definitely be avoided with the reaction of the 4 people. But this grenade flew towards the roof, and the four people's vigilance was greatly reduced, and they also became confused, causing a time stagnation. Xiaoan saw all four people fall down, and ran towards the airdrop box without saying a word. There is a gun in the airdrop box, and she will become stronger if she gets the gun. When Chu Sheng saw Xiaoan rushing out, it was too late. He thought that there might be other teams behind. Otherwise, the Pittsburgh Knights would not rush over so recklessly. But it was too late now. Xiaoan had already run to the airdrop box and exclaimed, "Wow! It's M249. When Chu Sheng heard about M249, his eyes lit up. This gun came at the right time. Just the next second, a grenade rolled to Xiaoan's feet. And when she reacted, it was too late to escape. Boom! The huge explosion was deafening. And with a cloud of smoke, Xiaoan fell directly in front of the airdrop box. However, Chu Sheng still admired him, because in such a short time, Xiaoan had already carried the M249 on his back, and kept shouting, "I got it! I got it!" Then a group of enemies appeared in front of him. The remaining dagger bullets just knocked down one person. And then, the magazine was empty. Seeing the opponent's ID, Chu Sheng sneered, thinking that Zhen Daji had used his brain a lot last night. It seems that Jin Xianzai spent a lot of time to let the four European and American teams take the lead in the front. And he was the fisherman in the back to benefit. "Xiao Ju, little lion, you two can come over." If it was another team, Chu Sheng would have gone alone. But for the black team, Chu Sheng would not give them any chance, and directly slapped them to death. Chapter 839 System Upgrade completed. After the bullets of the dagger were used up, Chu Sheng quickly switched to the P18C. But the bullet capacity of this gun was really limited. For Chu Sheng, 8 bullets could only knock down one person. The remaining 3 people rushed towards the airdrop box aggressively, and Chu Sheng had already taken out the shotgun to cover the shooting. It was a pity that at a distance of more than 20 meters, the shotgun without a choke was struggling and roaring in Chu Sheng's hands, and it was difficult to tame. At this time, Chu Sheng wished that he had Dai Mei's shotgun talent, and he would spray all these people to death in a minute. Seeing Chu Sheng's shotgun, the audience also felt that it was eye-catching. In fact, Chu Sheng's trolling is already very strong. But this distance itself carries a lot of uncertainty. If it is at close range, with Chu Sheng's reaction, no one is afraid, and only Shroud can compete with Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's trolling is still not good enough, and he still needs to be coached by Dai Mei. Wow! Dai Mei's trolling can be said to be invincible in the world. The best in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. If it were Dai Mei, the 3 guys from Zhen Daji Black would have been dead long ago. Seeing the audience praising her crazily, Dai Mei blushed and swelled up a little, and couldn't help but comment on Chu Sheng's performance. "Oh, Chu Sheng's other gun skills are all good, but the shotgun is not yet perfect. If the muzzle is raised a little bit, it can hit the head." "What? You ask how much a little is? It's just this little bit." He even compared with his hands. As expected of the originator of the stream of consciousness shotgun, even the distance scale is based on feeling, without a specific statement. Xiaoan hid behind the airdrop box and shivered. She could even hear the opponent's footsteps and gunshots approaching. Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi surrounded the Zodiac. Chu Sheng just stuck his head out to suppress the fire and attract the enemy's attention. As a result, after firing 4 bullets, all of them only saw bleeding, but no one fell to the ground. In the end, it was Xia Shizi and Shujua who came out from the side, who killed the 3 guys with low health. Xiaoan climbed into the house tactfully and waited for his teammates to come in to treat him. He already had some professional qualities. Chu Sheng first picked up the M249 and spare bullets that Xiaoan dropped, and then squatted down to save people after loading them. Shioju and Xia Shizi were on guard outside. But this time it seemed that no enemies came to kill them. There should be no one left. "Right?" Xiaojua whispered to himself. Xia Shizi couldn't help but sigh. This scene was really like a zombie siege, and they swarmed over and really caught people off guard. There are already 5 teams and 20 players. 1/3 of the total number of players. A big deal. In order to destroy the Douyu team, they have completely lost their dignity. Chu Sheng sneered, and his murderous aura was overflowing. There was no need to continue this game. With the M249, Chu Sheng was simply a god who could kill anyone who stood in his way. During the upgrade period, the system did not have a big impact on Chu Sheng, and even others could not feel the changes in Chu Sheng. For normal audiences and professional players, the range they can perceive is 1 to 100. However, Chu Sheng's strength ranges from 100 to 150. Even without the assistance of the system, his strength is still 100 points, which has surpassed ordinary audiences and professional players. Only a very few talented players could vaguely feel that Chu Sheng's performance was not as abnormal as before. But in the eyes of these players, Chu Sheng had already played 100%, and his flaws did not outweigh his merits. The subsequent game had lost its meaning. Chu Sheng was quite terrifying when he got serious, and he had an M249 in his hand. Once the fire suppression was formed, the only thing the enemy could do was hide behind the bunker and wait for death. If you encounter someone who wants to show his head to observe the situation, once he raises his head, he will be headshot and knocked down. The subsequent game ended quickly in a crushing defeat. There was a dead silence in the backstage lounge, and all analysts and tacticians lowered their heads, as if in silence. The ultimate tactics they had been thinking about for a whole night were easily broken by an airdrop. Chu Sheng's command in the Zodiac was quite good, except for the last substitute player Shaolan's impulsive attempt to grab the airdrop, which prolonged the battle rhythm. There was nothing to complain about. The players of the 5 teams on the field also lowered their heads. It was not because they were ashamed, but they still failed to defeat Chu Sheng. Then, they would definitely be more careful in the next game and start to avoid the pursuit of the 5 teams. As soon as the game ended, Xiao Ju did not rush to take off his headphones, but asked directly, "Captain, how do we jump in the next game?" The 5-army combo just now still made Xiao Ju a little scared. The last team to appear was Jin Da-Ji Black. If they got the kill, the image and brand that Douyu team had established before would be gone. It was unacceptable that the first team was killed by the first team. Let's go to the old place. But Captain, they will definitely come to the seaside farm to find us in the next game. Xiaojue stopped talking, and suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. With excitement in his tone, "Captain, do you want to play a reverse thinking? The enemy must think that we will change the place in the next game. But we don't change, and still come to the seaside farm." Chu Sheng was confused. What kind of analysis was this from Xiujue? He said that the reason for jumping to the old place was because the system was finally upgraded, and there was no need to change to another place. As a result, Xiujue actually analyzed so many things on his own, which seemed to sound quite reasonable. Chu Sheng felt his face turn red after hearing this. He didn't think so at all. "Shu," making a gesture to keep quiet. Xiujue nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I understand. The plan cannot be revealed. Otherwise it will be ineffective." Chu Sheng took off his headphones, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to rest. At the end of the game, the sound of the system upgrade completed came to his mind. When I was concentrating on studying the new adjustments of the system, I was pulled back by the surging river water of Shijue. Now I close my eyes and rest, and finally have the opportunity to see the updated system. There are no major changes, just a new function, the advent of bad luck. This skill is more domineering than bad luck transfer, but the cost is also greater. It can make bad luck happen to a person. And this attack is not in the game, but in reality, the advent of bad luck is a bit domineering. This is Chu Sheng's evaluation after reading the introduction. There is no need to complain about this skill, and it can be released at any time. The price is that there will be a period of cooldown. This cooldown is not a skill cooldown, but a system cooldown. Chu Sheng can easily understand this. This skill is too buggy, and it can actually take effect in reality. So the price is also within his expectations. The ratio is also within Chu Sheng's control, taking effect for 1 hour and cooling down for 1 day. Seeing this update, Chu Sheng shot at the captain of Jin Da-Ji Black without saying a word, and the time was rounded up. Chapter 840 Evil Forces. 24 hours. It will take effect on the captain of Jin Da-Ji Black for 24 hours, and the system will be on cooldown for 24 days, and cannot be turned on. The captain of Jin Da-Ji Black shuddered all over, and suddenly felt a little cold. The lights above the venue also flickered. Why do I feel a little cold? The captain of the black team smacked his lips, and muttered to himself. During the halftime break, these teams adjusted their mentality. If Chu Sheng was lucky in the last game, he would definitely not have such good luck in the next game. After exchanging glances with the other teams, everyone tacitly prepared to continue the next game. Even if Chu Sheng jumped to other places, they were prepared. Either the seaside farm or S City. If it was a new map, It would be either Picado or P-Port. After a night of data analysis by analysts and tacticians, they had also completely figured out the Doyu team. Damn it. These guys completely ignored the ban. Green, the creative director of the developer, punched the sofa with his fist in anger. He had been in the background with the official technicians and referees. Everyone was not stupid, and they could see at a glance that these 5 teams were deliberately targeting the Doyu team, or using such a despicable method as loopholes in the rules. This is what makes Green grit his teeth the most. He is the official person in charge of the developer this time, and someone actually ignores him right under his nose, openly forming gangs to do small tricks. The most annoying thing is that they found a loophole in the rules, and the officials and referees can't do anything to them. The referee also had a gloomy face. Since they can come up with this method, it is obvious that they don't take them seriously. But for fairness, they can't do anything. Director, relax. I think the Doyu team must have a way. It's enough to suffer a loss once. They will definitely think of a countermeasure next time. Perhaps these 5 teams will become another stepping stone for the Doyu team to reach the peak. This time, the technicians provided a good idea and finally suppressed the anger of Green and the referee. That's right. The Doyu team will not fall under such a conspiracy. You are a wise man. But we officials cannot be slapped in the face and remain silent. We still have to stand firm on some positions. The technicians also understood what the director said and made an okay gesture. It's just a wonderful clip. He just extracted it and told the director. Specially picked out the video of Chu Sheng exchanging fire with the 5 teams, and marked the positions of the 6 teams on the big map, which was clearly a hint. When the wonderful replay appeared on the big screen and in the live broadcast room, even the audience was stunned and shouted the developer knows how to play. Even the official team had to support the Doyu team in this wave. The other 5 teams were ashamed and angry when they saw this wonderful video. But there was no other way at this moment. They had to go all the way since they had embarked on this road. If they retreated now, they would not only fail to get revenge, but also become the laughing stock of everyone. Now there was only one way to go all the way. To successfully kill Chu Sheng. And then, they could ignore the sarcasm of others. As the halftime break ended, everyone entered the game again. The map this time was a desert map, and the audience's attention was focused on whether the 5 teams would besiege the Doyu team again. After all, the desert map is very large. If you can't choose the right location at the beginning, basically the whole game will only be in the final round. Captain, Xiaoju only said 2 words, just to remind Chu Sheng to choose a location. After all, it is not an island map, and now you have to redesignate the landing point. Chu Sheng took a look at the map. Since we know that someone is targeting us, we naturally have to play more conservatively. Xiao En, Xiaoju and Xiao Shitzi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the captain's words. Then let's jump to Picado. Ah? The 3 of them didn't seem to hear clearly, and Chu Sheng repeated it again. Then let's jump to Picado. Now the 3 of them were all confused. They said they would be conservative, but they chose a place like Picado right away. Shijua's face was twitching, and he finally said a sentence after a long time. This is too conservative. The 5 teams had previously received information from analysts and tacticians. If it was a new map, the Doyu team would most likely choose Picado or Port P. Now the plane took off, and everyone saw the route, flying directly from the military base to the spawn point prison. Needless to say, the Doyu team will definitely choose Picado. When the plane reached the middle, Chu Sheng and his 4 companions fell directly from the plane. As soon as he jumped, Chu Sheng saw a figure beside him that was not his teammate. A large number of players jumped off the plane and rushed to Picado. Fuck. Why are there so many people? Have these guys studied the Doyu team? They can actually guess that they will come to Picado. Are these people getting more and more shameless? The audience's reaction was very intense. This was obviously a group bullying. Can't the official stand up and make a strong statement? Moreover, when jumping to Picado, each team arranged their positions so that they could distinguish each other clearly. If 2 teams appeared in the same place, one of them must be the Doyu team. So just rush over. The tactical thinking is quite clear, and the division of labor is orderly. After a bunch of analysts and tacticians formulated it, the 5 teams practiced dozens of games. Every time they cleared the place, they would quit the game and never waste time. They were familiar with this tactic and had practical experience. They could even guess that Chu Sheng and his 4 men would definitely choose to land in the high building. They were so familiar with it that they didn't believe that they couldn't take down another Chu Sheng. How could God always favor him? It was indeed as they expected. When Chu Sheng saw this situation, he counted the number of people again. It was exactly 20 people. 5 teams. With a sneer on his lips, Chu Sheng immediately started to turn his umbrella. Let's go. Gather at the high tower. The 5 chasing teams were scattered in the L-shaped building, the casino, the red building, the boxing gym, and the T-shaped street house. Shujia, Zaya Shizi and Xiong were at a higher place, and they turned their umbrellas directly after hearing Chu Sheng's words. Chu Sheng originally landed at the casino, and temporarily turned his umbrella to go around the top of the high tower. As a result, Chu Sheng found that the height seemed not enough when he was halfway around. What's more tragic is that the whole person was stuck at a point at the top of the tower. And then as if time stopped, Chu Sheng stuck at the top of the tower with his umbrella tilted. Now if someone asked Chu Sheng if he was touched, Chu Sheng would definitely shake his head wildly. I dare not move. If I just press it casually, what should I do if I fall from a high altitude? This iron tower is much higher than a tall building. If I fall from it, I will definitely die. At this moment, the parachute behind Chu Sheng suddenly whoosh was removed. Chu Sheng shook his whole body and stood on the top of the iron tower. On the top of the cone with a radius of 1 meter. Chapter 841 The man standing on the top of Picado. Fuck. Chu Sheng couldn't help but swear. Chu Sheng rarely swears. But this time he really couldn't help it. The umbrella on his body fell off. And Chu Sheng stood on the top of the tower with a radius of 1 meter. The highest point in Picado. Standing on the cone, Chu Sheng could see the whole view of Picado. But in this way, he was completely trapped in this place. Obviously the enemy also found Chu Sheng, who fell on the high place. And the captain of black was the first to laugh. Ha ha. Chu Sheng has this day too. This time he is finished. Quick. Find a gun and kill directly to the tall building. Chu Sheng. Leave him alone for now. Let him experience the feeling of being powerless. There are no weapons at high places. And he will die if he jumps down. He can only watch his teammates being killed one by one. Except for the team jumping to the boxing gym. The teams from other places saw the umbrella stuck on the tower. And after a moment, they were ecstatic. As if they had won 5 million. Xiaoju jumped on the top of the tall building. After picking up the things, he looked up and saw the captain and him looking at each other in the air. Captain, why did you jump up here? Xiaoju was stunned. Even if he jumped on purpose, he couldn't be so accurate. Hearing the sound, Xiao Shizi and Xiaoan also looked up and saw the captain, who looked like a Superman on the top of the tower. Wow! How did you get up there? Captain? You look so awesome. This place, even if you jump there specifically, you may not be able to land once in 10 attempts. At this moment, Chu Sheng just wanted to light a cigarette to match the atmosphere of being high up. Okay. Stop looking. Hurry up and find a gun. The enemies from the casino and the L-shaped building are coming soon. Chu Sheng glanced around. The only good thing about this high tower column is that it is high. It is so high that as long as he lies down, the enemies below can't hit him at all. Captain, what are you going to do? Xian asked. Chu Sheng thought. What else can I do? I will definitely fall to death if I fall from a high place. When the time comes, the enemy will pounce on me like a mad dog? Xiaoan can help. But facing 20 enemies, Shuju and Zaya Shizi will definitely not be able to stop them. Choosing to jump down will directly ruin the game. The only thing he can do now is to be a scout and report the situation of the 4-sided team to the 2 people in the high-rise building, so that they can find a way to delay time and counterattack. High-rise buildings are easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as they are not knocked down, it will be difficult for the enemy to rush into the building. Xiwan, after you search for supplies, hurry into the high-rise building, and all of you retreat to the high-rise building for defense. Chu Sheng's only hope now is that there are spray weapons in the high-rise building, especially the S-12K, which is a killer weapon. It is like a god or demon to fight for with one. Under Chu Sheng's command, the Douyu team quickly stabilized and no longer cared about the captain landing on the high point. They began to fight for some time to develop and wait for the coming battle. The audience discussed that Chu Sheng's landing difficulty was quite high, and it could be selected as level 10 difficulty. But such a situation is completely suicidal. He can only stay on the high tower and can't do anything. This wave of Douyu team is difficult. I just hope Chu Sheng will be poisoned to death. And don't give heads to these people. As long as Chu Sheng is alive, Douyu team will not be destroyed. The safe zone has been refreshed. And Picardo happens to be in the safe zone. Now Chu Sheng can't even be poisoned to death. Why hasn't it taken effect yet? Chu Sheng had cursed the captain of Black to make him unable to use the system for 24 days. But so far, Chu Sheng has not found anything strange. Little did they know that the Gen.G Black team searching in the L building was in a state of confusion at the moment. There are still many rooms in the L-shaped building, divided into the first and second floors and the rooftop. Although the 4 people searching cannot fully equip everyone, it can still be guaranteed that everyone has a weapon. But in such a place, the 4 people searched and found only a small pistol. How come there is only one small pistol? Almost all the houses were filled with level 1 helmets, level 1 bags and the like. The most important thing is that according to the pre-planned plan, the Gen.G team should be the first to go up and absorb the firepower. The other teams have already got the guns. But the Gen.G team did not make any moves. Are these bastards afraid? I think they should not have been the last to leave. Sure enough, the Korean nation is untrustworthy. The other 4 teams were almost furious. The Pittsburgh Knights thought for a long time and decided that since the Black team did not dare to go up, they would go up and take the lead. Anyway, their current points have dropped to the middle, but they are still much higher than other teams. At this moment, the Black team in the L-shaped building suddenly moved, for people ran over from the road with smoke. The Pittsburgh Knights also stopped in time and waited for Gen.G to rush into the high-rise building first. This time, without Chu Sheng's obstruction. Even if they only had a small pistol, they could attract some bullets and provide some opportunities for other teams. All members of the Gen.G team rushed directly into the high-rise building. Chu Sheng had observed from a high place that they had no weapons in their hands. So he asked the team members to guard the stairs. At the same time, the enemies in the casino and the T-zone room area also came out one after another. Shuju and Zayashizi both had submachine guns, and Xiuan only picked up a Win 94. The key is that she doesn't know how to use this gun at all. Only Chu Sheng can bring out the strongest power. There was a burst of gunfire in the building. As expected, the Black team was annihilated. But the previous wave of attack also consumed a lot of bullets from the Douyu team. There can't be many people at the door of a building. Shujue was stuck at the door with EP9. And Xiaosher was a little above the stairs, forming a crossfire. Xiuan, as the last bottom line and spark of the team, was shivering in the room on the 4th floor. As for the captain, he can't be relied on at all in this game. His biggest role is to report the point and shout slogans to cheer him up. Or, he could try jumping down from the tower and punch the enemy before he died to see if he could hit them. Even if he missed, he could still scare the enemy and even consume their ammunition. Be careful. Someone else is approaching. Chu Sheng's alert voice sounded again. And Xiuju and Zayashizi in the building were ready to face a great enemy. Just now, Shujue went over to look at the 4 boxes. These damn Koreans didn't have anything on them. They only picked up a small pistol, which didn't have many bullets. Gen.G was careful when he went upstairs, with the idea of not leaving a single needle or thread for the Douyu team. He threw the bandages he picked up directly at the door before going upstairs, so that they could be used by those who came later. Anyway, they were the death squad, just to die and fill the lives of others. The more they consumed, the more they earned. The second team to rush up was WTSG, who directly climbed in from the 1st floor window, and even fired 2 shots at the tower before entering. The bang-bang sound and sparks were obviously a provocation to Chu Sheng. Chapter 842 The Man Who Fell from the Sky. But what can Chu Sheng do? He can't really jump down and argue with the other party. Right? He jumped down and didn't even have time to argue. And he was already on the ground. Chu Sheng looked far away and saw the enemy coming out of the boxing gym, and saw the shotgun on his back. Hey, be careful. The guy coming out of the boxing gym is carrying a shotgun. The 3 people in the high-rise building didn't have a big killer weapon like a shotgun. Although Win 94 can be used as a shotgun, it is obviously called a shotgun when it is in Chu Sheng's hands. In Xiaolan's hands, it can only be called a shotgun. Gen.G Black died completely, and Chu Sheng also saw the effect. It was really miserable for a team to have only one small pistol. But this degree was not enough. They were obviously a death squad. No matter how good the gun was, they would just take the bullets. Chu Sheng did not feel the pleasure of revenge. How can we get down? Let the three people come out of the high-rise building and fall into the ruins next to the casino? Xiao and rescue people, and Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi defended. This method sounds reliable, but it is actually not feasible at all. The enemies in the casino were waiting outside, and they rushed in directly when the gunfight broke out, without giving the Douyu team any breathing space. The enemies in the boxing gym in the distance also came out and slowly moved along the T-shaped room area. They were in tacit agreement with the enemies in the casino and did not meet each other. Chu Sheng saw it clearly from a high place. If he was given a few grenades at this time, he was confident that he could blow up both teams. But now, he could only watch and hope that his teammates could successfully withstand 3 waves of attacks. Just as Chu Sheng was thinking, the sound of a plane roared from the sky. It was like a minor role suddenly jumped out during a major performance and said that his performance should be more profound. Director, let's do it again. It disrupted everyone's mind. It was just that whether or not the airdrop was dropped was no longer important to the teams in Picado. The most important thing was that Chu Sheng had no weapons, and the Douyu team was about the same level as them. If 2 players holding submachine guns wanted to defend the stairs, only a stalemate team like Black would be wiped out. When the plane flew over Picado, it dropped an airdrop accurately. Now the teams outside were all happy, because the airdrop did not fall on the high-rise building. And there was no such thing as an airdrop falling on the roof of a high-rise building to increase the opponent's supplies. On the contrary, they were outside, and they could not only kill the Douyu team, but also get the airdrop. So the next game would be easy. The Pittsburgh Knights were located near the casino, so the airdrop was obviously meant to hit them directly. Haha. This is going to be awesome. Last time, an airdrop helped the Douyu team turn the tables. This time, let the Douyu team see who the airdrop is helping. The Pittsburgh Knights were already imagining that they would take the airdrop gun and then go in to kill the Douyu team. This wave of slapping and taunting was a perfect match. Haha. If you have the guts, call for airdrop protection again? The battle was not over yet, but everyone seemed to have seen the ending. Feeling extremely relieved, Chu Sheng also saw the airdrop and squatted on the cone to look at the sky. The airdrop gradually fell down, and Chu Sheng estimated that it should be very close to him. Could this be a good way for him to turn the tide? Chu Sheng's idea was very bold, even wild and unrestrained. But it was his fearlessness of imagination that allowed him to create so many miracles. Things that everyone thought were impossible, only he thought were possible, and finally became a reality. Chu Sheng fell into deep thought, and even forgot to remind his companions in the building. As the airdrop box gradually fell, Chu Sheng could already see that the airdrop was very close to him. At this time, he must come up with a solution. At the moment when the airdrop box was level with Chu Sheng suddenly realized that the distance didn't seem to be very far. As the airdrop box continued to fall, Chu Sheng took a few steps back without saying a word, and jumped directly from the cone. Leap of faith. I seem to have guessed what he was going to do. Some viewers hadn't finished typing when Chu Sheng had already jumped. All the viewers saw this scene through the broadcast. Chu Sheng's grasp was still very accurate, and he landed directly on the airdrop box. The entire Pittsburgh Cavaliers team, who were eagerly waiting for the airdrop to fall behind the casino wall, were also stunned. They didn't expect Chu Sheng to jump down from the tower in this way. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The refund team on the other side also saw the leap of faith, because they were at a more remote location. They could see it more clearly. I never dreamed that Chu Sheng would jump down from the tower in this way. After landing on the airdrop box, the first thing Chu Sheng did was to lie down, with only his 2 legs exposed. His body was covered by the airdrop box. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 armor. August and 90 rounds of 5.56mm bullets. Chu Sheng frantically drew equipment from the airdrop box. After the equipment was put on, and the assault rifle was reloaded, the airdrop was less than 10 meters away from the ground. At this moment, Chu Sheng stood up from the airdrop box, holding an August, as if possessed by Rambo. The 4 Pittsburgh Knights reacted, but it was too late. At this angle, the 4 people were strung together like a candied hawes, and disappeared in an instant. Refund on the other side wanted to help, but the airdrop box had fallen too low, and there was a bunker blocking it, and the parachute tightly covered Chu Sheng from behind. When they wanted to kill him, the death of the Pittsburgh Knight had already popped up in the upper right corner. The WTSG that rushed to the building was also wiped out. And the price, this time, was that Shujua was knocked down. Although they didn't know why the captain suddenly took an airdrop gun and killed the Pittsburgh Knight. Shujua and Xiaosher knew that they survived. And the Douyu team also survived. Xiao En, come down and save me. Xiao Ju hid in the room on the second floor and called Xiao An to come down and save people. Chu Sheng jumped down from the airdrop box and turned into a big devil with a level 3 war god suit. When he was at the high tower cone, Chu Sheng already knew the position of the last team. Without saying a word, he turned around and killed Refund. The audience was still immersed in Chu Sheng's shocking jump and leap of faith just now. Chu Sheng had killed the entire Pittsburgh Cavaliers team and rushed towards the last team. Refund knew that he was the only team left, and he wanted to rely on his spray gun to fight Chu Sheng to the death. As a result, due to Chu Sheng's shocking move just now, he hadn't recovered until this time. During the fight with Chu Sheng, the spray gun didn't even fire a single shot, and was shot in the head by Chu Sheng directly, killing him completely. The airdrop saved Chu Sheng again, and also saved a member of the Douyu team. No one would have thought that Chu Sheng's jump would actually turn the tide against the wind. Turtle, even this can make Chu Sheng show off. I am convinced. Completely convinced. Where is the unlucky anchor? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Please come here. Someone is posting fake ads. Chapter 843 Defeated by Airdrop. When the battle was over, the audience realized that it was the airdrop that made the contribution. It was the airdrop for national defense. Won the best assist of the game. Chu Sheng's leap of faith was also a stroke of genius. The combination of the two will definitely bring the popularity and topic of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to a higher level. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even after the battle, the director replayed Chu Sheng's amazing leap in slow motion and in all directions. No one thought that Chu Sheng would jump from the tower in this way and amaze everyone. This leap can even be used as a promotional video for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The 5 teams were silent. In the last game, it was the airdrop that reversed the occupation. This game was also an airdrop. And the location of the airdrop was so coincidental that it was inevitable that people would think of something. After the last game, the highlights were all about the Battle of the Zodiac, which directly used the 5 teams as negative examples. This game was caused by the airdrop again. If there was no airdrop, Chu Sheng could only drink the northwest wind on the high tower and had no room to play. I think there is something else going on here. The developer companies, but has been crooked for a long time. The captain of the black team thought carefully, and even the Pittsburgh Knights team had doubts. How could such a coincidence happen? Both games were saved by airdrops. Referee, I'm filing a complaint. I question the fairness of the game. The captains of the black team and the Pittsburgh Cavaliers filed complaints at the same time. This scene is unique in the 5 days of the competition. The referee also took it very seriously and immediately stopped the game after reporting to the referee. The Douyu team was still looting in Picado, and the game screen suddenly stopped and showed a pause. The other teams on the field were agitated to varying degrees, and it was unknown what caused the pause. The referee told the person in charge. Green. The news collected by the referee. The black team and the Pittsburgh Cavaliers filed a complaint at the same time, questioning the fairness of the game. The airdrops landed on the Douyu team twice, changing the situation. They suspected that someone was behind the scenes. The referee was also helpless. He had been here all the time and did not see any signs of fraud or favoritism. If there was any, it was that after the last game, Green instructed to use the videos of the 5 teams in the Zodiac as highlights, allowing everyone to see the ugly appearance of these 5 teams, which was also a silent protest from the official developer. Now these guys actually turned the tables, implying that the developer favored the Douyu team and deliberately dropped the airdrops in front of the Douyu team to help Chu Sheng out of trouble. Green was furious at the time, saying, "Fuck, this man is so majestic and powerful." The technician jumped up immediately, and he was even more excited than Green. Did they simply suspect him? They thought he was actively interfering with the data behind the scenes? This is an insult to his professionalism. What made him even more angry was that it was his fellow team that questioned him, which was as disgusting as eating shit. The technician stood up immediately. Then check it out. The special notary also came in, and the referee team, and the technicians began to investigate the game data to see if there was any interference. The referees behind each team also told the players the reason for the suspension. The Douyu team was stunned after hearing the reason. The little lion even sneered. Gen.G and the Pittsburgh Cavaliers were two troublemakers from H country and Europe and America, respectively, and they liked to do this kind of moth. But it was true. Both times they were airdropped to help the DOU team out of trouble. The commentator also told the audience the reason for the suspension. After learning the truth, everyone cursed the black team and the Pittsburgh Cavaliers. What future can a team that can't even afford to lose have? Chu Sheng just smiled and let them check it out. Both the black team and the Pittsburgh Knights were under great pressure. If the referee team found nothing wrong, they would be criticized by the audience and the media. Especially the black team. You are so troublesome. They applied for 3 appeals and suspensions in 5 days. You think this team is so awesome. But the record is the last. With 0 points. It's true that ugly people are more likely to do bad things. And lazy donkeys are more likely to piss and shit. Under the supervision of the notary, the referee team quickly checked the game data. No human intervention was found. And soon the notary and the chief referee came to the stage to announce the final verification news. After inspection and verification by the referee team and supervision by the notary, no human intervention in the game data was found. The notary read out the notarization regulations and the notarization certificate, marking the end of this appeal. The players of Team Black and Team Pittsburgh leaned back in their chairs in despair, muttering, "Impossible. This is impossible." Both airdrops landed next to Chu Sheng, which cannot be explained by coincidence. And the 2 airdrops allowed the DOU team to turn defeat into victory twice. These teams were criticized online. It was shameless enough to unite to mess with people. Now they have the nerve to question the fairness of the game? The game started again. And the DOU team easily obtained the supplies of the 5 teams and was still in the safe zone. The next game was much easier. The DOU team did not encounter any enemies in the 2 safe zones until the 3rd safe zone was reduced. And then, they heard gunshots and encountered enemies. The subsequent battle was not very exciting. The DOU team, which had obtained supplies, was like a ferocious wolf. The 2 safe zones had not seen women, had not seen enemies, so they pounced directly. The subsequent performance was also mediocre. The second game ended quickly. In this game, none of the 5 teams gained points and stayed at the bottom of the leaderboard. The backstage analysts and tacticians frowned anxiously, and everyone's forehead had several more wrinkles. The perfect plan was ruined twice by the damn airdrop. And they all collapsed. At this moment, they understood the feelings of the players on the field. The despair. It's not that the tactics are wrong. It's not that there are problems with the execution. It's that God doesn't bless me. This feeling is the most desperate. The tactics are executed perfectly. Everything is okay. But it can't be fate. There are only 2 games left. And there is not much time left for the 5 teams. Then it was the interview time that everyone likes to see. The female host rushed over with excitement and interviewed about the leap of faith just now. Chu Sheng's answer was naturally meaningful. Maybe they couldn't stand the game and decided to drop an airdrop to save the DOU team from the fire. We also thank the 2 teams for their doubts, which allowed us to take a break from the intense battle. Calm down and think about tactics. Every time Chu Sheng said a word, the faces of the players from the 5 teams became more and more purple. And finally their faces turned the color of liver. Chapter 844. What kind of spirit is this? Do you think Team Black and the Pittsburgh Knights are doing this for themselves? You are totally wrong. He did this for all the audience and professional players. Imagine that both teams were eliminated, but they still thought about the audience and players. What a noble and fearless spirit. The audience can take a break during the pause, drink a glass of water, and go to the bathroom. Professional players can relax their tense nerves. There are only benefits and no harm. Here, on behalf of the audience and the majority of professional players, I would like to thank the Gen.G Club and the Pittsburgh Knights Club. Chu Sheng's words were heart-piercing. And after he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into thunderous applause. These teams are disgusting. If they die, they die. If they can't afford to lose, then it's meaningless. However, Chu Sheng's words made everyone chuckle. And they looked down on several teams even more. Chu Sheng's mouth is completely a knife. White knife in and red knife out. And he will stab directly when he gets the chance. Gen.G Jin Xiangzai and the person in charge of the Pittsburgh Knights in the backstage already had a dark face. Now even the last fig leaf was torn off by Chu Sheng. After this invitational tournament, the club will only be criticized and criticized. And there will be no more fans to support it. Without a fan base, there will be no sponsors. The club will definitely end badly, and disbanding may be the only way out. The halftime break was spent in doubt, which caused the time of the third game to be slightly delayed. The break was also extended a little, and the wonderful replay in the middle was always Chu Xing's leap of faith just now. It has been edited into a blockbuster by the backstage staff, which looks exciting. The third game was loaded, and the map became an island map. When everyone saw the scene, they already knew that the focus of this game would be on the seaside farm generation again. But with the experience of the last time, this time it will definitely not be so easy to be double-teamed by 5 teams. The mentality of the 5 teams is now on the verge of collapse. Chu Sheng is even more terrible outside the arena than inside the arena. He can make the dead alive with his eloquence. As the plane took off, the route this time was to cut the map in half. The seaside farm and S-port of the Douyu team are far away and cannot be reached directly by parachuting. When the route appeared, Chu Sheng noticed this scene and immediately decided, let's go to a city and get a car outside Y City. Shaoan saw this route and asked, with this route, the enemy will not know where we are. Right? Xiuan looked relaxed. Xiujia and Xia Shizi said, be careful. You might run into them. Chu Sheng didn't say anything, but raised his lips slightly, and didn't hit the 3 people. They will definitely run into them. According to the actions of the opponents in the first 2 games, they have obviously analyzed the tactics of the Douyu team. But Chu Sheng's tactical thinking is that there is no place in the world that cannot be reached. As long as his teammates are there, he can stand firm and flourish wherever he jumps. The reason why he went to S City was because Chu Sheng didn't want the 5 teams to lose him. It was too tiring to find weapons and cars by himself, and then go out to find people one by one. Now 5 teams with grudges and the most hostile to each other have come to the door. Where can I find such a good thing? You can kill 20 people without leaving home. Where can I find such a good thing? Chu Sheng must charge some interest in advance at the cost of 24 days of system cooling. In short, I am not afraid. I am here, just in case you can't find me. For people parachuted to get the car. And at this moment, the 5 teams on the plane were also thinking carefully about what the analyst told them. Jump from the plane. Disperse from Shuicheng. Our city and the highway. Or look for vehicles. And the target was S City. They were also worried whether they would meet the Douyu team in S City this time. If they didn't meet, they would just shoot a few shots and start to surround the seaside farm. The Douyu team found a cart and a motorcycle at a gas station outside Y City, and rushed directly to S City. The audience saw it more clearly from the director's God's perspective. The other 5 teams were also looking for cars in different places, with the goal of S City. For other teams, the seaside farm in S City, including Port G on the route this time, have become forbidden areas that are expressly prohibited. Whether there are people jumping or not, they will never touch these 3 places where the Douyu team often appears. Who knows? When they are searching happily, a surprise soldier will suddenly come from the sky to make waiting clothes for others. The speed of the Douyu team is so fast that when others parachuted and drove, they were almost in S City. Under Chu Sheng's arrangement, the motorcycles and carts were parked on the North Street, creating an illusion that no one was coming. Then the 4 of them went straight into the house and started searching. When the 4 of them parked their cars and just entered the room, the team that found the car crossed the mountain and saw the shooting range and S City. They didn't even go to the shooting range, but went straight to S City. The worst was the Gen.G black team. They searched on the road for a long time, but couldn't find the vehicle. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and hike up the mountain to S City. They didn't give up. Even the audience could see that the black team was not giving up. They wanted to go there even without a car. This was really crazy. These are the only 2 chances left. If they can't drag Douyu down in these 2 times, the 5 teams know clearly what they are facing. Disgrace. The 4 people searched for equipment very smoothly this time. S City surprisingly produces good equipment. When the car rushed into the city, the Douyu team, who had been prepared for a long time, was waiting for them. For a while, gunshots rang out and people lined up to welcome them. Before the car stopped, the people in the car were already sitting in a row eating fruit, and all the boxes fell in the middle of the road. What kind of spirit is it to rush over to give up? This is the spirit of international humanitarianism. The demise of Refund also made other teams lock on to the Douyu team, which was in S City. Without any equipment, he rushed over to die without panic. Turn around and search in the shooting range. Arm himself, and wait until the equipment is better. Then go over to die. Shujia. You shot too quickly just now. You should shoot closer. Little Lion questioned Shijua's hasty shooting just now. These guys rushed over to die. I was too excited and couldn't hold back. Shujia also knew that at that distance just now, if the other party reacted quickly, he could drift back and escape. Fortunately, the three of them had a relatively stable shooting skill, and they still managed to leave a team behind. Xiuan's shooting skill was also good. After the four people fell off the car, he successfully blew up the tire. If it were Dai Mei, he would definitely shout about his own contribution, saying that he blew the tire. So the four people had no chance to escape, and were successfully killed by the three people. It was a bad start, and it was too late to escape now. WTSG hid in two apartment buildings on the mountain to arm themselves, while the black team was still hiking up the mountain. When they passed a small toilet on the side of the road, they searched for a frying pan for self-defense. The four people were panting and lying on the mountain, holding a frying pan in their hands. The scene was quite miserable. Suddenly, I was moved by the spirit of the black team that never gave up. What should I do? Chapter 845. The airdrop joke is not going to work, right? In order to kill Chu Sheng, they are determined. I was smiling, but I don't know why my nose felt sore. If anyone says that Gen.G has no esports spirit, I will be angry with him. The audience's words are becoming more and more difficult to understand. It sounds like they are praising each other, and in fact, they really seem to be praising 2333. The safe zone is refreshed, with the shooting range as the center, covering most of the northern area, including our city and Water City. Everyone can foresee that the focus of the battle will be on the three passes across the river: Water City, our city, and Y City. As for the northern border, Chu Sheng and the remaining four teams exchanged fire. The teams crossing the bridge would definitely not get involved if they had a little understanding of the situation, so as not to harm innocent people. The Doyu team had already entered S City and killed one team first. This made the other teams dare not rush directly. Only by going forward one after another could they break through the Doyu team's defense line and pierce into the body of the Doyu team like a steel fork. During the drill, the analysts also considered this situation and gave a solution. Several teams opened up the battle line and rushed into S City from all directions to form an encirclement. The team at the shooting range fired a few shots into the air, which was the signal to execute the plan. After hearing the signal, the team searching the two villas on the mountain drove to the wild store outside S City without saying a word. The Gen.G team also heard the signal and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Their destination was the warehouse on the hillside outside S City. Another team rushed over from the highway north of S City, attacking from all sides and directly dismembering the Doyu team in S City. The tactics were very good, and the arrangements were also very appropriate. If they really followed this kind of attack, the Doyu team would be difficult to defend. If one person defended one side, one person could not defend it. If a group of people defended one place, people from the other three places would approach and form an encirclement. Even if Chu Sheng's personal strength is strong, he can't guard three directions at the same time. After the players in the mountain apartment were in position, they fired a gun to signal that they were in position. Gen.G was still climbing the mountain with difficulty. They had only crossed half of the mountain and had not even reached the location of the mountain apartment. The team at the shooting range had not heard the gunfire of Gen.G for a long time. Nor did they see any team driving to the warehouse outside the city. And they were anxious. It's the useless sticks who are holding back again. Can they do it? Several teams complained in their hearts about the fact that the Gen.G team was holding back. It really made them uncomfortable to cooperate with such a useless team. If it weren't for the common enemy, who would be willing to bring such a rubbish? Now Gen.G has not responded yet, and the other team has seen the car driving across the shooting range and going around to the road behind. So there is no need to fire a gun to warn. Now only Gen.G team is not in place. The Doyu team in S City heard the gunshots, and Xiaojua and Zayashizi were gritting their teeth. These guys are too rampant, and they actually used the gunshots as a signal. Looking at the trajectory of the three teams, it is obvious that they want to rush into S City at the same time and surround and kill the Doyu team. The four members of the Doyu team have been armed, although the guns on them are not the top ones. Everyone is armed, especially Xiuan, in order to give Xiuan a better output environment. He has a Thompson submachine gun and an S12K. This is the blasting suit that the three carefully selected for Xiaoan. If someone approaches for a long time, Just close your eyes and greet them. The battle is imminent. The longer you let the Doyu team search, the better their equipment and supplies will be. They will definitely suffer in the end. The most urgent task is to kill into S City first, and reduce the occupied area of the Doyu team. The smaller the occupied area, the fewer resources you can get. But Jin.G, the guy who drags his feet, has not appeared in the designated location yet. Forget it. Don't wait for them. If you wait any longer, the daylily will be cold. The team at the shooting range fired a shot, and then drove directly to S City. At the same time, the team in the villa in the wild area outside the city received the signal and drove into the city. The team that went around to the housing area behind the city also started the car after seeing the two teams rushing down, and moved out from behind at the same time. 3 teams. Chu Sheng, who was squatting in the direction of the church, saw the situation on both sides clearly. Xiao Ju was on the second floor rooftop of the long house. Xiaoan was on the roof of the supermarket behind the restaurant, and Xiao Shitzi was in the window of the third floor apartment building. The 4 occupied many high points in S City. Chu Sheng fired at the team coming down from the shooting range. There were no shelters on the road between S City and the shooting range. Only endless plains. The double angle was enough for Chu Sheng. He fired bullets one by one, and the bullets fell near the car or hit the hood directly, raising a flash of fire. Little Lion was also blocking the convoy that rushed directly from the wild area in front along the road. Shijue was on the second floor, firing at the car rushing from behind. Only Xiaoan stood on the roof, unable to hit anywhere. Only heard gunshots from 3 sides, and wandered around on the roof alone. The 3 convoys wanted to rush into the city by brute force, but the Doyu team had fierce firepower, and the 3 teams almost rushed in with gritted teeth and bullets. This suicidal charge looked unexpectedly exciting from the director's perspective. Jin.G finally climbed to the mountain apartment, but found that the 2 apartment buildings had been searched, so they had to swallow their anger and continue to cross the mountains. The sound of gunfire reached their ears over the mountain, and they were also very anxious. But there was nothing they could do. The black team was under great pressure now, and the remaining 3 teams had probably scolded them to death by now. But they had no choice. What could they do? They could only run without finding a car. The animals entering the city were quite fierce, but they still underestimated Chu Sheng, Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi. The strength of these 2 people was not weak, but Chu Sheng was too dazzling. So the audience and the enemy involuntarily forgot the strength of these 2 people, or underestimated them. The price of underestimation is heavy. Before the 4 of them were together, Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi's brilliance was overshadowed by Chu Sheng, and the analysts and tacticians did not see how strong the 2 were. But under Chu Sheng's arrangement, the 3 of them guarded one side, and the 3 points just happened to help each other, and they could also form a very stable crossfire point, and they could squeeze their respective abilities to the extreme. As a result, Chu Sheng's team was completely wiped out. Although Xiojia and Zaya Shizi were not wiped out, they also shot down 2 people, and the pressure was immediately reduced by half. At this time, a plane appeared from the place where the sea and the sky met behind him. The direction was slightly skewed, and it flew towards the direction of the shooting range. The audience was shocked. The protagonist of the game, Mr. Khan 2, appeared again. What kind of magical performance will he bring this time? The 4 members of the black team climbed to the top with difficulty, and there was a shooting range at their feet. Looking up again, they saw a plane carrying an airdrop flying straight towards them. Quick! Drop an airdrop! Let's get to the shooting range first. Several people looked at the plane flying over, hoping that they could drop an airdrop after their bad luck. Chapter 846, what kind of magical operation is this? The airdrop was not dropped in S City, which disappointed the audience, as if they were poured with cold water. If it was dropped in S City, it would have been a good show. Chu Sheng watched the plane fly away, but no airdrop was dropped, and he was also a little disappointed. Even the god of bad luck was used, but there was no significant effect. Xiao Ju and Xiao Shitzi were fighting alone. Xiao Ju hid in the corner of the second floor rooftop, and the wooden door had been blown open by the opponent with a grenade. Chu Sheng stood in the distance, with the muzzle of his gun aimed at the door on the second floor of the rooftop. As long as someone rushed up, his bullets would focus on the enemy's head in the first place. Little Lion was fine, having lost 2 members. The remaining 2 hit the wall, recovered a little, and tried to get in by sticking to the wall, moving carefully. Chu Sheng's people didn't wait, but saw a flash bomb thrown up from the bottom of the stairs. At a very long distance, the flash bomb just flashed in Chu Sheng's camera. Then the enemy rushed out along the stairs quickly, jumped up from the stairs, and before he could see Xiao Ju, Chu Sheng's bullets fell on him, knocking him down in midair. When the second player behind him reacted and wanted to retreat, it was too late, and he was knocked down by Chu Sheng's bullets and fell at the entrance of the stairs. All the enemies under Shijua's feet were destroyed. Just when Chu Sheng was about to turn back to help Xiaoxizi with fire cover, he suddenly found that the airdrop was thrown in the direction of the shooting range and slowly fell in the sky. Looking again, there were actually 4 people on the mountain, running towards the shooting range crazily. No, to be precise, they were running towards the airdrop. Shijua, go help Xiaoxizi. I'll go get the airdrop. Seeing this, Xiaoxizi hurriedly said, No, I can do it myself. Captain, go quickly. Shijua solved a team alone, and Xiaoxizi naturally didn't want to fall behind, and wanted to kill the invading team on his own. Shijua grinned, feeling the strong desire from the little lion, but still jumped down from the second floor of the long house, ready to fill the captain's position in the church. Just watching but not shooting, Chu Sheng jumped directly from the church, stepped on the motorcycle, and rushed out of the city. The 2 enemies who besieged the little lion were all startled when they heard the sound of the motorcycle, fearing that someone drove around behind them and gave them a fatal blow. The 2 shrank back and hid behind the wall in fear. But at this time, the sound of the motorcycle had drifted away. The airdrop had landed about halfway, and the location was right in the shooting range. The 4 members of Black had already rushed to the edge of the shooting range, crossed the barbed wire, and rushed into the shooting range. They only needed to run 2 more steps to wait for the airdrop to fall. Chu Sheng's motorcycle was speeding up, and in just a few seconds, it had reached the maximum speed. Chu Sheng had already vaguely guessed that these 4 people should be the Black team, because 4 minutes had passed, and these 4 people didn't have any equipment at all. The only ones who could be so miserable were Chu Sheng and the Black team that was cursed by Chu Sheng. Seeing that the 4 people were already standing under the airdrop and waiting, it seemed meaningless for Chu Sheng to rush over and shoot them. After taking a look at the airdrop, Chu Sheng prepared to play a big hand. After all, if he didn't act recklessly, he would really have no chance. The 4 members of the Black team hid behind the bunker, staring at the airdrop eagerly. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle moving away, the 4 people were ecstatic. This guy must have seen that there was no hope of snatching the airdrop, so he turned around and ran away. Judging from this decision, the person who came should not be Chu Sheng, but probably the other 2 members of the Douyu team. With the airdrop gun and 2 air raid shelters on the left and right of the shooting range, they can arm 2 people. The Black team finally has the strength to fight the Douyu team head-on. Chu Sheng did not rush up directly, but circled around and seemed to leave. The audience and the commentator were all stunned. Could it be that Chu Sheng wanted to let the Black team go, wait until they have all the equipment, and then crush them head-on, causing them psychological trauma? This brother's analysis makes sense. This style seems like something Chu Sheng would do. Even Rabbit on the commentary stand had a worried look on his face at this moment. He couldn't understand the captain's behavior at all. Why did he turn around and leave when he could have gone up? He could only explain with a blushing face. Sometimes the captain's ideas are so wild that even we can't guess his intentions, let alone the enemy. Chu Sheng drove along the road outside the shooting range, turned around and saw the airdrop 10 meters away from landing. He turned the car around instantly, stepped on the accelerator, and accelerated from a small slope, rushing towards the shooting range again. What is Chu Sheng going to do? Seeing Chu Sheng's actions, all the audience were shocked, and the director simply switched the camera directly to Chu Sheng's first-person perspective, wanting to let the audience watch this wave of performances in an immersive way. The angry sound of the motorcycle sounded again, getting closer and closer. The 4 members of the Black team were excited and nervous. The excitement was that the airdrop was right in front of them, and they would be at their fingertips in a few seconds. What made Chu Sheng nervous was the sound of the motorcycle approaching again. What was he doing? It's okay. You all hide first. Get the airdrop and start working as soon as you get it. There are many small slopes outside the shooting range on the west side. In the past, this place was a disaster for cars because they could easily overturn if they were not careful. This is even more true for motorcycles. But now, Chu Sheng only has these small slopes in his eyes. Buzz! In a flash, Chu Sheng took off from the slope on his motorcycle. The motorcycle flew high and headed towards the airdrop. What is Chu Sheng doing? A motorcycle can't hit the airdrop in the air. Is this going to self-destruct in the air? A motorcycle at this speed collides with an airdrop box? The audience was completely dumbfounded. Chu Sheng's operation was really bizarre, which made them unbelievable. The 4 members of the black team also opened their mouths wide. A violent voice swept over everyone's heads. And then the motorcycle appeared, appearing in the sky with an extremely arrogant and wanton attitude, at the same height as the airdrop. They had never seen such an operation before, and the 4 of them were all stunned for a moment. What is this going to do? Come to grab the airdrop? After being hit by the airdrop box, he fell from the sky and fell down, with a worrying amount of health. And then the 4 of them counterattacked. And now even the equipment is complete. The beautiful idea only appeared for a short moment. And then the next more bizarre operation appeared. Chu Sheng drove the motorcycle in the air, making it parallel to the ground, and then switched directly from the driver's seat to the back seat. The motorcycle was in the air. I believe I can fly. The trajectory of the motorcycle slowly overlapped with the falling airdrop box. And even the 2 wheels were on the side of the airdrop box, moving forward against the wall. Chapter 847. The Alliance falls apart. This scene was fleeting, because the width of the airdrop box was about the same as the length of the motorcycle. But at this critical moment, Chu Sheng actually jumped off the back seat. Because of the game settings, when a motorcycle is in a horizontal state, the system will automatically default to popping up. The motorcycle was running against the wall again, and Chu Sheng stood up on the spot, popped out of the motorcycle, and landed on the airdrop box. The accident came too suddenly, just when everyone thought Chu Sheng was going to drive the motorcycle past the airdrop box. Chu Sheng actually landed directly on the airdrop box. Oh my god! What kind of magical operation is this? Oh my god! Chu Sheng's creativity is too terrifying. Isn't he? He dares to try such an operation? When the audience thought of the failure, they were sweating. If he failed to stand on the airdrop box, he would definitely fall off the motorcycle and be seriously injured. At that time, being beaten to death by the 4 people of Gen.G Black would really be a shame in his life. Isn't this guy too bold? If he was really beaten to death by the 4 worst people, even if he won the championship, Chu Sheng would be scolded to death by the audience when he returned to China. Fortunately, this was successful, and the black team successfully became a background board. Chu Sheng stood on the airdrop box, and the 4 members of the black team were all stunned. They never thought that Chu Sheng could jump off the motorcycle and land on the airdrop box. This is unreasonable. It was as if a god had descended, holding a rifle in his hand. As the airdrop box landed steadily on the ground, flame shot out from the barrel, directly destroying the 4 people to pieces. The 4 unarmed people could not resist Chu Sheng's overwhelming attack at all, and died with hatred. This operation was even more exciting than the leap of faith in the previous game. The difficulty of the leap of faith is not small, but it is definitely not great. Most other professional players can grasp it. It was just a coincidence that Chu Sheng seized such an opportunity, coupled with the extremely exciting scene. This became a classic scene of this event. Even the developer's creative director Green saw Chu Sheng's operation and explained OMG. He probably didn't expect that someone would play such an operation in the game he made. But less than half an hour later, Chu Sheng brought another visual feast. This time the operation was even more thrilling. If many professional players saw the last operation, they would still be jealous. I can do it too. This time Chu Sheng's operation completely shut everyone up. The motorcycle accelerated and took off into the air, and it was side-on with the airdrop box. The back seat instantly jumped up and landed on the airdrop box. The motorcycle flew out like an arrow. Then the motorcycle landed, exploded, and the airdrop box slowly fell. Chu Sheng shot and killed the enemy like a god. This was a scene from a blockbuster movie. Well, let's put the semi-finished promotional video aside for now. And let's do this first. Green's cheeks were slightly red. As a senior executive, it's always bad to go back on one's word. It was all Chu Sheng's fault. He had to use such a cool stunt. How long had he studied motorcycles and airdrops? He could actually play with the developer settings and make such a move. Even when designing the game, Green had never thought that this kind of gameplay would appear. The airdrop contained a rarely seen 14 Malawin quaches, and Chu Sheng quickly changed his gun and went directly to the shooting range. The center of the safe zone is here. And the little lion also completed the task of destroying the enemy alone. And the 3 people from S City also came to the shooting range together. The subsequent battle was uneventful. The 3 passes of our city, Shuicheng and Y City, blocked a large number of enemy attacks. As the safe zone shrank, the team that finally crossed the bridge started a big battle at the crash site on the mountain. The winning team dragged their tired bodies, and before they could reach the safe zone, they were wiped out by the Douyu team that had been waiting for a long time in the center of the circle. After the 3rd game, the alliance of the 5 teams still failed to defeat the Douyu team, but gave Chu Sheng a chance to show off and acted as a background again. If the audience were asked to vote for the worst team in this invitational tournament, the black team would undoubtedly be the first. Now the audience online no longer calls them the black team of the Jin.G club, but directly calls them the Chu family class. Everyone knows the Chung family class, and the Chu family class has the same meaning. These 4 people are always the background for Chu Sheng's difficult moves, responsible for being the bad guys and opponents for Chu Sheng to take action. After the battle, several teams stood up and went to the toilet with dark faces to rest. The host ran over to interview Chu Sheng with great interest. He asked him what he thought when he made such a powerful move. Chu Sheng naturally couldn't just say that killing 4 people was meaningless, and he had to defeat the enemy psychologically. Chu Sheng said a few euphemistic words, saying that he couldn't rush to the front of the shooting range, so he chose to circle and kill from the side. When Chu Sheng scanned the teams on the field, he found that the captains of the 5 teams were gone. After the interview, they pretended to come out of the toilet casually. Looking at the expressions of the 5 people again, they were extremely solemn, especially the black team, who had a dark face throughout the whole process. Chu Sheng felt that there seemed to be some problems between the 5 teams, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He could be a tactician, but he was definitely not a master of psychological analysis, and he could analyze and reason through their micro-expressions. The points of the Douyu team are now far more than the 2nd place, and the gap has even widened to 2,000 points. All 3 games today were won by the Douyu team, except for the first game. The team won 20+ kills in the remaining 2 games. Of course, this is also thanks to the sincere cooperation of the 5 teams. Every time they can perfectly find the landing point of the Douyu team, adding bricks and tiles to the number of kills. Sometimes Chu Sheng didn't want to kill so many people, otherwise it would make it difficult for other teams. But these people insisted on rushing over to give away heads. Chu Sheng spread his hands, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Looking at the last few teams, some teams still had 0 points. Some of them only had a few dozen points, which was extremely pitiful. After 2 days and 8 games, they didn't even get 100 points, just to be a money-spending boy. As the captains of the 5 teams took their seats, Chu Sheng observed their eyes again. It happened that the captain of the black team looked up and looked at the Douyu team. After meeting Chu Sheng's eyes, he immediately lowered his head and looked away, not daring to look Chu Sheng in the eye. Before, the captain of the black team would definitely look at Chu Sheng angrily, wishing to eat him alive. Now he avoided her gaze. It seems that the conversation in the bathroom was not very pleasant. When everyone was ready, they entered the game birth point, and the last game was the desert map. Chu Sheng thought about it and raised his mouth. It's the last game. Anyway, the championship has been established. Let's play something big? Chapter 848, I am the father you will never find. Just now I saw the captains of the 5 teams go to the bathroom together. Chu Sheng said something for no reason, and the other 3 all reacted. Xiao Ju had the worst temper and almost cursed. These 5 guys must be discussing strategies to deal with the Douyu team in the bathroom. They still didn't give up until the last round. These guys are really stubborn. But I think the 5 of them didn't reach an agreement. Chu Sheng remembered the evasive look of the captain of the black team just now. This is definitely not the look of someone who has discussed a plan. He subconsciously got rid of Chu Sheng's gaze, which was a guilty conscience. Why should they feel guilty? Obviously, the final plan was not reached, and even the 5 people broke down. They might feel guilty. This time, the 3 of them kept their mouths shut and did not ask why they did not reach an agreement. Before the game started, they were tricked by their teammates. As a result, Chu Sheng could not hold back and asked, "Aren't you curious about why I know they did not reach an agreement?" The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. "No, we don't want to know." As the plane took off, it flew from Port P in the lower right corner of the map to the North Railway Station in the upper left corner of the map. This route can continue to jump to Port P. But this time Chuxing's mark was not at Port P, but directly at the Birth Point prison. For the last time, we go to the Birth Point, which can be regarded as a beginning and an end. This route cannot directly reach the Birth Point prison. So several people jumped off the plane directly and found a car on the coastal highway to rush to the Birth Point. The Birth Point Island is rich in supplies, but this place is in the lower left corner of the map and has no advantage in terrain. If the safe zone is refreshed in the upper right corner, entering the safe zone becomes the biggest trouble. After searching several supply points, you will encounter a situation where there is no car when you come out. Even if there is a car, the biggest threat to entering the circle from here is still the enemies you meet along the way. Therefore, the situation of dying before achieving success often occurs. After searching a lot of supplies with great difficulty, they were killed on the way when they entered the circle with great joy. This is the most uncomfortable situation, since the captain is the tactical arranger and commander of the team. The teammates must naturally trust him very much. Several people jumped without hesitation and glided along the coastal road to find a vehicle. No one expected that the Douyu team would jump so quickly. When it was the turn of the desert map, everyone thought that the Douyu team would definitely choose Picado to end the last game. Unexpectedly, at the beginning of the route, the 4 people jumped decisively and looked for a car along the way. On the other hand, many teams on the plane, except for one team that landed in Port P, sat on the plane obediently, waiting to parachute in Singapore or further away. When the plane arrived in Picado, all 4 teams except Gen.G Black jumped off the plane. When the 4 teams landed, they counted the number of people and felt disappointed. This time they bet wrong. Douyu did not jump into Picado. Black finally landed in an inconspicuous trailer camping site at the end of the route. Few teams choose this place because it is too remote. Supplies are extremely scarce. And most importantly, there are no vehicles. But the Black team decided to develop slowly here. The audience also saw the lonely Black team. This time, the 5 teams did not fall together, and they felt extremely curious. Could it be that they were torn apart by Chuxing's last game and were not going to siege the Douyu team again? The Black team put down their butcher knives and became a Buddha on the spot. They hoped to develop in the last game, get more heads, and get rid of the last place. The last Black team has 0 points, and the other 2 teams also have 0 points. As long as they get points in the last game, they can get rid of the last place and save some face. It seems that the sniper team is now completely broken and falling apart. The other 4 teams were in Picado, searching their own territory in an orderly manner. But as the first safe zone appeared in Port V, someone finally started to think about it. Because it was the last game, no one wanted to be the bottom team. It was not easy to get ranking points, and it was easier to get head points. The Pittsburgh Knights, who occupied the boxing ring, did not get any points in today's games, and are now being pulled further and further by the teams above. In addition, among the several teams, the Pittsburgh Knights can be said to be the strongest. They are obviously a first-line team, but because they were targeted, they are now suppressed to the bottom of the list, which looks quite embarrassing. Captain, it's the last round. We don't know where the Douyu team is now. Why don't we get some kills first? The teammates' words are like a key to open Pandora's box, releasing the worst evil thoughts in people's hearts. The teams that helped each other and fought together in the previous few games have become enemies hunting each other in the blink of an eye. The captain of the Pittsburgh Knights thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Now that the Douyu team has no kills, they don't even have a way to lock the opponent's position. Instead of searching aimlessly, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few teams first and get real points. In the discussion in the bathroom just now, the captain of the Pittsburgh Knights was quite dissatisfied. The Black team actually thought of withdrawing from the alliance, and they were not seen in this parachute jump. The alliance chasing Chuxing is already dead in name only. And in this game, we don't know where the Douyu team jumped to. How to snipe? Okay, then we will start with the weakest refund team. Everyone, get ready. Once this kind of greed is born, evil thoughts will grow endlessly in the heart. Douyu team is calm here. The prison where the birth point is, the canyon on the island, have become the territories searched by the Douyu team. The safe zone is also here. Although it is a bit late to drive here, it does not prevent them from searching here happily. There are cars in the canyon and the prison gate. Seeing this safe zone, the little lion came up with a plan. Captain, why don't we just block the bridge? The port and the island are both in the safe zone. Who knows if the next circle will be there? However, the 4 people know that this bridge can be walked along the side of the bridge. So even if the road is blocked, they can still cross the bridge safely in the end. Chu Sheng thought about it and simply agreed to the little lion's request. The last game of the invitational tournament is also the last official game played by the 4 members of the Douyu team. Let's have fun and leave a good memory. What's more, with Chu Sheng here, the next safe zone must be on the island, not the port. As soon as the few people finished speaking, a kill message suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the information bar. The player of the Pittsburgh Knights team killed the player of the Refund team. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, and then laughed. These guys, who didn't find the Douyu team, actually started fighting among themselves. I, Chu Sheng, will always be the father you can't find. Chapter 849, the end of the game. After getting the captain's approval, Little Lion suddenly became excited. He liked to do such immoral things that were beneficial to his team. Little Ju had almost finished searching and ran out of the prison, shouting that he wanted to help Little Lion. To be honest, it doesn't make much sense to block the bridge, because you can still come from the other side of the bridge. But blocking it like this has a lot of benefits. When the enemy sees such a cover on the bridge, they can probably guess that it is the Douyu team, although they can get up by stepping on the bridge frame. It is not recommended if the opponent is the Douyu team. After all, even if they run over the bridge, it is a fatal problem. Fights have already begun everywhere. But the Birth Island prison is like a paradise. No one disturbs. There is no fighting. The director simply shifts the screen to Picado to watch the internal fighting of the 4 teams. The Pittsburgh Knights took the lead in breaking the agreement and killed Refund in a sudden attack. Before Refund could react, he was killed by the Pittsburgh Knights. Damn. This group of bastards without the spirit of contract. The Refund team was so angry that they wanted to rush up and PK with the Pittsburgh Knights in real life. It was agreed in the bathroom before that this time. Picado jumped to target the Douyu team and must find a way to kill Chu Sheng. As a result, the Douyu team did not land in Picado. This guy actually reached out to the brothers' team. The other 2 teams were shocked to find that the Pittsburgh Knights stabbed them in the back. They all took a breath of cold air, and the originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became turbid and tense. None of the remaining 3 teams wanted to escape, since it was the Pittsburgh Knights who broke the tacit understanding first. Then don't blame them for completely tearing their faces apart. The battle in Picado was very fierce. The other 2 teams worked together to suppress and clear the Pittsburgh Knights. And then a fierce battle broke out. In the end, WTSG successfully broke out of Picado. But the price was huge. Only 2 more people came out of the pickup truck. On the other hand, the black team was in a more miserable situation, because they landed in a trailer camping site at the beginning, and there were no vehicles along the way. The few people searched along the canyon in the upper left corner of the map, and the whole run was extremely desolate. But the 4 people were extremely calm. Although it was remote and there were no vehicles, the supplies here were still good, although the weapons were very ordinary. They picked up a lot of medical supplies and did not let go of any bandages. No more intrigues and battles. And no need to worry about Chu Sheng coming to the door. The safe zone refreshed in the prison and the port at the bottom of the map. The 4 people just needed to search all the way. Seeing the fierce battle, especially the 4 teams starting to kill each other, the captain of the black team sneered. He had long seen that they would not be able to accomplish anything. But now they were actually reaching out to their own people. Fortunately, he did not walk with them this time. Otherwise, he would be stabbed and die without knowing how. The more casualties these teams suffered, the higher the ranking of the black team could be. Shuju and Zayashizi directly blocked the road, leaving no gap at all. Anyway, according to the 2 of them, if the safe zone was refreshed on the opposite side, they could still go around from the top of the bridge. The first poison circle was shrunk, and a new safe zone appeared. This time, the location just covered V-Port and the Birth Island. There were gunshots in V-Port, and someone had already started to invade. On the other side of the bridge, it was quiet, and there was no sound. In the housing area at the bridge head, Xiao Shitzi was left alone to guard the bridge, and Xiao Ju went to the exit of the valley to guard against the enemy coming from the east. Chu Sheng and Xiao En continued to stay behind the prison, alert to the enemy coming from behind. In the director's shot, the 4 people were actually unnecessary, because it was a long way to go from a distance, and only the players from P-Port and Mining Town were more likely to come along the coastline road. It was quite difficult for players from other places to come over from the East Bridge. In addition, many people landed in the northeast. After the first safe zone was in place, many people continued to search in the poison circle and had no intention of entering the circle. The gunfire in V-Port gradually subsided. Some players tried to go over the bridge to take a look, but were shot in the head by Little Lion and persuaded to retreat. The V-Port team immediately knew that the Doyu team was on the other side of the bridge, and immediately chose to retreat 3 feet, no longer planning to cross the bridge to take a look. As time went on, the remaining teams gathered in the southwest direction, and finally a team stepped onto the island from the East Bridge and killed their way into the safe zone. V-Port became the main battlefield. Some people heard the gunshots and simply drove their cars without stopping, preparing to wait at the other end of the bridge. As soon as they rushed onto the bridge, they saw that the bridge was completely blocked and they could not get through at all. By the time they reacted, the Little Lion had already shot and persuaded them to retreat. The enemy who came from the side was happy that he had entered the safe zone. Before he got off the car, he was knocked to the ground by Chu Sheng. The battle between the teams was extremely fierce. Some teams did not find a vehicle, so they simply drove the speedboat to the bottom of the bridge. There was also a cliff and land below. This position could avoid being attacked by the island and the team of V-Port, and it became a paradise for a while. The black team was still running wildly on the road. All the vehicles along the way were taken away by other teams, so they could only run wildly on the mountain. Worried that there were teams behind them, they didn't even dare to move forward along the road. The bandages on their bodies were almost used up, but there was still no end in sight. The desert map was too big, and running on foot on the mountain was really amazing. The audience looked at the black team and felt miserable, but they actually enjoyed it. On the way to the safe zone, the number of survivors continued to decrease, and enemies were constantly killed. For them, the chance of entering the front was greater. The most feared thing is that they will be consumed in the poison circle. If the enemies in the safe zone don't fight, then they will just give heads to others if they go in. It seems that everyone knows that the Doyu team is on the other side, and the bridge is blocked by cars. Seeing this scene, you can also think that it is the masterpiece of the Doyu team. After all, in professional competitions, only the Doyu team plays this kind of trick. Hope is just around the corner. We are very close to the safe zone. The captain of the black team cheered up. After several days of inhumane fighting, everyone was dizzy at the moment. Now the only thought is to rank higher, and fight more fiercely in the safe zone. For the Doyu team, the island has become a restricted area. They saw that some people would rather take the waterway under the cliff than come up. For them, this game seems to have been declared over. For the audience and the commentator, although the game is not over, they can already say in advance, congratulations to the Doyu team for winning the FPP Mode Championship of this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Cologne Invitational. Chapter 850. This time, the game is really over. The black team entered the safe zone as they wished. However, when they came down from the mountain, they were attacked by the team guarding the bridgehead of Port V. The 4 people fell directly on the edge of the safe zone before they even had time to recover blood and take medicine. The mountain was bare without any cover, and if they appeared in this posture, they would only end up being shot. The smiles on the faces of the 4 people had not yet been restrained, and they completely froze. I didn't expect that after a game of struggling to enter the circle with poison, they would finally enter the field in this posture. However, this game has created the best record of the black team today, 10th place. However, the 10th place did not get any ranking points. For the black team, they were shaved bald after playing 8 games in 2 days. If this was said before the game, no one would believe it. The teams that were shaved bald this time were not only the black team, but also 2 other teams. The developer has organized events such as the Asian Invitational before, but there has never been a team that played 8 games in 2 days and still got 0 points. This is too real. Looking at those teams again, the reason for 0 points is also very simple. That is, they offended Chu Sheng and the Doyu team. Chu Sheng used his strength and legitimate means on the field to force several teams to beat them, and strictly guarded them so that they did not get any points. Even Green, the creative director of the developer who designed this game, had never expected it. The original intention of the professional league was to see the team's tactics, cooperation and strength. He never expected that there would be players whose strength was so overwhelming compared to other professional players. As a result, A game that requires teamwork has become a situation where individual strength and skills are overwhelming. Of course, in a group competitive game, if there is a player whose personal strength crushes everything, he will be revered as a god. The appeal of the god is also huge. You must know that in team games, you need a peak goal that everyone worships. And Chu Sheng has obviously become such a goal. I believe that after this invitational tournament, Chu Sheng will be thoroughly studied, and all teams will design tactics specifically for him, just to climb to the top and defeat him. There are also teams that performed well in this invitational tournament. The three teams, Liquid, C9 and Fizz, all played their own characteristics, especially the Fizz team, whose bravery and straightforwardness made it called the Little Doyu team by other teams. The 4 players of the Fizz team are very happy with this title. After all, being compared with the Doyu team is a thing worth honoring. There are fewer and fewer players left in the V-Port battle. As the safe zone refreshed, the final balance fell on the side of the Doyu team. The last remaining winner of V-Port chose to sneak under the bridge. The bridge has been besieged, and the Doyu team is eyeing the other side, so it is impossible to cross by land. Entering the circle from under the bridge is the safest way. However, when they swam halfway, they were killed by the team that had been hiding on the reef. The pattern of the entire safe zone has become a 3-dimensional structure. In the safe zone on the bridge, there is a full staff Doyu team, and the 4 people are still wondering why the enemy did not come over. The remaining 3 enemies are all on the cliff under the bridge. After going around in a circle, they found that the cliff was a platform, and there was no way to get around it. The 4 members of the Doyu team observed for a long time, but did not find any enemies. Finally, it was Shujua who stood on the edge of the cliff and saw the 3 people squatting in a palm-sized place under the cliff. The 3 people immediately shot when they saw Shujua, and then hid in the blind spot under the bridge. No matter how they tried to throw grenades, they could not throw them to the place where the 3 people were hiding. In the end, they could only wait for time. The safe zone was refreshed on the shore, just isolating the bridge and the cliff under the bridge. At the last moment, the 4 members of the Doyu team shot into the sky at the same time to celebrate the successful completion of the game. When the words "good luck, chicken dinner" appeared on the screen, Chu Sheng was not as excited as he had imagined. He accepted this fact calmly. But in the commentary room, Doyu team won the TPP and FPP mode championships, which was a unique achievement in CN PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Even the male commentator shouted, "This is an unprecedented achievement." But as long as we still have Chu Sheng, such achievements will be achieved in the future and become a regular in the international arena. Xiaolin jumped up with excitement. She was a substitute player decided at the last minute, an idol girl group, and she didn't expect that one day she would be able to sit in the professional arena and win the championship. It was like a dream. Shujua and Xia Shizi leaned back in their chairs, thinking about the training and practice of the past month, and all the things that happened before, with mixed feelings. Rabbit was also very happy that he could participate in it and become the champion. Thanks to Chu Sheng. Everyone knew that without Chu Sheng, Doyu team, a third-rate team composed of anchors, would definitely not have achieved such good results, and would probably struggle in the third line. This experience was like a dream. Soon, the points of the entire battle were counted. Doyu team won 4 games in one day, leading the second place by 2,300 points. Undoubtedly, the first place had a bigger point difference than the second place. The lights on the field were all focused on the Doyu team, with the lights from all directions coming together. Chu Sheng could no longer see the surrounding scene. Shujua and Xia Shizi thanked Chu Sheng, which made Chu Sheng laugh. "Why are you being so sentimental? What's so funny?" Shujua and Xia Shizi also laughed without explaining anything more. The two knew that with their strength, it would be difficult to enter the second group, let alone the championship. If it weren't for the captain's efforts, they would not have achieved such a result. In the commentary room, the staff were all congratulating Sun Hao. This time, Doyu could be said to be the biggest winner. Sun Hao almost laughed himself silly. As a sponsor, Doyu originally just wanted to promote the Doyu platform internationally, and then forced a platform anchor team to attract fans and viewers to pay attention to this invitational tournament. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was the anchor team that won the championship. And this will be something to brag about in the future. Some fans of anchors can brag about it in the future. My anchor and Chu Sheng are 91 to 100. And Chu Sheng and the professional team are 91 to 100. so my anchor's strength is comparable to that of professional players. Led by the host, the Douyu team boarded the wide platform in the center of the venue. All the lights were focused here, and at this moment they became the brightest stars. Rabbit also came out of the commentary room and met his teammates on the stage to share their joy. Looking at the teams that were against Chusheng, they had 0 points, less than 100 points, and were ranked last. The online reputation had exploded, and their faces were as sad as if they had lost their parents. Chapter 851, Walk Carefully. The Douyu team won the trophy as they wished. All the lights in the venue were focused on the main stage, and countless silver-white fireworks burst out from the top of the venue, which was extremely dazzling. Then, the second-place Liquid and the third-place Fizz team also went on stage to receive their awards. Several people congratulated each other. No one wanted to talk about the details of the battle, but being able to win a medal in such a high-quality competition, in addition to being inseparable from the relationship with the team. The most important point is that the relationship with Chusheng was not too stiff. The heads of the clubs that jointly planned to take Chusheng away have all become laughing stocks at this moment. Using tricks outside the stadium, he failed to kick out the Douyu team and let the opponent come back and directly beat these teams. Take another look at the scoreboard. The ranking is too real. All the clubs that united to make trouble were pressed behind by Chusheng, and there was no wave at all. There were even teams with 0 points after 8 games. The ability of one person is so terrifying. At this moment, the members of these teams are extremely grateful to the person in charge of their own team for not getting involved in this muddy water. Otherwise, they would become poor creatures ravaged by the Douyu team. The results of the 4M team and the F team are also very good, ranking 5th and 6th, which is considered a good result for the CN team in the FPP mode. Moreover, in this invitational tournament, both teams played their own styles, presented wonderful games, and had outstanding performances. Domestic audiences were very satisfied with these two teams. The 3 teams on the podium took photos. Liquid's captain Ibiza and Fizz's captain both expressed their hope to compete with Chusheng again next time, and Chusheng gladly accepted it. This kind of healthy competition can drive the excitement of the entire PUBG professional event. Chusheng successfully shaped himself into a big devil in the game during the 5-day competition. Other teams used to regard Liquid, C9 and the like as strong contenders for the championship, and they were attacking towards such a goal. But after this competition, all teams unanimously set a new benchmark Chusheng. Of course, the premise is that these teams can survive successfully. According to the current trend, the 16 teams are likely to undergo great changes after the game. As for the reason, everyone knows it well. The person who finally presented the award to the Douyu team was the person in charge of this event, the developer's creative director Green. When presenting the medal to Chusheng, Green smiled and said that even he, the main creator of the game, did not expect that the game he created would have such a gameplay, and he hopes to see Chusheng again in the next invitational tournament. The Douyu team is only a temporary team. Green knows that there will be no Douyu team in the next invitational tournament, so he still hopes that Chusheng can form or join a team by himself, so that the ratings of the next game will definitely explode. How many teams want to avenge their previous shame and climb the peak of Chusheng again? How many viewers want to see Chusheng again and see his unstoppable shooting and sweeping operations? Chusheng's answer is also very interesting. He asked Green if he could form a team alone next time to participate in the invitational tournament. Xiaoyan also got his own exclusive medal. Before the last game started, the championship medal was already ready. The points of the Douyu team were too high. The points of the second and third place combined were not as high as the Douyu team. Looking at the medal in his hand, Xiaoyan was filled with emotion. After 4 years of hard work in the women's group, she came to Cologne as a guest performer, and ended up taking a championship medal back. This is really a case of planting flowers with intention, but not blooming, and planting willows without intention, but growing into a shade. Xiaoju also joked that when Xiaoyan returns, she will probably become a goddess in the PUBG world. There are many female players who can play PUBG, but only Xiaoyan and Xiao Fengmi have won medals. Xiao Fengmi has already been named the #1 female AK in the country, and I wonder what title Xiaoyan will get this time. Then the 3 teams took a group photo, and then all the teams were invited to the stage to take a group photo together. Many teams had frustrated faces, and they had countless opportunities to kill Chusheng, but every time Chusheng dodged and killed them. It is conceivable what kind of uproar their poor performance would cause on the internet. These losers will be more remembered because of Chu Sheng's brilliance. The background of the strong will not fade away with the passage of time, but will become more and more fresh. For example, when a low-blood Jia kills a full-blood Jia, as long as there is a wonderful performance about Xianghe, Yu Luan will appear on the screen. Everyone took a group photo on the stage, and this photo will definitely become a swan song. As for how to understand the word swan song, it depends on which team it is talking about. With the announcement of the host, this Cologne Invitational officially ended. After the photo was taken, everyone began to leave the stage. Chu Sheng looked up and glanced, but he didn't expect that the black team was behind him. The 4 members of the black team also saw Chu Sheng, and a trace of resentment flashed in the captain's eyes. This time, they were sent back home with 0 points, and they would become sinners of the whole nation, and they might even be kicked out of the club. With no livelihood, Jin Xiangzai was expelled from the Jin.G club before the game was over. They took the initiative to provoke the Douyu team in the bathroom, and they would definitely be punished when they returned. Of course, the punishment was not for the malicious wounding, but for not making proper arrangements after the wounding, allowing the Douyu team to revive again. The culprit of all this is Chu Sheng. The team stepped down from the ladder at the edge of the main stage one by one, and when it was the turn of the Douyu team and the black team, Chu Sheng reached out and stopped the 4 teammates. "You go first." Chu Sheng's face was full of arrogance, the expression of a winner to a loser. The black team felt deeply humiliated, but at this moment in front of so many people, they couldn't get angry. The legendary bullying came to the face. At this time, Shijia, Little Lion and Rabbit felt very comfortable. These shameless guys finally had to taste the consequences. "You wait. I'll make you look good in the next game." The captain of the black team clenched his fists, and his teeth were about to break. The other teams that went down also looked back curiously, with a posture of watching the fire from the other side of the river. The only thing the black team could do now was to swear harsh words. And then they walked down the stairs and prepared to leave. "Be careful when you go downstairs," Chu Sheng reminded the black team as they left. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the black-faced captain of the black team stepped on empty air and rolled down the stairs. It was not just a normal rolling down, but a rolling down with a bounce on each floor and even flipping over. Just hearing the sound of the stairs being smashed and shaking, everyone felt a pain. I reminded him, "Why is this guy so careless? Call the medical staff over quickly." Chapter 852, Naughty. Other players quickly reacted and called the official medical staff. No one knew where he fell, so they didn't dare to move. The other 3 players of black also gathered around, not daring to do anything. The captain of black covered his wrist, and saw that the raised finger was completely dislocated, or at least fractured. A professional player with a broken hand, even if fully recovered, will hardly return to his peak, and his career can be said to be over. Esports is a young person's job, and if you are troubled by injuries, you can say goodbye to this career directly. This guy is so careless. Chu Sheng had already warned him, but he actually fell down. Hey, this may be just bad luck. Drinking water will also make your teeth ache. The Pittsburgh Knights and other teams saw that the captain of black had broken his bones, and they inadvertently showed a sinister smile at the corners of their mouths. This is the price of betraying them. He really deserves it. Fortunately, when the final exit was over, the live broadcast equipment had been turned off, and this scene was accidentally not broadcast. Green, the creative director of the developer, had just stepped down not long ago. He didn't expect this kind of thing to happen later, and he was so angry that he cursed. This black team. They still have to do these moths after the competition is over. What's the reason? When he was going down the stairs, he accidentally slipped and fell down the stairs. According to the players present, the Douyu team was also beside him when he was going down the stairs. They gave way to the black team, and Chu Sheng even reminded them to be careful. Unexpectedly, he fell down right after he finished speaking. Green was shaking with anger, others kindly reminded him. But he still stepped on nothing? What a waste! Let the medical staff rush to the hospital, and then notify the people of the Jin.G club. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with us. The small disturbance at the end of the game ended just like that. The black team captain's broken wrist was just a topic of conversation for all the professional players after the game. On the way back to the hotel, the 4 of them stared at Chu Sheng and tried to see through him. "Captain, you are so good at talking. You just reminded him, and he fell down. His hand was also broken. Captain's bad luck has broken through the dimensional wall. Can it take effect in reality? Is it so terrible? Captain, I will be your licking dog in the future. Just treat the previous unhappiness as a fart. Don't accumulate it in your heart. Chusheng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "What are you talking about?" I reminded him with good intentions. Who made the guy look up to the top and walk without eyes? I emphasize again that this matter has nothing to do with me. Douyu team won the trophy. Needless to say, Sun Hao spent a lot of money. Originally, he planned to invite 4M and if teams to join. But the two teams booked flights for the afternoon, and they had already gone back to pack their luggage and prepare to leave. The three teams agreed to get together again after returning to China, and not leave until they were drunk. Xiaoan was also leaving in the afternoon, so everyone had lunch together at noon and sent Xiaoan to the airport. During this trip to Cologne, Xiaoan met Chusheng and made many comrades in arms. When the plane took off and the city gradually shrank, Xiaoan would never forget that on the rooftop at night. After seeing Xiaoan off, everyone returned to the hotel, and Sun Hao arranged a celebration in the evening. From a popular anchor team to the final champion, such ups and downs are rare in life. Even Chusheng was excited. Jin.G Club officially dismissed Kim Sangjae. This news announced after the game also became a dessert for everyone to celebrate. After being dismissed by Samsung, it is conceivable that no one dares to use him again. This is the price of offending Chusheng. If it is just a competition of strength on the field, Chusheng is happy to see such a scene. For example, Liquid Team and C9 Team all do this. Chusheng has always maintained respect and goodwill for such teams. As for teams like the Pittsburgh Knights and Jin.G, Chusheng sneered. A group of people had fun until the night, and Su Xiaomu was very excited from the time he was explaining. In more than a month, my brother went from being unfamiliar to the current world champion. It all seemed like a dream. Because I was too excited. I was so sleepy at around 9 o'clock in the evening, so I went back to catch up on my sleep. The youngest was the first to leave, but this was just right. Without the big light bulb, Chusheng and Xiao Bai finally had some time alone. It happened that both of them drank a little wine and were slightly drunk. The longing for each other for more than 10 days broke out at this moment. Shujia, Zaya, Shizi and Rabbit actually went to the outdoor swimming pool on the roof of the hotel to have a party. As for whether there were girls, it is unknown. Chusheng and Xiao Bai watched a two-person movie in the hotel's luxury cinema and took a walk in the hotel garden. In the early morning, they had a midnight snack in the revolving restaurant and had a few drinks. When Chusheng woke up and opened his eyes the next day, he found someone in his arms, with his shoulders slightly exposed. It was Xiao Bai. Chusheng stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple. He had a few drinks after having a midnight snack last night, and now his head was still a little dizzy. The memory gradually recovered. The two did not break through the last line of defense, but just played mischief for a while. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Chusheng felt that his life had reached its peak. As for the reason why he was just naughty last night, would Chusheng say that it was because there was no small umbrella in the room? After Xiao Bai woke up, he didn't care about being shy, and hurriedly put on his clothes and returned to his room. Seeing Su Xiaomu sleeping soundly, he was relieved. There have been various celebrations on the domestic internet, and even the official media has come out to report this matter, which makes CN's PUBG players feel honored. On the Douyu website, a large banner has been put up with photos of several people, including Xiaoan. Xiaoan originally thought that because of this matter, he would be punished or even hidden by the company when he returned. Who knew that as soon as the plane landed at Incheon Airport, the boss came to pick him up in person and asked about his well-being, which made Xiaoan very abrupt. Later, we learned that because of the great influence of this event, Xiaoan's appearance also made the Xingqiang girl group popular all of a sudden. Now they have the title of the first girl group in esports. After all, other girl groups occasionally endorse or participate in games because of work. Xiaoan, who took a leave to play professionally and won the official invitational championship, is unique. Xiaoan attracted countless fans in Asia in an instant. After Xiaoan left, Sun Hao immediately contacted Douyu headquarters and sent an invitation to Xiaoan's agency. Not only Xiaoan was invited, but also the other three to come to Douyu TV to live broadcast, with favorable conditions. This level of invitation has never been seen in the history of the Xingqiang Girls group. What's more frightening is that in South Korea, many game companies have also approached them for endorsements. The small company that was originally struggling to support itself and couldn't even produce an album has suddenly become a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone. In a word, happiness comes too suddenly. These are all the resources brought by Xiaoan. Chapter 853 Public Relationship. Xiaoan was taken back to the company, and she was confused all the way. She thought she would be scolded by her boss, put on ice, or even fired from the company. On the plane, Xiaoan had thought of all kinds of situations she would face, and she had made the worst plan. Unexpectedly, happiness came too suddenly. The remaining three sisters couldn't help but smile. Because of Xiaoan's actions, the Xinchen Girls group was suddenly known by many netizens. The number of media appearances in the past 2 days is more than the previous 4 years combined. The huge exposure followed. Everyone was attracted by Xiaoan, learned about the Xinchen Girls group, and then developed to find the idol they liked. The 4 members of Xinchen Girls group have different styles and merits. The popularity of the other 3 has also gradually increased and attracted attention. The fan club, which originally had only 100 or 200 people, has now grown to thousands of people. You should know that you have to pay a membership fee to join the online fan club. And those who can pay to join are definitely the most loyal fans. The lives of the 4 people, including the small agency, have been completely changed because of a game. Chu Sheng and others also packed their bags and set off on the road back home. On the plane, Su Xiaomu kept asking about what happened yesterday, because she regretted not participating in the subsequent activities. Xiaobai and Chu Sheng naturally kept their mouths shut and would never tell her the truth. While Su Xiaomu was sleeping again, Chu Sheng gently held Xiaobai's hand and told her his thoughts. After hearing Chu Sheng's thoughts, Xiaobai felt a little nervous and a little happy. Even in the dimly lit cabin, Chu Sheng could still see the blush on her cheeks. I still need to ask for your opinion on this matter. Chu Sheng looked hopeful, waiting for Xiaobai's answer. Xiaobai tied her hair up. If it was before, there would be a lot of resistance. But this time Chu Sheng came back with Xian's first double champion of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds International Invitational. It was indeed a good choice to make it public in such a big environment. I believe you will handle it well. Everything is up to you. Although Xiaobai has a cold personality, she does things without hesitation. After getting the exact response from the Iceberg Princess, Chu Sheng gently squeezed Xiaobai's hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything." The long flight finally ended. When the plane landed, many media heard the news and sent reporters to interview. Many online media, even some paper journals, also joined in the fun. After all, the official media above forwarded the congratulations. Maybe this is also a change in the wind direction, and we must seize it. Many fans also came to the Donghai airport to pick them up, most of whom were Chu Sheng's fans. They had seen many anchors before, but Chu Sheng's sudden rise was unprecedented. From the first broadcast to participating in the International Invitational, in just 1.5 months, Chu Sheng went from a novice who knew nothing about the game to the first person in this project. These fans followed him all the way and were proud of Chu Sheng's current achievements. This time, the fan group secretly came to pick him up at the airport without notifying Chu Sheng in advance, just to give him a surprise. At the airport pickup point, everyone even pulled up a banner. Passers-by who didn't know thought that this group of people were picking up a star. When the large group came out of the airport, the pickup area was already crowded. Xiaobai held Chu Sheng's arm, and to be honest, he was still a little nervous. There were media interviews, which they had guessed before boarding the plane. After all, such a big thing in the esports circle, there would definitely be relevant media interviews. As for fans picking up the plane, Chu Sheng and Xiaobai did not expect it. It was not until he was about to walk out of the passage and saw the banners and handheld support items pulled open at the pickup area from a distance that Chu Sheng realized that this group of fans had come to pick him up without telling him. "Are you nervous?" Chu Sheng squeezed Xiaobai's hand. "I'm not nervous when you're here." Su Xiaomu was carrying a cute little bag and dragging her luggage behind the two of them. "Hey, don't show off your affection in public. Is it fun to show off like this?" Su Xiaomu's cheeks were puffed up with anger, like an angry pufferfish. Showing off recklessly is immoral. Xiaobai turned his head and nudged Chu Sheng next to him with his elbow. "Don't you think so?" Su Xiaomu was stunned. Still showing off. As everyone walked out of the passage, the fans who had been waiting outside for a long time also saw Chu Sheng's figure. But, hey, the person holding hands with Chu Sheng doesn't look like Su Xiaomu? It's not Su Xiaomu. Su Xiaomu is not that tall. Could it be the commentator Xiaoyu? Some fans remembered the photos that were circulated during the Cologne game. Xiaoyu on the left and Xiaoyan on the right. Chu Sheng, this big pig's hoof, is a complete winner in life. Xiaobai was wearing sunglasses, so no one recognized him for a while. When he came out of the door and walked a little closer, everyone felt a chill and realized that the person holding hands with Chu Sheng was Xiaobai. All the fans didn't react and whispered to each other. When these two people were live streaming Double Row together, there was a hint of that. But when did these two get together? He actually hid it from his loyal fans and was having a good time outside. Warmly welcomed the world champion Douyu team back to China. The fans raised all the banners, light sticks, hand banners and LED boards in their hands, which looked very lively. Chu Sheng, I call you. Do you dare to answer? Suddenly a majestic voice sounded, and Chu Sheng hugged Xiaobai and took 2 steps back. Su Xiaomu, who was walking with his head down, bumped into Chu Sheng's back and cried out. Then Chu Sheng locked his eyes on a guy who was 8 feet long and 8 feet wide. You must be Juefeng. The fans behind him nodded and said, yes. He is the legendary handsome Juefeng. Then guess who I am? A petite and cute girl jumped out and asked. Although Chu Sheng didn't often talk in the waterfront group, he would definitely check the group messages before going to bed every day. You are Fia, right? Ah. How did you know? The little girl was obviously a little panicked. Chu Sheng was speechless. These guys really thought he didn't read the group messages. You have leaked photos. What about me? Guess who I am? A little girl with a red face stood up, and Chu Sheng seemed to smell a hint of alcohol. You are Bing Lian. Then Q Huang, Dan Zong, Xiao Yuan and many other friends jumped out for Chu Sheng to identify. Chu Sheng guessed correctly, and everyone came to a conclusion that Chu Sheng really sneaked in to peek at the messages in the group every night. Chu Sheng was speechless. I created the group myself. So is it sneaky to read the messages? Finally, everyone focused their attention on Xiaobai next to Chu Sheng. This is Call Sister-in-Law. Chapter 854 is Hello, Sister-in-Law. Everyone disapproved of Chu Sheng, but had a great influence on the goddess Xiaobai. After all, she was the only woman who could suppress Chu Sheng. Of course, Dai Mei, who was holding a spray gun, was an exception. As Xiao Ju, Xiao Shizi, and Rabbit came out together, their respective fans also actively performed. Finally, when Sun Hao came out, there were people shouting Appa and the like, which made everyone sweat. Sun Hao glanced at the more than 200 fans who were there to pick him up, and simply waved his hand to help the 4 members of the team to respond, and immediately arranged a place to organize a dinner party to thank these fans who came to pick him up. As for spending money, Sun Hao doesn't care at all. He doesn't even think about it. These people are all fans of the 4 players. That is, they are all Douyu users. Not to mention that there are many rich viewers in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Now Sun Hao invites fans to dinner in the name of the 4 players, which can be regarded as gratitude for the 4 players' contribution to the Douyu team. Compared with the income, it really doesn't cost much. But this behavior itself makes the 4 people feel comfortable. After all, they came from all over the place in the sun just to be able to greet the champion team and their favorite players at the airport as soon as possible. Even if Sun Hao didn't do this, they would also invite fans to stay and have a meal at their own expense, which is also the minimum respect. Now Sun Hao took the initiative to take care of everything, which also left a good impression on the 4 people. This kind of good impression may not be very useful at ordinary times, but when the contract expires and is renewed, the effect will be reflected. If you make me comfortable, I will naturally make you comfortable. The fans who came all the way to Donghai Airport to pick up the plane were not missing a bite of food, but the opportunity to have close contact with their idols, as expected of a Douyu director. He is very smart. Afterwards, Sun Hao immediately contacted the chartered car, counted the number of people, and booked a hotel. Douyu staff were all good at these things, and the staff also joked that they were blessed by the fans and could get a big meal right after getting off the plane. Sun Hao directly booked 2 banquet halls of Donghai Hotel to entertain these fans who came from afar. Everyone also took photos with Douyu team in batches, chatted and ate. Many people used their mobile phones to live broadcast and take photos. Those who didn't come to pick up the plane were envious. Even the news of Chu Sheng Xiaobai gradually revealed his true face in the pictures uploaded by many fans. The fans who were watching the Melons online saw the confirmation of the fans who were present. which caused an uproar. The captain of the champion Team Douyu team announced his relationship as soon as he got off the plane after returning to China. This speed. The two teams that rushed back yesterday, 4M and F teams, also forwarded the news. The little B also said playfully that he finally didn't have to hold it back anymore. For a while, the entire esports circle, in addition to celebrating the championship of the Cologne Invitational, became the rhythm of Chu Sheng and Xiaobai showing their love. In particular, the previous cooking live broadcast videos were all dug up. One loves to cook, and the other can eat. They are simply a perfect match. During the meal, Sun Hao and Chu Sheng chatted with each other and asked Chu Sheng about his next plan. Anyway, according to Sun Hao, the intermediate contract will expire tomorrow, and a new top contract will be sent over. A big anchor like Chu Sheng must be taken care of. Chu Sheng didn't have many requirements for these. It's not that he identified with Douyu, but his sister Su Xiaomu had been on Douyu live broadcast for so many years without any troubles. And Sun Hao, the supervisor, played an indispensable role. He joined Douyu live broadcast for a month. And Sun Hao was busy dealing with the situation. Chu Sheng himself couldn't find a reason to go to other places. And this time, winning the championship and a good result allowed Chu Sheng to show his face in front of everyone. It is estimated that he will become a non-saleable product of Douyu. On the contrary, many investors want to connect with Chu Sheng, become famous in the first battle, and become famous at the peak, an invitational tournament, breaking the shackles and reaching the top. Everyone thought that Chu Sheng would never go back to being a streamer, or that he would never be a streamer. Next, he would definitely build his own club like Wei Jiang, broadcast live in his spare time, and his main identity would shift from being a streamer to being a boss and a professional player. This era can be said to be the best era. As long as you can become popular, there will be countless investors with a lot of money coming to you, begging you to invest. Seeing the prospects of this game and Chu Sheng's prospects, countless investors have been holding their money and suffering from not finding a way out. The fan meeting didn't end until the afternoon. After the last fan was sent away, everyone went home. Some of Su Xiaomu's luggage was still at Xiaobai's house, so the three of them went directly to Xiaobai's house. Chu Sheng lay down on the sofa tiredly as soon as he entered the door. After all, most fans came to see him, and taking pictures and sending them away one by one, especially just after getting off the plane, was a very tiring thing in itself. Xiaobai glanced at Chu Sheng silently and wrung out a hot towel to wipe Chu Sheng's face. Chu Sheng held Xiaobai's hand. With a guilty tone, "I'm sorry. I asked you to accompany me to socialize as soon as I got off the plane." Xiaobai sat beside Chu Sheng from beginning to end, including the last farewell to the fans, and stood beside Chu Sheng without a single complaint. Those are fans. It's worth it. Xiaobai himself has fans, so he could understand Chu Sheng's feelings. Just accompanying the person you like and doing what he likes. How can this be said to be tiring? Hey. Are you two done yet? Otherwise, brother, don't go back tonight. Su Xiaomu came out of the house and rolled his eyes at the two people who were stuck together. Go away. What are you talking about? Little girl, Chu Sheng said, looking at Xiaobai, and found that her cheeks were already slightly red, and she felt like an adulterous affair had been exposed. By the way, my parents just sent a message saying that they also saw the news of your victory while on vacation. Su Xiaomu was like a messenger. TSK. It's definitely not good anyway. Chu Sheng knew the style of both of them. You really guessed it right. At first, I thought they had the same name and surname. Dad said it was impossible. That kid had never played games in his life. How could he suddenly win the world championship? It was definitely a misunderstanding of the same name and surname. It was not until the photos and videos came out that it was confirmed. Chu Sheng was full of black lines. This is really my father. Go on. Chu Sheng knew the personalities of the two elders. After saying so much, there must be something else. They said they were relieved to know that you have reformed and have a promising future. To celebrate your championship, they decided to travel abroad for a few months before coming back, and told you not to miss them. Chu Sheng was speechless. Was this a celebration for me? It was obvious that he didn't have enough fun and didn't want to come back. By the way, my parents also know about you and Sister Xiaobai, and they said that this girl is good in every way. But, what is it? Chu Sheng didn't expect that his parents knew about this, but it was a good thing. so he could be prepared in advance. When Xiaobai heard this, he felt a little relieved, but he also wanted to know what happened next. Chapter 855 The Miserable Gen.G. Su Xiaomu whetted the appetite of the two, and kept them in suspense. This girl is good in every way, but I don't know why she was so blind to our Chu Sheng. After that, a silver bell-like laugh rang out, and Su Xiaomu ran and said, "This is not what I said. This is what my dad said." Chu Sheng lay on the sofa, looking hopeless. This is really his father. Xiaobai on the side also covered his mouth and laughed. This summary is really. Chu Sheng was indeed not ready to leave. Xiaobai prepared a guest room for him to rest. She and Su Xiaomu rested in the master bedroom. After traveling for so long on the plane and entertaining fans in the afternoon, the three of them were completely exhausted. Chu Sheng lay down and fell asleep. He was busy today, seeing so many fans who supported him rushing to pick him up from all over the place. He suddenly felt a sense of relief for his profession. It turned out that he could bring happiness to so many people. Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu took a bath one after another, relieved their fatigue, and fell asleep drowsily. Chu Sheng slept until dark, and it was already night when he woke up. There was still no sound in the two women's room. Chu Sheng washed his face and took a look at the refrigerator. He picked a few dishes and started cooking. In the end, the two girls were awakened by the aroma coming in through the crack of the door. Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu opened their eyes at the same time, blinked at each other, and felt the faint aroma. "Do you smell the aroma of cooking?" Su Xiaomu nodded stupidly, and her stomach gurgled. She didn't need to think anymore. Her body responded instinctively. The aroma of food at this time should be Chu Sheng getting up and cooking. The two of them were stunned at the same time, and their thoughts gradually recovered from the drowsiness. And then, their physical senses recovered. Xiaobai felt that his chest seemed to be a little heavy, and a numb feeling was stirring. "Su Xiaomu, explain why you put your hand on my chest." Xiaobai's cheeks were slightly red, which reminded her of the naughty nights in Cologne when she and Chu Sheng were in bed. Su Xiaomu reacted and pinched it before letting go. It was really soft and comfortable. She was envious, guilty and reluctant to withdraw her claws. Su Xiaomu's face suddenly changed. "Sister Xiaobai, where are your hands?" Xiaobai felt a little numb in her hands, and she pinched it, which made Su Xiaomu arch her body quickly, like a cooked shrimp. Her cheeks were red, and she looked shy and annoyed, just like when she accidentally drank red wine and was slightly drunk. Even Xiaobai couldn't help but lean in and give him a kiss. It was an accident. It was an accident. Xiaobai pulled back his hand, and the two immediately turned back to back, their eyes running away. Chu Sheng put all the food on the dining table, looked at the time, walked to the master bedroom, and knocked on the door. "Are you awake? Get up and eat." After a good sleep, Chu Sheng is now energetic and full of energy. Xiaobai's voice came from the room. Chu Sheng knew that the two had woken up, so he went back to the table and took out his mobile phone, waiting for them to come out for dinner. He turned on his mobile phone and took a look at the hot search. The news of having dinner with fans at noon was indeed on the hot search. The news fermented well in the afternoon, and the ranking was slightly lower this time. Chu Sheng continued to scroll down, and found news about Gen.G at the back. "Hey, how come Gen.G Club can be on Weibo hot search?" Chu Sheng clicked in out of curiosity. And the food he just took a bite of almost choked into his trachea. Cough, cough, cough. He quickly caught it with a tissue, beat his chest and stamped his feet, and finally recovered after a while. Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu hurried out of the house, brought water and patted his back. "Drink more water, brother. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Su Xiaomu looked at the embarrassed Chu Sheng, and couldn't understand how this man could choke himself while eating alone. Chu Sheng recovered and picked up his phone to show them. Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu couldn't help laughing when they saw the news. Su Xiaomu smiled glamorously. "Fortunately, I didn't eat anything. I finally know why you choked." Xiaobai also covered his mouth and smiled. The two teams of Gen.G Club were besieged by angry netizens and fans at the airport after returning to China together that day. Some even brought banners asking Jin Xiangzai and the two team members to die to apologize. Under the strong protection of security personnel, the two teams of the club still escaped from the airport. However, on the way back to the club, they collided with a septic tank truck, and the entire van was covered with a layer of soup. It is said that the scene was extremely tragic. The car door was deformed by the collision, and the people inside the car could not get out. The smell was everywhere, and the 8 people vomited together. It is said that when the rescuers came and pried open the car door with a hydraulic press, the smell on the surface of the car was nothing, and the sour smell inside the car came out, and even the rescuers vomited. The scene was too beautiful to watch. The 3 people struggled for a long time, but still did not have the courage to open the video in the hot search. Put down the phone. Take a deep breath. Empty your brain and forget all the hot searches you just saw. Just picked up the rice bowl and took 2 bites. And the 3 people couldn't help laughing again. It's not that they can't eat, but when they think of the scene described in the text, it can be so miserable, which is unprecedented and unparalleled. Chu Sheng knew why the Jin.G club had such bad luck. I can only say that the system cooling for these 24 days was really worth it. They lost the game, were surrounded at the airport when they returned home, and had a car accident on the way. A fart in a closed car is enough to kill people. Not to mention 8 people vomiting together, of course. The worst ones are the captains of Jin.G Gold, Park Ji-hyo, and Black, who both had problems with their hands. They had just been bandaged and fixed their fractures. But in a car accident, the hand that was not broken was broken, and the broken hand was directly shattered. I don't know what to say anymore. The worst team in history. Jin.G. Facts tell us that we must not offend the Douyu team or Chu Sheng. After dinner, Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu cleaned up and washed the dishes together. Chu Sheng naturally did not stay overnight and went back home, pulling Su Xiaomu's ears. I haven't been home for more than a month. It's probably covered with dust, so I have to clean it up. On the way back, Su Xiaomu simply asked, "Brother, what are your plans next? Will you continue to be a host in Douyu?" Hearing that Su Xiaomu cares about his career, Chu Sheng smiled dryly. "Speaking of which, who is looking for you to ask for help again?" Su Xiaomu has always been a heartless person. According to her words, if she has a bite to eat, Chu Sheng will be indispensable. I never paid attention to Chu Sheng's career, and I support my brother in everything he does, including being a streamer. This concern is too abrupt. It's Sun Hao. He said that if you want to set up a club, he can always come forward when Douyu is needed. Someone from Xiaobai's side has also asked about it through connections. The 2 people closest to him have been asked about it through connections. Chu Sheng looked at the night view outside the car window with the lights just coming on, and it was time to make a decision. Chapter 856 Start Live Broadcast. Su Xiaomu didn't say anything more. She was a smart kid. Seeing her brother like this, it was obvious that he hadn't made a decision yet. It was a favor for others to ask her to find out. But with Chu Sheng, this was family. Su Xiaomu could still tell which was more important. Since her brother hadn't made a decision yet, she couldn't put pressure on him or hint at him. Everything would wait until Chu Sheng made a final decision. If he really wanted to set up a club, he could put out these resources and choose the right one to discuss in detail. There was no final decision yet, so Su Xiaomu shut up and let her brother make his own decision. After returning home, the 2 of them worked together to clean the house. They were so tired that they didn't finish cleaning the house until midnight. Su Xiaomu fell asleep on the bed, and Chu Sheng returned to the room to think about the future. Like Wei Jiang, it seems to be a good choice to find capital to attract investment, set up a club, and play professional games after becoming famous. But in this way, Chu Sheng has a lot of things to worry about. Continue to be a host on Douyu. Brag and chat with fans every day. And don't worry about other things. The money is definitely not low. Chu Sheng had such thoughts in his mind from time to time when he was competing before. But the competition was important at that time, and he didn't have free time to think about it. Now is the time to decide the future path. Chu Sheng fell asleep while thinking, and naturally did not come up with any results. This kind of decision about future career is not easy to make. More than a month ago, Chu Sheng was still a graduate who was worried about his job and livelihood. But now, he has become a world champion. The developer held an invitational tournament, with the participation of Chu Sheng and Douyu team. The influence of this event was greatly enhanced, and the proportion of European and American audiences watching also increased sharply. The destruction of a group of European and American teams was also beyond everyone's expectations. On the day the game ended, the developer's project team submitted a creative book for the next invitational tournament again. The last Cologne invitational tournament became famous, and the next one will be more formal. In addition, in the creative book, this time we specially prepared to invite many well-known anchors to participate in this charity game, because the Douyu team is an anchor team. The developer can see the real appeal of this game. It was because many anchors spontaneously promoted the game that the momentum made this game popular. So this time, adding anchor elements on the basis of competition, allowing anchors and fans to interact through competition, is definitely a great idea. Of course, the developer will not say it clearly because the DouYu team is a temporary team, and they are afraid that the temporary team will disband after Chu Sheng returns, and he will not come to participate in the invitational tournament next time. So they added the anchor single-player mode. This is the cunning of the developer. It would be great if Chu Sheng could form his own team and participate in the official competition. Even if he is a personal anchor, the developer will invite him to participate in the personal entertainment competition. In short, the developer's purpose is very clear. Holding on to Chu Sheng's thigh equals ratings plus attention. The key is that they can justify themselves, which is also a very cool operation. 5 minutes after the plan was passed unanimously, the news was officially released by the developer in the form of a blue post, and the official account was used to issue a notice on various social platforms. In order to stir up trouble, the developer emphasized this time that it would invite teams with outstanding performances in various regional servers. This sentence is very heartbreaking, and it is clearly said to Gen.G and other 0-point teams. Last time, it was for the club's sake. If you don't have any weight this time, don't come to join in the fun. I won't recognize you even if you come. After all, the professional arena has 8 games with 0 points, and the developers will feel embarrassed to tell others about it. When the news was announced, it triggered a new round of reposting frenzy while the netizens were still excited. This time, netizens' focus is not on the professional teams. The Cologne Invitational proved that the professional teams are all bastards. What the audience is curious about now is the entertainment game of the anchors in the game. This time, 60 world-renowned anchors will be invited to participate in this event. 60 world-renowned anchors. Countless fans are excited, wondering if their anchors will be lucky enough to be invited by the developer. Of course, Chu Sheng's fans are not panicked at all when they see this news. Chu Sheng can participate in the next invitational tournament whether as an individual anchor or as a club. Are you kidding? The world's #1 is not eligible to participate. You are so arrogant. Come on. Don't accept me? Shroud's fans are also very excited. Will all the retired veterans return this time? Not only that, G-God's fans are also ready to move. After all, our G-God is also the #1 person recognized by the developer before. Okay. The former #1. It's impossible that he is not invited. Right? For a while, both clubs and anchors were proud to be invited by the developer. This announcement clearly stated that we invite teams with strength. This also indirectly shows that the developer admitted that it had invited teams that should not have come in the last invitational tournament. The professional teams were uneasy, and some anchors who boasted of their technical skills, super strength, and the top XX in the Asian server were also uneasy. If they were not invited, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Chu Sheng woke up very early the next day. Chu Sheng suddenly found that he seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the life of a house husband. The first thing he did when he got up was to look at the tactical board. After making breakfast, Chu Sheng sat in front of his computer desk, dazed for more than 10 minutes, and finally chose to turn on the computer. He was even a little unfamiliar with the live broadcast software. After setting up the pits and pits, Chu Sheng put on headphones and started today's live broadcast. The title is as sassy as always. The early worm catches the bird? I haven't broadcast live for more than half a month, and it was early in the morning, so the live broadcast room was a little deserted, and there was not even a barrage. Chu Sheng was very calm, and this little scene would not stir up ripples in his mood at all. He entered the game skillfully and stayed in the lobby interface. It was less than 3 minutes, and the long-lost fans began to appear. Oh my god. I was sleeping in the morning when a pop-up window popped up on my phone saying that the anchor you particularly follow has started live streaming. I didn't wake up and gave DouYu a 1-star bad review. You are kidding me. At 8 o'clock in the morning, you gave me the whole Chu Sheng live streaming, and I believed you. But when I clicked in, I was instantly shocked. I feel sorry for DouYu for 3 seconds. I was so tempted by this title. It's still the same as before. Watch carefully. The world champion is live streaming at 8 o'clock in the morning. Can the other anchors who stand up have some professional ethics? Not to mention the previous DouYu Invitational tournament. I was just shouting 666. A rocket to the anchor. The comments were dense almost instantly. And with Chu Sheng's long hiatus, everyone seemed to have endless things to say. Yeah. A familiar feeling. Chu Sheng looked at Chu Shen's ID. Now in the entire Asian server, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people with similar IDs. A new day of live broadcast. Why not start with a name change? Chapter 857. This name is awesome. Seeing more and more fans entering the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng also spoke for the first time. Well, Hu Han-san, am back again. I'm live broadcasting early in the morning. I want to ask you if you are surprised. The audience saw that Chu Sheng was still so shameless, and their hearts were relieved instantly. I originally thought that the anchor would be arrogant after winning the championship, but I was relieved to find out that he was still the stupid son of the landlord. Chu Sheng, you are too unkind. Aren't you? You just came back and didn't rest for 2 days. You actually broadcast live early in the morning. I just fell asleep half an hour ago. I don't know if the anchor has seen the latest news sent by the developer overnight. I am looking forward to the next PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational. Chu Sheng glanced at the dense barrage and caught some useful information. What is the latest news from the developer about the next PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Invitational? Did the developer release any new news last night? I haven't been home for a month. I cleaned the house and went to bed. Let me go and take a look. After saying this, Chu Sheng cut out the screen and went to the social networking site to see the information released by the developer's official account. The first top message was what the fans said. Chu Sheng read it in detail and couldn't help laughing after reading it. Having met the creative director Green and other staff of the developer, Chu Sheng is very familiar with this company. Isn't it clear that Chu Sheng must participate in the next competition? If Chu Sheng hadn't been thinking about his future path all night yesterday, he might not have realized this. But now his future is hanging in the balance. And seeing the developer's competition system, Chu Sheng just laughed. In the eyes of others, this announcement is just to stir up the atmosphere for the next invitational competition and attract everyone's attention. In Chu Sheng's view, this is simply a love letter. A love letter from the developer to Chu Sheng. The announcement has so many words, but it can be summed up in one sentence. Chu Sheng, we will always love you and never leave you. Sarangyo. After reading the developer's announcement, Chu Sheng also felt that this anchor brawl was more interesting. Even more interesting than professional competitions. The developer learned a lesson this time, and finally understood the essence of the popularity of this game, which is to rely on the anchors to act as tap water to promote the game to the audience, forming a chain reaction. Given the height and popularity of the last invitational tournament, it is estimated that it will be difficult for the developer to reproduce the glory. So the only way is to make the next invitational tournament more topical through a national participation method. Since no one in the team can compete with Chu Sheng, what about personal ability? This is undoubtedly a good direction. Avoiding the homogeneity of the last invitational tournament and bringing freshness and expectations to the audience. As expected of a developer, they use their heads for marketing and their feet for making games. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh at this idea. The last time North American FBB met the Four Demons, it was an online match after all. If this is an offline fight, the audience will definitely cheer. The audience's topic has also changed from Chu Sheng's resumption of broadcasting to who he wants to compete with in the next invitational tournament. Some netizens also asked Chu Sheng who he thinks is the best team in the Cologne Invitational. The best team is naturally the Douyu team. They are tenacious and can find opportunities to turn the tide when they are missing one person. Chu Sheng said it very seriously, and the fans all believed it was true. But even so, everyone still thought Chu Sheng was shameless. The best player. Chu Sheng spoke with a little drag, thinking seriously about the answer. The fans have already given the answer in the barrage. Sure enough, it's still original. Although Chu Sheng is thinking, he already has the answer in his mind. For this kind of question, you can guess it yourself even with your eyes closed. I am a netizen who came here because of his reputation. May I ask if Chu Sheng is like this when he usually broadcasts live? No. Believe me, I am usually more coquettish than this. New brother, you still have time to get out of the pit now. If you don't leave now, you will fall in a while. Chu Sheng thought for a long time and said, if I can only choose one first place, then I will definitely vote for Xuan. Because without her, the Douyu team will be eliminated and lose the qualification to participate in the FPP competition, being able to turn the tables by herself. This is definitely the MVP. And in the game, Xuan's performance also made everyone's eyes light up. She got several kills personally, which is much better than some professional teams. The fans all had funny faces. It's a hint. It's a hint. Is it my Gen.G that can't lift the knife? Or is refund no longer deterrent? Wow. They still don't forget to diss after the game. Several teams were whipped again. It's really miserable. I'm not bragging. Chusheng. You really can't compare to the Gen.G team in one aspect. Can you vomit for half an hour in a carriage full of stench? When Chusheng saw such a barrage, he thought of the hot search he saw on his mobile phone yesterday. And he shuddered all over. You are all devils. The picture was so beautiful that Chusheng didn't even dare to think about it. Fuck. You are so disgusting. I was still eating breakfast early in the morning. And suddenly I lost my appetite when I saw curry. You are really devils. Why mention Gen.G early in the morning? I vomited several times just by looking at the hot search yesterday. Can't we just mention Gen.G? Then why not just call it Lage Team? After reading the official statement of the developer, Chusheng had to say that the company that uses its head for marketing is smart. And even he was looking forward to the next invitational tournament. Let's get back to the topic of changing the name. If I enter the game with this ID now, I'm afraid I won't have any gaming experience. Chusheng's top priority is to think of a suitable new ID, galloping on the Asian server, and let players tremble in the terror that covers the sky again. Chusheng hesitated for a long time. After all, it's hard to come up with a name that makes you cry and domineering. Suddenly, he had a good idea. Even he couldn't help but applaud. I'm such a genius. The audience was confused. How could they come up with such a good idea? Chusheng, you have to be responsible for what you said. Insulting a genius is a serious crime. Chusheng typed a bunch of letters. SGG. What kind of idea is this? The readers thought it was some crazy, domineering and awesome idea. But after thinking for a long time, what did they type? I really don't know where Chusheng got the confidence from. He boasted that he was a genius, but he clearly didn't know how to use AC. Chusheng was a little angry that his proud masterpiece was criticized so badly by the netizens. What do you guys know? My new ID has a lot of connotations. Do you think it's just 4 letters? You're totally wrong. This ID is full of postmodern aesthetics, nihilism, and traditional Chinese culture, and is a fusion of Western letters. After reading such a long paragraph, you must feel that there are shocking connotations behind it. Right? Hee hee. I made it up. Chapter 858. Sorry. The world champion has style. Don't rush to do it. Let Chusheng explain it carefully. Chusheng rolled up his sleeves. He was not happy about it. This is the culmination of his 20-year cultural heritage. At least Chusheng believes that such a flash of inspiration is rare. The audience sneered. Did you exaggerate, Altair? I thought it was so crazy and domineering. But it turned out to be SGG, which is really disappointing. This ID is not as eye-catching as Chusheng's ID. At least everyone can read it, and know what Chusheng meant. At the very least, you can read it as Beast, which is pretty close anyway. But what the hell is SGG? Damn second brother? Chusheng looked at the fans disappointedly and couldn't help but start to show off. I've been away for a month, and I've transformed from a streamer to a world champion. But looking at you, it seems that there is no progress at all. I'm very disappointed. The fans were not happy now. Yo, winning a world championship is great. That's a professional arena. In an online match, you have to lie down whether you are a dragon or a tiger. Chusheng, have you forgotten the supreme pod god in the fighting world? Sorry. I'm sick of it so early in the morning and can't bear to watch it. I just contacted the pod god, and the pod god said that the pan has been waiting for a long time on the second floor of the wild area room on the airport island. Wow. Curious. There is no solution yet. Chusheng now regrets thinking about the frying pan joke. His fame. Once the champion is famous, everyone knows the handle. It's impossible to hide it. Forget it. Let's argue with them about the new ID first. The fans looked like, just believe it and I lose, which made Chusheng very difficult to deal with. And more importantly, heartbroken. Hey, I thought you would understand me. But now it seems that it's really lonely at the top. In order to explain this ID to the fans, Chusheng went directly to the desktop after changing it, opened a TXT document, and typed a line of letters. Shanwannergo, abbreviated as SGG. The fans gathered in front of the screen and read out the entire opinion. Shangwannergo. I regretted it instantly after reading it. Like a fool. What a weird name. What a combination of Chinese and Western. It is still full of postmodern aesthetics, nihilism, and Sea country's classical traditional culture, and the fusion of Western letters. Chusheng, come out. Facing the sarcasm of the fans, Chusheng remained calm, and he might have blushed in the past. His current performance makes people see that he has made progress after participating in the invitational tournament and seeing the world. Shangwan Ergu's ID is so vulgar. I want to hear how Chusheng can make it up. If he can't, this will be the second frying pan joke, and I'll never get over it in this life. Chusheng rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was going to do something big. You still don't believe it, right? I don't believe I can't convince you. Seeing Chusheng's eager eyes and his confidence, the fans were like little hamsters forced into a corner. Hurry up and swallow your little heart into your stomach to protect it. Ling Huchong, Ouyang Feng, Shimen Chuexue, Zhuge Shenhou. They are all very powerful, right? Chusheng's words made the fans stun for a moment. But there was no way to respond to this, so they could only nod and admit it. Does a double surname represent status? Chusheng clapped his hands. What's wrong with naming himself Shangwan? Nothing, right? The fans just felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Xiao Shilong, Yan Shisan, Yuan Shisangshan. These are also very powerful, right? The fans were completely confused and didn't know what Chusheng was going to do. They could only continue to nod and couldn't refute. Do numbers represent artistic conception? 18 dragons subduing palms. Dog beating stick method. Lion's roar. Toad kung fu. Are these martial arts very powerful? If someone says that the 18 dragons subduing palms is not powerful, I'm afraid everyone will think that this person is mentally retarded. Even the nitpickers can only nod helplessly on this issue. No problem. Animals represent strength. No problem. Right? Chusheng clapped his hands after saying this. So, Shangwan Ergu, is there anything wrong? I was caught off guard and my waist was sprained. After being tricked by Chusheng, all the fans were silent and lost their fighting power. What a fucking logical genius. I can't think of any way to refute it. The most vulgar is the chow. This is the national trend. Take a screenshot at this moment. Add a big Supreme logo, and turn it into a retro film. It immediately has a trend-setting taste. First pull the fans to his level, and then defeat them with rich experience. This is Chusheng's plan and strategy. No fans are bothered about the new ID. Chusheng, who changed his ID, is completely refreshed. The sense of accomplishment brought by tricking fans is much stronger than winning a world championship. Switching the screen, he chose the third-person single row on the Asian server. In less than 10 seconds of queuing, Chusheng was successfully sent into the game. Because PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is so popular these days, the 4 words PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are definitely indispensable in the news everywhere. The game that was originally almost saturated has once again ushered in a period of substantial growth. It stands to reason that it would not be so fast to match at this time in the morning. It's just that when I entered the game, this time it was the island map. The game officially ended. It is said that the desert map will be implemented in the game when it is updated tomorrow. And then there will be 2 maps to play. According to gossip, the developer will focus on the production of new maps and innovation in the diversity of gameplay. Perhaps because it was early in the morning, the players waiting for the countdown to start on the birth island did not make a mess and shoot randomly. Basically, they stood quietly in place, or ran to the highest point of the abandoned plane and looked down from above. As the countdown ended, everyone boarded the plane. The first route was extremely high energy. From S City in the north of the map, head straight south to the airport. Since it's the first game, let's have some fun and jump to the airport. Chusheng rubbed his hands, indicating that he was ready to kill a lot and let the entire Asian server be shrouded in his majesty. When we arrived at the airport, there were still more than a dozen people left on the plane from the parachute jump, which was a normal number. Chusheng rushed vertically and rushed directly to Building C. He entered the house as soon as he parachuted, and then searched for a small pistol as soon as he landed. Fuck. The anchor came back from playing professional games. How come his luck is so good? Caw. Why don't you follow the script? Shouldn't there be no weapons? Or only a broadsword and a crossbow? He picked up a small pistol as soon as he landed. How will the following plot come out? Chusheng smiled very brightly. He had a gun as soon as he landed. At this moment, he had already said the long-lost line. Everyone in the airport, listen up. You have been surrounded by me. Enter the second room. Oh, another S686. Just ask who else. At this moment, the door in front of Chu Sheng was pushed open with a sound of Gila. Chapter 859, A Reputation for Modesty and Kindness. Chapter 858, A Reputation for Modesty and Kindness. Awuka suddenly rushed out of the room. Chu Sheng almost couldn't help but attack. But after seeing that the man had no weapons, he forced himself to hold back his killing intent. The unarmed Wuka rushed out of the room and found a tall and mighty strong man standing sideways with a gun in his hand. His heart was immediately chilled. On a weekend morning, he lied to his family that there was a weekend league meeting at school and went out to the internet cafe to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in the morning. As a result, he was killed as soon as he entered the game. It was so miserable. But the brutal scene did not appear. The man just shook his head left and right without rushing to shoot. I am Chu Sheng, the champion of the Cologne Invitational, MVP, and I never disdain to kill unarmed people. Chu Sheng suddenly felt that he was full of style, so happy, and felt that his life had reached a climax. The bald Wuka did not dare to move, and the two stood there motionless. There were loud gunshots outside. More players fell to the ground, and there were battles everywhere. Chu Sheng did not speak, took 2 steps forward and threw all the pistols and bullets on the ground, and bowed his head to signal the player to pick them up. The fans were stunned when they saw this scene. Chu Sheng was acting like Duke Xiang of Song again. Hey, why do you say again? The Wuka player was also stunned. He didn't wait to be shot, but this guy threw down a pistol instead. Anyone can understand the meaning. Is this giving him a gun to protect himself? Good man. This is a great good man. Thank you for not killing me. The Wuka player quickly opened the public voice to express his gratitude to Chu Sheng. You searched the first floor. I'll go to the second floor. After Chu Sheng said that, he went upstairs without saying anything, feeling the pleasure of doing good things without leaving a name. Chu Sheng had a smile on his face throughout the whole process, and immediately began to show off in the live broadcast room. I, Chu Sheng, am a world champion, and I never kill unarmed people. The fans watched Chu Sheng show off quietly, with expressions of care for the young man making the cane. It seems that the anchor has been playing professionally for a month and has forgotten the previous frying pan incident? Shoo! Don't talk. Don't let Chu Sheng remember the previous incident. We will have another joke soon. This player was confused from beginning to end. He was originally going to die in the game, but he survived surprisingly, and a kind person gave him a gun, although it was just an inconspicuous pistol. He soon realized that he didn't have to die. He didn't have to die in the game. For the brother who gave him the gun just now, this player was only grateful in his heart. He was really a good person. He quickly picked up the pistol, and suddenly felt extremely proud in his heart, and began to search the first floor. Chu Sheng searched the second floor, and soon searched all the rooms on the second floor. He picked up an SKS sniper rifle without a scope. The players downstairs felt particularly relieved when they heard Chu Sheng's footsteps upstairs. After searching the first floor, he was already equipped with an M16 and a 98K, a luxurious wipey. If Chu Sheng knew it was this equipment, I don't know if he would regret letting him go just now. Someone gave me a gun when I landed. Now that I have all the equipment, it's time to go out of Building C and kill. What a sunny day. Today is the day for me. Wuke. To dominate the airport. As soon as he rushed out with a rifle, the bullets from the viaduct shot at him like money. He didn't even have a chance to retreat, and was knocked to the ground. Chu Sheng was observing the other side. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the gunshots, and then his expression changed. According to the source of the gunshots, and the sound of the door opening downstairs, he was 100% sure that the player killed by the viaduct was the player he had released out of kindness before. What is this like? It's like you release a carp with good intentions, but as soon as you release it into the river, a big fish appears and swallows the carp you released to accumulate merit. That kind of feeling is really despairing. But when I think of the 8 people of Jin.G being trapped in the dung cart and vomiting for half an hour, I can bear any difficult things in the world. If you don't let yourself do good things, you are not a good person. Chu Sheng moved to the other side and jumped down, climbing to the roof along the ladder on the side of the C-shaped building. The SKS without a sight in Chu Sheng's hand was not less powerful at all, and he took away the guy on the Youtiao elevated with 2 shots. At this moment, a player sneaking over from the elevated bridge saw the box at the door and climbed over the wall directly. Just now, he was caught between the C-shaped building and the elevated bridge, and was panicking. Now all the players on the elevated bridge and at the door were dead, and he took this opportunity to lick the box at the door. Wow, this guy is so fat. The hand holding the mouse was even shaking a little. And he picked up all the rifles and 98K, and did not let go of the small pistol. Even the t-shirt and small leather shoes were all changed. He was armed from head to toe. Even the toes were not spared. Knowing that there was someone on the roof, this player was quite smart. He climbed over the wall and ran directly to another building, and hid in the house through the window. Chu Sheng squatted on the roof, observing where there was another opportunity to shoot. The gunfire at the airport was still fierce, but the direction had shifted, mostly from the police station area. Crouching behind the stone pier, Chu Sheng suddenly saw a figure flashing through the window on the second floor opposite. He immediately opened the scope and aimed at the window next to him. When the player just opened the door and entered, Chu Sheng shot him twice and killed him on the spot. This player would never believe that his movement has been seen by others, and even guessed the next move. The safe zone is also refreshed, located in the center of the map with P City as the center. This safe zone is very friendly to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng vaguely found that since the system entered the cooling CD time, his luck in the game has improved a lot. I don't know if this is survivor bias or it's really the case. I need to play a few more games to experience it. The player who inherited the super equipment bent down and sneaked to the police station where the gunfight was in full swing. With this equipment, if you don't stand up to calm the battle, you will feel sorry for this equipment. He rushed into the police station with joy, and even found the enemy first, and got up and started the burst mode of M16. The bullets all hit the enemy's head. He wanted to push the gun down hard. His will was down, but his hands kept commanding, and the bullets were still floating high. The enemy reacted and turned his head to kill him with a few beautiful headshots. The player who was killed was stunned. What happened to him? After all, he was a player with 500 hours of experience. He shouldn't be unable to suppress the enemy with an M16. Right? This gun is poisonous. The player who was attacked was also happy, thinking that this person was really stupid. He attacked first, but he reacted and killed him. He immediately felt that he was awesome. Right? This wave of operations can even be compared to the highlights in which Chu Sheng reacted and pulled the wall to kill him. Chapter 860. This gun is poisonous. He lay on the ground and added a 98K. And then he put on a 7.62 suit. Then the player found that the man was actually carrying a P-18C submachine gun. When seeing this gun, many players would imagine a scene in their minds, when they had used up all the bullets in their rifle and had no time to change the magazine during the fight. They would directly take out the P-18C pistol and successfully kill the opponent with a full automatic shot. Just thinking about such a scene makes people feel refreshed. In just a moment, so many things have been considered in their minds. It's like looking at each other. And the boy even thought about what the name of your child will be in the future. Without saying anything, he picked up the P-18C and replaced the bullets. He was also thinking about whether he could pick up a pistol expansion on the road later. Playing games is meaningless if it is not for showing off your skills. The player in the police station cleared out the other enemies by himself and became the last survivor of the police station. The fierce gunfire before was quietly calmed down. This player appeared as a winner. But as soon as he ran out of the police station, he was shot by Chu Sheng on a high place. Chu Sheng observed on the roof for a long time and found that there was no one else. Then he jumped down from the building and landed directly at the door of the building. He saw the box of the player who was killed before. Hey, it's your fate not to survive this building. Go with peace of mind. I'll take all your things. But the next second Chu Sheng was completely dumbfounded. The box on the ground was empty. Even the clothes and shoes disappeared. When he bumped into it, Chu Sheng clearly remembered that the player had clothes on him. Who is so cruel and inhumane? It's fine to rob the deceased of his property, but he even stripped the clothes on the deceased. It's really crazy. Especially the P-18C, which symbolizes love and peace, disappeared. Even a small pistol was taken away. It's really like plucking feathers from a passing goose, leaving no grass behind. Chu Sheng rushed to the police station. The guy who came out of the police station had pretty good equipment. What surprised Chu Sheng the most was that he actually picked up a P-18C here. Chu Sheng was completely confused. What was going on? How many owners had this gun passed through? He continued to play with doubts, cleared the airport, and drove directly to the safe zone. There was no doubt about the next game. Chu Sheng kept talking nonsense, and the fans all laughed sober early in the morning. The first live broadcast after the world champion returned was unusually smooth. The ending was the same as everyone thought. In the fourth circle, Chu Sheng had almost dealt with the enemy. He drove his car in the wheat circle outside P City, and was directly killed by the sky fire. Yes, this result is very Chu Sheng. The audience welcomed the long-lost joy. The best MVP of this game was Tianhua. Chu Sheng also had a sad face. If you say that this system is suspended, you can take away all the bad luck. After seeing the miserable situation of Jin.G Club, Chu Sheng also understood how terrible the system that possessed him was. Only he could hold on to this kind of bad luck. Look at Jin.G Club. It has only been 24 hours, and it has become so miserable. The captains of the two teams broke their bones at the same time, and their entire competitive careers were written off. The other players were all admitted to the mental hospital. The last time, they vomited for half an hour in a closed space. They all had psychological trauma. I dare not stay in a confined space, as my body will reject it and vomit continuously. I dare not even take the elevator, as once I enter the elevator and wait for the door to open, I will inevitably vomit all over the floor. I feel sick just thinking about it. But Chu Sheng doesn't care. Many professional players have been beaten by him, and can't even raise their heads. He is different from other charming anchors. He doesn't need to prove that he is a technical anchor who relies on strength through his kill count. Many anchors can obviously go for the funny style, but they have to make things difficult for themselves and want to go for the technical style. As a result, his skills can't be improved and his mentality exploded. So he simply transformed into an actor. Being an actor is not a professional. So there will always be times when you are exposed. And the result is naturally being beaten up. The kind of beating that turns your bones into ashes. Chu Sheng doesn't need to worry so much. Just show your true self. Anyway, the fans who come to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room say that Chu Sheng is shameless. But no one dares to say that this anchor is rubbish and has poor skills. At most, they will talk about the frying pan. After exiting the game, Chu Sheng did not rush to start a new game, but watched the recording of the previous game from the beginning. He wanted to see who was so cruel that he even took off people's clothes and shoes. The screen stopped when the two people's eyes met, and Chu Sheng immediately shifted the main perspective to the player. After a moment, Chu Sheng's face turned green. Why didn't he choose to stay on the first floor and let this guy go upstairs? I searched the second floor and only found an SKS. But this guy was on the first floor with an M16 and a 98K. Why are everyone in the same building so lucky? Adding to the action of giving the gun just now, Chu Sheng suddenly realized that he was insulted by himself. Forcing himself to calm down, Chu Sheng coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Sure enough, even though I helped him, this player still couldn't get out of building C alive. This is his fate. Let's see who didn't even let go of the pistol and clothes. He's worse than a beast. Chu Sheng's ability to change the subject is far more outstanding than his shooting skills. After all, shooting skills are not used in every game. After all, when Chu Sheng is live streaming, he doesn't have a gun 80% of the time. But the ability to change the subject is used every moment. And it is simply perfect. As expected, the fans forgot to criticize Chu Sheng after a word, and then began to pay attention to where the pervert is. As soon as this Wuka player went out, he was beaten by the enemies on the elevated platform and died at the door. Well, he died very quickly. At this moment, a player who was squatting at the foot of the wall ran over, like a mouse running out of a hole during the day. This guy climbed over the wall with a sly look, and then emptied all the boxes of this player, even his clothes and shoes. The case is solved. This guy is really a beast. Originally, I thought it was perverted to pick up even a small pistol. But I didn't expect this guy to be even more perverted. Didn't you notice that after picking up the things, this guy looked at the corpse for a few times before deciding to strip the clothes? After being prompted by a friend, Chu Sheng went back a little bit, and was really frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. How disgusting. Even more terrifying than in Jaha. Chu Sheng then looked down, and saw that the player was fully armed, and then he crawled to the police station along the wall. He was observing the situation in Building C at the time, so he ignored the rat in the shadows. Then the guy came to the police station, and found an enemy with his back to the enemy. Just when everyone thought that the player's sneak attack was definitely successful, the guy performed a hilarious operation that stunned everyone. Chapter 861. Juefeng is still responsible for taking the blame. The wonderful M16 gun suppression stunned everyone, including Chu Sheng. At this time, Chu Sheng had only one thought in his mind: damn, I was ganked. This kind of sneak attack with the back facing him actually failed. This shooting skill is also extremely superb. Even Chu Sheng, who just saw this guy's skillful secret sneak action, thought that this sneak attack was bound to succeed. Sure enough, the fun of this game is that you can never guess what will happen in the next second. The fans were even more naughty, grinning. Hey, why do I feel that this shooting skill seems familiar? You have something, brother. This kind of shooting skill is not something that everyone can achieve. I really want to understand what you are saying, but I don't seem to understand. Chu Sheng understood the crazy hints of these guys, and with a smug look on his face, he couldn't help but say, be careful that the real owner really comes to find you. You can't escape the curse of S12K. The sneak attacking player was killed, and then this player went to rob the box. I don't know what he was thinking, but he actually chose to pick up a small pistol like P18C and put it on his body. As he came out of the police station, he was taken care of by Chu Sheng on the roof of Building C and fell at the door of the police station. This is the complete story of the whole incident. Originally, everyone wanted to see the perverted demon, but they saw the whole series of events and discovered something new. I thought stripping people's clothes was perverted enough before, but after watching the replay, I found the real demon behind the series of events. Chu Sheng, even if I'm not there, everything is arranged in the dark. You can show off, but I, Chu Sheng, am definitely the best. The P18C that Chu Sheng has handled is simply poisonous. Whoever touches it will die. Don't you realize? This kind of statement is like a virus, which makes it easy for fans to believe it. After a while, this statement has almost become a conclusion. I was wondering why Chu Sheng didn't kill the unarmed Wuku at the beginning. There is actually such a relationship. It's terrifying when you think about it. It's terrifying when you think about it. The entire island map seems to have an invisible big hand arranging and dominating everything. Chu Sheng was stunned. He could understand that P18C had bad luck. But what about the invisible big hand arranging everything? He is not. He didn't. Don't talk nonsense. This is obviously bad luck. What does it have to do with me? Why do you slander people's innocence like this? He just shouted. His voice became smaller and smaller, and he lost his confidence. Let's not waste time talking nonsense. Let's start the second round. Chu Sheng reached out to roll up his sleeves again, but found that there were no sleeves left to roll up. So he had to roll up his arms twice. After half an hour of live broadcast, the news of Chu Sheng's first return after the championship also completely set off the entire esports circle. As we all know, the morning time has always been the off-season for live broadcasts, and 20-00 in the evening is usually the time when the traffic is the highest. Few anchors choose to start broadcasting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and some choose to broadcast in the range of 11 to 13 o'clock, taking advantage of everyone's lunch break to broadcast live. Only Chu Sheng is willful, doesn't care about any index, traffic, and still broadcasts according to his habit of going to bed early and getting up early. He can be called a wonder and a clear stream in the live broadcast industry. After playing a game, the traffic of a live broadcast room in the morning actually accounted for 1/3 of the entire DouYu traffic. Gifts of all sizes came as if they were free. Enter the second game. The desert map will be implemented when it is updated tomorrow, and there is still only the island map today. For the old map, Chu Sheng is naturally like a fish in water, especially after the experience of the World Invitational. He learned a lot from other teams, which he had not discovered before. In terms of tactical arrangements, Chu Sheng has rich experience in theory, but other teams have more comprehensive systems. Chu Sheng never complacent because of his strong strength. Every team has highlights and strengths to learn from. What he has to do is to absorb these advantages. But Chu Sheng knows that there are some things that he can't catch up with no matter how hard he tries. And he can't learn them even if he wants to. For example, the Gen.G team can vomit for half an hour, which Chu Sheng will never learn. Liquid's understanding of Y City, for M's understanding of the airport, and Navi's understanding of P-Port are all brought to the extreme. Even if Chu Sheng starts to study these places, the height he can reach is no more than this. After the invitational tournament, Chu Sheng did not lose his hair or become bald, but he became stronger. Waiting on the birth island, Chu Sheng watched more and more barges. Suddenly, a series of 10 super rockets caught Chu Sheng's eye. As usual, he thanked him. "Thank you. I'm Chen Jiasen. For the 10 super rockets. Thank you, rich man." The bullet screen was completely blown up by these 10 super rockets. Fuck. Isn't this Mr. Chen from the next door Hulu TV? Why did you come to Douyu to give rewards? Awesome. You are a rich man. Spending money lavishly. Ha ha ha. The chairman personally infiltrated the enemy station to poach people. And now he is exposed. Then this I'm Chen Jiasen was afraid that Chu Sheng would misunderstand. So he quickly explained, "It's just a simple celebration of the world champion and want to get to know him. There is no other intention." Now the fans were even more excited, since they said everything they dared not to say. According to their thinking, if they didn't say it now, they would have no chance. This was Douyu TV, not Mr. Chen's Hulu TV, and he couldn't arrange to ban people. So they were very happy. But in less than 10 seconds, some provocative people were directly banned by Douyu's super administrators, which shocked everyone. Chu Sheng almost laughed to death when he saw it. The big boss of Douyu, the big boss of Bamboo TV, and Hulu TV were all in the same circle after all. They would meet each other every day. How could they let you, a fan, go crazy here? As the countdown ended, the flight took off. This route was diagonal, and Chu Sheng directly chose Port P to jump down. As a result, Chu Sheng had just jumped, and then more than a dozen people landed in P Port. The scene was comparable to an airport. Oh my god. This is too good. When can more than a dozen people land in P Port? This is possible when playing in a 4-person team, but it is impossible when playing alone. Chu Sheng would never jump directly to Sansang. There is no cover here. If he rushes in without a gun, it is equivalent to booking a ticket to end the game in advance. He landed directly in the room area inside P Port, rushed into the house, and started looking for weapons. Among the players in the sky, only one went to Sansang to find a gun, and the others actually chased Chu Sheng directly, and all landed in the next house. Chu Sheng searched the room, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, and heard the sound of many parachutes landing nearby. Fuck. Why are there so many people around me? Did Juefeng bring the abortion team to snipe me again? Chu Sheng's first reaction was to put the blame on Juefeng. Juefeng, who was lying on the bed holding his phone, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I was sleeping. Who was so idle that he sniped you in the morning? How shameless is this person?" Chapter 862. Who came up with this idea? What a genius. Chu Sheng found an Uzi in the bathroom on the first floor of the apartment. Chu Sheng rushed up without saying a word and picked up Uzi's 60 bullets and 5 bandages next to it. Why didn't Chu Sheng pick up the gun? Does he want to die? Some new viewers only know that Chu Sheng is unlucky, but they don't know much about some small details. So some viewers couldn't stand it and explained to the newcomers, because Uzi is a loser. The newcomers don't understand even more. This gun obviously has a fast firing rate and is super powerful. It's okay for daily use, but it's weak immediately in the official competition. Have you seen any team use this gun in the competition? That makes sense. Chu Sheng went to the second floor and found a EP9. This gun suited Chu Sheng's taste very well, so he picked it up and used it directly. At this time, Chu Sheng suddenly heard a burst of microphone explosion. It wasn't his microphone that exploded, but someone nearby opened the public channel, and the microphone rustled. Before Chu Sheng could react, a burst of swollen Budong language came from the microphone. Does the kiss look like Mr. Chu Sen's? Chu Sheng frowned slightly. What the hell is going on? Is this a new trick developed by the abortion team? Chu Sheng squatted down and walked to the window. He saw a guy squatting in the corner with half of his head exposed. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire killed the guy directly. And he also said, "Don't talk if you don't speak standard Mandarin." This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh. Even Zuyu personally went online to refute the rumor. This is not our abortion team. This is a fake. A pirated version. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Zuyu got anxious. Our Mandarin is guaranteed to be accurate. Now everyone laughed even more happily. After a while, another person ran out from the side. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't squat behind the low wall. He just lay on the ground, so Chu Sheng couldn't hit him. "Excuse me. Is this Mr. Chu Sheng? This guy spoke standard Mandarin. Chu Sheng didn't know what tricks these people were playing. So he simply opened the public channel. It's me. What's wrong? Mr. Chu. Our boss wants to talk to you about cooperation. Chu Sheng took out a grenade and threw it at the corner of the wall. After a few seconds, there was a bang. And another person was sent away. Sorry. You still expose the fact that your Mandarin is not standard. The two players who were killed by the explosion wanted to cry, but had no tears. Their mentality was completely broken. They didn't expect that they would be killed by Chu Sheng so easily just because of their non-standard Mandarin, without giving them any explanation. Now the task is not completed. And I guess I will be scolded by the boss later. I just hope that the remaining colleagues can continue to work hard and ensure the completion of the task. Chu Sheng also saw the message sent by Zoyu. It was not the abortion team that came to snipe him, but a boss who wanted to discuss cooperation? Chu Sheng was even more confused. How could he find a game to discuss cooperation? Soon, the third staff member came over and lay on the body of his companion. Mr. Chu, don't shoot. Don't throw grenades. I just have a few words to say. Chu Sheng naturally knew what he was going to say. You are also here to discuss business with your boss? Yes. We are a keyboard manufacturer. Mr. Chu must have heard of Taozi keyboards. Right? There was a sense of confidence in the staff's words. Taozi keyboards are the leaders in the keyboard industry, and many clubs have cooperative relations with them. Some keyboards also use the mechanical axis of Taozi keyboards as a technological selling point, which is a guarantee of quality. But Chu Sheng, who has only been live streaming for a month, didn't even know how to use live streaming software before. When I was in school and played League with my roommate, Wayne always bought Hourglass, Blood Hand and Time Staff. He knew nothing about peripherals. I haven't heard of it. Chu Sheng's answer was very direct. The two of them were separated by a wall and a window. But even so, they could feel the atmosphere on the field gradually cooling down. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. This is so fucking awkward. The salesperson on the other side probably didn't expect Chu Sheng to answer so straightforwardly. Today's live broadcast is too joyful, with many amazing sentences. Is Chu Sheng serious? He really hasn't heard of Taozi keyboard? I guess it's true. Chu Sheng has only been live streaming for less than 2 months. Even the host was debugged by Xiaobai and sent to his home. He knows nothing. The audience's comments were also quite sharp, leaving Chu Sheng speechless. Is this Peach keyboard really awesome? Chu Sheng disconnected the public voice and quickly interacted with the fans in the live broadcast room. My fans speak well and are knowledgeable. I like them the most. Don't compare. Speak human language. The fans' replies were also surprisingly consistent, violent and simple. Chu Sheng smiled, having long been accustomed to their way of communicating. I just want to ask, is this Peach keyboard really awesome? Why haven't I heard of it? Chu Sheng didn't know whether it was awesome or not, but the confidence revealed by that person just now was either really awesome or a fool. The fans started talking about their own things. At this time, the resentful voice outside the window sounded again. Mr. Chu, we are also in your live broadcast room. If you have any questions, just ask us directly. Ha ha ha. It's amazing. Do you want to make me laugh to death? Chu Sheng also showed an awkward smile. That's right. How could I forget this? If they didn't watch the live broadcast, how would they know where to jump? According to the jargon, this is called precision marketing. Chu Sheng combined the words of the fans again, and this time, he was even more confused. Some people say that the Peach keyboard is very good, and its status is like the Rolls-Royce among cars. But some people say that it is just average, not as good as the Thunder Dragon. Anyway, Chu Sheng was stunned. At this time, Chu Sheng regretted it a little. These fans were so excited to make trouble, but none of them were good enough to do the real work. He simply took out his mobile phone and punished them severely. After calling Xiao Bai, Chu Sheng's tone softened instantly. Hello? Are you up? Xiao Bai's lazy cat-like voice came from the other end of the phone, and it sounded obvious that she was not awake yet. Fuck. Is this the voice of my goddess Xiao Bai? Didn't we say we were the Iceberg Princess? Why is your tone so lazy and sexy? My heart is bleeding. A good cabbage is eaten by a pig again. Chu Sheng, I hate you. Chu Sheng snorted and laughed. The pleasure of revenge was so strong. Force-feeding is the most deadly. I'm live streaming now. I want to ask if you know about Taozi keyboards. Someone from their side has contacted me or something. I don't know much about this peripheral. Hearing Chu Sheng live streaming, Xiao Bai immediately changed to another familiar live streaming tone. The kind that exudes a cold and distant feeling. But when talking to Chu Sheng, there is a hint of indescribable charm. Taozi keyboard. Their bearings are carefully designed and calibrated by the special R&D department of Taozi factory in Germany. Both quality and craftsmanship can be regarded as the best in the industry. When I matched your keyboard for you, I also chose Taozi keyboard. Chapter 863. It's a waste of talent for these people to be bosses. Chu Sheng was quite surprised. He couldn't help but lift his keyboard to look behind him. There really was a pair of round and plump buttocks. Not big peaches. Oh! It turns out that the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Chu Sheng quickly rescued himself, then ran downstairs and shot the salesperson with a submachine gun. We should talk about this kind of thing in private. It's not good to say this during the live broadcast. The salesperson was confused and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. In the eyes of the fans, Chu Sheng agreed to the other party and could have further contact. But the sales staff is well versed in sales tactics. And Chu Sheng's words clearly meant a refusal. And he wanted to think about it again. The other staff members wanted to try harder. But before they could even speak, they were killed by Chu Sheng. When I watched the live broadcast before, I only knew that Chu Sheng was powerful, killing people like butchering dogs and cutting vegetables. But when I really faced him, I realized how terrifying he was. He couldn't even say a word. And he was killed. This is so strong that it's outrageous. Mr. Ren of Taozi Keyboard also laughed when he saw the scene. This Chu Sheng is really a one-shot person. However, since Mr. Chen of Hulu TV can give rewards, he can naturally do it too. If the deal doesn't work out, there is still righteousness. And making friends is also okay. After all, the equipment Chu Sheng is using now is also Taozi, which is also a form of publicity in disguise. He did it right away, and came to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room and flew 15 super rockets directly. There was not much nonsense. Just one sentence, let's make friends. This time Chu Sheng knew that this person was Mr. Ren of Taozi Keyboard, and half-jokingly said, the money for this reward cannot be deducted from the endorsement fee. This sentence made everyone laugh. And even Mr. Ren replied, no. No. I just think you are very interesting, and want to meet you. Chu Sheng tightened his collar and looked strange. Mr. Ren, I'm already in a relationship. Everyone laughed. Chu Sheng was so good at creating a good atmosphere. He set the pace with just a few words, and didn't embarrass the other party. It can be said that both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. The endorsement can be considered. But Chu Sheng has not made a decision yet if it comes to other things. However, Chu Sheng still has to sigh that this President Ren knows how to do business. He actually thought of sending employees to snipe together. When he can get a game, he will follow the live broadcast and come to discuss business online. He is really a business genius. Chu Sheng, the keyboard you are using is our limited edition commemorative model of the 15th anniversary of the Peach keyboard. Only 1,500 units are limited to the world, Mr. Ren said in the live broadcast room. Then a curious fan checked the price and came back with a changed face. I just want to know if this keyboard is comfortable to use. You all go check the price of this keyboard. I believe you will come back to criticize. TSK. Chu Sheng is too low-key. Is this low-key? This is clearly arrogance. Chu Sheng must have become so arrogant after using this keyboard. Mr. Ren, you Tao company have an unshirkable responsibility. Mr. Ren of Taozi Keyboard was also confused. Can this be blamed on me? Chu Sheng took a look at the safe zone, which was at Port G in the upper half of the map. He could go there directly by just following the coastline. It was not too far. He took out his phone to check the price of the keyboard, and was really shocked. He blurted out, Mr. Ren, your keyboard is a robbery. Mr. Ren wanted to cry, but had no tears, and repeatedly emphasized, Anniversary Limited Edition. Top quality. Top quality. When the netizens saw that Chu Sheng had no idea about the price, and thought that all these things were matched by Xiao Bai, they suddenly felt enlightened. Fuck. Is the foreshadowing so deep? It turns out that someone has been targeted for a long time. And it's terrifying to think about it. Chu Sheng laughed and couldn't help but send a message to Xiao Bai. Keyboard Anniversary Limited Edition. Price 5,888. Are you tricking me? According to this price, Chu Sheng calculated that the price of the whole set of equipment was at least 30,000 yuan. And Xiao Bai only charged a little over 20,000 yuan. Xiao Bai's recovery was even more bizarre. And he had completely let himself go. Well, I thought you were a nice person at the time. And I wanted to continue to contact you. So I got you the best. Chu Sheng was so moved that he almost cried. And asked again, what if we don't work out? Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. If it doesn't work out, I'll come here often to eat, and give back the extra money. Bow. Goodbye. Chu Sheng's reply was very decisive. I'll come here to eat in the evening. Arrange it for you. Okay. The two chatted casually, and actually left the fans aside. Fuck. I know you two have officially announced it. But don't show your affection during the live broadcast. It's so early in the morning. Invisible dog food is the most deadly. Sure enough, Xiao Bai is no ordinary person to be able to capture Chu Sheng. A monster. Now it seems that he is one step ahead. Then Chu Sheng easily dealt with other players in P Port, and sailed into G Port with the Great Sea, killing many people again. This time Chu Sheng was more careful about Tianhua, and found a house with a roof. Tianhua did bombard G Port mercilessly, but it could only roar outside, and could not bomb Chu Sheng at all. As a result, many players who were on the way to transfer or driving died in the bombing of Tianhua. In the end, Chu Sheng successfully won the game. Ren, CEO of Taozi Technology, used this trick before, and other bosses who wanted to find Chu Sheng as a spokesperson or to discuss business were impressed. All staff members were asked to stop their work, log into the game immediately, and everyone sniped Chu Sheng together. Whoever can match Chu Sheng will be rewarded with 100 yuan. Whoever can talk to him will be rewarded with another 500 yuan. The staff members were impressed. They could get money by playing games. Where can they find such a good opportunity? They had to seize the opportunity immediately. As long as they could match Chu Sheng, they would get a reward of 100 yuan. This was totally free money. Watch the live broadcast to lock Chu Sheng's position, and be a little bit vulgar to promote him, and you can get 500 yuan. Besides all shouting that the boss is wise. What else can they say? They closed the office software, opened Douyu TV, started the Steam platform, and turned on the accelerator. A series of actions were done in one go. After playing the game, Chu Sheng set away Mr. Ren of Taozi Technology and shook his head slightly, wondering why all the bosses came to him today. To use an inappropriate metaphor, stinky meat suddenly attracted a bunch of flies. Juefeng and Zuyu also got up, angrily opened the voice, and summoned the abortion team. Chu Sheng actually doubted them just now, which made them very uncomfortable. The feeling of losing trust makes people suddenly feel excited. In this case, they might as well go all out and go online to snipe. Juefeng didn't even wear clothes, just a pair of big shorts. Sitting in front of the computer, he solemnly wiped the eye mucus from the corner of his eye. And Juefeng was going to be serious. Chapter 864. Is there no normal person? Because Chu Sheng does not know how to adjust the live broadcast software. He does not set the delay option for his live broadcast. Many anchors set a 5 to 10 second delay option to prevent someone from snipe at the screen. Otherwise, if someone discovers their identity and finds the live broadcast room directly, their position and status will be clear, and it will be impossible to play at all. But Chu Sheng does not know how to set it. And even if he knows there is a delay option, he will definitely be too lazy to use it. Anyway, even if the enemy knows his position and actions, he can't beat him with a gun anyway. So what does it matter? If the fans knew Chu Sheng's indifferent attitude, they would definitely be angry. This guy never misses any opportunity to show off. It's really annoying. Su Xiaomu had already gotten up and heard Chu Sheng's live broadcast through the door, so she didn't bother him. In fact, the main reason was that she was wearing pajamas now, so she didn't want to take advantage of those people sitting cross-legged on a chair and eating breakfast. She took out her phone and looked through it. There were a lot of messages asking Su Xiaomu to find out about Chu Sheng's endorsements or clubs. There were even companies that said they could let the brother and sister endorse together. This made Su Xiaomu very distressed. Before she came back from Germany, she had thought that her brother would be popular, but she didn't expect him to be so popular. Almost all the esports industry focused their attention on Chu Sheng. Even many traditional media expressed their desire to interview Chu Sheng. However, Chu Sheng declined all of them, saying that he did not want to disturb his normal life. If I had known this would happen, I would have stopped him from broadcasting live. Su Xiaomu held a bun in his mouth, typing on his phone with both hands. Replying one by one, Chu Sheng started another game. But as soon as he entered the game, he found that these players were weird. They actually came to him one by one. He knew that his Red Sea #1 clothes were very handsome. But they didn't have to come all over. Right? The suffocating crowd lasted for a full minute. As the countdown ended, the situation improved when everyone got on the plane. The fans in the live broadcast room were laughing wildly. Changing the ID was useless unless you broadcast live with a small account. Otherwise, this red uniform would be the most eye-catching symbol. But Chu Sheng has always disdained to broadcast live with a small account. Before, Chu Sheng defeated the 4 Demon Kings and got this red uniform. Although it was a big deal on social platforms. But it was not known to everyone. Moreover, it was impossible for players to see red clothes and treat him as Chu Sheng. Right? But this time was different. The world champion. Even the government's official media reprinted the congratulations. This time it completely entered the mainstream society's field of vision. And the commercial value was naturally unmatched. Countless businesses want to connect with Chu Sheng and find 1,000 connections. These big guys in the esports circle naturally heard the news and took the initiative. This time Chu Sheng jumped to the holy mountain Guangmingding. This location is relatively less crowded, so he can develop slowly. Anyway, Chu Sheng can play however he wants. In addition, he felt a strange aura when he was born. Chu Sheng decided to be more cautious this time and not to fall in front of so many people. Otherwise he would leave a frying pan-like joke. Seeing that Chu Sheng actually jumped to the holy mountain, the fans were dumbfounded and said many sexy words. I thought Chu Sheng would jump out of the airport. The world's #1 player actually got scared. It seems that the competitive level of my Asian server is still very high. Even the world's #1 player has to survive in a shabby way. Look, I am surviving in the Asian server. And Chu Sheng is also surviving in the Asian server. So my strength is about the same as Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng can sweep the professional teams, which means that I can almost sweep the professional teams. In other words, I am 50-50 with the professional players. Is there anything wrong with that? Logical genius. The most deadly. Is that you? Xiao? You are simply the mole of Zhizhongshan. I admire you. Chu Sheng was so angry when he saw what these netizens said. Are these people so fast-paced? There were actually people who said they were 50-50 with him. He really wanted to get closer and ask, how many? After jumping off the plane, Chu Sheng looked back and was very glad that there was no one following him. Hee hee. Look at the place I chose. This is the result of careful consideration. Do you think I jumped to this place because I was a wretched person? Then you are wasting my efforts. With my strength, I can jump anywhere on the huge map. But you are not as strong as me. And there are many places you cannot jump. I am using my actual example to teach you how to choose a spot. Look. For example, no one jumps to this place now. At least the first circle can be searched with peace of mind, without wasting a lot of time on useless battles. The fans were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. It was obviously this guy who was cowardly. He had to say something to show them. This tone was unbearable. But it seemed that there was nothing he could do. So angry. Chu Sheng was complacent. He was really smart. He threw the blame to the fans so quickly. It was really cool to see them gnashing their teeth. It was the kind of, oh, you are so angry. But you just can't do anything to me. Chu Sheng rushed down to the ruins in the center of the holy mountain and looked up at the sky out of habit. It turned out that this look was not a big deal. Chu Sheng was so scared that he was wrapped around his body. The panic expression was captured by the netizens, who were quick-eyed and quick-handed. Ha ha ha. The live broadcast room was filled with gloating smiles. You were allowed to show off. And now you have a car accident. The famous anchor showed off on the spot and died in a car accident. This is no longer a storm slapping his face. It's a hurricane slapping his face. I saw countless players falling from the sky at high speed, which can be described as overwhelming. A few seconds ago, Chu Sheng looked up at the sky, and there was nothing at all. But then, he subconsciously looked up and saw that there were so many people parachuting. What is this? Is it an illusion in his eyes? Chu Sheng rubbed his eyes and hurriedly looked closer to the screen. There were really so many people. Judging by naked eyes, there must be at least 40 or 50 of them. What a ghost in broad daylight. After realizing it, Chu Sheng hurriedly turned his parachute and ran towards the housing area of the holy mountain. God knows where these people came from. When the fans saw this scene, they almost laughed to death and shouted, A surprise attack from the sky. Although we don't know where these people came from. Seeing that they all jumped from the holy mountain, we know that their purpose is not ordinary. Wow! As the parachute opened, there were more parachutes behind Chusheng, covering the sky and even completely burying the sky. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my computer? Chusheng finally panicked. If there were so many people in G-Port, he could rely on the complex housing area and terrain to establish an advantage and finally kill his way out. But Guangmingding Holy Mountain has nothing. You want to provide cover, relying on positioning and awareness? Sorry. No way. Chapter 865, Are You All Devils? After Chusheng landed, he ran straight to the turret in front of him. He didn't even enter the door on the first floor, and ran directly to the second floor. The second floor of the turret is one of the few high points in the high mountain ruins area. Chusheng rushed into the second floor and only found a frying pan and a smoke bomb. His heart skipped a beat. The frying pan can be regarded as one of the equipment that Chusheng least wanted to see. With this weapon, he had no room to play. Oh! Sorry. I suddenly remembered that other people's frying pans can be called weapons. But Chusheng's frying pan cannot be regarded as a weapon, and can only be used when showing cooking skills. Smoke bombs also have no lethality. These two pieces of equipment are what Chusheng least wants to see at the moment. Even a small pistol is better than a frying pan. A good cook cannot cook without rice. This is going to be a disaster. The audience laughed unscrupulously when they saw the equipment on the second floor of the tower. This equipment is too good. As expected, Chusheng pretended so much before. And now it all comes back. Chusheng wanted to leave the turret and search in the room next to it. But through the open door on the second floor of the turret, Chusheng saw that there were already groups of players coming to trouble him. You're here so soon? Chusheng saw the players gathered together, and he was very sure in his heart that this was a planned, premeditated and organized game. After the game, I will report you one by one. Illegal teaming? This is illegal teaming. Chusheng quickly closed the door, squatted on the floor with a frying pan in his arms, and shivered. Seeing Chusheng gritting his teeth and being helpless, Chusheng and the audience felt like ice sprite. Chusheng was chilled to the bone, and the audience was excited. This kind of despair was even more despairing than meeting the 4 demons in the wild with teammates. Chu gnashed his teeth in anger. It must be the abortion team. I didn't expect that Juefeng and Zuyu, 2 idiots, would snipe him early in the morning. Don't these guys sleep? Chusheng squatted by the window, thinking that if they came up together, he would jump out of the window while going upstairs. But when he came to the window and looked, he felt cold in his heart. A bunch of people rushed over from the side. Juefeng and Zuyu found several groups of people? This is completely leaving him no way to survive. I thought these 2 people were just playing around, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Chusheng was a little confused and needed to be quiet. Only when he is calm can he think of a solution. There are many people who line up to see Chusheng, and many company employees have excited smiles on their faces at this moment. They have already received the money. As long as they rush over and say a few words to Chusheng, they will get a bonus of 500 yuan. The boss is simply throwing money away. Everyone rushed to the front, fearing that their colleagues would finish their words if they were late. Juefeng and Zuyu were also confused. The abortion team took action after a month. This time, only a dozen people gathered early in the morning, and only the 2 of them were able to get in. But looking at the flying players, the 2 felt unreal. Zuyu, where do you think these people come from? Only 2 of us came in the abortion team. Where did the others come from? The 2 looked confused, and confirmed with their companions many times in the voice chat, and found that only the 2 of them came in. Then should we make a strategic shift first, such as going to the warehouse on the mountainside first? The strategic shift method proposed by Juefeng was quite good, and Zuyu applauded when he heard it. There were too many enemies in the mountain ruins, and they couldn't grab any weapons if they fell down now. It would be better to arm themselves in the warehouse on the mountainside first, and then go up and fight head-on. According to Juefeng and Zuyu, this was a battle with dignity at stake. The sniping may not be successful, but it must be done with momentum to make Chusheng feel scared. You want to say success? 2 people sniping Chusheng. Can it be successful? If Juefeng and Zuyu can do it, wouldn't it be more awesome than the Avengers Alliance composed of 5 teams? In other words, Juefeng and Zuyu can beat 20 professional players. These 2 people are also very self-aware. They have not expanded to the point of being able to deal with Chusheng by themselves. After all, it is the World Championship. In the Global Invitational Tournament, 20 professional players went to make things difficult, but none of them got any benefits. What is the original intention of the abortion team? Abortion. Hindering Chu Sheng's game progress and ruining his gaming experience. This is the true meaning of the abortion team. Countless players rushed up, and Chu Sheng didn't even have the courage to jump out of the window. He believed that if he jumped directly from the second floor, he would be surrounded by people in the next second, and even trampled to death. Move back to the door. The frying pan was still useful. Whoever opened the door and came in, he would hit the head with the pan. As many as he could hit. And Chu Sheng noticed that this group of people didn't even pick up their guns after landing, and ran straight to his tower. Too cruel. This is too cruel. Are these people crazy? They didn't even pick up their guns and rushed over. This is completely not treating me. Chu Sheng. As a human being? In Chu Sheng's view, doing this is absolutely a provocation, provoking him that he couldn't pick up a gun when he landed. So he dared to boldly rush over without picking up any supplies to show off his power. Although they guessed correctly, Chu Sheng really didn't pick up any hot weapons. This was very embarrassing. The first player started shouting before he rushed to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng. We are the Quanfeng gaming chair that is not crowded even for pigs. And our boss also wants to talk to you. The player who ran over from the side immediately informed the boss of the news when he heard that it was their competitor Quanfeng. What else can be said about competitors? One word, fight. Just when Chu Sheng was still confused, the two groups below started to fight with fists. Chu Sheng originally heard a bunch of footsteps, and then there was a whirring fist wind from outside. But he didn't hear the sound of someone coming up the stairs. Chu Sheng was curious and went to the window to take a look. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. The two gangs rushed over, but did not join together. Instead, they wrestled with each other. The scene of dozens of people fighting was too exciting and exciting. Chu Sheng could no longer take care of his own comfort. He switched out of the interface and quickly ordered a song. When the passionate prelude sounded and the first line of lyrics sounded, the whole live broadcast room exploded directly, with countless gifts, planes, and rockets flying together. I am the master of the world. I will break through the crowd and look up to everyone. I will never look back. This classic BGM, combined with the picture from Chu Sheng's perspective, perfectly reproduced the scene of Causeway Bay at that time. Fog, kneel down to DJ Chu, and cut out to play songs at the cost of your life. Who allowed you to make a movie in the game? Hurry up and stand up. This group of people are not here to cause trouble for Chu Sheng? Are they devils? Chapter 866, Harmony Brings Wealth. But everyone just heard that this group of people also came to Chu Sheng to discuss business. How come they started fighting in the blink of an eye? Anyway, no matter how many, the current hand-to-hand fight is definitely the largest scale boxing fight Chu Sheng has ever seen since his live broadcast. And with the background music of the troubled superstar, it is simply exciting. This group of people did not have the intention of coming up to discuss business at all. They just grabbed each other and beat them up. Chu Sheng, who was originally squatting in the center of the tower, was suddenly ignored, which made Chu Sheng's emotions extremely complicated for a time. Many fists appeared in the upper right corner. Players who jumped to other places were also shocked to see such horrible fist killings, and felt that this game was unusual. Fortunately, these fist kills did not come from one person, but from various names. The possibility of cheating was ruled out. Everyone thought directly of the players who just jumped to the mountain ruins in large numbers, commonly known as the Bright Summit. There were more players jumping than those going to the airport. I don't know what kind of evil they were. Now the fist fight must have come from there. Juefeng and Zuyu did not hear any gunshots from the mountain ruins above their heads, but only noticed that there were many fist kills in the upper right corner. Could it be that there are no guns on the Gaoshan ruins? Zuyu's words made Juefeng stunned for a moment. He wanted to say it was impossible. How could there be no guns on the map? But when he thought of Chu Sheng jumping here, he immediately felt that this situation was normal. Wait, does that mean we are the only two people with weapons in the entire Gaoshan ruins? The two of them suddenly brightened up and gave up the search at the same time. No one on the mountain had a gun. So why search for a chicken? Just rush up to grab the head. 1 second later, a precious head will be lost to the enemy. This should have been their record. Chu Sheng stood up bravely, feeling very uncomfortable. Hey, didn't you agree that the target was me? Why did you suddenly start fighting each other, leaving the original protagonist in the cold? Chu Sheng thought for a moment and decided that this situation could not be allowed to happen again. Everyone listen to me. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Chu Sheng stood up and waved the pot to break the glass, shouting to the players fighting downstairs, just like a head of state standing on a high place to meet. Originally, Chu Sheng thought that with his high moral character and prestige, as long as he opened his mouth, both sides would definitely give him a face and shake hands to make peace. In this way, his wisdom and style of unparalleled benevolence and justice were undoubtedly revealed. The idea is good, and the approach is also good. Everyone downstairs heard the sound of glass breaking and Chu Sheng's soothing voice. But the situation did not change at all. As if they had not heard it, the people below were still punching and kicking each other, not taking Chu Sheng's words to heart at all. Who would care about Chu Sheng at this time? They were originally competitors in the same industry, and enemies were particularly jealous when they met. Before, they could only complain across the screen. Now that they have the opportunity to meet, they must vent their anger. Beat you to death. You bastard. The sudden price reduction and promotion last quarter caught us off guard, causing me to work overtime at the company for a day and a night to temporarily change the plan. MMP. Last time, you actually paid a 30% premium to be our spokesperson. There are so many professional players. Why did you have to find our favorite spokesperson? I will send the entire new contract and promotion plan back to redo it. I will kill you today. The employees of Guangfeng and Deck simply fought each other. What a 100 yuan bonus. What a promotion of 500 yuan. At this time, they can't care about anything except venting their anger. Chu Sheng stood at the window of the tower in a mess, feeling a little embarrassed. Shouldn't the situation be that after he roared? The two parties immediately stopped fighting and sat down to negotiate as Chu Sheng said? How come it was totally different from what he thought? The fight below was more intense, and only Chu Sheng was left in the wind. This was very different from what he expected, and the fans laughed even more happily. It seemed that Chu Sheng's status and position were no longer so important in the conflicts between companies. Chu Sheng was full of complaints, and he ran into a wall and got frustrated. In order to divert attention, Chu Sheng had to hold the frying pan and continue to go back to the door. This time, Chu Sheng hoped from the bottom of his heart that someone would rush up. Either he would beat the other person to death with a pot, or he would be beaten to death by the other person. At least, he could end the awkward atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Xuefeng and Zuyu climbed from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. It was difficult to drive on this road, not to mention walking on it. Fortunately, after going through a lot of hardships, the two successfully reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, even the breath was sweet. And the next moment was the time for crazy killing. Xuefeng and Zuyu raised a confident smile at the corners of their mouths. Here, they are the masters. Chu Sheng squatted in the tower, wishing that a sky fire would come at this time. The safe zone is not in the mountain ruins, but in the direction of the airport island and port, which can be said to be the ultimate circle of heavenly punishment. Just as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the entire mountain ruins were covered by the bombing area, and the red warning range of the sky fire strike happened to be where the ruins were located. Perfectly fitting. Seeing the powerful assist from the skyfire, Chu Sheng's face showed a joyful expression again. This is stable. Due to his bad luck, the area around the tower will definitely be taken care of by the skyfire. At that time, in order to avoid the skyfire, the people below will definitely rush into the tower or hide in the surrounding bunkers. In this way, the fight will be stopped in disguise. It can be considered that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and the merits are immeasurable. When Chu Sheng thought of this, he was even moved by his own kindness. Who else can play PUBG to this point? Squatting at the door. Now just need to wait quietly for the skyfire to come, and there will be chaos below. Xuefeng and Zuyu also saw the bombing area, and they were suddenly shocked. Both of them could not forget the fear of being dominated by the skyfire. How about we make a strategic shift first? Zuyu suggested. Xuefeng was unwilling to give up. Looking at the fist killing gradually emerging in the upper right corner. The head is right in front of us, and it's time to make achievements. If we miss this opportunity, when can you and I collect heads at will? Xuefeng's soul-searching questioning dared to make Zuyu speechless. Yes. Where can we find such a chance to massacre in the future? A group of unarmed people are in front of them. They don't need to have good marksmanship. They can kill people with their eyes closed. The most important thing is to be in front of Chu Sheng. If you can get a lot of kills, can't you taunt Chu Sheng? Killing people in front of Chusheng sounds particularly refreshing. Fuck him. With Chusheng here, I don't believe that the skyfire will really explode on my head, Zuyu said, slapping his thigh. Chapter 867. Is it sure? At this moment, Juefeng's hands and Zuyu's hands were quietly held together. Across the geographical distance, the two hearts were closely connected. I, Juefeng Yanzu. I, Zuyu Yen. We face this sky. This land. This sky fire. There was a sound of muffled thunder in the sky. And before the two finished talking, they heard a whistle in their ears. Then, there was a bang. And the screens of both turned gray and black. Rising smoke. Splashing rubble. And two boxes on the ground. Two Tianhua kills suddenly popped up in a boxing message. Chusheng looked at the names again and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Juefeng and Zuyu. You two want to snipe me with your level? I was killed before I even saw you. Right? Ha ha ha. Chusheng's unrestrained smile was like adding insult to injury to the two. At this moment, the two looked very dark. How could such a thing happen to them? Tianhua? Come out. Let's talk it out. Chusheng's ridicule continued. Seeing these two familiar IDs made Chusheng more certain that the abortion team had been dispatched. Both of you were killed in the explosion. You two were not hiding in the woods doing something secretly. Were you? Even God was angry. Tut tut. I often feel out of tune with you because I am not gay. Juefeng? Zuyu? I am not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Chusheng. Why do you slander others' innocence? The two immediately argued for themselves in the live broadcast room. As soon as the words came out, the two immediately regretted it. This explanation was too consistent. No matter how you look at it, the two of them are together. The whole live broadcast room exudes a gay atmosphere. If Chusheng knew what the two said when they were bombed, he probably wouldn't blame them for their bad luck. They absolutely deserved it. Even Chusheng and Cruz couldn't say such shameless words. How dare these two guys call themselves? Skyfire will naturally take action to eliminate harm for the people. Chusheng ran to the window and looked down, and found that the players who were fighting in the group not only did not disperse, but fought more fiercely. Are these people not afraid of Skyfire? Chusheng was already stunned. It was the first time he saw someone interpret the 4 words face death with equanimity so accurately. Juefeng and Zuyu were still trying hard to explain. But the netizens in the barrage area had already regarded it as a joke. And everyone laughed and didn't take it seriously. Then Skyfire continued to fall. And as expected, it fell around the tower. After the dazzling fire and thick smoke, only wooden boxes were left on the ground. Massive deaths in the upper right corner. And the number of survivors even dropped by double digits per second. Which was simply horrifying. The large amount of bombing and killing information also stimulated the psychology of every player in this game. Just by looking at the batches of killings that flashed quickly in the information bar in the upper right corner, they could imagine how grand the fight and the Skyfire bombing were. It was wonderful. I just wish I couldn't be there to see it in person. After the fierce bombing, the Skyfire returned to calm. The fire and the black smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, and Chusheng lay on the windowsill again, looking at the few people left below. These lucky ones who escaped the Skyfire did not stop fighting because of the Skyfire. Even though there were only a few people left, they were still fighting each other. Chusheng was stunned. What kind of spirit is this? Until the last person was left on the field. When the duel ended, the Quanfeng Gaming Chair won the Dex Gaming Chair by a small margin of 1 player. A burst of joyous celebration broke out in the Quanfeng Esports Company. In the game, they defeated their old rival Dex Company. How could they not be excited? On the other hand, everyone in Dex Company bowed their heads. It would be fine if they couldn't beat others in sales. But they were defeated by others in the game. They were not convinced. They couldn't sleep or eat without getting angry. Excuse me. Is this Mr. Chusheng? I am the boss of Quanfeng Technology. I want to talk to you about cooperation. Just as the boss of Quanfeng Technology was talking, the second bombing zone continued to fall on the mountain ruins, which was no different from the previous bombing zone. This time, seeing the bombing zone, the boss of Quanfeng Technology was a little panicked. After finally getting in touch with him, wouldn't it be a big loss if he was killed by the bombing zone? Boss Nyo, do you think you will be so lucky this time and escape the bombing? Chusheng asked a philosophical question, which made the boss of Quanfeng Technology stun for a moment. He thought that this must be a test question from Chusheng. If he could answer it in accordance with his wishes, Then the subsequent cooperation would be a natural outcome. After thinking for a while, Boss Neo spoke. Since I was lucky enough not to be hit by the skyfire last time, I will not be excited this time. The probability of winning from dozens of people and getting the chance to talk to you, Mr. Chu, is lower than being taken care of by the skyfire. Just as he was about to come up and get intimate with Chu Sheng, a burst of thunder rolled, and a beam of fire shot up into the sky. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. The booming explosion of the skyfire was too strong. When the flames and smoke dissipated, Boss Neo, who was originally standing under the tower, had disappeared. Boss Neo? Boss Neo? Chu Sheng asked twice tentatively, but no one answered. Hey, it seems that fate is still unpredictable. Boss Neo, your chance has not come yet. Everyone was killed in the explosion, and only Chu Sheng survived. Coming out of the tower, the poison circle had begun to shrink. Chu Sheng searched roughly, and saw 2 boxes on the flat ground in the distance. At a glance, wow! All the equipment is complete. Juefeng and Zuyu were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they saw this scene. This is their box. This is the equipment they worked so hard to collect. But in the end, Chu Sheng got it for nothing. What's even more infuriating is that Chu Sheng was surrounded by dozens of people. But in the end, he was the only one who ran out without any injury. After walking around the mountain ruins, Chu Sheng couldn't find a vehicle, so he simply ran in the opposite direction, toward the seaside. The road down the mountain was too long, and there was no spawn point behind Y City, so the distance to find a vehicle was at least 1 kilometer. But the reverse direction was different. From here to the coastal highway behind, there is a spawn point, and there is also a marine vehicle point on the seaside. There are many spawn points, and the probability of a vehicle is relatively high. Many people have a misunderstanding when running away from the poison, taking a straight line between 2 points, but ignoring the vehicle resources on the way. A new bombing zone appeared again, and Chu Sheng was not afraid at all, and ran all the way to the coastal highway in the bombing zone. When he was halfway down, he saw a motorcycle on the side of the road and was immediately excited. You can blow me up, but don't blow up my car, Chu Sheng said to himself, hoping that both the man and the car would be fine. But as soon as he finished speaking, a huge mushroom cloud fell, and the motorcycle was unscathed. But Chu Sheng knelt down. Chapter 868. Let's sort out our thoughts. Chu Sheng looked at the gray screen and was speechless. He wanted to ask the director why a temporary actor could steal so many scenes. Is there any law? The boss of Quanfeng Technology did not give up. He swiped more than a dozen super rockets in the live broadcast room. He also said one sentence. Let's make friends. The boss of Dex Technology was not to be outdone, and swiped the same number of rockets. Whether it was looking for Chu Sheng to cooperate, or the 2 companies competing with each other, they were very restrained, and did not cause any trouble. Imagine if the boss of Dex swiped a few more rockets. Would the boss of Quanfeng tolerate others being better than him? Neither side was convinced, and it turned into a rocket swiping competition in the end. Both sides were very restrained and rational, and did not allow this situation to happen, which Chu Sheng appreciated. He looked at the time, and it was almost 11 o'clock after a few games. Chu Sheng received nearly 100 super rockets in the morning. Even in the Douyu Carnival event, there was no such exaggerated lineup. It's almost noon. As a breeder, I have to feed my baby at home. We will broadcast in the afternoon. After Chu Sheng said this, he waved at the camera and went offline directly. Juefeng and Zuyu, who were ready to fight, were both confused. The routine is not like this. We are all ready to avenge our previous shame. Chu Sheng, come back quickly. You can't go offline. We still have revenge to take. Poof! But Chu Sheng, who was off the air, couldn't hear the 2 people shouting, and all of his blood spurted out. It's over. This time, I can't wash it off. After turning off the live broadcast, Chu Sheng's smile gradually disappeared. What happened this morning taught him a good lesson. It seems that the decision of the direction can't be delayed. This is directly found in the game. He has already become like this. You can imagine how terrifying it would be to ask friends around him. Coming out of the house, Chu Sheng was so scared that he stuck to the wall, as if he saw something unclean and was scared to death. Brother, what's wrong with you? Su Xiaomu was also startled by Chu Sheng's exaggerated action. Why are you holding the mop? Chu Sheng pointed at Su Xiaomu. These 2 things would never overlap at home. Can't you see? I'm mopping the floor. Su Xiaomu looked like she was stupid. What's the big deal about mopping the floor by herself? Su Xiaomu never cared about these things at home before. She never touched the floor. Of course, it was mainly because her students were in school, and she had to come back to live broadcast. Chu Sheng was responsible for arranging the house properly. But I didn't expect to see Su Xiaomu mopping the floor this time. Chu Sheng looked down and saw that it was actually quite clean. Why did you think of mopping the floor today? Chu Sheng did not stop her and let the girl do some housework. Hey, brother. You will live with Xiaobai sooner or later. I will learn these things now, so that I won't be unable to do housework in the future. Su Xiaomu's tone was quite resentful. But Chu Sheng slapped her head as soon as she finished speaking. What does this child think about all day long? Oh, by the way, your sister Xiaobai will come over for dinner tonight, and I will go out to buy some vegetables later. Chu Sheng cleaned up a little and went out to buy a lot of dishes that Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu liked. At noon, he stir-fried 2 dishes and asked Su Xiaomu for her opinion at the dinner table. During the live broadcast this morning, many esports company bosses directly asked for cooperation and endorsement online, and even came to the live broadcast room to give rewards. Do you think I should continue to be a live broadcaster or set up a club? It's not that Chu Sheng is indecisive, but this matter must be discussed with his family. And this family refers to Su Xiaomu. After all, if he chooses to set up a club, Chu Sheng will definitely devote most of his time to the club's affairs, and he will definitely neglect his family. Su Xiaomu thought for a while and said, I think brother should try the club, which will be good for your live broadcast and career. Su Xiaomu knew that if Chu Sheng really chose to go the club route, it would be good for his future career or live broadcast. Although Douyu is now basically open to Chu Sheng in terms of any conditions, the treatment enjoyed by a streamer and a boss is always different. The contract signed by the streamer is still a labor contract between Party A and Party B. But if it is a boss, then the problem can be discussed from the perspective of cooperation. And there will be more things to discuss at that time. And the constraints of the contract will be relatively smaller. Do you also agree to try the club? Then you should know that I will spend less time at home. Su Xiaomu looked at Chu Sheng with a crazy face. And after a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. You don't really think that I, Su Xiaomu, can't take care of myself? If that's the case, then Chu Sheng knows. To be honest, he also has some ideas about setting up a club and wants to give it a try. Then I can tell you, I have a lot of friends here, all of whom consult through me through their bosses. And there are a lot of endorsements and sponsorships. Since you want to set up a club, you can make good use of these resources. Su Xiaomu had been holding it in for a long time before, and now he can finally say it out. These are all endorsements and other things, which can be discussed later. The most urgent task now is the composition of the club and whether to introduce investment. Chu Sheng's idea is to fully invest himself, so that it is easier to manage. However, the specific matters still need to be discussed with Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu. And the second is the matter of the team members. To set up a club, Chu Sheng needs at least 3 teammates. How to recruit good opponents is also the most important problem now. Since he is ready to do it, Chu Sheng finds that there are still many things to do suddenly, and many things need to be solved urgently. When Xiaobai comes in the afternoon, the 3 of them discuss it again. According to Xiaobai, because of Chu Sheng's outstanding attitude, many investors who are preparing to open a club have stopped and waited. After all, Chu Sheng is the biggest traffic of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds now. In the past, there were many stars shining, and there was money to be made by opening a club. Now there is a situation of 1 super and many strong players. If Chu Sheng gets involved, where can we find good seed players? Businessmen are all profit-seeking, and opening a club is to make money. Now it is not certain that you can make money, so just focus on Chu Sheng. Anyone who can catch this ride will definitely make a lot of money. It's a pity that the ticket for Chu Sheng's train is not so easy to buy. Many people waived their money, and it was difficult to get a seat. Under Chu Sheng's instruction, Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai indirectly told Chu Sheng about his idea of opening a club. The strength of 3 people alone is certainly not enough. What Chu Sheng needs is a formalized club. As for Wei Jiang and his team, although the club structure is okay, it still relies on Wei Jiang's traffic esports players to drive development. Lack of analysts, tacticians, and even worse, nutritionists, rehabilitation therapists. Chapter 869 Rabbit's Troubles. The traffic model is not bad. At least Wei Jiang is the boss. working for himself, and has the right to speak. However, the disadvantage of the traffic model is the small workshop model, which relies too much on traffic players, and not only has to compete, because there are too many sponsors and live broadcasts, it is inevitable that the players' attention will be dispersed, switching between practice games and live broadcasts. After Chu Sheng finished the game, he also told the 4M and F teams the problems he saw in the review. 4M and F teams were overjoyed. You must know that Chu Sheng's tactical qualities are even more vicious than his skills. Even if they just pick out problems, they are extremely critical problems. After the two teams came back, they immediately focused on solving the problem. They believed that the next time the competition came, the 4M and F teams would only become stronger. Once the news was released, many investors with money wanted to get a piece of the pie, and the conditions offered by each of them were extremely generous. Chu Sheng handed the selection to Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu. After all, apart from his parents, these two people were his closest people. As for Chu Sheng, he naturally went back to the room to broadcast live first. After all, he promised the readers, and Chu Sheng didn't want to be a person who didn't keep his word. When Chu Sheng just started the live broadcast, Xiaobai suddenly thought of something and walked into Chu Sheng's room and sat next to him. When the fans saw this scene, they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. They hadn't digested the lunch yet, but they were forced to feed them dog food in the afternoon. Isn't this too much of a show of affection? No mercy. It's just a devil. When you were live streaming in the morning, because you didn't adjust the delay, everyone knew where you jumped. I will set a delay time for you now. About 10 seconds, so that others can't peek at the screen. After Xiaobai finished speaking, Chu Sheng suddenly realized why so many people knew he was in this place. It turned out that it was the live streaming software that did it. I set the delay for you before, but the software was updated some time ago, and all the settings were reset. The audience was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food, and the abortion team, who were ready to take revenge, were grinning at this moment. Xiaobai was too partial to Chu Sheng, and it was simply a naked show of affection. In this way, it would be difficult for them to retaliate against Chu Sheng without seeing Chu Sheng's real-time operation. Those companies who wanted to line up Chu Sheng for advertising were also scratching their heads anxiously, so they could not determine Chu Sheng's specific location, and it would be difficult to shout. Facing the wailing in the barrage area, Chu Sheng ignored these single dogs. After adjusting, Chu Sheng rubbed his hands and said, "That's good. You can come and snipe. And I lose if I get killed once. So, boom, 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 boom." Chu Sheng died in the bombing zone in 3 games. He held his chin with both hands, and was completely shut down. He was not sniped by the abortion team, but was bombed by the Skyfire. In the first game, Chu Sheng jumped out of the window before the bombing zone was over. But before his feet touched the ground, a Skyfire fell and landed at the base of the wall, killing Chu Sheng. In the second game, he did not find a vehicle. He finally saw a house and ran over to hide. He broke into the window and was halfway up, but there was a sudden explosion behind his butt, and he turned into a box in the corner again. In the third game, Chu Sheng avoided any contact with windows and did not even choose the land route. As a result, when he landed on the coastline, he fought with several people and was hit by the Skyfire at the last moment, and was killed in one wave. All 3 games were killed in the bombing zone, which directly made Chu Sheng autistic. Juefeng and Zuyu's abortion team were not happy either. Chu Sheng was close to them every time, but every time the Skyfire killed Chu Sheng before them, which made them speechless and had no meaning to exist. Hey, why is the anchor screen always black? Let's raise funds to buy a color display screen for the anchor. How does that phrase go? Show affection. XXX. This is actually a spur to Chu Sheng, telling him not to be proud and complacent, thinking that he can do whatever he wants after winning the world championship. Chu Sheng cried and said that the entertainment competition is more difficult to play than the official competition. Very good. Today's collection of stupid highlights is finally gathered. Chu Sheng sighed. This game is too difficult to play. I found that it is not suitable to broadcast live today. I was completely depressed. Let me take a break and fight again tomorrow. On the first day of the live broadcast again, Chu Sheng successfully and shamefully left the broadcast. At night, he had dinner with Xiaobai and Su Xiaomu. Xiaobai simply stayed with Su Xiaomu at night and did not plan to go back. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chu Sheng suddenly received a call from Tuzi, asking him if he had time to come out for a drink. Chu Sheng heard that Tuzi seemed to be in a bad mood, so he made an appointment. When they arrived at the place, they found that Shujua was also there. Tuzi's cheeks were slightly red, and his eyes were a little blurry, as if he had drunk a lot. "Are you drunk already?" Chu Sheng sat down and asked after taking a set of bowls and chopsticks. Just as Shujua was about to speak, Tuzi shook his head and waved his hands. "I'm not drunk. I just drank too much just now." Chu Sheng took a skewer of meat and started to eat it. Barbecue was simply irresistible and unrefusable. Looking at the hand of Rabbit that had taken off the bandage, "Is the hand completely healed?" Rabbit nodded. It was just a soft tissue contusion. With timely and proper care, he was fully recovered after the bandage was removed after returning, and it did not affect his operation. Originally, he was very happy to come back this time. After all, he won the gold medal in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds project, which was equivalent to giving him a second spring in his life. But the club manager asked him to talk yesterday. Xiao Ju looked at Rabbit and bowed his head in silence, and simply told Chu Sheng, Rabbit's contract with the club is about to expire, and he is more worried about his future career plan. Shujua clicked and Chu Sheng reacted. It turned out that the contract was about to expire. The situation of Shujua and Tuzi was more complicated. Saya Shizi was an active player of OMG PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, but Shujua and Tuzi used to play CS:GO, and later retired from the club and simply switched to live streaming. It was just that because of the decline in form, they chose to retire in time. But the contract time had not expired, so they have been doing live streaming in the club. And sometimes, they also acted as a guide for some young players. If you look at it simply, it's nothing. Just because the contract has not expired, Tuzi's live streaming income must also be given to the club for free. 30%. Although Tuzi won the championship this time, it was a temporary team of the live broadcast website after all. His age can be regarded as a veteran in this industry. The club means that it is not going to renew the contract with Tuzi. In fact, there is also a sense of parting ways amicably. But Tuzi is confused about his future plans. After this world competition, because of Chu Sheng's influence, his understanding of the game has been improved to a very high level. Usually in the team, if Chu Sheng chooses to go out to make trouble, then Tuzi will play the role of the captain and big brother among the other three, and has also contributed many good tactical qualities. But now, he is retired purely, and becomes a broadcaster alone, which always feels a bit regretful. Chapter 871 person is still missing. In short, Rabbit feels that there is no hope. Compared with live streaming, he would rather participate in esports competitions. In Rabbit's opinion, if live streaming is not for making money, it is no different from slow death. Only in professional and high-intensity competition can one squeeze out potential and limit. Either the mentality explodes and becomes indistinguishable from the crowd, or it is sublimated and goes a step further. In live streaming, the opponents encountered are all ordinary players, and even if there are strong opponents, they are very rare, which requires more personal ability of the players. In this environment, the status of retired players will become worse and worse, and even in the end, they will become indistinguishable from the live streaming market. To put it bluntly, this is a meal for the young. If you don't want to be eliminated, you can only push yourself all the time. Rabbit just doesn't want his life to go downhill so quickly. Chu Sheng ate a few more skewers, and the taste of the skewers became more and more delicious. In the end, Rabbit and Shujua stared at Chu Sheng with resentment. "Are you here to eat skewers or to comfort people? Have you finished?" Chu Sheng put down the sticker in his hand, facing the questioning eyes of the two people. His heart was calm, and he even wanted to try a bunch of big kidneys. Chu Sheng's expression was very serious, but his hand was not very honest to reach out for the fried peanuts. "Grab a handful." Crunchy. How can it be so delicious? Shujua and Rabbit's eyes were as big as copper bells, just like two door gods. "You're still eating?" Chu Sheng clapped his hands, with an indifferent expression. To put it bluntly, the midlife crisis has come early. This is a small matter. When will your contract end? Chu Sheng took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Shujua and Rabbit were confused by Chu Sheng's reaction. What is this guy going to do? My contract will end in a week. What's wrong? Then Chu Sheng told Rabbit his plan, and Rabbit was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. So what do you mean? Rabbit understood Chu Sheng's intention. Was he going to recruit him to play professionally? Somewhat nervous, but also a little excited. After all, he and Chu Sheng had been through life and death together in the world competition. Whether it was cooperation, proficiency, or compatibility, they were definitely better than others. Can I join a new club and continue playing professionally? Rabbit looked hopeful. Chu Sheng scratched his head and said, "That won't work. You have to pass my test first. After all, you are so old and your reaction is not fast. You have to test the goods to know whether you want to join or not." Listening to Chu Sheng's words, Rabbit's face turned the color of liver. Chu Sheng's words were just a joke on his previous complaints. However, Rabbit attached great importance to this interview opportunity in his heart. "When will the test be held?" "On the day when your contract expires. I will notify you of the location later." Rabbit nodded solemnly. He had always dreamed of having the opportunity to join Chu Sheng's team. If this opportunity could fall on him, he must grab it. Xiao Ju, who was standing by, was jealous and said that he also wanted to join Chu Sheng's new team. "When will your contract expire?" Chu Sheng asked. Xiao Ju was a player with more potential. If he could bring him to the team, it would be basically formed. Before, when he was with the three of them, Chu Sheng hoped to get the little lion the most. This player is very smart, and young and malleable. He made rapid progress under his guidance. It's a pity that Xiaoshi is in college and has joined the OMG team. The other party will definitely not make a move. My contract is a free contract, because I participated in the professional competition of Overwatch before. And then the league cancelled the division and disbanded. I have been staying in the club with a short-term contract. If I want to leave, I can leave in a minute. Short-term contract. That is, a contract of 1 or 2 months. Chu Sheng picked up a handful of mutton skewers and started to eat them. This was really comfortable. He ate barbecue and got 2 players for free. It was really delicious. Rabbit and Shujua didn't expect that asking Chu Sheng to come out and complain would solve their employment problems. Isn't this a bit too dreamy? Just when the two were stunned, Chu Sheng ate more than a dozen skewers, and immediately felt a sense of satisfaction in his stomach. He burped, clapped his hands and said, "Since everything has been settled, you two can come together to take the test. Su Xiaomu is still at home. I will go back first." After saying this, Chu Sheng left in a chic manner. When the two reacted, he had gone out and disappeared. Captain is really chic and elegant. A real celebrity. Who said it wasn't? Just a few words solved our biggest worries. It seems that we should practice hard after returning home. And we can't embarrass ourselves during the test. We have to live up to the gold medal of the invitational tournament. When the two returned to the private room, they were stunned to see only the skewers left on the table. They had clearly ordered a table of skewers, ready to drink to relieve their worries. But now there was only wine left. Who ate all the skewers? When the two sat down and took a sip of wine to calm down, they realized Chu Sheng ate all the skewers by himself. This guy. Forget it. Let the boss find another style and serve. On the way back, Chu Sheng felt a sense of unreality. He had easily recruited 2 former teammates, and they could directly participate in the competition without even running in. During the 1 month of running in, Chu Sheng gave the 3 of them a lot of advice, especially in terms of combat quality. If the 3 of them were all 40 points before, now they have 70 points. Before, they relied on their personal ability, or in layman's terms, their youth, reaction speed, and shooting skills to dominate the game. But after following Chu Sheng, they have made great progress in selecting points and tactical intentions. Using your brain to play games, and not using your brain to rush are 2 completely different levels. Now only the last person is missing. I learned a thing or two about the difficulty of club transfers from chatting with Shujua and Tuzi today. Basically, once you sign a contract, unless the club lets you go, you can only be tied to the club and wait for death. Even if there are no games to play, they may not let you go. After all, the transfer market is chaotic in this area, and there is no system. All clubs keep professional players in their own hands. And who knows what game will be popular next time. When signing a contract, the base salary is not a very high number. It is all awards for winning awards or income from live broadcasts. So for the club, the cost of raising a professional player is not high. There is basically no chance of poaching. So now we can only find or train a player ourselves. Training is not difficult for Chu Sheng. The key is that he does not have a good way to find it. After returning home, Chu Sheng told Xiao Bai and Su Xiaomu the good news. While Chu Sheng was out, The two of them were not idle. They were busy with phone calls and messages, contacting various sponsors and investors. They also pulled out a table with the requirements and promises of various sponsors. Chapter 871 Intensive Work. Chu Sheng looked at all the selected lists and browsed them carefully. It must be said that most of the investors and sponsors have very generous conditions, which can be said to be full of sincerity. You should know that Chu Sheng's level of traffic can be said to be the top traffic in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Today, when PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is becoming more and more popular, even in the entire esports circle, the traffic is also one of the best. After all, there has never been a person in the history of CN esports who can cover the sky with one hand, leading an amateur team to compete with professional teams from various countries, and win the final championship with an unmatched crushing attitude. As long as they can work with Chu Sheng, even 30% of the profit will be enough for investors to make a lot of money. After reading all the intended conditions, Chu Sheng expressed his opinion. I think the conditions given by Dongyao Esports are the best. They only need 10% of the equity, but they can provide us with a training environment. And that villa, according to the current market cost, is worth tens of millions. Right? That's right. Chu Sheng and his friends were talking about the esports club that Xiaowai Technology had invested in before and didn't open. That person originally wanted to get involved in esports, but he was struggling to find players. Since there was a chance this time, he simply took Chu Sheng's train. In addition to 10% of the shares, this boss wants nothing. The property of the villa base can be directly transferred to Chu Sheng's name. He doesn't ask about daily management, endorsement, contact selection, and only wants a 10% stake. Although the other conditions are very generous, there are some binding clauses, such as performance, a few words of publicity after the endorsement, and even priority. But this person has nothing. Xiaobai revealed the truth in one sentence. This person just wants to exchange this 10% of the shares for an opportunity to enter the market. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very popular now, and the profit generated by the esports circle in a year is also quite huge, driving various surrounding industries. If I can invest in Chu Sheng's club, this is definitely the highest starting point. If I want to do something in the esports circle in the future, I only need to show my status as a shareholder of Chu Sheng Club to make people look at me with new eyes, or even favor me. This ticket is very important. If it doesn't work, let's move Yao. In terms of sincerity, they are the most sincere. They don't interfere with the operation of the club. They just want 10% of the shares. The rest of the shares are with me. It can be said that I have absolute control and don't need to look at other people's faces. In terms of investment, the villa in that community must cost tens of millions. Right? Just 10% of the shares. This is to regard us as a big club with assets of over 100 million. As for the villa, Chu Sheng had lived there for about a month and was quite familiar with the environment inside. The location was also very good. Chu Sheng's intention was almost set. Xiaobai didn't say anything beside him and didn't put pressure on Chu Sheng. After all, she also had a stake in Dongyao Sports. If she spoke, it would inevitably be suspected of bias. So Chu Sheng made his own decision. Su Xiaomu pouted on the side. To be honest, this condition was the most relaxed. Almost the same as no condition. Both parties got what they needed, and there was no conflict. It was just that the club was downstairs from Xiaobai's house, so there was no need to think that the two of them could meet every day. When I thought about being alone at home, I suddenly felt a chill in my heart. No, she has to live there too. I don't want to stay here alone. Then let's finalize it and cooperate with Dongyao. Dongyao's boss takes 10% of the shares, and the remaining 90%, and each of us three will take 30%. It seemed difficult to decide, but 80% of it was decided in one night. The remaining 20% was the last person in the team. Xiaobai quickly contacted Dongyu's boss, and the other party even excitedly said that the property rights contract could be processed tomorrow. When I think about how I decided to start a club, it has only been half a day, and everything has come together smoothly, except for the last player. This makes Chu Sheng feel like a dream. It was too smooth. Sure enough, 4 of them were blown down by the skyfire in the afternoon. There is something. Everything will turn around, and good times will come after bad times. At night, Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai slept in the same bed, and Chu Sheng naturally went back to his room to rest. What? Want to do something embarrassing in front of Su Xiaomu? Please, this is not Germany. doing something that has never been involved in before. Chu Sheng will feel nervous while feeling fresh. From then on, Tuzi and Shujue were tied to him. This feeling was the same as in the game, becoming teammates supporting each other. At night, Chu Sheng went out to the bathroom, but found that the bathroom light was on, so he had to stand by and wait. After a while, the sound of flushing came from inside. As the door opened, Chu Sheng saw Xiaobai in pajamas instead of Su Xiaomu. Xiaobai was startled when he saw Chu Sheng when he opened the door. He didn't expect that this guy didn't sleep at night and stood quietly at the door of the bathroom. "Why are you standing here at night?" Chu Sheng shrugged and smiled. "To the bathroom. I thought Su Xiaomu was inside." "Then go ahead. I'm going to sleep." Xiaobai tied her hair up. Her cheeks slightly reddened as she thought of something. It was a rare opportunity to be alone, and Chu Sheng realized how he could let her go. He put his hands on Xiaobai's waist and went straight into the bathroom. He gently hooked the door with his foot, and it instantly became a closed space. Xiaobai tried to push Chu Sheng's arms around her waist, but was hugged tightly by Chu Sheng. Feeling Chu Sheng's hormonal breath, she suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't use any strength. Looking at his gradually narrow eyes, she felt shy and helpless. "You, don't mess around." Xiaomu is still. But Xiaobai couldn't say anything anymore, and the only sounds she could make gradually changed. After Xiaobai came out of the bathroom again, her face flushed, and she brushed her teeth again. Chu Sheng stood behind her and hugged her, with a doting look on his face. "It's all your fault." What if Xiaomu heard it and found out? After Xiaobai finished washing, she punched Chu Sheng's chest with her little pink fist, which made him grimace in pain. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't bear it, so he stretched out his hand to rub it. Looking at Xiaobai's distressing coquettishness, Chu Sheng couldn't help but kiss her again. His girlfriend. He couldn't kiss her enough. "Okay. Take a rest quickly. You still have to get up and do something serious tomorrow." Xiaobai squeezed Chu Sheng's hand, and was reluctant to leave. Although they didn't break through the last line of defense, they had done some things that could be done, and the feeling of attachment was even stronger. At the same time in South Korea, the Jin.G club was in chaos. The captains of the two teams were all expelled, and Jin Xiangzai also packed up and left. The remaining useless players were all punished to kneel on the ground. "Do you know why I want to keep you guys?" Chapter 872 Mysterious Boy. The remaining 6 people were beaten black and blue by the new leader, and one of them even had a nosebleed. However, without the leader's order, he dared not raise his hand to stop the bleeding, and had to endure the continuous bleeding. "You kept us because you thought we were more obedient." One of the 2 captains of Jin.G took the initiative to not get rid of Chu Sheng, which resulted in Chu Sheng's crazy revenge. The other one made a big fool of himself and lost all the people in the Jin club, causing the Jin.G team to become a notorious existence that everyone wanted to beat, and became notorious internationally. Many people were dismissed this time, and even the name of the club will be changed in the future, affecting other branches of the club. Hearing the answers of these idiots, the leader was so angry that he slapped each of them. When he came to the team member with nosebleed, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Slap yourself." The team member kneeling on the ground felt very wronged, but he didn't dare to deal with it. The slapping sound was very loud, and the nosebleed spurted out directly. "You can still kneel here instead of packing up and leaving." But someone gave you a chance. A young man slowly walked out of the shadow of the club. Esports players are originally young, but this person who walked out is even younger than these players, and can be said to be a teenager. "Because I want to see your strength. If you can satisfy me, you can stay." The 6 people kneeling on the ground frowned slightly. "You should know that here, respect for seniority is the most important. If a child talks like this, he will really be slapped by the sleeve." Several people looked up at the leader and asked, "Leader, who is this child?" The leader slapped him without saying a word. "Call the manager." The team members kneeling on the ground were about to cry with grievances, and asked again with their faces covered, "Manager, who is this child?" "This is a talented boy we discovered in the Kakao server some time ago, and he will be your captain in the future." After the new manager finished speaking, the 6 players kneeling on the ground lost their balance. Being punished to kneel on the ground and being beaten are all traditions in South Korea, and they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now a teenager is their captain, and he is just a passerby player on the Kakao server. They are so upset that it is not the turn of a passerby player to point fingers at their professional choices. You are not convinced, right? Then wash it well. and then start a custom challenge. The boy looked arrogant and didn't take these professional players seriously at all. This feeling of being despised. The 6 people were only despised by Chu Sheng in the invitational tournament. Other professional players had the same experience, and they couldn't do such a thing. Being despised by Chu Sheng. That's because Chu Sheng's strength is really strong. Like a god. But you are a Kakao server passerby king. At most, even if you have a little spirit, what can you use to mock us professional players? Several people wiped their noses in anger and stood up. All cats and dogs started to show off in front of them. I don't need to prepare to beat you. A passerby king. Several people didn't even clean up. They just stuffed their nostrils with paper balls and sat in front of the computer ready. In order to give you weaklings no reason to look for opportunities. You guys should join together. 6 against 1. This sentence directly stimulated the 6 people's nerves. This kid is too arrogant. Ah she. The 7 people entered the custom room skillfully. The 6 people were divided into 2 teams of 3 people each. And the teenager was in one team. This guy still thinks he is Chu Sheng. 1 against 6? He must be taught a lesson and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Since when can a passerby ride on their heads and act arrogantly? And he decides whether we stay or go? This club is also sick and trying all kinds of treatments. So many professional teams can't handle it. And they actually find a passerby to come. And it's a passerby from the Kakao server. The 6 players complained a lot. The Kakao server is a local South Korean PUBG server specially represented by the South Korean Kakao company. Because it has strict restrictions on plugins. There are almost no plug-in players. In addition, the quality of the server is 100 times better than that of the developer. So most South Korean local players play games on the Kakao server. But this PUBG is not League of Legends. So you are awesome in the Korean server. Real masters gradually grow up in the fight against the Asian server cheats. And Chu Sheng has reached the forefront in both the Asian server and the American server. To be honest, if it is League of Legends, perhaps the Korean server can be regarded as the highest level stage. As for the Kakao server of PUBG, I'm sorry that I can't get a number at all. Okay. As the game started, the first game was the island map. There were only 7 people on the plane, so it was clear where they landed, and they couldn't escape everyone's eyes. The boy jumped directly to the P city in the center of the map, and the 6 players followed him. As a result, 3 minutes later, the game ended, and there was only 1 player left on the entire map, and that was the boy. Dead silence. Even the 6 professional players sitting together were silent, unable to say a word. Why did this guy come out of a room with a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, assault rifle and 98k? The 6 of them went in with submachine guns or spray guns. But they were wiped out before they even broke through the door. They couldn't accept such a result. No. We didn't develop well in the previous game. You just got lucky. The boy looked at the 6 losers who were making excuses, and his eyes were full of contempt. The cheeks of the 6 people were burning red. Being humiliated by a passerby was more uncomfortable than Chu Sheng dealing with them alone. The shame and humiliation could kill a person directly. Well, give you a chance to develop. The 7 people started a game again. This time, the 6 people ignored it and jumped directly to the airport to develop. The boy took off his headphones and said, I'm in M City. You just need to collect all the equipment and come here. After that, he stood directly on the street of M City and did nothing. The airport was rich in supplies, and the 6 people found powerful weapons. The center of the safe zone happened to be M City, which made the 6 people feel weird. It's okay. Let's develop better this time. How can he beat 6 people by himself? Yes, he was lucky in the last game. After a while, a plane roared and flew over everyone's head, flying towards the direction of M City. Will this airdrop not fall into M City? Don't worry. Even if he is given an airdrop box, the 6 of us will surround him from all directions. I don't believe he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The confidence of several people was boosted immediately, because the airport is also within the safe zone. Everyone did not rush over. After searching for 6 level 3 helmets, they confidently killed them. Since this kid is so arrogant, don't blame the 6 of them for bullying. But under this inflated heart, they ignored the planes that flew over their heads several times. Chapter 873 The Chosen Son. When the 6 Gen.G players arrived at City M, they were stunned by the sight. For airdrop boxes were neatly placed on the road. This guy ate 4 airdrops by himself. The 6 players were so upset that they even felt like they were fighting Chu Sheng again. Weird feeling. Yes. It was this indescribable weird feeling. When the gunshots rang out, a player fell to the ground. So what if you have a level 3 helmet? With the AWM in hand, you can't defend yourself against any level helmet. Because of the AWM, the original plan to attack from 6 directions had to be changed to attacking from 3 directions at the same time. In groups of 2. It has to be said that the remaining 6 players of Jin.G still have some tactical qualities. And this decision is the most reasonable. They can save their teammates after they fall to the ground to avoid losing their combat effectiveness. 5 minutes later, the game entered the gray screen again. And only one player won the final victory. Damn. How can this guy have so many magnum bullets? All 6 people were killed. Originally, they thought that if they consumed the opponent's magnum bullets, there would be no instant kills. But this boy used his strength to tell the 6 people. Who told you that only one AWM can be dropped from 4 airdrops? Not convinced? Even if they get close, there is still an M249 waiting for them. The game gave them enough time to develop. But the 6 still lost. In the eyes of the 6, the boy's reaction was very fast, and his luck was also very good. The superposition effect of the 2 is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Are you convinced? If not, I still have 10,000 ways to defeat you. The boy stood up, put his hands on his chest, and looked at the 6 people arrogantly, thinking of the arrogant words before the game and the current truth. Losing to a passerby player on the Kakao server. This made the 6 professional players feel heartbroken. Dignity and face. All trampled underfoot. You, and you. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Out. The boy's tone was like that of an emperor looking down on others. He just randomly clicked 3 times. And the fate of the 3 professional players was decided. The 3 were stunned and unbelievable. And looked back at the team manager. The team manager was also quite impatient. Since the boy looked down on the 3, let them get out. He waved his hand to signal to get out. And the 3 people's faces immediately turned pale. Their fate was decided by a boy. They lost their status as Jin.G players and became homeless strays. As for the 3 of you, don't be too happy too soon. The reason I kept you is not because you are better than them, but because this game requires 4 people to play. The boy's words pierced the hearts of several people. Even more poisonous than Chu Sheng's. Chu Sheng was the champion after all. But no one could stand being scolded by a boy in front of him. The 3 people who were eliminated were so desperate that their faces were deformed. And they couldn't help but ask, why are we 3? The 3 people thought that their strength was okay. At least they were not the worst among the 6 people. The boy glanced casually and said, oh, I just don't like you. This answer crushed the last glimmer of hope of the 3 people. And even their legs staggered and almost fell to the ground. The boy looked at the 3 people, without any emotional fluctuations in his eyes, as cold as an emotionless robot. The boy's hands hung down on both sides of his body, and he began to tremble slightly. And then his body began to sway. The team leader saw this, stepped forward quickly to support the boy, and then turned around and said to the 3 people fiercely, you 3, pack up your things and get out. Immediately. Right now. As for you 3, go back to the dormitory and rest. The 6 people were confused and were roughly sent away. The 3 teammates who stayed behind didn't understand what happened. They only saw that the boy was trembling all over. And it looked like he had some hidden disease. Is that boy sick? Why did he suddenly sway? Forget about it. If you want to continue your career, don't ask too many questions. He is our captain now. Even the team manager has to listen to him. If we offend him, we will be like the other 3. Yes, we know nothing. The 3 of them immediately reached a tacit understanding and did not dare to discuss any topic related to the boy, for fear of being caught and expelled from the team. The boy's words were also very clear. They were not irreplaceable. But he needed 3 teammates to participate in the game. As for why there were 3 people, it was just because he simply didn't like the other 3. With such an arrogant attitude, even the team manager almost obeyed his orders. It can be said that he has absolute power in the club. But why the boy suddenly trembled and convulsed could only be regarded as an unsolved question, buried in the hearts of the 3 people. After the 6 people left, the boy finally couldn't hold on. He convulsed for a moment and then fell down. In the Samsung laboratory, the boy was lying flat on the experimental bed, with various inspection instruments and index displays inserted into his body. The boss of the electronics department, the head of the club, and the team manager frowned slightly. "Doctor, what's the situation now?" A doctor wearing glasses and a sterilization suit took off his mask. "The target's pineal gland is still decaying. But this time we used weak current targeted stimulation to delay the decay cycle, so that this effect can be maintained for a little longer." "What about the research results? What progress have been made?" The doctor shook his head helplessly and said, "The pineal gland is the most mysterious part of the human body besides the brain. Modern science has not solved its mysteries for so many years. This time you can find a living target to activate the pineal gland, which is already quite rare. But if we want to consolidate this effect, or study the causes and principles of the production, we still need to study for a while." The head of the Samsung Electronics division turned around and asked the team manager, "How was his performance today?" The team manager's face was full of excitement, as expected. Just like in the previous video, Kim Woo-hyuk performed very well, successfully staying in the center of the safe zone, and airdrops landed next to him several times. His reaction speed has surpassed other professional players, especially in today's training. Facing 6th Gen .G professional players, he was not at all inferior, and wiped them out twice. With this level, we will definitely win the championship in the next invitational tournament and severely reduce Chu Sheng's prestige. This is what we should do. After all, Chu Sheng caused great losses to our group's electronics division this time. But more importantly, if we can master the secret of activating the pineal gland, the entire bioengineering department, and even the entire group, will become a benchmark for leading the next stage of human evolution. How long can the effect of pineal gland activation be delayed by weak current targeted stimulation?" The doctor pondered for a moment. "I can't guarantee more. But at the current decay rate, it can last for 1.5 months. When will the developers' next invitational competition be held?" 2 months later. There's not enough time. Chapter 874 Kim Woo-hyuk. Go and negotiate with the developer company in my name, saying that Samsung is willing to fully sponsor their next invitational tournament. Our only requirement is that the invitational tournament starts in Seoul 1 month later. The head of the Gen .G club was stunned for a moment and said, "What if they refuse?" The head of the electronics division smiled softly and adjusted his glasses. "In South Korea, no one can refuse Samsung. No one can refuse me. I know. Sir, I will do it beautifully this time." The head of Gen .G immediately bowed his head and signed a military order. And the head of the electronics division is none other than Lee Zirong, the son of the entire behemoth empire, the Lee family. He is the president of the electronic division, the group director, and the actual controller. After seeing the poor performance, the esports department, the boss of the original Gen .G club, was ready to recruit a group of players from the Kakao server to train them into professional players. After calling the top 100 players in the Kakao server for a trial, a boy named Jin Yoha stood out. His flexible response and excellent luck left a very deep impression on people. At that time, the members of the Gen .G club were still far away in Cologne, Germany, and the domestic esports department was ready to replace the players. As a result, when he officially signed the contract to become a professional player and had a physical examination at the hospital, the doctor in charge of the physical examination found something unusual about Kim Woo-hyuk in the MRI of several physical examination reports. His pineal gland was abnormally active, completely different from that of other people. At first, the medical staff thought he had a tumor or cancer in his brain, and then sent the physical examination report to Samsung's largest hospital, where the bioengineering department is located. As a result, no one had ever seen such a strange situation. Finally, they even invited a team of doctoral experts from Samsung Medical, and unexpectedly found that the boy's pineal gland was active. The pineal gland is located at the top of the diencephalon, between the habenular commissure and the posterior commissure, in the depression above the quadrigeminal body, located at the top of the third ventricle. So it is also called the adrenal gland. This is a very magical place in the human body, and it also has the most mysteries. Scientists have roughly mastered the functions of brain partitions, and can even easily mark which part is responsible for what operation. However, the research on the pineal gland has always been at the superficial level, and many metaphysical times have also been proven to be related to the pineal gland. The pineal gland is rich in blood vessels, and its blood flow is second only to the kidneys in the human body. The nerves connecting the pineal gland come from peripheral nerve fibers, including sympathetic nerves, parasympathetic nerves, commissural nerves, and peptide nerves. And the nerve level is quite dense. In the known research of human research, the pineal gland was found to be related to the secretion of some human pheromones and hypoglycemic factors, which will send time signals to the central nervous system and affect the body's biological clock. But almost all of them are gray-red, oval bodies weighing less than 200 milligrams, and are in a non-moving state. But this MRI shows that Kim Woo-hyuk's pineal gland is active, and the activity level is quite high. South Korean culture comes from the giant country sea in the east, so naturally they know a lot of mysterious sayings. The location of the pineal gland is exactly what ancient culture calls the Naiwan Palace between the eyebrows. This location is the location of human consciousness in previous records. The Taoists have the saying of opening the third eye, which is to open this location. There are similar sayings in Buddhism, but no matter which one, this location is considered to be related to human spiritual perception. It is recorded in ancient books that before some high-level people encounter danger, their Naiwan Palace often produces active beating, which has the function of predicting danger. In the view of Tantric Buddhism, the obvious sign of a high-level monk is the protrusion of Naiwan Palace and temple, which is one of the signs of a monk's great success. For a while, combined with the boys' game performance, everyone seemed to have a new discovery. Is this guy's good luck in the game related to the active pineal gland? The electronics department retrieved all the game records under Kim Woo-hyuk's game account and asked Samsung's strongest audit and analysis department to analyze all the data overnight. The result is a conclusion. In the previous game, Kim Woo-hyuk was an extremely ordinary player. His average inventory time in each game was 5 minutes, and his KD even fluctuated around 1.1, which means he could only kill one person in a game. But a month ago, this guy's data improved by leaps and bounds. The average survival time became 26 minutes, which means that he could almost enter the finals in every game. The KD data also increased from 1.1 to 11, averaging 11 kills per game. More importantly, this guy's short rate is 95.3%. He can pick up airdrops in almost every game. The safe zone rate has also reached 89.2%, which are all super high data. According to the popular saying now, he is a real koi in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Moreover, no traces of cheating were detected in all the data. The average time from landing to the third level suit plus rifle was 4 minutes and 27 seconds. That means he could collect the ultimate equipment before the first poison circle shrank. The location of the analysis was not the production area of high jump materials. After analyzing 600 hours of game records, it was found that his landing location was quite scattered, almost skipping anywhere, and there was no data sample error. When such an analysis data was placed in front of the electronics department and the bioengineering department, they realized that this matter was no longer theirs to decide. Immediately notify the son of the empire and the actual controller of the group, Mr. Lee, to come and report the whole story to him. After listening to the report, Mr. Lee's eyes lit up. If the pineal gland can be activated, what does it mean to be superior in intelligence and spiritual perception? Even many things that have been rumored for a long time, such as avoiding danger and seeking fortune, such as seeing something that cannot be observed by the naked eye, such as better reaction than ordinary people. And even, under the instruction of Mr. Lee, several departments were integrated and a special research team was established. By asking Jin Yoha, they learned what happened on the day that represented the turning point of Jin Yoha's life. That day, Jin Yoha wanted to play the game secretly, but after entering the game, the old computer suddenly crashed. You should know that the optimization of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very poor, so it has high hardware requirements. Some computer configurations that originally run other games can easily overload when playing this game, causing the hardware to burn out or crash. When he pressed the button to restart the computer, Jin Yoha suddenly felt a current and his whole body shuddered. There was nothing abnormal at the moment. But then when he was playing the game, Jin Yoha found that his luck seemed to have improved. He didn't run through the poison circle, get airdrops, enter the house to search for good equipment, and even his reaction speed. These are slowly improving. Jin Yoha once thought that he had awakened. He was a rookie before, but now he suddenly knows how to play games to awaken and become powerful. Chapter 875: A Sudden Invitational Tournament. After cooperating with the research, he figured out that his ability to be so strong was related to the electric shock. It was like a beggar who suddenly got 5 million in cash. He would definitely use any means to keep the 5 million. He signed with Jin.G, and the contract had a high salary, enough to make him worry-free. Moreover, he could become a professional player and even be taken seriously, which made his life change dramatically. The male classmates who used to look down on him and bully him in school began to admire his gaming skills. And the female classmates, who used to despise him, had stars in their eyes. This is what he deserves. He doesn't want to go back to the state where he didn't know if he could eat enough tomorrow. He wants to be the best, with his status constantly improving, and his manager thinking highly of him. Even the Prince of Samsung spoke to him in a friendly manner. Jin Yoha's heart was very inflated, and he looked down on everyone. At this moment, there was a microcurrent pulse connected to the center of Jin Yoha's eyebrows, which constantly stimulated his pineal gland. His whole body was spasming, and the extremely real tearing feeling in his brain made Jin Yoha crazy, which was also the key to his emotional out-of-control. The next morning, Chu Shen got up and was dragged by Xiao Bai to meet the boss of Dongyao. The boss was a middle-aged man in his 40s, gentle and elegant. During the chat, Chu Sheng learned that this person got involved in the esports industry because his children were interested in this area, and he also thought it was a good emerging industry. So he followed in. As a result, he found a treasure trove, but could not find it anywhere. There are many industries that can make money in this era, but more of them have formed their own rules within the industry. If there is no letter of surrender, an outsider who gets involved will easily be excluded by others. For example, in the esports industry, the current market is basically the territory of super-rich second generations. The previous generation was also a wealthy man. As the second generation, they did not take over the family business, but basically took out the funds to do esports. Behind the well-known clubs are young capital forces. They have also formed an industry rule and industry culture, and it is difficult for outsiders to come in. This time, being able to board the big ship of Chu Sheng, 10% of the shares is equivalent to a ticket. The two sides talked very happily, and there was basically no dispute or conflict of interest. After signing the contract, the boss of Dongyao also signed a delivery agreement with Xiao Bai. In the previous Dongyao Esports, Xiao Bai was a technical shareholder. Now that Dongyao has obtained 10% of the new shares, it is natural to convert the previous shares into cash and return them to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai has become a rich woman all of a sudden, and even Chu Sheng is envious. Dongyao's boss Shen laughed happily when he saw the scene of the young couple. Chu Sheng, if you are envious, I can provide 15 million in cash, and you can give me 10% more shares. How about it? Chu Sheng shook his head repeatedly. No. No. It's just right now. If you take another 10%, it will be difficult for the three of us to divide it. Boss Shen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and nodded with admiration. Young people can stick to their original intentions without being influenced by external things. No wonder they can achieve such good results. I am optimistic about you. After signing the contract, the three of them registered the company together. Xiao Bai simply used all the cash he had just received as the registration fee. As for the name of the club, Chu Sheng had already thought of it last night, and it was called MY Team. Self. This name sounds good, Xiao Bai commented. Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched wildly. Actually, My didn't mean that. Can I say that MY is the abbreviation of bad luck? Chu Sheng thought about it for a long time yesterday. He was inseparable from bad luck, so he simply named the team after bad luck. After saying that, he smiled and asked Boss Shen beside him, Boss Shen, these are the most taboos for you in business. If you think it's unlucky, I can change it. I have several spare ones here. Chu Sheng fully respected the other party. After all, he had 10% of the shares. If he didn't listen to other people's opinions, it would be too disrespectful to the other party. Unexpectedly, Boss Shen laughed. It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter what the name of this team is. The name is just a code name. If you want, you can call it 1, 2, 3, or 4. The important thing is that you are the captain. Boss Shen is a wise man. Since the other party has no objection, it's up to Chu Sheng to decide. But I have to say that the name of bad luck is really appropriate. Then in the future, Chu Sheng's club will do better and better. The results will be better and better, and you will get many awards. Congratulations. Business is booming. With 10% of the shares of MY Club, Boss Shen will be welcomed by others when he makes investments in the esports circle or opens another club in the future. This is the benefit of the admission ticket. Even others will look at him with new eyes. After all, being able to invest in Chu Sheng's MY club is naturally a bit important. How many people have begged for money, but can't find a relationship to cooperate with Chu Sheng? Xiaomu has asked people to put up the sign in the club, and the villa has been tidied up. Chu Sheng looked at the documents in his hand, still a little dazed. Is he the boss now? By the way, let's treat 4M and if teams to dinner tonight. After all, it's not right not to take the initiative to get together after the establishment of the club. Chu Sheng's statement was correct. Xiaobai nodded. You can contact them this afternoon. I will sort out the information this afternoon and send the registration information to the developer. Because the PUBG League has not yet been formed in China, whether the club is recognized or not, it must submit the materials to the developer for review in the form of an email. Only after the review can it become a club recognized by the developer and considered in the event. Because PUBG is so popular, Chu Sheng and his team successfully won the trophy this time. It is said that in just a few days, the number of clubs registered in China has exceeded 200. This is a very scary number. However, the MY club was not afraid of the review at all. The developer was eager for Chu Sheng to set up a club quickly to participate in the next invitational tournament. In the afternoon, Chu Sheng notified the 4M team and the IF team, and even OMG. After all, Xia Shizi also came from OMG. Hearing that Chu Sheng had also followed their old path, Wei Jiang laughed so happily. This can also let Chu Sheng feel their pain. After becoming a boss, there are many things to consider, and it is not as simple as being a streamer before. Xiaobai's application in the afternoon has been sent out, and it was approved in less than half an hour. The developer even said congratulations in the name of the official, and even posted it on the social platform. Now everyone knows that Chu Sheng has established the MY club and has officially entered the PUBG. When everyone was celebrating at dinner, Chu Sheng, Wei Jiang, and the eldest brother suddenly received a notification on their phones. When they clicked on it, it turned out to be a mention on the social platform. But the poster who mentioned this post was not ordinary at all. It was the official Weibo account of the developer. And the message of mentioning the three people also caught them off guard. Chapter 876: An unprecedented lineup. After reading the news, the three of them were a little confused. The first reaction was that the developer's official staff were playing a prank. It was less than 5 days since the last invitational ended, and the developer actually released the rules of the next invitational on the official channel. And the time is next month. There is only 1 month left. Is this developer kidding? Another invitational in a month. This time in Seoul? Is this an April Fool's joke? But April Fool's Day has passed for 5 months. I really don't understand it this time. But it doesn't look fake. Look at the detailed schedule and instructions below. The others at the dinner table heard the three people's discussion, and all took out their phones and clicked on the official Weibo to see the top message. In addition to the 2-day TPP and FPP competitions, the most exciting thing this time was the charity match on the rest day in the middle. The last charity entertainment match in Cologne was quite interesting. The single-player battle also brought a lot of laughter to everyone. This time, the developer obviously has a unique idea for the charity entertainment match, and will invite many well-known anchors, and even some god-level figures from previous FPS games, to share the carnival. When some names appeared, the enthusiasm of the players was completely aroused, and they even remembered the shining heroes in the CS era. And there were all kinds of extremely powerful anchors. The new and old generations competed on the same stage. The emerging and nostalgic appeared under the same theme, and completely hit everyone's tears. This time the developer has a lot of money. If it can really be done, it will probably become a classic. Wei Jiang read the entire charter, and felt a lot in his heart. The developer company tasted the sweetness of the last Cologne Invitational, and is now addicted to hosting events. But this time, the money is not small. After attracting enough attention last time, this time there is no shortage of sponsorship and audiences. The word looking forward to it is enough to describe the popularity of the Invitational now. And this time the hand is just as exaggerated. They actually invited many gun masters from the previous CS era to participate in the entertainment game, as well as well-known anchors. Well-known anchors. Needless to say, the first one is the Four Devils in North America, and the second one is the most popular sniper god in North America recently, Chocolate, because this guy is good at using sniper rifles to kill people. The number of sniper kills has exceeded that of several other anchors, ranking first in North America. As for China, it depends on how the developer arranges it at that time. According to the ambition this time, the 3 domestic teams invited are MY, 4M and IF. So other teams such as OMG, 18 and other teams basically have no chance. But some well-known players, such as 18 and Little Lion, are expected to join the charity game on the rest day as well-known anchors. Several people looked at each other. This is going to be a big deal. If the developer really makes it happen, it will definitely be an unprecedented event. And it will definitely become a classic in the history of esports. But isn't this time too hasty? The championship trophy has only been put aside for a few days. And it hasn't even warmed up yet. And another event has come out. I always feel that my trophy will depreciate, Chu Sheng boasted seriously. And Wei Jiang and his eldest brother raised their glasses to toast and get this guy drunk. This time the venue is Seoul. Wei Jiang hurriedly gave them some popular science. In the last Asian Invitational, 4M had a visa problem because of a player. So Wei Jiang temporarily arranged his girlfriend Xiao Mifeng and achieved the title of the first female AK in the national server. The competition will start in a month. You should hurry up and apply for visas when you go back. Otherwise it may be too late. When it comes to applying for visas in advance, Chu Sheng is suddenly dumbfounded. He slapped the table and reacted, "Oh my god. Our MY team was just established today. And we are still short of one player. The competition will start next month. And we haven't found all the players yet." Chu Sheng was stunned. He originally wanted to look for a few days to see if he could dig out some good seedlings. The developer suddenly killed him by surprise. Not to mention the training time. The people are not all found now. Little Lion actually wanted to help. But now Chu Sheng has also established the MY team. If the teams help each other to participate in the competition, it will involve transfers, which is even more complicated. What's more, this time OMG team might also be invited. Or Xiaosher might be invited as an individual. Damn the developer. They didn't send the invitation earlier or later, but had to wait until I treated them to a meal before sending the invitation. Now I can't even eat a bite. Chu Sheng was very depressed. There was still a teammate. Where should he go to find him? Wei Jiang and the big brother, 2 fat guys, had a smirk on their faces. They were very happy to see Chu Sheng in pain. Even this meal tasted inexplicably comfortable and delicious. If you really can't find it, take Xiaobai to participate in the competition. Anyway, Xiaobai's skills are not weak, Wei Jiang suddenly reminded. Yeah, they are all from your club anyway, so you can take over temporarily. Didn't you win last time with Xuan? The elder brother added. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. This seems to be a solution. Is it really possible? Xiaobai's eyes were full of stars. In the last Cologne Invitational, she was ready to play. But she was made difficult by other clubs because she didn't have a pass to the main venue. Seeing Xiaoan play and get a medal, she was so envious. According to Su Xiaomu, Xiaobai dreams about this at night. This time, you can apply in advance and participate in the competition as a formal esports athlete, which is fair and square. It's not impossible. You just need to pass my test first. Tuzi and Shijia, who were standing by, imitated Chu Sheng's tone that day and repeated what he said. Xiaobai put down his chopsticks and stared at Chu Sheng. Seeing Xiaobai's stern eyes, Chu Sheng was also scared and put down his chopsticks. What's wrong with these 2 people? I said the test is for the 2 of them. As for you, I definitely don't need to test you. I was able to get points in the past thanks to Xiaobai's guidance. Ha ha ha. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, he laughed awkwardly twice. And the others just laughed wildly. What can make people feel happy and relaxed is not necessarily massage, but also seeing Chu Sheng suffer a setback. Xiaobai was immediately unhappy when he heard this. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Why do Rabbit and Xiaojua have to test, but not me? Chu Sheng was confused. Why can't he not test me? Well, we will train alone tomorrow, and I will test you. Chu Sheng hurriedly smiled. Humph! Do you look down on my strength? Xiaobai put his hands on his chest and was angry. Of course, Xiaobai was also joking. Seeing Chu Sheng in a dilemma, he hurriedly squeezed his hand. The 2 of them sang in unison and brought a lot of joy to the dinner table. At the end, everyone stood up and clinked glasses. At this time, everyone was drunk, and Wei Jiang and the eldest brother made bold statements, letting the MY team take it easy this time. and they would be ruthless when they met on the field. Chu Sheng was also very arrogant, waving his hands and performing a move of white crane spreading wings. Come on. Come on. Are you afraid of me? Chapter 877. This guy is so shameless. Tuzi and Shujue should go back to their original club first, because their contract will expire in a few days, and they still need to pack up. After breaking up peacefully with their old club, they also joined Chu Sheng's My Team. Their old club was also very pleased and wished the two players a bright future. At night, Chu Sheng strongly wanted to live in the club. Now this villa belongs to him, and this club is also his property. Think about it. 50 days ago, he was still a graduate who set resumes every day to find a job. And now he is transformed into a big boss with tens of millions of assets. Life's ups and downs change too fast. Thinking of the experience this summer, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai returned home. Su Xiaomu even complained, I didn't expect that my brother has the potential to be a workaholic. He has to stay alone in the villa at night. Xiaobai understood that feeling very well. When she started her own computer city, she also had this feeling. Of course, this excitement will pass. After they washed up and prepared to go to bed, Su Xiaomu had already crawled into the quilt. Summer is gradually passing, and the night of September is already slightly cool. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Xiaobai was just about to lie down on the bed to sleep. But she thought of Chu Sheng being alone in the villa and being forced to drink by everyone at dinner. Thinking of this, Xiaobai couldn't rest assured. After thinking for a moment, she put on her coat. Sister Xiaobai, are you getting dressed and going out? Su Xiaomu poked her head out, as obedient as a little hamster. Your brother is alone at the villa. I'm worried that he drank too much at night. I'll go over to check on him. You should go to sleep first. Su Xiaomu hid half of her face in the quilt when she heard this, and muttered softly, Humph. He must have gone over to say sweet nothings without telling me. Damn dog food. Although you covered your head in the quilt, I still heard it. You'll be in trouble when I come back. Su Xiaomu was so scared by Xiaobai's words that she even closed her eyes. I can't hear what you said. I fell asleep. Su Xiaomu pretended for a while, but then she fell asleep. Probably because she was too tired today. Xiaobai closed the door gently when she went out, so she didn't disturb Su Xiaomu. When she came to the villa area, Xiaobai also had the key here. He opened the door and entered the room, and found that the light on the first floor was still on. When he went up the stairs, he heard the sound of the shower in the bathroom. Chu Sheng was still singing, but the tone was not so accurate. Xiaobai suppressed his smile and tiptoed to Chu Sheng's room. He found that the room was not cleaned up and was a little messy, so he bent down to help Chu Sheng clean up the room. After Chu Sheng came out of the bathroom, he found that the light in his room was on, and he walked over quietly wrapped in a bath towel. A thief actually broke into the villa in the middle of the night? When Chu Sheng walked to the door, he saw Xiao by helping him make the bed. He rubbed his eyes. He was not drunk. But really, Chu Sheng quietly hugged Xiao Bai from behind, scaring her to scream. But at this time in the early morning, in the empty villa area, no one could hear her even if she screamed louder. When she turned around and saw Chu Sheng's smiling face, Xiao Bai was relieved. What are you doing sneakily? I was scared to death. Chu Sheng sat at the head of the bed, hugged Xiao Bai and sat on his lap. I want to ask, who is sneaking around to help me make the bed in the middle of the night? Are you worried that I'm drunk so you come to see me? Chu Sheng was smart for once. Chu Sheng hit the nail on the head. Xiao Bai admitted openly, you were drunk a little too much today. I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't come over. Chu Sheng's palm slowly caressed Xiao Bai's slender waist, with a wicked smile on his face. But if you come to see me now, you will be even more unable to sleep at night. Xiao Bai didn't react at first, and wanted to refute, seeing that you are not drunk. I can go back and sleep well. But after thinking it through, he understood what Chu Sheng meant. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly felt a hard and hot heat on his legs. With both hands on Chu Sheng's chest, her cheeks were already red, like a ripe apple. Today. Not today. Chu Sheng suddenly stopped undressing, looking stunned. It can't be so bloody. Right? Xiao Bai's face was red as if blood could drip out, and she tied up her hair, looking more shy and bright. Little umbrella, Xiao Bai reminded in a low voice. And this matter became a joke that only the two of them knew. Chu Sheng quickly reacted, took out a whole box from the bedside table, and boasted as if to take credit. I'm well prepared this time. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes at Chu Sheng and punched his chest. This bad guy was actually well prepared. Have you been thinking about this for a long time? Xiao Bai said frankly. But this was his first time. So how could he not be nervous? Chu Sheng was very thick-skinned. And today he drank to give himself courage. Nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. He would definitely not be so straightforward at other times. Xiao Bai, who was originally nervous, couldn't help laughing when he saw Chu Sheng's performance. And his body gradually softened and leaned on Chu Sheng's shoulder. Well, I won't leave today. The lights in the bedroom were turned off, leaving only a bedside lamp. Everything seemed to be shrouded in a haze under the dim light. This was a battle of equal strength. When Chu Sheng woke up the next day, he looked at Xiao Bai, who was still lazy in his arms. And a smile rose slightly at the corner of his mouth. He could finally shout that he was not a magician. At this moment, Chu Sheng wanted to recite a poem to express his feelings at the moment. The spring breeze is full of joy, and the horses are galloping. I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. What are you talking about so early in the morning? Xiao Bai leaned on Chu Sheng's arms, opened his sleepy eyes, and pinched the thin flesh on Chu Sheng's waist. Hiss. I was thinking. You didn't go home last night. And Su Xiaomu didn't even call you. Chu Sheng thought that Su Xiaomu was still reliable, knowing that Xiao Bai would not come back at night. He didn't call to disturb the two. She was probably too tired after coming back yesterday. She fell asleep before I left the house. She probably hasn't gotten up yet. It was just as Xiao Bai said. Su Xiaomu slept until the sun was shining on her, but when she woke up, she found that Sister Xiao Bai was not there. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Sister Xiao Bai got up so early. I'm afraid she went to find my brother early in the morning. When she finished washing and came to the villa, she really saw her brother and Sister Xiao Bai fighting in the training area. What made Su Xiaomu curious was why Sister Xiao Bai looked so bright and beautiful today. I wonder if she has developed some new cosmetics. I'll have to ask her about it when the time comes. As for the two people in the competition, Chu Sheng's hands were shaking. Xiao Bai even looked at her coquettishly. This pervert actually bought a box of 12 yesterday. Chapter 878, The Peak of the Jedi. The final competition naturally ended with Chu Sheng's defeat. I am not strong enough. In the afternoon, Rabbit and Shujua packed up and came over and applied for a test. The two came directly with their luggage. According to them, if they failed, they would die. If they failed the test, they would go home to farm. Seeing the two aggressive people, Chu Sheng's face turned green. What test? I just said it as a joke, so that you can keep a humble and cautious mentality. If I don't trust you, would I still accept you? You guys are really... Can't you hear a joke? What are you still standing for? Hurry up and move your things upstairs, and clean up the room. Tuzi and Shujua were confused. That's not what they said before. Although they didn't understand what happened, they successfully joined the MY club. When the two went upstairs to put their luggage, Chu Sheng stood up while no one was paying attention. Su Xiaomu walked around and suddenly jumped in front of Chu Sheng and said, Brother, I want to live here too, and live broadcast in the club every day. You can live broadcast here every day. But you can't live here. Su Xiaomu pouted and was very unhappy. She made a second choice. How about I buy a house in the community and move here? Tuzi and Shujua, who had just put down their luggage and walked down from upstairs, felt as if they were stabbed dozens of times when they heard this. And their feet were unstable. Please stop showing off. We all know that you brothers and sisters are rich. Evil capitalism. Exploiting the hard-earned money of us proletarians here. As one of the three major female anchors of Douyu, Su Xiaomu's ability to make money is unquestionable. In the end, it was Xiao Bai who stood up and asked Su Xiaomu to move her things to her house. There was no need to buy a house first. Who knows where the club will move to in the future? Not to mention that there are still 2 years of school to go. And she can take a short lunch break during school. Xiao Bai successfully persuaded the insane Su Xiaomu. But with Xiao Bai's approval, she can live in Xiao Bai's house with peace of mind. The hired cooking and is still the same as before. And Chu Sheng has kept her contact information. After working temporarily for a month, I can now get a stable job and cook for a few young men. Auntie is naturally happy to come. The club is also on the right track. And it is no different from the previous training. Xiao Bai joined the training camp. He originally cooperated well with Chu Sheng. And now joining the team is a seamless transition. Shortly after the developer released the Invitational news yesterday, almost the entire esports circle was discussing the Seoul Invitational in a month. This time, not only many strong teams were invited, but also the charity match on the rest day in the middle. And even more emperors and superstars gathered. The top masters of FPS games gathered together. And well-known anchors and players competed on the same stage, fully satisfying all the wishes of the audience. Compared with the developers' anxious look on the cheating issue, the developers' invitational tournament this time has won unanimous praise from all the audience. All the elements they want to see can be seen in this invitational tournament. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dream tournament. Moreover, this time it is sponsored by Samsung Foundation. And the prize money is extremely generous, even compared with other tournaments. This is clearly the rhythm of the developer and Samsung working together to prepare for the event to take off completely. If yesterday's news and invitations were a big earthquake, then today the developer released another big earthquake. In the last invitational tournament, the developer also found many shortcomings. The most embarrassing of which was that the teams had no place to train on weekdays. Even if European and American teams have the right to customize rooms, where can they find so many professional players to maintain their competitive level? So this game has become a casual game with live broadcasts. How can professional players perform on the field if they don't have suitable high-intensity games? The developer staff quickly discovered this problem and even started to consider solving it before the Cologne Invitational ended. The final solution is to learn from the advanced experience of other games and open a server group specifically for professional players to train. This group has been specially optimized for all professional players who have been approved and registered by the developer. Moreover, this server is not divided by region. Players from North America, Europe, Southeast Asia, Asia, and even Oceania can enter the same server and compete with low latency. Not many clubs have passed the developer's review. And the number of accounts released is also controlled within 1,500. At most, there are 23 games with the maximum load at the same time. This also reduces the pressure on the server a lot. And the delay problem can naturally be controlled. And the name of this server is also very domineering. Jedi's Top. Top of PUBG. Referred to as Top. The developer specially issues super accounts for professional players. As long as you log in with a super account, the top option will appear in the server selection. The server setting rules are exactly the same as those of professional competitions, allowing all players to truly experience the game settings. The number of people in each game is controlled at 65, including the poison circle and equipment drop rate, which are exactly the same as in the game. Everyone can hone their skills in the most realistic competitive environment. And the invitational tournament in a month will definitely be more exciting. After updating the desert map, the developer was thinking about what new mode to come out. Finally, the creative director Green was inspired by this entertainment game and proposed a super airdrop mode. The signal gun setting is added to the map to summon the super airdrop. In addition, the weather system that was criticized by players in the early stage of the game and later deleted is also added. Imagine a foggy or rainy day. The light of the signal gun can be seen thousands of meters away, and it is still a single-player mode. The fierce battle makes people feel excited just thinking about it. It is even more effective when used with charity entertainment games. The developer was also inspired by the success of the last Cologne Invitational. It was done as soon as it was said, because there are not many factors to add, except for the super airdrop and signal guns that need to be made quickly. The weather system only needs to re-add the settings that were previously abandoned. Anyway, it's all Unreal Engine 4. And there's no need to write source code. Just add it in. As for the cheats that players have been complaining about, who cares? What's more important than the invitational tournament now? Anyway, there's no way to ban all the cheats. And when the invitational tournament comes, they'll show them some fun. And they'll definitely be really tempted. The marketing and publicity department of the developer is also very good. And I'm not in a hurry to get these news. I'll give you a little bit every day. And keep your appetite and attention every day. And the heat won't go down. For example, today, the developer issued super accounts to every club and opened a new Top Jedi Summit server. All professional players were shocked. And now they don't have to practice in a game of poor quality. And they don't have to communicate and arrange battles with many teams. They can just log in with a super account and fight online. Chapter 879. Can you have some shame? Professional players no longer have to practice tactics in online, matching servers with poor environments. And they can compete with high-intensity professional players online. If the previous developer's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was not very friendly to the professional environment, Then now there is a dedicated professional player server where other players cannot join, ensuring high-quality competition and the best gaming environment, which will definitely make all professional players happy. As soon as I received the account, I entered the top server to try it out. The MY team also received the 4 accounts in the email. It happened that they had to train in the afternoon, so the 4 of them thought about going directly to the top server. As soon as you enter the game, you have to deal with the issue of character naming. Chu Sheng thought about it. If you just type Mai's name, it won't work. This will obviously tell everyone that this is the MY team. Come and target them. Although Chu Sheng is not afraid of being targeted, he thinks that the tactics were figured out by a group of analysts and tacticians last time, and even came up with a countermeasure. If it weren't for luck and strength, I'm afraid that the last few games of the last invitational tournament might have allowed the other 5 teams to stage a dragon-slaying performance. The Douyu team won the championship last time under the leadership of Chu Sheng. This time, the MY team was established, so naturally everyone's attention will be focused on them, and they will be studied very thoroughly. If you don't even hide your name, then you won't be able to hide any trump cards. Don't rush to come up with a name. We don't use IDs starting with MY. Chu Sheng emphasized first and began to think about what name to use to confuse the opponent. Rabbit and Xiao Ju didn't react to Chu Sheng's intention at first. After being called by Chu Sheng, they thought for a moment and realized that their team was almost the Douyu team last time. They must target the champion. If they use an ID starting with a club, they will be studied to death. There is no training condition in ordinary servers, and they will be targeted in top servers. If they don't get some tricks, the next month of practice will definitely be difficult. It is said that this time, the professional servers, as well as the anchors invited to the entertainment competition, will be given accounts. Hearing Shiju's words, Chu Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and an inspiration suddenly appeared. Why don't we use the IDs of the 4 great devils in North America as our names, to hide our identities, so that no one else knows who we are? No. If we all use this name, other teams will be able to find it out by elimination. After all, IDs can deceive people, but shooting skills cannot deceive people. Tuzi expressed a different opinion. This is indeed the truth, and we must find an ID that is more convincing. Why don't we each use a team name? Because we often have to play the 3-in-1 mode in our tactics, and using different IDs can definitely confuse people and deceive people. That's a good idea. When Xiaoju had made the suggestion, Chu Sheng could even imagine himself killing people with someone else's name and passing the buck. Then I'll use Liquid's Ibiza ID. Chu Sheng first grabbed the player he admired most, the captain of Team Liquid, Ibiza. It's definitely a very interesting thing to do a lot of things on the top server and then pass the buck to Ibiza. Seeing this, Rabbit quickly grabbed the name of Jimby, the best scorer of Team Fizz. Shujua thought for a long time, and suddenly a creepy smile appeared on his face. What do you think if I name myself Gen.G? Are you all devils? Su Xiaomu was about to go crazy when she saw the IDs of the 3 people. Isn't it a big deal? Huh. Sister Xiaobai will definitely give me a more normal name. Su Xiaomu came to Xiaobai's computer and said that the name she gave was very simple, without the team prefix. Just this name Shroud. Press enter. Hey, this name prompt is actually already taken. Xiaobai pouted, probably because Shroud had already entered the top server to play in advance, so the ID was registered in advance. But can this stump Xiaobai? How can Xiaobai be such a person who fails so easily? Real Shroud. Enter. Pass. Well, I didn't expect Xiaobai to be even crazier than the other 3. When the 4 people's IDs were selected and the team was formed, 4 astonishing names appeared, especially Xiaobai's name. It was obviously to stir up trouble. Shroud is retired from C9, and this time, he will also be invited to participate in the league and get a super account. Shroud has entered the game 1 step faster than the 4 people, so the original name has been taken and cannot be used. But Xiaobai's real Shroud is very clever. The prefix real implies that the Shroud in the game is fake. Right? I thought I was already impressive for using the name Gen.G, but Xiaobai is even more ruthless. I guess Shroud will be furious after seeing this ID. And the key is that he can't defend himself. Top servers are prohibited from being disclosed by players during live broadcasts, as there is a risk of leaking tactics. And along with the super account, there is also a confidentiality agreement, which means that when using a top super account, one cannot reveal one's identity in public. This is equivalent to a silent program. You can practice it by yourself in it. And you can't mention it in public. All broadcasting rights are in the hands of the developer. Naturally, the developer will not miss this good opportunity. The official will open a live broadcast room. And there will be 2 hours of live broadcast time every day for the top server. In this way, no matter which team you support, you have to watch it at the developer's side, because you can't watch the live broadcast anywhere else. This move is quite ruthless, gathering all the diverted audiences, and then selling the broadcasting rights. Douyu grabbed the exclusive domestic broadcasting rights as expected. Twitch grabbed the international broadcasting rights. And some platforms also got regional broadcasting rights. Just these broadcasting rights have made the developers a lot of money. It is really a model of using feet to make games and brains to market. The 4 people have been shameless to the extreme, and they can feel at ease with such ideas, and even have a smug look on their faces. Su Xiaomu got goosebumps. He couldn't stay with this group of people, otherwise his family would learn bad things. The 4 formed a team and started the game immediately. The first game was adapted to the third-person mode of natural selection. It took less than 10 seconds to shoot, and the 4 people entered the game smoothly. Oh my god! Can we queue up for a game so quickly? Shijuo was shocked by this speed. It's normal. A 64-player game is easy to start. I guess all the players from all the clubs are curious now. This game is on the island map, and the 4 of them can't wait to show the power of their new IDs. As the plane took off, the team still adopted the 3-1 split push strategy. Since Chusheng is the name of the Liquid team, he naturally has to go to Y City. As for the other 3, this time, they are not going to the obvious seaside farm, but to the air raid shelter and Horseshoe Mountain prison. If they jump to the seaside farm and the Zodiac on the first trip, it will be too obvious. Chapter 880 Confused Professional Team. Chusheng jumped to Y City alone, and players from 2 other teams also landed in Y City, including Chusheng. A total of 9 people landed here. However, no one chose the air raid shelter and the Horseshoe Mountain prison, which created a certain vacuum at the beginning. After the 3 landed, they immediately exchanged information with each other. There is a team of people in the nursing home, a team of people in Port L, and people in the nuclear power plant in the distance. There is no one else nearby. After searching here, you can search the lumberyard again. Since there was no one around, the 3 simply acted separately. This can not only ensure the speed of development, but also expand the scope of vigilance. On Chusheng's side, the 2 teams occupied important strongholds on the left and right, and only Chusheng landed in the restaurant in the center of Y City, which happened to be in the buffer zone between the 2 teams. The top server did not have the setting of Skyfire, so Chusheng felt much more relaxed. But there were no good guns in this restaurant. With a first-level suit and a small pistol, Chusheng came out of the restaurant directly and killed to the puzzle building next to it. There are 5 buildings in the puzzle building area. Chusheng searched 2 of them and found only a submachine gun on him. Fortunately, the top server training could not be live-streamed. Otherwise this scene would have made countless fans laugh. Similarly, because the developer opened a top server specifically for professional players to train, all the players rushed in to try it out. As a result, the live broadcast rate of the live broadcast platform dropped sharply. Many players' rooms were not live-streaming. Only a few anchors were still live-streaming, but their popularity was relatively reduced. According to fans, what are you pretending to be here if you don't even have the developer super account? So those anchors who didn't receive the developer's invitation and super account were also disappointed. You usually brag that you are better than anyone else. Why don't the developers give you a super account? As soon as the fans said this, those anchors who usually kill dozens of people in the game immediately stopped playing. Then the developer announced that there will be 2 hours of top live broadcast every day starting tomorrow. So stay tuned. This sentence made the audience desperate again. 2 hours? How can this be enough? It would be better to live broadcast 24 hours a day, so that they can watch it whenever they want. In the game, the 2 teams are gradually approaching the center. Chusheng only searched 2 puzzle buildings when he heard the rustling footsteps outside. Immediately walked quietly to the rooftop. The puzzle buildings in Y City can all lead to the rooftop. Chusheng pushed open the door and came to the rooftop. He leaned against the edge of the railing and saw the enemy approaching below. The 4 members of this team came from the direction of the police station, wanting to confront the enemies in the rich area. Building C. As expected, one of the 2 teams should be the real Liquid team, and the other team is unknown. After all, There are nearly 1,500 super accounts issued. And there are so many clubs that they can't guess. As for Chu Sheng's confidence that this team is the real Liquid team, it is not only because they landed in Y City, but also because their tactical arrangements and the positions of the initial search can only be made by the Liquid team, according to their established tactics. After searching the rich area and building C, they will gather from the highway, gather from the restaurant, and then attack the Jigsaw building. The two teams will also have a big battle here in the Jigsaw building. But Chu Sheng has never been a person who sits on the mountain and watches the tigers fight. Why did he choose this ID? It is to provoke a war, since it is confirmed that one of the teams is Liquid, and Liquid is still in the rich area and building C to try to cross the road. He will take action now to throw a pot out and give the other team and Liquid a big surprise. Seeing that someone went up to the rooftop opposite, this person just came up and looked back and forth, and saw that the door of the rooftop opposite was open. He was stunned for a moment. The four-person team has not yet gone up to the building next to it. How could the door of the rooftop be open? When he suddenly reacted and wanted to remind his teammates, Chu Sheng stood up from the low wall, and the bullets from the submachine gun all hit the opponent's head, knocking him to the ground, and successfully killed him. As the gunshots rang out, the attention of the two teams in Y City was focused on the kill bar in the upper right corner. Both teams were surprised. Chu Sheng also saw the ID of a team that came over. It was a name he had never heard of. But judging from the style, it should be a foreign team. The Liquid team, which was rushing from the road to the restaurant, was also confused. The four of them were standing here. How could Ibiza of the Liquid team suddenly jump out and kill them with a headshot? Especially the captain Ibiza was stunned. How could this be? The other three team members also looked at each other in bewilderment. How did the captain manage to lock the head through the wall of the building? Captain, how did you do that? Ibiza hadn't reacted yet. You idiot. Where do I have a submachine gun on me? But what's the matter with this ID? The other team saw that it was Liquid and felt like they were facing a great enemy. Their team also chose the location in Y City. When they landed before, they joked that the other team might be the famous Liquid. The team members just smiled and thought it was impossible to meet Liquid at this time by chance. Considering the online time and time zone of each club, many teams can't be encountered in the game. Only people in the same zone have a higher chance of encountering them. I just didn't expect I would meet the Liquid team by chance. Right at the beginning, I let Liquid's legendary captain Ibiza get a kill. Don't worry. We will avenge you. The other three players are ambitious. If they can drag Liquid into the water, wouldn't it prove that they are strong? Many people who were not invited by the developer to participate in the Cologne event were not convinced in their hearts, and felt that their team would definitely perform better than some teams. Challenging the strong has a unique charm. He seems to be alone. In the apartment building opposite, this dead player contributed the last bit of valuable information. The other three teammates also quickly took their positions, surrounded the building, and began to prepare to attack the building. Fortunately, I kept a spray gun, just for the house battle. There are tactics for each place, especially after seeing people in Y City. The battle is basically a house battle. At this time, the assaulter prepared a spray gun, which can definitely be said to have taken the lead in the house battle, killing Liquid's legendary captain Ibiza. This temptation is really too great. Several people rushed in from the door. There was no one on the first floor, and no one on the second floor either, so they were advancing cautiously. Chu Sheng naturally heard the noise downstairs. These three people rushed in directly, obviously wanting to kill him. Chu Sheng took 2 or 3 steps back, accelerated and jumped onto the horizontal bar, then used the momentum to jump directly to the rooftop next door, and squatted behind the low wall.